The night was shrouded, and the abandoned warehouse was lost in the darkness. Several makeshift tents were scattered randomly on the open ground, and the corners were filled with scattered bedding. The quilts and pillowcases were covered with dust or stained with old dark stains. Those were bloodstains. Guin took a quick glance and then looked away. After 10 years in the apocalypse, he was used to seeing such scenes. Although there are bloodstains here, it is not a killing scene. Instead, it looks like a ruin that has been cleaned up by someone. She sat on the beam near the window of the warehouse, holding a FiveseveN pistol in her hand, keeping vigilant watch. The modified special bullets can easily penetrate mutant creatures below level 5 and are suitable for water-based mutants like her. The moonlight was silver, and the night sky was quiet. A breeze blew by, bringing an unusual sound. Guin turned around instantly, with the pistol already pointed at the person. With a slight movement of his fingertips, he could pull the trigger. Sister Lu, she frowned slightly, then put away the gun, turned the pistol between her fingers, and returned it to the holster at her waist. I can't sleep. Lu Qian touched her short hair, her brows furrowed. She is naturally beautiful, but her deliberately tough dress makes her look sharp and cold. As the deputy leader of the team, she has saved Guin several times, and Guin has always remembered this kindness. You go and rest, I'll keep watch. Lu Qian patted her shoulder. Guin hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. She stepped on her toes and landed lightly, raising a thin layer of dust. Before entering the tent, she looked back for some reason. In the night, Lu Qian stood upright with her arms folded across her chest and her back facing her, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. Guin retracted his gaze, opened the tent, and prepared to rest. However, a strange black shadow cut through the night and passed through the air, so fast that it was almost invisible. The moonlight reflected on the ground, and a dark shadow flashed by. Sister Lu, be careful. Guin's face suddenly changed, and he drew his pistol from his waist. Bang, bang. The bullet shot out, but hit something hard, making a crisp sound like metal collision. The companions in a warehouse were startled, and several figures jumped out of the tent. However, when they saw the scene in front of them clearly, everyone froze in place. A mutant Batman stood up with its wings spread, wrapping Lu Qian tightly with its wings, and the sharp sucking sound echoed in the silent night. The winding blood dripped down Lu Qian's legs, and her body trembled in pain. Guin's heart sank, and he raised his hand and fired several shots. His companions also launched attacks, firing their powers and bullets at the same time, but all the attacks fell on the Batman's wings and were ineffective. Level 6. Lu Kanyang's face turned pale. He grabbed Guin's wrist, pulled her, and turned to run. Retreat quickly. Our firepower is ineffective against it. Guin gritted his teeth, anger burning in his eyes, but he did not hesitate and immediately followed the retreat. At this moment, Lu Qian, the team's strongest fighter, was only at level 5, and she herself was only at level 4 water, so she was completely powerless to fight back. Seeing this, the other members also fled in all directions. TSK, I haven't tasted fresh blood in a long time. The mutant Batman's voice was low and hoarse, with a kind of morbid excitement. Guin looked back and saw Lu Qian still standing, her whole body soaked in blood. Her spine, which had always been straight, seemed to be broken at this moment, and her head drooped weakly on her shoulders. Guin's throat felt dry and her fists clenched. She didn't stop and ran desperately towards the warehouse exit. Screams and screams rang out, and the warehouse turned into a battlefield. The Batman was extremely fast, and his teammates fell one after another. Guin could hear the sound of sharp teeth tearing flesh behind him, and felt death approaching step by step. Guin, run. The familiar voice sounded for the last time, and then a blood mist exploded in her ears, and Lu Kanyang's breath disappeared instantly. She didn't dare look back. The shadow of death was like a big net covering her. She rushed to the exit with all her strength. The iron gate was in front of her. A bloody wind suddenly rose behind her. The mutant Batman pounced on her. Guin rolled to avoid it and threw out a few water arrows with his backhand. Spit. The Batman's teasing voice sounded above her head. Too bad, I don't keep it as a pet. The sound was so close that it seemed to be right next to his ear. Guin's heart trembled, and he stabbed back with a dagger, releasing a water curtain at the same time. Clang! The dagger hit the hard shell and failed to break through. The Batman flapped his wings lightly, and the water curtain broke instantly. A sharp pain came, His neck felt cold. Guyu's pupils suddenly shrank, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Ding-ling-ling. The phone in the girls' dormitory suddenly rang, and the piercing ringtone echoed in the silent night. Guyu suddenly woke up and almost reflexively turned over and jumped off the bed, bang. She landed on the ground and turned around. There was a dull pain in the soles of her feet, but she had no time to pay attention to it. Her eyes were coldly fixed on the phone on the table. It was an old red landline phone with a simple body and only a few Arabic numerals besides a microphone. Where is this? A strange yet familiar environment came into view, and every corner of the dormitory gradually emerged from the depths of memory. The phone continued to ring for a while, and finally stopped when no one answered. There were hurried footsteps outside the door, and Guyu subconsciously reached for his waist, empty. He looked down again, and even the dagger tied to his calf was gone. Guyu, why don't you answer the phone? The dormitory door was pushed open, and a sturdy figure blocked the door. Zhou Xiaoying panted and frowned at her. Guyu froze in place, staring at her roommate without moving. Her expression was calm, but her heart was in turmoil. What was going on? She remembered the last scene was the mutant Batman biting off her neck, and the pain and despair followed her like a shadow. But now, she was standing in the university dormitory, as if nothing had happened. What's wrong with you? Zhou Xiaoying looked her up and down, took a step back tentatively, her face full of confusion. Guyu raised her hand and touched her neck. Her skin was smooth and delicate, without any scars. She took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "What day is it today?" January 15th, 2020. Chinese New Year is coming soon. Zhou Xiaoying answered as a matter of course. Didn't we say that we would book a ticket home after picking up the express delivery? What are you staring at? January 15th, 2020? Guyu's eyes suddenly froze. She really went back to 10 years ago. 5 days later, the virus broke out. Her mind raced, whether it was a dream or something else. She had to use these 5 days to prepare for everything. It was late at night, and the girls' dormitory was quiet. Only the light from the cell phone screen cast a cold shadow on Guyu's face. Her fingers flew as she frantically purchased supplies on major e-commerce platforms, including food, drinking water, medicine, warm clothing, military backpacks, Swiss Army knives. She placed orders for everything that could be delivered in a short time. Money not important. She looked at the balance in her account. She had spent $200,000 in just a few hours, but it was still not enough. Right now, these supplies were as valuable as gold in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, guns and ammunition cannot be purchased, but in the early stages of the virus outbreak, the mutant strength has not yet fully evolved, and she still has other ways to obtain weapons. After thinking for a moment, she opened WeChat and saw a familiar profile picture, a sunny and handsome boy with eyes and eyebrows that looked quite similar to her. She hesitated for a moment and finally made a video call. After a few rings, the phone was connected. "Sister, why did you think of calling me in the middle of the night?" On the screen, Guin had messy hair and dark circles under his eyes, and it was obvious that he had just come back to his senses from the game. Guyu's mouth twitched slightly, and his voice was unusually gentle. "Stay up late playing games again? Aren't you asleep either?" Guin rolled his eyes and complained, his hand still tightly holding the mouse, his eyes glancing at the screen from time to time. "Have you booked the ticket home?" "Not yet." "Don't book it. I'll pick you up," Guyu said in a firm tone. Before the virus broke out, the government blocked the news, but some people were already infected. These time bombs could explode at any time, and they would be affected if they were not careful. She had to ensure her brother's safety. Guin was stunned for a moment, then whistled. "The sun rose from the west today? Didn't you find me annoying in the past?" Guyu ignored his teasing and said directly, "How much money do you have in your card? Transfer it all to me." Guin raised his eyebrows and looked at her suspiciously. "Sister, you haven't been deceived, have you? Stop talking nonsense and forward it quickly." She wanted to stockpile more supplies. In the apocalypse, money was just a piece of waste paper. The video call screen was still for a second, and then Guin burst into a roar. "Fuck. Guyu, you damn girl really have bad intentions. You said you were coming to pick me up, but it turns out you wanted to cheat me of all my belongings." Guyu's expression did not change. He looked at his brother in the video calmly. "I need it urgently. I will pay you back later." In the end times, money is nothing but waste paper, and the truly valuable things are materials and crystal cores. Guin stared at her face, frowning. After a few glances, his tone suddenly became tentative. "Did you get dumped by some scumbag and want to find someone to kill him?" Okay, I support you. I'll give you 1 million. You can buy whatever you want, even travel around the world. Sister, if you don't have a man to accompany you, you still have me. The corners of Guyu's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect his brother to be so good at talking nonsense. You've changed. Guin looked at her meaningfully, his fingers moved quickly, and Guyu's cell phone rang immediately. Money arrived. 1 million. I only have 1.01 million, and the remaining 10,000 is for me to buy equipment. Guin lazily leaned back in his chair. The women I love most in the world are you and Mom. If you lose money, you can earn it again. Your mood is the most important. Guy didn't say anything nonsense, but just reminded again, stay in school. Don't go anywhere. Wait for me to pick you up. Okay. Guin agreed perfunctorily and hung up the video call. Zhou Xiaoying, who was lying on the bed across from her, turned over and said, Guyu, your family is really rich. Your brother spent 1 million yuan. He'll just spend it if he takes it. Guyu replied casually, then picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to her parents, telling them to stay home as much as possible, stock up on food, reinforce the house if possible, and take precautions. Finally, she added, the new year is coming soon, beware of thieves. Unexpectedly, Father Gu was still awake and replied in seconds, got it. You and your brother should come back early. Things outside are not going well recently. The sooner you get home, the safer it will be. Guyu held the phone in his hand, his eyes slightly gloomy. His father seemed to have known some news from his words. Rumors in the business world are always better than those of ordinary people, but he probably couldn't imagine that this disaster was far more serious than anyone expected. At first, no one cared about this disaster. A line from the Wandering Earth came to Guyu's mind. No one would have thought that a virus would sweep the world, and just 5 days later, the world would be completely rewritten. She lowered her eyes. She and Zhou Xiaoying were the only ones left in the dormitory. The other roommates had already gone home. Have you noticed that many people at the delivery point today are wearing masks? Zhou Xiaoying leaned against the head of the bed and said casually, I don't know how long this epidemic will last. Guyu was silent. The original source of the virus has not yet been identified. Some say it came from bats, others say it came from civets, pangolins, or even rats. The most terrifying thing is not the virus itself, but the way it spreads droplets, air, or even some unknown channels. Province G has not yet become a severely affected area, but Province J is right next to Province H. When the virus breaks out, that area will be the first to fall into hell. 80 of the world's population will be infected, and only a very small number of people can survive the initial mutation and become superpowers. The rest will either die or be completely transformed into beasts and become monsters without humanity. In this life, she will not let her brother make the same mistake. Have you booked your ticket? She suddenly asked. I'm leaving tomorrow. Zhou Xiaoying nodded. If I hadn't been waiting for the express delivery, I would have gone home a long time ago. The epidemic is getting more and more scary now, and it's safer at home. Try to stay at home after you go back. Stock up on supplies, and don't run around. Guyu's tone was calm, but it was full of unquestionable determination. She knew the time point of the virus outbreak, and if she could prepare in advance, it would at least give people around her more hope of survival. You should go back earlier too. Don't wait for Yang Yiming. Zhou Xiaoying said casually, and added, Guyu, I'm not being nosy. Although you two are very sweet, but that man's eyes are so wandering when he looks at people, I always feel uneasy. You should be more careful. Yang Yiming. Guyu was slightly startled. She had almost forgotten about this person. Her boyfriend from college, whom she had dated for more than a year, was indeed attentive to her, but she had never really invested in him. 10 years of apocalyptic life had already worn away all her love. Should I remind him before I leave? She shook her head. There was no need. In the end times, emotions are the most useless luxury. She pulled up the quilt and closed her eyes. Her body was exhausted, but her nerves were still tense. Next to her pillow was a table leg she had picked up from behind the building. Even in a safe environment, she was still not used to sleeping with bare hands. We must get the right weapon as soon as possible. The night is dark, and the shadow of the end of the world is quietly approaching. Zhou Xiaoying packed her luggage and left early in the morning. She had to take a bus first, then transfer to another bus, and it would take her a whole day and a night to get home. Guyu continued to type on his phone, using the funds transferred by Guin to purchase a large amount of supplies and mail them directly back home. Their family lived in the suburbs of City C, S Province. Their parents settled in a courtyard house, where the air was fresh, there were few people, and most importantly, there was a spacious basement, which was suitable for hoarding supplies. She estimated the storage space in the basement. She couldn't buy too much, but it had to be enough to support her survival needs for a few months. In addition to food, medicine, and drinking water, she also bought 2 backup generators. After all this, the account balance was less than $300,000. The next task was to rent a car. While standing at the school gate waiting for the car, Guyu heard someone calling her from behind. "Xiaoyu, where are you going?" She turned around and saw a boy in white clothes and black-framed glasses running towards her. He was handsome, thin and tall, and looked exactly the type she once liked. But she just felt strange and couldn't put the right person in her mind. "You are Yang Yiming." She finally remembered who the other person was, her current boyfriend. Yang Yiming took a breath and reached out to hold her hand, but she dodged sideways. 10 years after the apocalypse, she was no longer used to physical contact with others. "What's wrong with you? We had dinner together yesterday, but today you act like you don't know me?" Yang Yiming frowned, his tone sounding a little aggrieved. Guyu ignored his emotions, but his gaze suddenly paused. A circle of turbid and unclear dark yellow halo appeared above his head. The circle of light was dirty and seemed to have a rotten smell. It floated above his head, making people feel nauseous. She suddenly lost interest in speaking. Coincidentally, the special car she had booked stopped in front of her. Without saying a word, she opened the door and got in. The car then drove away. Yang Yiming, who was standing there, was stunned for a moment. Then he chased after her for 2 steps and finally stomped his feet hard with a gloomy look. One day, she would pay the price for underestimating him. In the car, Guyu leaned back in the seat and rubbed her eyes. What was that? She could actually see the color of Yang Yiming's head. Is there something wrong with her eyes? Or has she awakened a new supernatural power? The driver was a middle-aged man. He smiled and said through the rearview mirror, "Girl, that was your boyfriend just now, right? He was chasing you very hard." Guyu ignored him and focused on the driver's head again. Sure enough, a circle of light grass-green halo surrounded his head, ordinary and transparent, nothing unusual. Her heart was shocked. This was definitely not an illusion. If she had awakened her supernatural powers in advance, why didn't she experience a high fever? Why have I never heard of anyone being able to see the color of another person's head? Can this ability be used in combat? She was immediately frustrated. In the apocalypse, water-based abilities were already useless, and now this ability to distinguish colors seemed even more useless. But soon, she took a deep breath and calmed down. In the apocalypse, she never relied on her supernatural powers, but her skills and survival instincts. Even if this ability is temporarily useless, it does not mean that it is worthless. In the car rental shop, Guyu chose a Hummer without hesitation, handed over a copy of his ID card and driver's license, and paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan by credit card. The shop owner smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed that he even generously gave him 10.95 masks. "Boss, I want to ask you something." After getting in the car, Guyu looked down at the shop owner. "Do you know where I can buy weapons? Knives, swords, bows and crossbows are all fine. Price is not a problem." The shop owner was stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly became subtle. He secretly looked at her, thinking that this girl was not simple, generous, asking for a Hummer when renting it, and now she wanted to buy weapons. Could it be some kind of second-year fantasy of a rich girl? "This weapon." He drawled out his words, his eyes flickering. Guyu's eyes were indifferent, with a hint of coldness. She didn't have much time. She had to get a suitable weapon as soon as possible, and then set out to find Guin immediately. The Hummer sped away at the speed of a rally. The owner of the car rental shop was so disappointed that he stood there in amazement. Even a little girl is a car expert. How amazing! Guyu followed the navigation address given by the boss and arrived at the door of an antique shop. He suspected that he had gone to the wrong place. Seeing the wooden plaque of Rui Pavilion, she wanted to turn around and leave, but was attracted by the sword on the incense table in the main hall. The scabbard was blood red and seemed to have an inscription. Guyu walked into the store. A voice came from behind. "Only for those who are destined to buy it." "What do you want to buy, young lady?" Guyu turned around and looked at the young man's Song, Yin in front of her, wearing a long gown made of rain-stained sky blue. She asked directly, "Can I see the sword?" Song Yin agreed and told him not to draw the sword. Once Guyu got the sword, she was reluctant to let it go. As the inscriptions flowed, she drew the sword directly. The sword body shone like black iron, and her sword skills were sharp. Song Yin was stunned. Gu Yu said he wanted to buy it, but Song Yin refused, saying that the sword was a priceless treasure of the store, left by the ancestors, and no one could wield it, and he himself felt heavy in his hand. Gu Yu asked the name of the sword, and learned that it was called the Falling Star Sword. She felt that the sword was fire and had a burning sensation. She pushed the hilt of the sword, and the sword scratched her finger, and the blood was absorbed by the sword. In an instant, the sword vibrated, rang, and burst into a strong light. The sword heated up and changed. It became shorter, thicker in the middle and thinner on the sides, with a groove at the front, and the scabbard turned black, with the inscriptions becoming star patterns. After the light faded, the sword looked ordinary, but Gu Yu felt a spiritual connection with it. Song Yin wanted to cry, but had no tears. The Starfall sword had never changed before. Could it be waiting for its destined person? Gu Yu smiled and said, "It seems the boss didn't lie to me." Song Yin gritted his teeth, knowing that it was the owner of the car rental shop who was playing tricks. At this moment, the owner of the car rental shop, Lao Jin, suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Gu Yu bought a dagger, long arrows, and a crossbow, and Song Yin said goodbye with a bitter face. Gu Yu reminded, "The world is not good. Make preparations early." Song Yin complained with a sad face that she was a robber, but that thing was the treasure of the store that was worth a fortune. On January 16th, 2020, there were still 4 days before the outbreak of the virus. Gu Yu did not plan to go back to school. He turned on a navigation to Jie Province and prepared a drive to pick up Gu Jin. She filled the trunk with food and water from the supermarket, cold-proof clothing, chargers, flashlights, and other daily necessities bought from the mall, stepped on the accelerator, and a Hummer roared onto the highway. At this time, Gu Jin was making instant noodles in the dormitory. His roommate, Guan Mingming, joked, "Mr. Gu, do you want to eat instant noodles?" Gu Jin opened the game on the desktop computer and the thesis on the laptop, complaining, "All the money is given to my sister. I can only live frugally and wait for her to take over. Zheng Jia is so abominable. He makes money for himself and lets me work on the thesis." Guan Mingming said, "It's your business, so why differentiate between you and me? My home is close, so I'll stay with you in the dormitory during the holidays." Gu Jin patted his chest and said, "Good brother, for your loyalty, I'll share half of the instant noodles with you." He muttered again, "You just went to the investment company to install some software. Why don't you come back?" At this time, Gu Yu called him via video. Gu Jin was flattered. "Gu Yu, you missed me so much recently." Seeing Gu Yu driving, he asked in surprise, "Where did you get the car? Are you really coming to pick me up?" Gu Yu asked, "Are you still in the dormitory?" Gu Jin's eyes widened. "Are you really coming? Wait, it's 10 o'clock in the evening, and you are still driving at night? Gu Yu, you are killing yourself. Your driving skills are so bad." Gu Yu said, "If nothing unexpected happens, we will go to your school tomorrow. You just stay here and don't go anywhere." She glanced at the dashboard. The Hummer could reach 200 kilometers per hour and was very stable, but it was fuel-consuming. She had to refuel on the way, and she had to stock up on a few barrels of gasoline before arriving in Jie Province. Gu Jin was anxious. "Gu Yu, were you bullied by Yang Yiming? Is he next to you?" Yesterday, Gu Yu asked him for 1 million yuan, and today he drove at night. Something must have happened. Guo Mingming came over and took a look at Gu Yu in the video, exclaiming, "Your sister is so beautiful, and her eyes are so cool when she drives, a royal sister." Gu Jin slapped him away and said to Gu Yu, "Pull over immediately and don't go there. Is it Yang Yiming who bullies you? He gave you money and you can find someone to support him. Why are you running to me? You're worrying me to death." Gu Yu felt warmed as he listened to Gu Jin's chatter while driving. The corners of his lips curved up and he nodded and said, "Trust me, wait for me." Then he hung up the phone. Gu Jin and Guo Mingming looked at each other. Gu Jin rubbed his face, feeling that Gu Yu's confidence and determination just now were so convincing and incredible. Guo Mingming said, "Your sister is so beautiful. Wait for your sister to come and introduce her to me." Gu Jin kicked his computer chair away. "Don't come on. You are unreliable. I will introduce her to Zheng Jia instead of you." Gu Jin called home and said to her father, "Dad, there's something wrong with your daughter. Have you noticed?" Her father said, "It's a good thing that your daughter has grown up. You're not like me. You only know how to eat and sleep. You're still not smart at over 20. Gu Jin complained, "Dad, I seriously suspect that I am not his biological child. I need to do a paternity test." Gu's father asked, "When will you and your sister come home? It's a bit chaotic outside recently." Gu Jin said, "It will be as soon as possible. You should also pay attention. The virus spreads quickly. Wear a mask when going out. He hung up the phone without further ado. Guyu drove all night and arrived at the J Province border rest stop in the early morning. After refueling the car, she went to have breakfast. The soy milk and fried dough sticks were hot, and the scallion pancakes were fresh. After experiencing the end of the world, she didn't have high requirements for food, as long as she could fill her stomach. While eating, she looked at the people in the restaurant. Some were chatting while wearing masks, while others pulled their masks down to their chins while eating. Experts say that wearing a mask can prevent the spread of the virus through droplets, but this has proven to be unreliable, so Guyu didn't wear one all the way. She deliberately wanted to be one of the first people to be infected, so that if she gained superpowers, her overall level would be stronger than that of those who came later. The first group of strong people who gained superpowers in the apocalypse are called the first generation of superpowers. Suddenly, a man who was eating breakfast collapsed without any warning. People around him were surprised, but did not dare to approach. They put on masks and retreated. Some even ran out of the restaurant. People infected with the virus will have a high fever, and they are prone to collapse suddenly and are highly contagious. Someone called 120, and someone else asked the rest stop staff. This is the border between Province J and Province H, and any infected person must be reported. Most of the people in the lively restaurant left in an instant, and only Guyu was still eating the fried dough sticks leisurely. She felt that the fried dough sticks were crispy, the scallion pancakes were fragrant, and the soy milk was smooth. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the beauty of the food. She didn't know when she would feel this way again. People who had fled to the door started to talk. This girl doesn't even wear a mask. Isn't she afraid of infection? She was so close to the man, the droplets were contagious. I'm afraid she'd have been infected a long time ago. Get away. I heard that the air can also spread it. I don't want to die. Guyu finished eating slowly. She didn't want to care about the man who fell down. She had seen too many tragic life and death situations in the apocalypse, and her heart had become hardened. Countless people fell after the virus broke out. The lucky ones became people with superpowers, while the unfortunate ones either died or turned into mutants who lost their humanity. But when she stood up to leave, she glanced at the man and stopped. She saw that the man's head and even his whole body were covered with a thin layer of silver light, flowing and flickering, as if plated with silver. Guyu tried light-seeing and color-identifying several times along the way. If this was a supernatural power, she wanted to study its function. After all she had seen before were light and turbid colors. This was the first time she saw such pure silver all over the body. It must be extraordinary. With curiosity, Guyu walked towards the man in the surprised eyes of everyone. The man was young, with good-looking features. He was wearing a dark blue down jacket and a white shirt with a wrinkled collar, and jeans wrapped around his slender legs. His eyes were closed, his eyelashes trembled, his nose was high, and his thin lips were pursed in pain. Guyu reached out to touch his forehead and found that the temperature was surprisingly high, which was a sign of infection. She shouldn't care, but the pure silver made her unable to ignore it. When the man was helped up, he asked weakly, "Who are you?" Almost all of his body weight was on Guyu, but she didn't feel heavy. She became more and more certain that light and color vision was a superpower, which improved her speed, strength, vision, and hearing gradually. She didn't have a high fever when she got the superpower this time, and she didn't know if she could get the next one. In the apocalypse, people with dual or multiple superpowers are rare. The rumored strongest person in the apocalypse, Zhang Jia, has psychic and wind powers, but she has only been a 4th-level superpower for 10 years in the apocalypse, so it's not easy for her to survive. The man struggled and said, "Don't worry about it. I'm contagious." But Guyu didn't let go of his hand, so he could only lean on her softly. Guyu helped the man walk to the door of the restaurant, and the people at the door immediately scattered. Before the 120 medical staff and rest stop staff arrived, Guan Yu placed the man in the back seat of the Hummer and forced him to drink a bottle of mineral water. Although people who have undergone superpower transformation are not conscious when they have a fever, their senses will be infinitely magnified and they can perceive everything around them. The pain will also be doubled, as if there is hot magma in the body that is about to melt everything. Zhang Jia's consciousness was hazy. He didn't know where he was. His sense of the surroundings gradually weakened, but his heart seemed to be engulfed by waves of flames. The flames were like sharp knives, cutting his internal organs so hard that they seemed to smoke. Magma spread over his whole body, and the pain made him almost crazy. He even wanted to chop himself into pieces to distract himself from the pain. He thought that maybe it would be good to die like this, without having to suffer anymore. Suddenly, a cool liquid was poured into his throat, and a refreshing feeling instantly spread throughout his body, like a traveler in the desert finding an oasis. The fire in his heart was extinguished, and the wound seemed to be slowly healing. After an unknown amount of time, the pain dissipated, Zhang Jia's eyelids moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Awake! What came into view was a pretty and fresh girl with a ponytail, whose bright eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Guyu tilted her head and looked at Zhang Jia lying in the back seat of the car. She had driven away from the rest stop, but didn't dare to keep driving, so she turned off the highway and parked in an abandoned suburban factory. She was not sure when Zhang Jia would complete his transformation. What if he turned into a mutant in the car? She had to keep a backup plan. If he turned into a mutant, she would chop off his head and take out the crystal core. In the apocalypse, crystal cores are good things. When people are still in panic, some people rely on them to complete their transformation and upgrade. The crystal cores come from mutants or mutant beasts. You saved me? Zhang Jia slowly sat up, his whole body was wet, and the sweat soaked his clothes tightly wrapped around his body. What do you feel now? Guyu calmly hid the falling star sword in his right hand behind his armpit. He couldn't tell someone who had just woken up that he was ready to kill him. It's okay, my body feels relaxed. Zhang Jia clenched his fists. His body seemed to be swollen, as if something was about to be released. It felt very strange. Oh, Guyu dragged out the sound and fell into thought. When Zhang Jia had a fever, the silver light on his body flickered, alternating between strong and weak. Now, it was obvious that the power conversion had been completed. The silver light was stable and more dazzling than when it was first seen, like the Milky Way leaking out of the ground, full of holy glory. Don't you feel a kind of power in your body that you want to release? Guyu raised his eyebrows, stretched out his right hand to pull Zhang Jia out of the car, and pointed with his left hand at a big tree not far away that was as thick as a bowl. Try it. Release the energy you want to output in your body to that tree. Zhang Jia was confused. Although he heard every word clearly, he didn't understand what it meant. Guyu tilted her head and looked at him. I don't understand. She was in a dilemma. How should she explain the virus infection and the supernatural mutation? Is it too early to say it now? What if the other party can't accept it? Zhang Jia pursed his lips and nodded heavily after a moment. I'll try. When he fainted due to a fever, everyone avoided him. But it was the girl in front of him who bravely saved him and stayed with him all the time. He didn't know if he was infected with the virus, but when the whole world abandoned him, there was someone standing by his side. This strength was enough to support him to do anything, even if they knew nothing about each other. Zhang Jia stood still, staring at the tree, and concentrated the strength that was about to burst out of his body in his hands. He pushed forward suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The invisible wind blade passed by, and the tree creaked as if it was about to be cut and broken. The leaves shook violently, and then the trunk broke and fell to the ground, stirring up smoke and dust. Guyu's eyes lit up, and he went forward to check. The same cut only took 2 cuts at most for the tree to break, and there were many large and small cuts on the tree. The wind-type ability, user's group attack ability, is too strong. This is his first time using it, and his control will definitely be stronger in the future. Is it because he is a first-generation ability user, so his strength is extraordinary? What on earth is going on? Zhang Jia looked at his hands, incredulous. Was he dreaming, or was this world a fantasy? Just a slight push, and the bowl-thick tree was cut in half. This is the superpower generated by the virus. Congratulations on becoming the first superpower in the last days. My name is Guyu, and I'm glad to meet you. It was rare for Guyu to get close to others. Her experience in the end times made her realize that investing less unnecessary emotions could avoid being hurt and disappointed. In that era, there was nothing worth her disappointment. Superpowers the end of the world, Zhang Jia looked confused. Seeing the seriousness in Guyu's eyes, he felt that it was not a joke. After all, he had just seen his own abilities. Superpowers produced by a virus, is it possible? It doesn't matter, you can slowly accept and adapt. After all, the virus outbreak is only a few days away. Guyu checked the time on his phone. It took a day and a night for him to accompany Zhang Jia through the transformation of superpowers. Now, it is January 18th, 2020, less than 2 days away from the virus outbreak. My name is Zhang Jia. Although I still cannot fully accept what you said about the end of the world and superpowers, I don't think you were lying. Zhang Jia's expression was silent. His mind was a mess, and it took time to digest a lot of information. Wait, you said your name is Zhang Jia. Guyu stopped walking and turned stiffly to look at the young man in front of him who was less than 20 years old, looked immature but very handsome. His eyes were dark, and when he looked at people, there seemed to be stars and the sea in his eyes. Guyu clenched her fists. Who could tell her if this Zhang Jia was the strongest person in the apocalypse? The two men got back into the Hummer with their own thoughts, and neither noticed the cut tree. It began to wither from the core, the branches became shriveled, and the lush green leaves quickly turned yellow and fell, as if it had naturally decayed after countless years, and all of this started with the initial appearance of spiritual powers. After getting off the expressway, the Hummer drove onto the national highway. J University, where Guin worked, was in the capital of J Province, and it would take at least 3 hours to drive there. Guin almost called Guyu's phone to pieces. The appointed time was 1 day late, and he was worried to death. However, Guyu did not explain and turn off her phone. When she turned on her phone early in the morning, she received Gu Jin's life-threatening call. Guyu switched the phone to voice receiver mode and put it to his ear. Gu Jin's crackling voice came like beans pouring out. Guyu, where have you been? Are you okay? I was worried all night and couldn't get through to you. I was almost scared to death. The voice was so loud that it hurt Guyu's eardrums. She put the phone away and waited for Gu Jin to finish her scolding before she leaned in again and said, I ran into something on the way. I will probably be at your school before 12 o'clock. That's good. Gu Jin laid down on the bed like a deflated ball with dark circles under his eyes. Yesterday, when you didn't arrive, I kept calling the highway to ask them if there were any car accidents. I didn't expect that the highway was calm yesterday, without any accidents. Do you think that the traffic is less because the new year is coming soon? I don't know. Just stay in school. I'll be there soon. Guyu didn't want to say any more. She was still wondering whether the young man in the backseat of the car was Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia equals the strongest person in the end times. She shook her head, not daring to believe it. Maybe they just had the same name. After all, China had a large population, so the chances of having the same name and surname were high. Moreover, Zhang Jia is a master of both wind and mental abilities. The first ability he displayed was the wind ability. If he had not used his mental ability when he was suppressing the 7th Order mutant pangolin man, no one would have known that he was a master of both abilities. At that time, Zhang Jia was a person that everyone looked up to. Someone as humble as Guyu had no chance to sit at the same table with such a strong man. Guyu looked at Zhang Jia through the rearview mirror. He was too young and handsome. How could he be that Zhang Jia? Ew, why are you looking at me? Zhang Jia looked up shyly. Even with his eyes closed, his mental power could sense Guyu's every move. He thought this feeling was very strange. Not only could he summon the wind, but he could also sense the surroundings and explore other people's spiritual realm. Cough, cough. Guyu choked. She didn't expect Zhang Jia, who had awakened his superpowers, to be so sensitive. She shouldn't have underestimated the first generation of superpower users. After all, Zhang Jia was surrounded by a pure silver halo. This color must mean something, but she hadn't figured out yet. By the way, I'm going to J University now. Where are you going? I'd like to see if I can give you a ride. Guyu just remembered to ask, perhaps too focused on Zhang Jia's name and ability, and ignored the fact that they were still strangers and whether they were going the same way. What a coincidence. I also go to J University. Zhang Jia secretly glanced at the back of Guyu's head. This girl whom he met for the first time made him feel inexplicably close and familiar. He wanted to get close to her, even though he didn't know her. Maybe it was because she saved him and he had a good impression of her. Or maybe her words were too shocking and he wanted to follow her to verify it. You also go to J University? You're a college student. Guyu raised an eyebrow, thinking it was a coincidence. Zhang Jia looked less than 20 years old, and if he wore smaller clothes, he would look like a high school student. Yes, I'm from J University, Department of Computer Science, and I'm a senior this year. Zhang Jia said calmly, his ears reddening. Seeing that Guyu didn't believe him, he added, I skipped a grade in middle school and completed my college credits earlier than others, so I understand. High IQ. Guyu curled his lips. Are you 18 years old? I just turned 18 this month. Zhang Jia had a single phoenix eye with dark pupils, which looked affectionate. He had nothing to do with the cold-blooded and ruthless strongest man in the end times as rumored. Guyu was slightly relieved. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Besides, Zheng Jia had only awakened the wind power, and the spiritual power should not be there yet. You're so young, Guyu said and stopped talking. The 18-year-old Zheng Jia was much cuter than the 22-year-old Guin, who hadn't grown up yet. But his younger brother was only. There is one person, no matter how unlovable he is, he must be saved. After filling up the Hummer with gasoline at the gas station, Guyu bought a few more barrels for reserve and felt a little relieved. Just past the overpass is J University. Is this your first time here? Are you looking for someone? Zheng Jia had been sitting in the back seat of the spacious, but less comfortable car. The Hummer was the dream car of all men, but generally, those who drove this kind of car were rough men. It was a huge contrast for a delicate girl like Guyu to drive it, not to mention that she was not bad at driving. The Hummer roared like a gust of wind along the way, which opened Zheng Jia's eyes. I'm here to pick up my brother. Guyu responded and chatted with Zheng Jia. What about you? J University has had winter vacation for a long time. Why haven't you gone home yet? I'm the only one at home, so it doesn't matter whether I go back or not. Zheng Jia was silent for a moment, then turned to look out the window. Guyu glanced at him in the rearview mirror and felt that he was worried, so she stopped asking. There's a traffic jam. Guyu stepped on the brakes and frowned at the long red dragon on the navigation. There was a traffic jam at this time, and she had a bad feeling. I've been watching the news every day recently, and the spread of the virus is actually very serious. In J province alone, I heard that people suddenly faint or become ill every day. Zheng Jia's expression was serious. He began to believe what Guyu said, but he still had doubts. Can everyone infected with the virus gain superpowers? How is that possible? Survival of the fittest. You were just a lucky one. Guyu shook her head, with inexplicable sadness in her eyes. She could not stop all this and could only watch. Then, what if the superpowers haven't evolved? What will happen? Zheng Jia's heart trembled as he said this, and he had a bad feeling about the result. Do you really want to know? Guyu's eyes dimmed as he stared straight ahead. Those who don't survive the virus will either die or become mutants that feed on human flesh and blood. The beginning of the end of the world was a terrifying battle, with countless flesh and blood corpses building a great wall. On one side of the Great Wall were the rapidly rising superpowers, and on the other side were the mutant beasts and mutant plants led by mutants. The two sides were hostile, and the war was endless. It was an era when order and rules collapsed, humanity was annihilated, and morality declined. The strong were respected, and the weak were beaten and devoured. There was no fairness, only winners and losers and bloodstained thorns. How do you know this? Zheng Jia's face was tense. He couldn't imagine or feel the world described by Guyu. It was like a biochemical crisis. Would humans become extinct because of this? Maybe I had a dream about the end of the world. Guyu curled the corners of his lips, but there was no smile in his eyes. He hoped that this was just a dream and everything would be back to normal when he woke up. But Zheng Jia wanted to say something, when suddenly a scream came from the front. Then, people not far away jumped out of the car, looking panicked and terrified, and ran wildly towards the back as if they had seen something horrible. Guyu's expression froze. He opened the car door and reached out to grab a running man. What happened in front? Bite. The monster is biting. The man's legs were weak, and he was at a loss. He didn't even have time to think about why the delicate Guyu could lift him up so easily. Guyu let go of the man, and he rolled and crawled forward. Behind him were many panicked people who stumbled on both sides of the narrow driveway, fearing that they would lose their lives if they ran too slowly. Could this be the mutant you mentioned? Zheng Jia looked nervous. Although he had superpowers, he had never used them continuously and was afraid that he would not be able to control them well and hurt others by mistake. Stay in the car and don't run around. I'll be back soon. Guyu jumped onto the roof of the car with nimbleness. He ran between the roofs with a few jumps, interweaving with the people going in the opposite direction. At the same time, he waved his right hand and grasped the falling star sword. The dark black sword body was plain and unpretentious. There were screams coming from a jeep not far away, but it stopped before Guyu arrived. A head with shifty eyes poked out of the broken window, round ears flaring, and sharp teeth bared at Guyu. This was a mutant raccoon man, and Guyu didn't expect to encounter one on his way to J University. Before the virus broke out, the government had better control to avoid panic, but after the outbreak, the epidemic was difficult to contain. Perhaps the outbreak happened earlier than expected, and the virus was rampant and could no longer be suppressed. The mutant raccoon waved his claws and jumped onto the roof. Although he had a human body, he crawled on all fours. His palms and saws had turned into sharp claws. He had a civet face, but he could speak human language. I smell that you taste good. The thought of it makes me so excited. I want to eat you right now. Then you come and try it. Guyu looked at the mutant raccoon with contempt. The mutant who had just been transformed had not reached the first level, but after eating human flesh and blood, he could quickly break through and stabilize at the first level, with a qualitative change in strength. As Guyu ran forward, Zhang Jia also jumped out of the car. He couldn't let the girl face it alone. Adult men and young, strong men all ran away. Only Guyu went against the flow, holding the black sword, and marched forward with great momentum. Zhang Jia's eyes were fixed on the delicate figure, and he felt that he would never forget this scene in his life. Guyu jumped high with the black sword held upside down and fought with the monster in front of everyone's horrified eyes. With a flash of black sword light, the monster's head was split in two, and blood spilled on the ground. This shocking scene struck Zhang Jia's heart, and he couldn't recover for a long time. The wind blades in his palms that were ready to be released vibrated for a long time, and were finally dissipated by his waving of his hands. Guyu used his sword to fiddle with the mutant raccoon's brain, and sure enough, after eating, it had reached the first level. She picked out an irregular object the size of a longan, wiped it clean, and it became crystal clear. She happily put the crystal core into her pocket. This was her first trophy in the apocalypse. She jumped off the roof to check the Jeep. There were 3 people in the car, a mutant raccoon, a female driver, and a child in the back seat. The female driver was bitten beyond recognition, and her limbs were mutilated, and the child was not spared either. Rest in peace. Guyu was in a heavy mood, but he showed no mercy with the sword in his hand. He stabbed it into the 2 men's heads, destroying their brains to prevent them from becoming infected mutants. At this moment, there was a long line of cars on the overpass, and most of the people in the cars had fled. Guyu returned to the Hummer, and Zhang Jia waited quietly, looking at her with a different look. Guyu noticed that there was a layer of golden light outside the silver halo on Zhang Jia's body. He was puzzled, but had no time to think about it. The situation may be worse than I thought. The virus outbreak was originally scheduled for the 20th, and it may happen today. The Hummer was at the side of the overpass. Guyu shifted into reverse gear and stepped on the accelerator to reverse. With the powerful force of the Hummer, he squeezed aside the car next to him, turned around, and drove towards another road. There are other ways to get to J University, right? You show us the way. We need to get there as soon as possible. Guyu glanced at Zhang Jia in the rearview mirror. Fortunately, he was calm enough and did not run away. Otherwise, he would not know where to find him. Just now, you were so brave. Zhang Jia took a deep breath, and a smile appeared in his black eyes. He was not optimistic at first, and his upbringing made him lonely and introverted, but Guyu gave him courage for no reason. Even if the road ahead was full of thorns and dangers, as long as Guyu was there, he was willing to follow her all the way. Gujin, come and see. Is this person your sister? Guomingming was sitting in the dormitory eating instant noodles when he saw the video on Weibo. He was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. The video was a shocking scene on the J Bridge. A woman holding a black sword was walking backwards, fighting with a monster in the air, and she cut off the monster's head with a sword. The woman looked back. Her black eyes were cold, and her face was pretty. It was Sister Gujin whom he had seen in the video 2 days ago. Fuck, it's really Guyu. Gujin came closer to take a closer look. She had a ponytail and was wearing a tight black leather jacket and leather pants. She looked like the heroine of Underworld, wielding a sword and slaying demons, looking very cool. But was this still the sister he remembered? What kind of monster is that? How can it speak human language? Guomingming scratched his head, but couldn't figure it out. Messages kept popping up in the class group, and the class was in an uproar. Not only in J Province, but other provinces and cities have also seen incidents of monsters biting people. Various speculations and rumors spread, and people were in a panic. I have to call Guyu, this is too weird. Gujin stood on the balcony and dialed anxiously. The phone was picked up as soon as it rang. Guyu's cold voice came. What's the matter? Sister, is that you in the video? What's going on with that monster? Where are you now? Gujin asked several questions in one breath, and his hand holding the phone was full of sweat. He was standing on the balcony on the 4th floor. Downstairs was a basketball court. Although it was winter vacation, there were still students and faculty members staying on campus playing games. Under the warm winter sun, they were wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Guin felt cold just by looking at them and couldn't help shivering. I'll be at school soon. Stay in the dormitory and don't go anywhere, Gu said in a serious tone. He had given up the navigation on his phone and followed Zheng Jia's instructions to travel through the city's small streets. What happened? Gu Jin's eyes suddenly fixed on a basketball court. Two people suddenly fell down, and a group of people surrounded them. Then, fuck, you can't afford to bite people. Gu Jin suddenly stopped talking, like a puppet whose spring had been broken. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. In broad daylight, he saw a monster biting people. Blood quickly soaked the basketball court. Screams of terror filled the air, and the crowd fled in all directions. Gu Jin's throat felt like it was clogged with cotton, and he couldn't make a sound. Why is someone screaming? Guomingming put down his instant noodles and walked towards the door. Gu Jin came to his senses, rushed over, and pushed him away, closed the door with his backhand, and blocked it with the table and wardrobe. He was still shaking after doing all this. The world was too fantastic, and he hadn't recovered yet. What are you doing, Gu Jin? Guomingming didn't understand what was going on. He bumped his elbows against the iron bed and complained, "There's someone screaming outside the door. Why don't you go check it out?" "Look outside." Gu Jin raised his hand with difficulty, pointed to the balcony window, and picked up the phone again. "Gu, don't tell me the world is ending. I'm gonna piss myself." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and Gu Yuqing's cold voice sounded like a spell. "Welcome to the end of the world, Gu Jin." Bang! The phone fell to the ground, and Gu Jin sat down with his legs limp. At this time, Guomingming was also scared and crawled into the house, fearing that he would be seen by the monster downstairs if he showed his head on the balcony. "What's going on, brother? It's not so scary." Guomingming had a sad face. The scene he just saw almost made him vomit out the instant noodles he was eating. The end of the world is coming. Just as Gu Jin finished speaking, a scream came from the corridor. It seemed that something was walking towards the dormitory on a sticky liquid. Gu Jin and Guomingming looked at each other, their hearts in their throats. In the Hummer, Gu looked calm. As soon as Gu Jin's call ended, Gu's father called. "Daughter, where are you?" Gu's father's voice was anxious. "Dad, I'm almost at Gu Jin's school. Don't go out, don't turn on the lights at night, lock the door and reinforce it, turn on the roof electric fence, and don't open the door unless we are there." Gu hurriedly reminded them, but she didn't expect the virus to break out ahead of time. She chose a local seller to buy things, which would arrive the next day, but the two generators were large items, and she was worried about delivery delays. But there was no other way. She could only save Gu Jin first. "I know. You and your brother, be careful, avoid the monsters, and go home quickly." Dad Gu's hand was shaking, and Mom Gu grabbed the phone. "Daughter, come back soon." The call was suddenly disconnected, and then there was a busy tone. Gu knew that the national connection was under heavy equipment load, and it was unknown when the communication would be restored, so he threw the phone aside. Fortunately, there was enough reserve battery, and the national map and information were downloaded in advance, which were very precious in the end times. "What do you want to say?" Gu turned to look at Zheng Jia, who had already sat in the passenger seat and was giving directions. "Are you going to pick up Gu Jin, the senior student in the computer science department?" Zheng Jia's nervous heart gradually calmed down. While giving directions, he checked the news online. The news that the virus caused human mutations had spread like wildfire. "Yes, he is my brother." Gu nodded. "Why are you going back to J University? When you get to school, go home. Don't stay outside. It's not safe. This is your first time in J University, right? Can you find the boys' dormitory? Do you know which building Gu Jin lives in?" Zheng Jia asked Gu a series of questions, which stumped him. Since the phone was not connected, it would be troublesome to look for him one by one. Gu raised his eyebrows and looked at him. You know, this was not a question, but an affirmation. The end of the world came suddenly. Blood was everywhere. Gu saw chaos all along the way. Cars were running all over the place, knocking over trash cans, rushing into shopping malls and stores, crying and screaming intertwined. She really realized that the end of the world had really come. In her previous life, she returned home early and avoided the initial outbreak of the virus with her parents. She did not go out until the food ran out. By then, the world had changed beyond recognition. The Hummer rushed all the way and stopped outside the stone pillar of the pedestrian street in front of the J University. The situation at J University was not good. The school gate was closed. Through the iron railings, one could see chaos inside the school, and some students climbed over the railings and ran out. "Do you want to wait in the car or go back?" Gu took two backpacks from the back seat and handed one to Zheng Jia. There are food and water in them. It's enough to last you for a while. This was an emergency backpack prepared for her and Guin. I will help you save Guin. He is my friend. Zheng Jia was a little surprised to learn that Guyu and Guin were siblings. Guyu is serious, beautiful, and agile, and it was hard to associate her with the playful Guin. Moreover, the two were twins. Looking closely, there were indeed similarities, such as their delicate looks. Guyu glanced at Zheng Jia and tacitly agreed to let him go. At the beginning of the end of the world, it was very useful to have a first-generation superpower person around, especially since she herself had not yet used her superpowers. She was very disgusted with the superpower of seeing light and distinguishing colors, thinking that it had no practical use except for being able to see beautiful lights. The campus, which should have been deserted during the holidays, was now noisy and chaotic, with people running away in all directions and mutants chasing after them. These mutants were intelligent and would team up to encircle and suppress humans. Guyu and Zheng Jia solved many obstacles along the way and cooperated well. When he rushed to the boys' dormitory, Zheng Jia found that the door was locked with iron chains several times. Not far from the door, there was a person lying in a pool of blood, and his life or death was unknown. Guyu's face was solemn. Is there any other way? Which floor do you live on? These people either had a virus attack or were bitten by mutants. When they woke up, they either became mutants or superpowers. But the probability of a newly awakened superpower surviving in this situation is extremely low. Guyu doesn't have time to save everyone. She is not a saint. It's on the 4th floor, and there's only one door for entry and exit. Zheng Jia was anxious. Judging from the situation, all his roommates were in danger, and he didn't know how many people were left alive. Come with me. I'll need your special powers later. Guyu and Zheng Jia went around to the back of the dormitory. It was too risky to open the iron door directly. If there were only mutants inside, there would be endless trouble. It's right there. The two of them arrived at the back of the dormitory, and Zheng Jia shouted towards the 4th floor window, Guin, Guomingming, are you there? Several heads popped out from the 2nd, 4th, and 7th floors. Help! Zheng Jia. The monster is banging on the door and trying to eat us. Guomingming was lying on the balcony, his legs so weak that he waved his hands desperately when he saw Guyu, as if he had seen a savior. Guin is against the door and can't hold on any longer. Someone on the 7th floor was also calling for help. A big rat's head popped out from the 2nd floor. When it heard the cry for help, it turned around and looked upstairs coldly with its small eyes. Oh my god! Guomingming shrank his head in fear, and the people on the 7th floor didn't dare to make a sound. Oops! Zheng Jia looked at Guyu with a pale face. He forgot that mutants have human intelligence. If they are locked in the dormitory, they will eat up all the people inside sooner or later. The mutant Ratman seemed to be thinking about who to eat first, the 4th floor, the 7th floor, or the two people downstairs. Guyu tightly grasped the falling star sword, took 2 steps back, and signaled Zheng Jia with his eyes. Let them jump down and catch them with the wind. As soon as he finished speaking, the mutant Ratman jumped down from the 2nd floor balcony. Although it had a human body, its limbs had turned into sharp claws, making it extremely flexible and able to both jump off buildings and climb up. This one didn't go to the 4th and 7th floors, but rushed towards Zheng Jia and Guyu, obviously thinking that their flesh and blood were more delicious. Eating mutants was stronger than eating ordinary people. Mutants needed to eat more flesh and blood to improve their strength, and mutants were the first choice. Whoosh! The mutant Ratman pounced on Zheng Jia, and Zheng Jia dodged and threw out a wind blade. Guyu took the opportunity to get close and slashed with a falling star sword, cutting off one of the mutant Ratman's claws. Blood splattered and a scream was heard, mixed with the squeaking of animals, which was creepy. The mutant Ratman was cunning and agile, and would call for his companions if he couldn't defeat it. Guyu's face darkened, and he suddenly exerted force, and while the mutant Ratman's other claw was grabbing, he rolled on the ground and cut off its legs. The Starfall sword was extremely sharp, and there was no obstacle. Guyu turned around and stabbed again, and the sword pierced its head steadily. The commotion here attracted other mutants. Guyu heard a lot of footsteps and urged Zheng Jia, hurry up. Jump, Guomingming, I'll catch you. Zheng Jia was anxious, but Guomingming was clinging to the balcony. His legs were shaking badly, and he didn't dare to jump looking at the height of the 4th floor. At this time, Guin ran over, and the wooden door of the dormitory could hardly hold up, and the mutant's claws poked out from the crack of the door. Guin's eyelids twitched. He glanced downstairs, swallowed his saliva, and shouted, "Zheng Jia! Catch me, I'm jumping!" After that, he closed his eyes and jumped. Does Guin believe Zheng Jia? Not entirely. The world has become absurd and bizarre. His sister has become a female warrior. If he doesn't jump, will he be eaten by the monster? The screams from next door seem to still be in his ears. Blood is flowing through the crack of the door. He doesn't want to be ripped open. The fourth floor was high, and the speed of falling was extremely fast. Guin closed his eyes, his heart beating like a drum. He thought, if he was crippled but not dead, he would ask Guyu to give him one more sword and not become a burden. When he was about to hit the ground, he closed his eyes in despair, thinking that he would either die or be crippled. However, a miracle happened. The wind whistled in his ears and caught his falling body steadily. He landed without any pain. So, he was still alive, and his limbs were intact. Guin suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up from the ground excitedly, turned around and waved to Guan Mingming on the fourth floor. "Hurry up and jump. I'm fine. Are you really okay?" Guan Mingming couldn't believe it, but at this time the wooden door and the wardrobe had been knocked open by the monster, and the mutant pounced on him with bared fangs and claws. Oh my god! Guan Mingming was so frightened that he rolled over the balcony and fell down. The mutant's outstretched claws just brushed the corner of his clothes. At the critical moment, "I want to jump down too, catch me." The boy on the 7th floor saw that Guin and Guan Mingming were safe and sound, so he jumped down as well. But he was not so lucky. "Be careful." Zheng Jiagong caught Guan Mingming with the wind, and when he turned around, he saw the boy from the 7th floor jumping down. What was even more terrifying was that the mutant who failed to catch Guan Mingming stretched out his claws upwards. With a puff sound, the sharp claws pierced through the body, just like a fish blister being punctured by a needle. The boy screamed and struggled like a fish pierced by a harpoon. The mutant's sharp claws pulled in the air, blood splattered, and the broken internal organs splashed all over Guin and Guan Mingming's faces. Both of them were shocked. "Run, the mutants are coming." The noise behind the dormitory building was too loud. Although the building was shielded, the smell of blood attracted the mutants who were thirsty for flesh and blood. After Guyu killed 2 mutants, he ran over and grabbed Guin and ran away. Zheng Jia came to his senses and dragged Guan Mingming to follow. He was not a good person. How could he get used to such a bloody scene? The classmate was a junior, and he would nod and smile when they met normally, but now he was torn apart by the mutants and eaten like a broken puppet. Humans were no longer at the top of the food chain, but became prey. "Sister, what's going on?" Guin followed Guyu and ran to the school gate. His heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out of his throat. Everything that happened today was beyond his understanding. Was it a virus mutation or an alien invasion? It's hard to explain in a few words. Let's break out first. Perhaps seeing how powerful Guyu was, the surviving humans on campus moved closer to them, which naturally attracted the attention of the mutants. The crowd was like tempting bread, attracting mutants one after another. Damn it! Guyu gritted her teeth. Although her actual combat ability was good, she couldn't protect so many people. A sense of crisis came over her. Her arm was numb from constantly waving, and her other hand was also shaking. This body was too weak, and she was about to overdraw. "Guyu, are you okay?" Zheng Jia looked at Guyu worriedly. They fought and retreated. Inspired by Guyu, the crowd took up weapons such as table legs, iron bars, wooden sticks, and even clothes-drying poles. But the mutants were smart and powerful, and ordinary humans could hardly compete with them. Zheng Jia saw someone in the crowd throwing fireballs at the mutants. They were people with awakened fire powers. There were also people shooting water arrows, which could attack randomly and had no effect on the mutants. The crowd was chased back to the school gate. "I'm fine. I have to get in the car quickly. I can't take so many people." Guyu glanced around. These people were their barrier. Human nature is selfish. She just wanted to save her own life and Gu Jin's life. She looked at Zheng Jia. His face was firm, and his black eyes seemed to have the power to calm people. It had only been a short time since he mastered his supernatural powers, but he was able to control them freely. It could be said that he was extremely talented. "I know. I will protect you." Zheng Jia nodded and looked at Guyu with burning eyes. Guyu avoided his gaze. When Zheng Jia said this, she found that the gold edges around him seemed to be more intense. She wondered if perhaps this gold edge represented his trust and closeness to her. "Senior Zheng Jia." A girl with pigtails squeezed out of the crowd, followed by a boy with glasses. The girl pushed Guyu aside and looked at Zheng Jia with admiration. Her eyes were filled with joy. "It's you, Senior. You were so awesome just now." The wind blade even injured the monster. The girl looked about the same age as Zheng Jia, but probably a little younger. Her voice was soft and sweet when she called him Senior. Guyu looked at her more and remembered that he might have been this weak, like a marshmallow. "By the way, Zheng Jia, focus your attacks on their necks and eyes, otherwise it will be difficult to cause fatal injuries." The girl's words reminded Zheng Jia, and Guyu spoke. Chapter 14, Rescue. The situation was urgent, and Guyu shouted to the crowd again, "Attack their necks or eyes." These mutants have human intelligence, so be careful. Although the combat power of these people is too low, there is strength in numbers after all. It is impossible for Guyu to fight alone at this time. The girl turned her head and glanced at Guyu with disdain, then said to Zheng Jia, "Senior, my dad has contacted the military, and a car will come to pick us up soon. As long as we hold on for a while, we will be out of danger." "Wang Piping, is your news true?" Zheng Jia wiped the sweat from his face and saw Guyu swinging his sword to block the mutant's attack. He found the right opportunity and threw a wind blade, which penetrated into the mutant's neck. Blood spurted and his head was separated. Another mutant was killed. Oh, how scary. Wang Pingping felt a warmth on the back of her neck. She reached out her hand and saw blood all over it. She was so scared that she quickly hid behind Zheng Jia. The boy following behind Wang Pingping glanced at Zheng Jia with a sinister look, then moved back to hide, trying to save some energy by not facing the mutant head-on. "Guin, I rented a Hummer and parked it in front of the school gate. You get in first." Guyu fought and retreated at the same time, but the mutant was very cunning. He grabbed a person from the crowd with his claws without noticing. Screams were heard, blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and only broken limbs were left where he passed. Extremely bloody. Gu Jin's heart was still trembling, but Guyu was always by his side to protect him, which forced him to face it with full awareness. What's more, he was a man. How could he let a woman protect him? "Hummer, where is your Hummer?" They were already close to the school gate. Gu Jin turned around and saw no sign of the Hummer anywhere. Instead, a few military trucks drove over not far away. They fired live ammunition along the way and killed quite a few monsters with bared fangs and claws. When the army arrived, the survivors in the school suddenly felt hopeful and worked harder to fight the mutants. Guyu turned his head and took a look. The place where the Hummer was parked was empty, with only a few stone pillars still standing there. Holy shit, at this critical moment, someone is stealing a car? Guyu cursed in her heart, her face frighteningly gloomy. She had not considered it carefully enough. The Hummer was too ostentatious. Having a Hummer at this time would be like a mobile fortress, which would increase the chances of escape. Who wouldn't covet it? If she saw it, she would probably steal the car too. "Students, get on the bus quickly." The army moved in a unified and swift manner, with soldiers leading the way and the two teams fighting at full strength. The iron lock locking the school's big iron gate was opened and the crowd inside rushed out. Guomingming tripped because of his unstable footing. Gu Jin turned around to pull him up, but was also successfully knocked down. Seeing the mutants' sharp claws about to pounce on them, both of them closed their eyes in despair. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by. Guyu came running over at an extremely fast speed and kicked the mutant in the face. He swept the black sword and knocked off the arms of several mutants around him. The mutants' screams were so loud that it made one's eardrums numb. "Run!" Guyu pushed the two men back and fell into the encirclement of the mutants. Gu Jin and Guo Mingming staggered and were pulled forward. "Sister," Gu Jin shouted anxiously, wishing he could push through the crowd and rush over. If it wasn't for saving him, how could Guyu fall behind? "I'll go save her." Zheng Jia's figure flashed through the crowd, with wind blades clearing the way. Those mutants who wanted to approach him were cut and dodged to the side with screams. Perhaps they also realized that Zheng Jia was a tough guy and did not dare to challenge him lightly. But people with special abilities like Zheng Jia are coveted delicacies by mutants. More and more mutants are surrounding them, and no one is willing to give up this delicacy that is about to be obtained. "Zheng Jia, Senior." Gu Jin and Wang Pingping's voices rang out at the same time, but were quickly drowned out by the noisy crowd. The army's firepower was sweeping outside, and those mutants were not stupid. They could not withstand the bullets, and they dodged one after another. Guyu wielded the falling star sword tirelessly. She could hear her own heavy breathing. Her arms felt like they were filled with lead, and she could hardly lift them. But she couldn't stop. If she stopped, she might die in the next moment. and she was reborn not to die. Just hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer. Has Guin escaped from trouble? Guyu thought wearily that if he was saved, then it would be worth it even if she lost her life. When she finally stabbed the sword into the head of the mutant opposite her, Guyu was exhausted and knelt on one knee, but she could feel that more mutants were rushing towards her at this time, and she no longer had the strength to swing the sword. There was a fishy smell in the wind, and Guyu closed his eyes resignedly. She still remembered the moonlight on the last night of the apocalypse, so bright and so beautiful. Lu Qian stood there looking at the moon, her posture upright and proud. In the end times, Lu Qian is the role model in her heart and the person she looks up to. But Lu Qian died, her neck bitten off by a mutant Batman. She died too, but now she was going to die again. Guyu laughed at herself. Perhaps she wouldn't be so lucky this time. Bite! There was a sudden sharp pain in the brain. Not only Guyu, but also the mutants around her who wanted to attack her fell to the ground at the same time, each covering their heads and wailing. Guyu curled up on the ground, gritting her teeth, trying to keep herself conscious for the last moment. Then she saw a scene that she would never forget. In a bloody field, a young man was walking against the light. He was tall and proud, with firm steps. He embraced her in his arms and whispered carefully in her ear, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you this time." Guyu felt the tip of his nose astringent, and his vision gradually became blurred. After 10 years of experience in the apocalypse, she thought her heart had become as hard as steel and immune to all poisons. But she forgot that humans are not plants, and such warmth was enough to move her heart. "Zheng Jia, it's really you." Guyu's eyes went dark and she lost consciousness. But before she fell into a coma, she confirmed one thing in her heart. The Zheng Jia she knew was really the legendary strongest man in the Doomsday, possessing dual superpowers of wind and spirit. He was the super strong man who was blessed with great talent and was able to dominate the world. Like everyone else, Guin was protected by the army, but he kept looking towards the school. It was not until he saw Zheng Jia carrying Guyu walking out of the bloody field that he waved his hands with all his excitement. "Zheng Jia, come here quickly. Zheng Jia and your sister are amazing. They can survive like this." Guo Mingming swallowed hard. He was so scared by the scene just now that his legs went limp. It was more terrifying than hell on earth. He thought the two of them would never come back, but he didn't expect them to return safely. This is a miracle. It must be a miracle. Chapter 15. Travel together. Guyu woke up from his sleep with cold sweat all over his head. Looking around, except for a few familiar faces, they were all soldiers holding guns. "Are you awake?" Zheng Jia was sitting next to Guyu, holding her hand tightly. Seeing her wake up, surprise flashed in his dark eyes. Guyu looked at Zheng Jia with complicated eyes, but ignored the hand he was holding. Before she fell unconscious, she could clearly feel the pain and pressure in her brain. Not only her, but also the mutants around her who wanted to attack her fell to the ground at the same time. Why is this so? Because they all suffered mental attacks. And the source of all this can only be Zheng Jia. "Sorry, I haven't used my other superpower much, so I may not have controlled it well. Did I hurt you?" A voice suddenly sounded in Guyu's mind, and she looked at Zheng Jia with a fixed look in her eyes. A familiar voice, a concerned tone. It was Zheng Jia's voice. He didn't open his mouth to speak, but his thoughts could reach her mind directly. It turns out that some people are truly favored by God, and their talents are incomparable. "I'm fine." Guyu nodded to Zheng Jia. "Where's Guin?" "He has a fever and is temporarily isolated in another car with those who have a fever." As soon as Zheng Jia finished speaking, Guyu stood up with a gloomy face. "Take me to find him." Guin has a fever, which means she must have been infected with the virus. Guyu is very clear about the consequences of being infected with the virus. She can't let Guin be with people who may mutate at any time. You're not allowed to go. Who knows if they will turn into man-eating monsters? Wang Pingping suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Captain Sure should have listened to me earlier. These people will only cause trouble if they stay." Wang Pingping has long been dissatisfied with Zheng Jia's concern for Guyu, and he even risked his life to save her. "Why?" Swish! Guyu turned around and shot a cold look at Wang Pingping, causing her to stop talking before she even finished speaking. "You're the troublemaker." Guo Mingming glared at Wang Pingping fiercely and stood firmly beside Guyu. When Guin had a fever, he was taken away to a district by the army before he could stop them. Now he regretted it very much. Although Guo Mingming is timid, he is still very loyal. "Okay, stop arguing." A man sitting at the rear of the car suddenly stood up. He was wearing a neat military uniform, but there were dark blood stains on the collar and chest. Guyu recognized him. It was this man who was directing the battle when they surrounded and killed those mutants. I'm the captain of this rescue company. My last name is Sure. Captain Sure stood up and saluted Guyu, his eyes full of admiration. You're not an ordinary girl. I see that you're good at using a sword and you're fast. Are you a speed-type psychic? The army knew much more about the situation and inside information than ordinary people, but Guyu did not raise any objection to Captain Sure simply classifying himself as a person with speed ability. But in the eyes of others, her silence was tantamount to consent. Guyu pursed her lips. The supernatural power she possessed now was too strange and had no real offensive power. It was even more useless than chicken ribs, so it was better not to mention it. I want to take my brother away. Guyu's right hand slid behind her. Her falling star sword had been put back into the scabbard and hidden under her clothes. Perhaps Zheng Jia put it back for her when she was unconscious. At this moment, Zheng Jia also followed her closely, as if he had made up his mind to go wherever she went. Guyu's mood was complicated. Okay. Captain Sure thought for a moment and nodded. It's human nature, but would you please consider this? People with special abilities are the pillars of the country. If you two can join the army, you will definitely get better treatment. Guyu's fighting ability is amazing, and Zheng Jia's wind-related abilities are also at his fingertips. They have achieved such accomplishments at the beginning of the virus outbreak. I think their future prospects are limitless. Although Captain Sure's rank in the army was not high, he still knew some inside information, and his ideological awareness was naturally beyond the reach of ordinary people. At this moment, their company was sent to J University to rescue students. Although most of them were, because of Wang Pingping, the personnel in the army were arranged in batches to complete the task, and it was impossible for anyone to come to rescue and support them. Captain Sure also witnessed how powerful the mutants were. They had suffered heavy casualties along the way. If they could introduce combat forces like Guyu and Zheng Jia, their company's ability to survive would naturally improve a lot. I can have someone bring your brother out first, if you can guarantee that he won't hurt anyone else, and I can also provide you with weapons. Captain Sure has made the greatest concessions in order to retain talent. Everyone knows how important weapons are during this period. It is the basis for saving lives. He has shown his greatest sincerity. Arms? Guyu's heart moved. Captain Sure, I can agree to your request and not leave for the time being, but our destination is S Province, and my parents are still there. Province S, the mountains are high and the waters are long. The journey is difficult, and now the virus has broken out in various places one after another. Everyone is gathering in big cities or heading to the capital. These places will have stronger weapons and defenses. Captain Sure is also a smart man. Seeing Guyu's firm look in his eyes, he did not persuade him anymore, and changed the topic immediately. Okay, it's good to go together for a while. It's not too late to separate when we have to. After all, it's a profit for them. With the fighting power of Guyu and Zheng Jia, they can be safe for a while, and they need to pay very little. Deal. Guyu curled the corners of her lips and stretched out her hand readily. She needed weapons, and she would accept pistols, grenades, machine guns, and anti-aircraft guns. If someone could take her to the ammunition depot, she also had the ability to empty out everything inside. Captain Sure also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Guyu. The girl's hands were delicate and smooth, not at all like someone who had been wielding a sword for a long time, but such skills were definitely not something a student could achieve. However, when Guyu's eyes swept over him, Captain Sure felt as if he was being stared at by a weasel and couldn't help but shudder. A toady, Wang Pingping gritted her teeth in hatred in the corner. It was obvious that Captain Sure and his group came to J University to rescue her, but now they brought so many irrelevant people with them. Some of them were obviously encumbered and would be a burden if they were brought along. However, Captain Sure did not abandon them. He was really too soft-hearted. Okay, Ping, don't be angry. Who told them to have superpowers? The boy who had been following Wang Ping advised her, but his words were also veiled. In today's world, who doesn't envy people with superpowers? That is an extra life-saving capital. But the probability of getting superpowers after being infected with a virus really depends on luck. Most of them become mutants who devour flesh and blood, which is terrifying. Chapter 16 Stay. Guin was taken out of the isolation car and was now lying on the floor next to Guyu. As for the people with fever in the car, Guyu also reminded Captain Sure. After all, this is a special period, and these people with fever are time bombs. It would be fine if they died from the virus, but if they mutated, then everyone in the car would probably not be able to escape. Therefore, the soldiers on guard must be extremely careful. Apart from this, Guyu can't help more. She also has to protect Gujin's safety. There were no stars or moon tonight. Everyone left the city and slept on the ground in an open space in the wilderness. They cooked noodles and porridge on the burning campfire. The marchers were well prepared and could cook at any time. But Captain Schur and his men didn't bring much food with them. In addition to eating for their own soldiers, they also had to share some with the people they rescued. How long could they last like this? Guyu leaned against a big tree, playing with the PPS silent pistol he got from Captain Schur. This pistol was small in size, had little recoil, and was light in weight, so it could be easily hidden in a pocket. However, it had fewer bullets, a 6-round box magazine. Although this gun and bullets were less powerful, they were still enough for close-range shooting and were more than enough to deal with the mutants and beasts that had just been transformed. The small PPS pistol rotated back and forth in Guyu's palm like a toy. She looked indifferently at the survivors who were gathered in 2s and 3s, not far away, and talked about the dangers they encountered during the day. Many of them were still in fear. Perhaps it is the classmates and companions who were on good terms with you in normal times, who suddenly became ghosts at the clutches of mutants. Such a change is truly shocking. Guyu, have some porridge. Zheng Jia got 2 bowls of porridge from Captain Schur and brought them over to Guyu. Guyu clenched her palm and put the phone into the leather case under her armpit. She looked up at him. The boy looked a little shy. When he saw her looking at him, he turned his head away embarrassedly. Have you eaten? Guyu took the bowl and saw that there was some ham sausage broken into several pieces floating in the porridge. Perhaps only people with special abilities could enjoy such special treatment now. Perhaps in 2 days, ordinary people in this group of people would have difficulty even filling their stomachs. Not yet together. Zheng Jia sat next to Guyu and glanced at Gujin, who was still lying on the floor, with some worry flashing in his eyes. At that time, I was unconscious for a day and a night. Would Gujin be unconscious for even longer? Not necessarily. It depends on the person. Guyu took a sip of porridge. She glanced at Zheng Jia's bowl and saw that it was clear porridge. Her eyes flickered slightly. I just had a chat with Captain Schur. It is said that mutants have existed in H province for a long time, but the government suppressed this news and did not spread it outside. Otherwise, I'm afraid everyone will want to flee H province. Zheng Jia's eyes were fixed on the flickering flames in the distance, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yeah. Guyu just nodded lightly and finished the porridge in a few gulps. Even the ham sausage in it was only chewed roughly and swallowed into her stomach. She was used to not tasting the taste of food, but just to fill her stomach. Zheng Jia, what are your plans? Are you going to S-City with Captain Schur and the others? Guyu tilted his head to look at Zheng Jia. In the night, his overly fair and handsome face seemed to still have a lingering blush. Under Guyu's gaze, he turned his head away uncomfortably. After a while, just when Guyu thought Zheng Jia was not going to answer her question, he spoke again. Can I follow you and Gujin? Guyu raised an eyebrow. S-City is a municipality directly under the central government and is considered the closest major city to J province. Its armed forces and technological equipment are superior to those of neighboring provinces and cities. It was an international metropolis before the end of the world and is also the destination of Captain Schur and his team. If they go further, they will be going to the capital. These trips are not within Guyu's consideration. She and Gujin are destined to return to S province. My parents died in a car accident when I was very young. I have no other relatives. Gujin is my good friend and classmate. You. Zheng Jia looked at Guyu cautiously, as if afraid that she would refute him. You saved my life, so I want to be with you. Guyu was relieved. Humans are social animals, so it was understandable that Zheng Jia had such thoughts. But then he thought this was Zheng Jia, the #1 boss in the apocalypse. Was he going to just stay by her side and be a little brother? Guyu wanted to cover his face. At that time, no one had heard that Zheng Jia was kind and approachable. All they said was that he never showed mercy when killing mutants and mutant beasts, and that he was a ruthless character that made people tremble with fear. Is he the same person as Zheng Jiajin in front of him? Guyu expressed doubt. Does her head still hurt? Seeing that Guyu didn't say anything, Zheng Jia became concerned about her. I didn't master that ability well at that time and hurt you. I won't do it again next time. Guyu took Zheng Jia's assurance to heart, but she still looked up and warned him, don't show your psychic abilities to others easily, unless it's a critical moment. You must know how to hide your abilities, okay? Everyone knows that one has to keep a final trump card. Zheng Jia confessed himself to her. Guyu suddenly felt a little bit reluctant. She just stayed with him for one night when he was unconscious and had a fever, and in return she got such trust and dependence from him. Wasn't the strongest man in the apocalypse too easy to be deceived? Sure enough, Zheng Jia looked at her with stars in his eyes again, which was full of unreserved trust and closeness. Guyu even noticed that the gold edge around his body had become thicker, which made people feel ashamed. By the way, Captain sure listened to you and asked the soldiers to keep a good eye on those with fever and to kill any who showed signs of mutation in advance. Zheng Jia let out a long sigh. There was nothing he could do. In order to keep more people alive, he had to eliminate the aliens. Moreover, those mutants were no longer living people. They were just monsters that fed on humans. If they were allowed to mutate, it would bring disaster to the entire team. Guyu's gaze inadvertently turned to Guin, who was still lying on the simple mat with his eyes closed. He seemed to be half asleep and half awake, looking very uneasy, with his face turning blue and red, as if he was struggling against something. Guin, you have a hold on. You know you can't be defeated by the virus. Guyu had a solemn expression. She squatted aside and held Guin's hand tightly. It is said that twins, boy and girl, have telepathy. She could feel the pain in Guin's heart. He was always struggling on the edge of collapse, and even the blue-purple light surrounding his upper body was flickering. Guin, come on, you don't want to lose to the virus. Zheng Jia also squatted beside Guin and held his other hand. Chapter 17, Metamorphosis. Sister, I feel uncomfortable. In the night, Guin half squinted his eyes, and there seemed to be a bloody light flashing in his eyes. The 2 rows of teeth in his mouth were grinding back and forth, slowly becoming sharp and ferocious, and crystal saliva was sliding down the corners of his mouth. Guy took a breath of cold air. Guin's nails stretched out and pierced into her palm, causing a stinging sensation. Hold on, did you hear that, Guin? Guyu held Guin's hand tightly, her eyes reddened. If possible, she wanted to slap Guin awake. In the previous life, did Guin also fail to survive and succumb to the virus and become a mutant? Or, Guyu's throat felt dry, her whole body was shaking, and tears were streaming down her face. At that time, she and her parents were waiting for Guin to return home, but they never heard from him again. In the end times, human life is worthless. Many people have disappeared without a trace, and even their bodies are hard to find. Later they left home due to food shortage, and then she lost her parents and became alone. Guyu gritted her teeth. She never wanted to witness such a thing happen again. She didn't want to live this life again to watch her loved ones die in front of her. Hold on, Guin, you can do it. Zheng Jia closed his eyes, and Guyu saw a sudden bright silver light on his body. The silver light gently stroked Guin's head like a soft big hand, and then Guin slowly calmed down. The struggling and painful look on his face gradually subsided, and even the blue-purple light flashing around him became stable. The fangs that were about to stick out from the corners of her mouth slowly retracted, and the nails that had pierced into her palms became smooth, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion in her eyes. Guyu looked at everything in front of him and was so shocked that he was speechless. It's not like she hasn't witnessed the process of transformation from a human to a mutant. There's only a fine line between superpowers and mutations. If you want to gain certain abilities, you have to go through pain that ordinary people can't endure. It's a risk to take, but it has high rewards. It's a guarantee that allows you to survive more tenaciously in the end times. But the transformation from human to mutant is extremely painful. At this time, your consciousness is clear, but you can only watch the energy in your body fight against the virus. You can either repel it or be defeated by it. This all depends on the strong willpower of the person himself. But she was not wrong just now. Just when Guin was about to collapse, it was Zheng Jia's power that intervened, stabilized his emotions, and allowed him to slowly retreat from the process of mutation. What kind of ability is that? It was as if a huge hand that could turn the world around pulled Guin back from the steps towards becoming a mutant, and stabilized the power in his body that was about to mutate, converting this power into superpowers. Is this the hand of God? Guyu looked at Zheng Jia in a daze. Does he know what kind of ability he possesses at this moment? If psychics really have this ability, it would be truly incredible. No wonder psychics are so rare and few in number in the apocalypse. If this ability were known to everyone, psychics would definitely be the target of those powerful forces. You'll be fine. Zheng Jia opened his eyes, feeling exhausted. He just couldn't bear to see Gu Yu sad. Besides, Guin was his good friend, and he would not watch him turn into those monsters. Zheng Jia didn't know what he did, but he knew he should do it. Thank you. Gu Yu's eyes were sore, but a crystal smile appeared in her eyes. She could no longer tell whether meeting Zheng Jia was his luck or her luck. You're welcome. Zheng Jia shook his head and leaned back against the tree trunk behind him, eyes slightly closed. I'm a little tired. Let me rest for a while. Gu Yu nodded, then turned to look at Guin. At this moment, Guin had slowly woken up, and his dark eyes were as bright as the stars across the sky, shockingly bright. When his eyes met Gu Yu's, he just pulled the corners of his cracked lips and smiled at her. Sister, I'm thirsty. Guin had been unconscious due to fever for only half a day. According to Gu Yu's experience, the length of the fever is proportional to the strength of the individual superpowers. Of course, if the time it takes to transform into a mutant is also long, then this mutant must be more powerful than the others. But she had never met someone like Zheng Jia who was in a coma for a day and a night before waking up. People with dual superpowers are indeed awesome. Only someone like him can become the strongest person in the apocalypse. Is your arm broken? Gu Yu fed Guin some water, but he still went too far and asked her to feed him food. Fortunately, she still had some compressed biscuits in her bag, otherwise there would be no porridge left to feed him. I just want you to love me more. It was rare for Guin to act coquettishly towards Gu Yu, and her heart softened at once. This was her only brother, a living brother. You don't know how much pain I felt just now. It was like a monster was about to crawl out of my body. Guin was still frightened as he said this, pulling Gu Yu's hand over to look at it. I must have stabbed you. Do you have a band-aid to put on it? It's okay, just a minor injury. Gu Yu withdrew her hand. The physical fitness of a psychic is inherently stronger than that of an ordinary person. Even if they are injured, as long as the wound is not fatal, it will always heal slowly, not to mention such a minor wound. She didn't take it seriously at all. Sister, I always feel that you have changed a lot. Guin's eyes were deep. Having walked on the brink of life and death, he also had many insights. Sometimes a person's growth may take a long time, and sometimes it may only take a moment. People always change, especially at this time. You can only grow, otherwise you know the result of natural selection. Gu did not comment. After the experience just now, she suddenly felt that she should bear whatever happened next. After all, God spared her brother's life, and she was willing to pay any price. Of course, we also have to thank Zheng Jia. I heard that Guin woke up. Captain sure came upon hearing the news, and kept congratulating Gu Yu and her brother. At the end, he sighed, there were 36 people in a car except for one who gained water-related supernatural powers, the rest of the people in the car. The fate of that car of people can be imagined, and Gu Yu did not want to explore it. And the fact that Guin was able to wake up alive was not because of a miracle. By the way, what kind of special power does Guin have? Captain sure looked at Guin with envy. Now, there are 3 people with special powers among other students in their entire team, and there are only 2 soldiers with special powers in their company. However, there are 3 people with special powers on Gu Yu's side. How can it not be enviable? Chapter 18 Differences. In the darkness of the night, the fire suddenly crackled and burst into a few sparks. Gu Yu's gaze also turned to Guin. Yes, he was only concerned that he was still alive, but he didn't think of asking him what superpowers he had obtained. Since they didn't die from the virus, nor did they become mutants, in most cases they had acquired some kind of superpower. As for what kind of superpower it was, Gu Yu thought of the blue-purple halo surrounding Guin's upper body and had his own guesses in his mind. Sister, do you want to know what kind of superpower I have? Guin threw a coquettish glance at Gu Yu. Having experienced life and death ordeals, he still had an optimistic nature. He stretched out his right hand and turned his palm upwards. Blue-purple electric light instantly jumped in his palm, occasionally making crackling sounds, as if it was going to burn anything that approached. It really is the power of thunder and lightning. Gu Yu's eyes lit up, and he gained a new understanding and knowledge of his seemingly useless special ability. Perhaps the colors she can see represent the supernatural powers that person possesses. The richer the surrounding light and the deeper the color, the stronger the person's abilities and the greater his potential. You siblings are really blessed. Captain sure sighed sincerely. The lightning power does not belong to the 5 conventional powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but is a mutated power with strong attack power. Thank you for the compliment. Guin said these words modestly, but in fact, the corners of his lips were so cracked that there were three big words almost written on his forehead. Praise me. Captain Shi exchanged pleasantries for a while and glanced at Zheng Jia, who was resting with his eyes closed. He winked at Guyu and said, Zheng Jia must be tired. He used his wind power a lot at school today, and he took care of you all the way without any rest. He is your boyfriend, right? Cough, cough, cough. Guyu almost choked and looked at Captain Shi with a little shock. What was that look in his eyes? Ha ha, it's just a misunderstanding. Zheng Jia is my classmate. Guyu is my sister, and they have only known each other for a day or two. Guin laughed at the side. Zheng Jia rushed into the crowd of mutants at that time, without caring about his life, and he just regarded it as a brave act. Maybe there was also their friendship. Otherwise, how could Zheng Jia work so hard to save Guyu? So that's how it is. Student Zheng is really brave. Captain Shi gave a thumbs up and said a few words to Guyu and his sister before turning away. However, he did not notice that student Zheng, who was supposed to be resting with his eyes closed, had slightly red ears. Guin calmed down his expression only after Captain Shi left and asked where Guan Mingming had gone. Guyu pointed in a direction where most ordinary people gathered. They huddled together for warmth and vigilantly paid attention to the movements around them, including Guan Mingming. The situations of people with special abilities are different from those of ordinary people, and they're treated differently. Maybe Guan Mingming is also afraid that I might mutate. Guin understands the thoughts of ordinary people very well, and has no opinion on Guan Mingming's choice. Now that the three of them are all people with special abilities, they're just afraid that Guan Mingming will feel uncomfortable staying around them. At that time, I thought I was going to die, and I had crazy and bloodthirsty thoughts in my heart. But then, I don't know how, a strange power invaded my mind and slowly calmed my inner anxiety and violence. Don't you think it's magical? Guin never thought that the god of luck would favor him, but he didn't expect that he would really encounter it once. This must be thanks to Zheng Jia. Guyu glanced at Zheng Jia opposite him, but did not say anything. I don't know how my parents are doing. Guin's voice gradually lowered. The situation in J province is not optimistic, and the communication is currently disconnected. I don't know what the situation in S province is like. Guyu said, I called them and told them to stay home. I also bought a lot of supplies and sent them to their home. Even if they stay indoors, they can hold on for several months. Sister, how come you're so foresight did you ask me to borrow money before? Guin was not stupid to begin with. At this moment, he suddenly reacted after connecting the cause and effect. Guyu even got a Hummer to pick him up. That's $1 million luxury car. Although their family can afford it, there is no way that Gu's father would buy a Hummer for Guyu at this time, right? Moreover, that sturdy appearance does not match the delicate Guyu at all. I'm making the best use of everything. Otherwise, do you think I could buy things with the money I saved now? Guyu snorted and reached out to take a piece of firewood to light the fire in front of him. Sister, my dear sister, if you had known this would happen, you should have reminded me to sell the stocks so that we could buy some guns and ammunition and equip ourselves with more life-saving tools. Guin was beating his chest and stamping his feet. Guyu didn't want to pay any attention to him. He threw the fire stick in his hand, leaned against the tree, and closed his eyes to rest like Zheng Jia. She had experienced enough today, but now both of them were still alive, which was a blessing. No matter how many obstacles there were in the future, as long as they were together, she had the courage to fight on. Live hard. In the crowd not far away, Wang Pingping kicked Guan Mingming, who was sitting next to her, and said sarcastically, why don't you go over and be with Senior Zheng and the others you know you are not worthy, right? He had the guts to come out and yell at her just now. Is he crazy? Moreover, she also disliked the brother and sister Guin and Guyu, and Wang Pingping always wanted to vent her anger. It was obvious that Captain Shi came to save her. Not only did he save a large number of people, but he also obviously did not regard her as an important person. Now she was mixed with these ordinary people, and she almost mistakenly thought that her life was as worthless as these people. People are also divided into classes. How could she be the same as these people? Come on, you really think you are a young lady. The army is not owned by your family. Guan Mingming snorted coldly. He just didn't want to argue with a woman. Besides, Wang Pingping's eyes were on the top of her head, and Captain Shi didn't treat her much better. As for Zheng Jia and the others, Guan Mingming was just embarrassed to go over there. It wasn't because he was worried that Guin would suddenly mutate, but because he felt a little out of place with people with special abilities. Although Zheng Jia and the others were willing to bend down to accommodate him, he was unwilling to always tiptoe towards them. Moreover, now that Guin had also acquired superpowers, coupled with the always cold and cool heroine Guyu, such a combination would be welcomed by the crowd wherever they went. Guan Mingming didn't want to be a burden, and he also clearly found his position. Survival of the fittest. There is nothing to complain about. Unlike Wang, Ping Ping, and Gao Jun, they just complain that the grapes are sour because they can't eat them. They have no ability, but can't stand others doing better than them. Chapter 19, Night Raid. The night is very quiet. It is still quite cold to camp in the wild in winter, and there are no tents. People gather in a few places to keep warm, and they dare not extinguish the campfire, so as to increase the temperature in the cold night. Guy didn't dare let herself fall into a deep sleep. Even though she had been unconscious due to exhaustion today, it would not have been more than an hour. Long-term loss of consciousness and ability to move would only put her in danger. After 10 years of struggling in the apocalypse, Guyu understood this truth even more. There is a sound. Zheng Jia's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and his pair of black eyes were as bright as the stars in the night. He looked around vigilantly. They were on an open flat ground, but there was a small forest not far away. The treetops were deep and reached the sky, like a wave of thick fog that could not be dispelled. What's that sound? Guyu also opened his eyes alertly and slowly drew out the falling star sword. It's not safe at night, not to mention we have a bonfire. This is simply a sitting duck, but Guyu cannot ask to leave before Guin wakes up, and she has promised Captain Sure that she will walk with them for a while. Zheng Jia closed his eyes and tried to extend his mental power to the ground and then to the air. It sounds like there is a flapping sound of wings. In the air, Zheng Jia opened his eyes with a swish, and Guyu kicked the sleeping Guin with a serious expression. Get up quickly. There is danger. What danger? I haven't woken up yet. Guin turned sideways impatiently. He felt that he had just fallen asleep when he was woken up and was feeling grouchy. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten the horrific experience of being almost infected by the virus and becoming a mutant not long ago. A large cloud of black fog seemed to be rising from the woods not far away. The black fog flapped its wings and pressed over like a dark cloud. It was too far away in the darkness to see their appearance clearly, but Zheng Jia's mental power could sense their shapes. They all had sharp fangs and were several times larger than before. It seems to be a swarm of bats. Zheng Jia's face changed. Shit! Guyu cursed and fired a warning shot. The sudden sound awakened countless people who were sleeping. Captain Sure also looked towards Guyu. Guyu gestured to him and pointed to the sky not far away. Vampire bats, find cover for yourselves and disperse to break out. Everyone's eyes turned towards the sky at the same time. Most of them were still confused and didn't understand what Guyu meant by the swarm of vampire bats. Is it not only humans that have mutated, but animals as well? Fuck, these bats can suck blood? Guin was completely awakened from his sleep by the gunshot. At this moment, he jumped up from the ground, put on his backpack, and ran away. He believed in Guyu's words without a doubt. His sister seemed to have divine help. If he hadn't known everything in advance, he would have lost his life long ago. So it was right to listen to his sister. Zheng Jia also followed Guyu and Guin and ran toward the military truck. Still no one in the crowd acted quickly. Captain Sure suddenly thought of the news he had received. In addition to humans, animals could also mutate, but they just hadn't encountered it yet. Moreover, these people didn't have a strong sense of crisis. Hide quickly, get in the car quickly. Captain Sure shouted loudly, and was the first to pull out his pistol and fired a shot at the approaching group of bats. The other soldiers also obeyed the order, defending themselves while looking for cover to hide. At this time, soldiers are much better than ordinary people. At least they will obey orders. The swarm of bats approached in an instant. When the crowd saw those bats, which were several times larger than the usual small bats, and their sharp teeth bearing their fangs and claws heading towards them, they finally burst into screams. Ah! Several bats surrounded a woman. The woman couldn't see the road clearly and could only scream and slap her hands to drive them away. The bat's sharp teeth kept making bloody holes in her arms. After a while, she fell to the ground. The bats swarmed over her and instantly turned her into a pile of broken limbs and bones. Such bloody and tragic scenes are constantly being staged, constantly refreshing the public cognition. Perhaps the world has really changed. Bats that look harmless on weekdays can actually be so ferocious. They fly in the air like radars and can swoop down at any time to hunt for food. Unfortunately, humans who once were at the top of the food chain have become the targets of bats in this life and death struggle. Bang! Guyu shot away a bat that swooped down to block his way. Zheng Jia used his wind ability to deflect the flying bats from their course, and they almost flew past them at a low altitude each time, which was both thrilling and exciting. Sizzle. Another bat was burnt to a crisp by Gu Jin's lightning power. He still had the mood to turn around and tease Zheng Jia. Why don't you use the wind blade? Everything is accurate. Conserve your superpowers, otherwise you will overdraw them. Zheng Jia is considered a veteran in superpowers, and this is the advice he gave to Gu Jin. Get in the car. Guyu opened the door and squeezed into the driver's seat of the military truck. Gu Jin and Zheng Jia also got in from the passenger seat. The doors and windows were closed, but the bats continued to fly upwards as if they felt no pain. The car key was inserted into the ignition hole. Guyu turned the car key to ignite the car, and the military truck started immediately. Hold on tight. We're going to rush out. Wait, I haven't seen Guo Mingming yet. Gu Jin looked around at this time. Guo Mingming was in the ordinary crowd and was not with them just now. Now the crowd has dispersed, and he has long disappeared. Zheng Jia closed his eyes and used his mental power to sense. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and pointed in a direction. He's there. Guyu turned the steering wheel and rushed in the direction Zheng Jia pointed. Perhaps because of the demonstration set by Guyu and his companions. Captain Shi and his companions boarded the military truck one after another. When the truck started, the surviving civilians all crowded behind it. One car after another drove out of the makeshift camp, but the swarm of bats behind them still pursued them relentlessly. Guo Mingming, get in the car quickly. The military truck that Guyu and his crew drove stopped not far from Guo Mingming. Gu Jin rolled down the window and waved at him. At the same time, wind blades and lightning flashed at the same time, continuously driving away and killing the bats surrounding Guo Mingming. At this time, they used their supernatural powers without any mercy. Human life was at stake, and they could not show mercy. With the help of Gu Jin and Zheng Jia, Guo Mingming rushed out of the group of bats. Hurry! Guyu took a look and found that Wang Pingping, Gao Jun, and others were following him. He thought that they were using Guo Mingming as a shield. Guo Mingming and his group of survivors crawled into the back of the military truck and slammed the two rear doors shut. However, they could still hear the sound of bats chasing them and hitting the doors, as if it was hitting everyone's heart. Chapter 20 Differentiation. The military truck accelerated, and Guyu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, speeding on the already uneven suburban road. The group of bats were still chasing after the car, and it seemed that they would not stop until they had eaten them. The gas is almost gone. We can only drive for half an hour at most before we need to refuel. Guyu glanced at the dashboard, her face calm. Bats are nocturnal animals. Either we wait until dawn and they will disperse on their own, or we kill them. After Gu Jin and Zheng Jia exchanged a glance, Gu Jin said, Sister, drive steadily. Zheng Jia and I will go up on the roof and deal with them. Take good precautions and try not to get bitten. Guyu turned her head and glanced at Gu Jin. There was a determination in his eyes. She then looked at Zheng Jia over Gu Jin's shoulder. Rather than saying that she believed in Gu Jin, it would be better to say that she believed in Zheng Jia's ability. How could the strongest man in the apocalypse fall in a sudden attack by bats? Okay, just wait and see. Gu Jin gave Guyu a confident look and took the lead in climbing from the car window to the roof. Zheng Jia assured Guyu, I will take good care of him, don't worry. Although he is the youngest, he has a convincing power. Guyu nodded, his eyes deep. You should be careful too. In the night, wind blades and lightning appeared one after another, like gorgeous fireworks blooming. Guyu adjusted the speed of the car and tried to drive as smoothly as possible. From time to time, you can hear the crackling sound of lightning and the squeaking screams of bats being hit from the roof. A smile appeared at the corner of Guyu's lips. It is impossible to just hide in the apocalypse. Even ordinary people will have to stand up and fight one day. No one is obligated to protect you. Only you can fight for yourself. Moreover, at the beginning of the apocalypse, the abilities of mutant beasts and mutant humans were not the strongest yet. It would be best if Gu Jin and Zheng Jia could take this opportunity to train themselves and enhance their control over their superpowers. The swarm of bats chasing their military truck was finally wiped out by Zheng Jia and Gu Jin. Guyu stopped the car. and Zheng Jia and Gu Jin also needed to rest. Guo Mingming and his group of people were staying in the back cart anxiously. They had heard the noise on the roof just now, but no one dared to go out. After all, they were just ordinary people. How could they fight those vampire bats with bare hands? It's all your fault, Gao Jun. If we had gotten in Captain Shi's car just now, they could have protected me. Seeing the danger gradually pass, Wang Pingping once again put on her arrogance as a young lady and complained as if no one was around. Gao Jun sneered, and this time he didn't give Wang Pingping any face. He started to scold her. Who was the one hiding behind me crying and shouting just now? You couldn't even see the road clearly. How could you run to Captain Shi when you were in such a panic? It's all thanks to Guo Mingming. Gao Jun turned his gaze to Guo Mingming with a flattering look on his face. Just now, it was all thanks to Guo Mingming's bravery and resourcefulness. He picked up the torch on the ground to drive away the bats. Many people followed his action. So many people in their group survived and did not die like those who were knocked down by bats. Guo Mingming did not respond and remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. You get off the bus. After the military truck stopped, the door of the carriage was opened. Gu Yu stood under the car and looked at them calmly. Those who have been bitten by bats, please stand on the other side. The people in the back car looked at each other in bewilderment, but Gu Yu's words undoubtedly made some people feel depressed, as if their companions, who had just been fighting for their lives together, were now going to be divided into different groups. But this is a fact that cannot be ignored. If they did not know how powerful the mutant beasts were before, then after the sudden attack by the swarm of bats, and witnessing their lethality, who would dare to underestimate them? Those bitten by mutants will be assimilated into mutants. But what about those bitten by mutant bats? Zheng Jia and Gu Jin just watched silently from the side. They were powerless to do anything. If the injuries of the mutants after being bitten were minor, they would not mutate or assimilate because they already had an extra layer of resistance to the virus. But for ordinary people, they may either mutate or gain special powers, but the chances of such a result are very small. What should I do? I've been bitten. A girl buried her head in her boyfriend's chest, crying. There was an obvious wound on her neck that was still bleeding. His boyfriend looked reluctant, but he was comforting her softly. But the rest of the people obviously had another reaction. They all automatically moved away from the two of them, their eyes filled with disgust and vigilance. Guo Mingming smiled bitterly and stretched out his hand to Gu Jin. I was bitten too. There were bite marks on the back of his hand, and blood was dripping, which could not be covered up no matter what. You? Gu Jin's eyes were complicated, and he scratched his head in annoyance. Then he turned to Gu Yu and asked, Sister, can Guo Mingming still be saved? Several other people who were scratched or bitten by bats came forward one after another. Even if they didn't say anything, people around them would report it. In the face of a disaster, people are easily isolated. After all, other people's lives are not as important as their own. Gao Jun tucked his left hand into his wide sleeves. His palm was warm, wet, sticky, and slippery. He couldn't tell whether he was injured by the bat or scratched by the chaos when he climbed into the carriage. Gu Yu glanced at Gao Jun, taking in his little movements, and then looked at Guo Mingming calmly. I don't know either. At this time, we can only leave it to fate. If you're scratched or bitten by a mutant beast, unless you're a person with special abilities, you'll most likely be infected by the virus and become a mutant. However, if there is someone to assist in the mutation process, perhaps a miracle will happen. Gu Yu glanced at Zheng Jia inconspicuously. He thought it would be better not to expose his rare spiritual power to others, as it would be a crime to possess a treasure. Otherwise, he would become the object of everyone's competition in the future. Even if he died of exhaustion, he would not be able to save everyone. Just like your sister said, let's leave it to fate. Guo Mingming's eyes were dim. Who would want to die when they can live? Moreover, being infected by the virus might still allow him to gain superpowers. The final result is still unknown, so he cannot lose his wits. You guys sit down and rest for a while. I'll go check the car. Gu Yu winked at Gu Jin and Zheng Jia. Letting the two of them watch these ordinary people was a way for them to have a rest and also as a warning to them. Go ahead. I'm here. Zheng Jia gave Gu Yu a reassuring look. Gu Yu withdrew her gaze somewhat uncomfortably. For some reason, she was a little afraid to look at Zheng Jia. The boy's eyes were too clear, expressing direct joy and closeness, and she couldn't ignore them. Chapter 21. Seizing the car. Gu Yu stayed on the military truck for a while. She remembered that there was an ammunition box at the back of each carriage to provide weapons and equipment for the crew. The swarm of bats arrived too suddenly. There were 6 military trucks in total. Everyone panicked and jumped into any one of them and drove away. No one had time to take the weapons and ammunition inside. But at this moment, Guin got a good deal. She easily opened the ammunition box, selected a gun that suited her, and loaded a lot of ammunition into her backpack. She then picked up a few guns and gave the remaining ones to Zheng Jia and Guin. If there was still space left, she would have liked to move all these things to her car. Unfortunately, the military truck had no spare gasoline and could not drive far. Moreover, there were still so many people, so in the end they still had to walk. Who among you would shoot? Guin glanced at the crowd. Everyone looked at each other, and no one stepped forward to say anything. They all lived in a peaceful society. They were neither police nor soldiers, so how could they use lethal weapons? It doesn't matter if you can't shoot. I can teach you. Does anyone dare to hold a gun? Guin asked again, his face becoming serious. We may have to go our separate ways at dawn. None of you have superpowers. We can't protect you forever. You have to learn to defend yourself. Can I learn? A young girl with short hair slowly took a step forward and looked at Guin timidly. She was wearing a white down jacket, but there were a lot of stains on the jacket. In the night, it was hard to tell whether it was blood or dust. Okay, Guin nodded. Most of the people that Captain Schur and his team rescued from J University were very young. A few older people were infected with the virus and died before they could survive the mutation. Viruses are also selective about their people. They mostly choose strong hosts, which is also in line with the survival of the fittest in nature. The girl's name is Fong Zi. After she came out, several other men and women came forward and took a gun. In this cannibalistic world, no one can hide in an ivory tower forever and refuse to grow up. If you want to survive, you have to work hard to adapt and change. Zheng Jia and Guin were watching over those who were scratched and bitten by bats, and they could comfort and joke with them occasionally. After all, at this time, they could just leave them alone, and no one was obligated to be responsible for another person's life. On the other side, Guin taught these people how to use guns, such as pulling the safety and pulling the trigger. Those who were confident could try long-range shooting by themselves. How come my sister knows everything? She's amazing. Guin couldn't help but sigh as he watched from afar. It was as if Guin had grown up suddenly. The girl was obviously not much older than him, but now there was only coldness and maturity all over her body. What made her grow up suddenly? Was it this cannibalistic world? Guin felt a little sad. She is indeed amazing. There was a hint of smile in Zheng Jia's eyes. His life has been lucky since he met Guin. Even though the world is unfortunate, he feels that as long as he can stay by Guin's side, he can see hope again. Of course, people with superpowers are all powerful. Guin, Zheng Jia, you are lucky. Guan Mingming sat on the ground dejectedly. He felt that all resistance and struggle were in vain. Since this world was destined to fall and be destroyed, what difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? Don't be like this, Guan Mingming. Didn't you say you were going to go find your parents? You can't give up hope. Guin patted Guan Mingming on the shoulder to cheer him up, but he also knew that it was just verbal encouragement. He actually had no way to deal with this virus. It is said that the virus can only be transmitted through droplets, but they were all wearing masks, and so many people were taking strict precautions. So how come a virus still broke out and brought such terrible consequences? I don't know how they are doing. Guan Mingming's home is in this city, but J University was under siege at that time, so he could only follow Captain Schur and his men out of the city. Now, they have driven to the suburbs. How can he go back to find his parents? Should he walk back? And Captain Schur and the others, I wonder if they all escaped. Zheng Jia was also in a heavy mood. The swarm of bats came very quickly, and many people were besieged by the bats before they could react. Even those with special powers were not spared. In just a moment, their flesh and blood were eaten and turned into dry bones. If we get separated at this time, we may never have the chance to see each other again. Someone sighed, and everyone fell silent. Gao Jun pulled Wang Pingping aside and whispered, "Look, there's still people bitten here. We haven't been given any weapons. How about we drive away and go find Captain Schur and the others?" "Are you saying that we should leave secretly?" Wang Pingping's heart skipped a beat, and she turned to look at Gao Jun. She felt that there was a flash of scarlet in Gao Jun's eyes. Perhaps she was dazzled. "Otherwise, do you think Zheng Jia and Guin can protect us?" "Don't dream." Gao Yun sneered. He used to be a loyal supporter of Wang Pingping. Wasn't it because of Wang Pingping's family background and status? But his life is at stake now. If he continues to listen to this silly woman, he might lose his life at any time. "Can you drive?" Wang Pingping was encouraged. She didn't know why she was a little afraid of Guyu, especially when she was given a cold look by Guyu. She felt like a child who had done something wrong. She didn't dare to breathe in front of Guyu and was met with cold treatment everywhere. Wang Pingping had been feeling aggrieved for a long time, and she knew that Captain Shi was the only one who was ordered to rescue her. Only if she found them would someone protect her and let her do her bidding. This damn world has scared her enough, and now she just wants to go back to her parents. She doesn't want any love or affection anymore. She just wants to live. Of course. Gao Jun curled his lips and showed a confident smile to Wang Pingping. So, the two of them sneaked onto the military truck while Guyu and the others were too busy to pay attention to them. Gao Jun stepped on the accelerator and drove forward excitedly. Fuck, there are still people stealing cars at this time. Do they have any shame? The exhaust gas of the military truck hit Gu Jin's face. He chased it for several steps, but could only watch the truck drive farther and farther in front of him, and finally disappeared into a small black. Fuck. Gu Jin was so angry that he kicked the pebbles on the road, wishing he could dig a hole in the road with his feet. Zheng Jia just watched silently from the side. Without a car, he could only walk. He could still walk, but would Guyu feel tired? This was actually the first thing he considered. Watching the military truck driving away, Guyu just shrugged indifferently and turned around to continue teaching people how to shoot. Anyway, she had no intention of driving this military truck again. Otherwise, why would she have taken down all the ammunition boxes and divided the guns? Moreover, she saw the bloodstains hidden on Gao Jun's sleeves, and he might have been bitten by a bat. At this time, Wang Pingping still dared to run with him. This woman was really careless. Chapter 22 Separation. The sky gradually brightened, and the few people who followed Guyu to learn how to use guns gradually mastered how to use guns. However, proficiency and accuracy could not be achieved overnight. Sister Gu, are you going to S Province? Fang Zi walked up to Guyu carrying a rifle, looking a little hesitant. My home is in Y Province, and we can get there by passing through S Province. Can I go with you for a while? In the apocalypse, women have the weakest fighting power, let alone women without superpowers. Fang Zi wants to make herself brave and strong, but she also doesn't want to die halfway before achieving her goal. It is human instinct to move closer to the strong. Guyu looked Fang Zi up and down. Just when she was nervous and thought she would hear a rejection, Guyu nodded and said, "Okay, as long as you can keep up with us." Really, that's great. Fang Zi was overjoyed and immediately became very alert. She stood in a military posture and saluted Guyu in a formal manner. I promise not to fall behind. Guyu curled the corners of his mouth and smiled at Fang Zi. She likes people who are hardworking and ambitious. Even if the world becomes bad, they still have firm beliefs and the ability to survive like weeds. Only such people can survive in the end times. The remaining people who were not infected by the virus left in 2s and 3s. Not all of them were going to S Province. They still wanted to follow Captain Shi's group and head towards S City or even the capital. Those who have relatives also try their best to find out about their relatives. Guyu understood this very well and did not try to persuade them to stay. As for food, they only had 2 backpacks left, and there was no way to share them with others. In this doomsday, those who can survive have to rely on their own abilities, as no one else can help. Among the 5 people who were scratched or bitten by bats was Guo Mingming. There was also a boy who was waiting there with his injured girlfriend. There were 6 people in total. Guyu glanced at Gu Jin. Guo Mingming and Zheng Jia were both his classmates. It might be difficult for him to make a choice right now. At the beginning of the end of the world, human nature had not yet been wiped out, and these were all college students staying in ivory towers. They still maintained their original innocence and kindness, and these qualities are even more precious after the end of the world. Guyu sat cross-legged aside without saying a word, took out a small bag of compressed biscuits, and started eating slowly. Seeing Fang Zi approaching her, she threw a bag over to her. Thank you, Sister Gu. Fang Zi opened the bag of compressed biscuits with great care, ate one, and left one. At this time, food was very precious to everyone. She could not waste it and had to use it when it was most needed. Guyu glanced at Fang Zi and admired her actions. You guys go away and don't worry about me. Guo Mingming covered his eyes with the back of his hand. Warm tears seeped out, and he wiped them away. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are heartbroken. He must be really sad. His life is almost over. Don't be like this, we won't leave. Gu Jin felt a little sad. He sat next to Guo Mingming and put his arm around his shoulders. The 3 of them were in the same dormitory. During the winter vacation, One of their classmates went back home first. Guin didn't rush back, because she had some things to deal with Zhang Jia. Guo went home and felt bored at home, so he came to the dormitory to accompany him. This is how the relationship between brothers is established. Although they have different personalities, they have a good relationship. Brother Zheng, one of the other three infected with the virus, all men, timidly asked Zhang Jia, "Can we leave?" Even if there is a possibility of being infected with the virus, even if there is a possibility of becoming mutants, even if they live in this world in another form, they don't want to die. Zhang Jia was stunned for a moment, then turned his gaze to Guyu, waiting for her decision, as if he had already regarded Guyu as their leader. "Are you experiencing any fever symptoms?" Guyu turned his gaze slowly, gently wiped away a bit of biscuit crumbs from the corner of his lips with his thumb, a deep light flashing across his dark eyes. No. The man hesitated and buried his head deeply. "Yes." "You guys go." Guyu nodded. "Go away and don't let me see you otherwise." She tapped the ground lightly with the muzzle of the gun in her hand. The meaning was self-evident. "Thank you, Sister Gu." The man nodded gratefully. The other two also timidly avoided Guyu's gaze. After getting the permission, they all ran away quickly, looking back as they ran, as if they were worried that Guyu would shoot them in the back. "Sister, are we really going to let them leave like this?" Guin looked up at Guyu. If these three people were potential infected people, would that be like letting a tiger go back to the mountains? There's no way they can be killed all. If they want to live, let them live, no matter in what form. Guyu said calmly. She was already used to such things. Killing one more won't make much, and killing one less won't make much either. Wu Xiaofan, go away quickly. Suddenly, the girl with the injured neck pushed her boyfriend away desperately. At this time, she also knew that she could not hurt others, especially her boyfriend who never left her. "I won't leave." Wu Xiaofan was pushed to the ground and got up again. He had a sad smile, but his eyes were filled with tenderness. "Jasmine, you are most afraid of being alone. If you mutate, just eat me. This way, I can stay with you forever." "You fool." Jasmine burst into tears. Guo eyes also turned red, and he turned his head away to wipe away his falling tears. Zhang Jia looked straight at Guyu, as if silently asking for her consent. "You want to save them?" This sentence flashed through Guyu's mind. She knew Zhang Jia could hear it. "Yes, I want to save them." Zhang Jia nodded heavily. He did not speak, but just read in his mind what Guyu wanted to say and what he wanted to convey. Guyu looked at Zhang Jia quietly. A circle of silver-white light surrounded him, making him look like an angel fallen into the earth. Some people will remain kind and sunny, even after going through thorns and difficulties. Maybe Zhang Jia is such a person. Jasmine and Guo experienced a fever mutation process before the sun rose, but there was always a layer of silver light protecting them, giving them calm and peaceful strength. The final result was that both Guo and Jasmine resisted the mutation and evolved into superpowers. This is too unbelievable. Fangzi was stunned as she watched from the side. If it was so easy to become a superpower, shouldn't she take the initiative to let the bats scratch her when they attacked? Or can you become a strong person by staying by Guyu's side? This seemed to be an unsolvable problem, but did not prevent the desire to try from rising in her heart. Chapter 23 Surprise. Of course, no one else could see the silver light surrounding Zhang Jia. Only Guyu could see it, so only she knew that this was not a miracle, but Zhang Jia was using his supernatural powers to help them. Perhaps such a kind-hearted person should be called the guardian of the apocalypse. Wouldn't that be more appropriate? Guyu was lost in thought here, while Wu Xiaofan and the other man had already thanked them and said goodbye. They had thought that it was destined to be a tragic ending, but unexpectedly a miracle would happen. The two young people couldn't help crying and hugging each other, but in the end they left happily together. The girl gained water-related abilities. Although they were not powerful offensive abilities, they were better than nothing. As for Guo he was still staring at the tender sprout growing in his palm. Plant science not bad. Fangzi patted Guo on the shoulder. "If we can grow bean sprouts, we won't lack fresh vegetables in the future, right, Sister Gu?" Guyu smiled without comment. The first role played by the plant system was indeed to meet people's living needs. Being able to eat a bite of fresh vegetables and fruits was indeed a luxury in the end times, so the treatment of plant-type mutants in several major bases was definitely not bad. But a few years after the end of the world, everyone discovered that the plant-type psychics could play a role that was more than that. They slowly came to the fore, and some of the plant-type bosses even became super powerful beings that shocked others. Guin wanted to go find his parents. When he left J University, he was very panicked and had no idea what to do. He could only follow Captain Shi's convoy out of the city. But now he has come to his senses and has superpowers, so he naturally cannot leave his parents alone. Sister, let's go with Mingming and make sure his parents are safe before going home. We can also get a car in the city on the way. Guin walked beside Guyu. Maybe he had been a little unconvinced in the past that Guyu became a sister just because she was born 1 second earlier than him, but at this moment he was extremely convinced. Strength is the most powerful guarantee. Even though Guin already has the ability of thunder and lightning, he does not dare to call himself the boss in front of his sister. The entire team is centered around Guyu. She knows everything and has a strong ability to survive in the apocalypse. This is the fundamental reason why people are convinced. Guyu walked back silently. Their convoy and Captain Shi and his men were separated. They didn't know whether the people in those cars escaped the pursuit of the bats. If there were any mutants, they would probably not be able to withstand the daylight and would find a place to hide. Guyu also wanted to get some military equipment, and it would be even better if he could get a car for transportation. Zheng Jia, please talk to my sister. We can't let Guin go back alone, right? Unable to get an answer from Guyu, Guin went to Zheng Jia again, because he also discovered a problem. It seemed that Guyu would not refuse what Zheng Jia said, and the two of them had a tacit understanding in their relationship that others did not understand. Is it really just because they rescued each other? Aren't we heading toward the city now? Zheng Jia looked at Guin strangely. Although Guyu did not make a clear statement, this approach was undoubtedly an option. Oh, look at my pig brain. Guin slapped himself on the forehead, then heaved a sigh of relief, turned around, and happily moved closer to Guin. Fang Zi also stayed with Guin. The two were talking and laughing, and seemed to be having a very good time. Senior, I was originally recruited into the school as a student with sports expertise. Although I may not be good at other things, I still have good physical strength. My running, high jump, and long jump are all above average. Fang Zi slowly regained some of her nature after joining the team. She was originally a talkative and noisy person, but the sudden change made her a little panicked. But now that she is with Guyu and the others, she seems to have found her backbone again. And doesn't she know how to use a gun? With a gun in hand, the sense of security increases exponentially. Then if you encounter danger, you must pull Guin and run faster. We don't know what Yu's plant system is. Guin was glared at by Guin just after he finished speaking. Only then did he realize it belatedly and laughed. I think you're okay. This green color looks refreshing and is good for your eyesight. Guin, are you asking for a beating? Guin stretched out his hand forward, and the tender bud in his palm seemed to extend upward rapidly according to the owner's thoughts, and actually turned into a long vine that instantly wrapped around Guin tightly. Now he cannot run away. Several people were stunned. The next second Fang Zi cheered in surprise. Sister Gu, come and see. Guin buds have grown longer. Well, Guin glanced at Fang Zi silently. These words sounded ambiguous no matter how he listened to them. Gu stopped and looked back. He was not surprised to see such a scene. Plant ability originally belongs to the control type. It is not a useless ability. Guin, as you gradually master the ability in the later stage, it will play a very important role in group attacks. Really? Guin's face was full of surprise. He was happier to get Guyu's affirmation than winning the lottery. Originally, he thought it was a useless ability, but after Guyu said it, it seemed quite important. Guin immediately felt like he could hold his head high. Fang Zi was a little discouraged, but she perked up again after a moment. You all have superpowers, so I have to work harder to improve my marksmanship. Don't compete with me for the position of sharpshooter in the future. Guyu's marksmanship is also very good. Zheng Jia looked at Guyu with a warm smile, which made her avoid his gaze a little uncomfortably. The group continued to move forward. Fang Zi chased after them carrying a rifle. Sister Gu, I'll get 2 more pistols when the time comes. This rifle is too much of a hindrance. Guyu glanced at Fang Zi and nodded slowly. Okay, you can practice as you go. Don't be afraid of wasting bullets. Not only shoot dead things, but also live things. After all, mutant beasts and mutant humans won't just stand there and let you shoot them. Sister Gu is right. Fang Zi stood in awe. Both Guyu and Zheng Jia's backpacks were filled with food and water, but if they were shared among 5 people, they would not be able to last for a few days. The reason why Guyu wanted to go back to the city was to get more supplies and then get a car, otherwise they would not be able to walk back to Provinces. If only the Hummer was still there, she would have stored so many things in the car, enough for them to drive all the way back. At that time, agreeing to let Captain Sure go with them was just a temporary measure. It was because she coveted other people's weapons and equipment. Now that she had a share of the weapons in the military truck, it was not a complete loss. On the way back, they saw two military trucks that had driven out together at the time. Some of them had crashed into the trees beside the road, and some had completely overturned. The situation was very tragic. Human limbs were scattered around the military trucks. Those lying on the ground were already dead, and the living people had disappeared. Chapter 2-4 Settlement. Stop looking. We have to find a place to stay before sunset. Guyu rummaged in the military card for a while and found 2 pistols and a lot of ammunition, which he stuffed into Fangzi. Maybe this girl really has a talent for shooting. She can learn it once she is taught, and now she can shoot running hares with a rifle. Let's go. Zheng Jia nodded to Gu Jin, turned around, and followed Guyu. Guo Mingming was a little sad. Many of those who died were familiar faces. They were once innocent and romantic, but this virus forced everyone to grow up. If they just lived like flowers in a greenhouse, they would be ruthlessly destroyed by fate one day. Luckily, they reached a rest area of a gas station before dark, where there was a medium-sized convenience store. Not far outside the store, 3 cars were parked in a row. One was an extremely powerful-looking off-road vehicle, and the other 2 were Jeeps with decent configurations. Guyu, that car. Zheng Jiao paused because he found that the first car among the 3 cars was a black Hummer with a sturdy and wild appearance and a license plate with 3 sevens at the end. Which other car could it be but the one Guyu used to drive? It seems that we don't need to hike next time. Guyu curled the corners of his lips, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The door of the convenience store was locked from the inside. It had been occupied by someone before Guyu and his group arrived. Upon seeing them coming to the store, the short man who was guarding the door of the store immediately snapped his fingers and shouted into the store, "Brother Chong, there are a few people coming over. They look like college students." Fangzi had listened to Guyu's words and hid the rifle on the side of the road. Together with their backpacks, the few people looked like they had fled in a hurry. There were varying degrees of dirt and blood on their clothes. Only Guyu's black leather jacket looked neat and tidy, with a high ponytail, exquisite features, and cold and indifferent eyes when looking at people, which were enough to amaze people in the end times. The man called Brother Chong was of medium height, with a face full of flesh and fierce eyes. He was a socialite before the end of the world. He organized a group of brothers to form gangs. After the virus broke out, they robbed several cars in the city and ran out of the city. They were the first group of people to escape. There are 2 girls, they look pretty good. A yellow-haired man behind Brother Chong whistled. Before the end of the world, they didn't dare to rob people at will, but the world is in chaos, order and rules no longer exist, and the one with the bigger fist is the one who prevails. This gave these lazy people a chance to stand out. Brother Chong's eyes also fell on Guyu, who was walking in the front. The leather jacket wrapped around her curvy figure, her youthful face, and her skin as smooth as a baby's. Isn't it really tempting to look at her? Let them in. Brother Chong waved his hand and gave the order. There were just a few honest college students, and they had to listen to him when they got here. Besides, they could serve as human sandbags if any emergency occurred. Brother Chong, a woman wearing slightly revealing clothes, acted coquettishly and wanted to lean into Brother Chong's arms, saying in a coquettish voice, "You can't forget me." "Of course I can't forget you. I'll feed you later." Brother Chong held the woman in his arms and laughed, acting like a mountain king. There was also a group of people huddled in a corner of the supermarket, not daring to move. At this moment, they all looked over here, their faces full of indignation, but they dared not say anything. There were men and women, young and old, and there were no less than 10 people in total. Among these more than 10 people, except for 2 who were employees of the gas station, the others just happened to come here to avoid the disaster. They thought that there was still a lot of food in the supermarket that could at least last for some time, but they didn't expect that Brother Chong and his group would come and take over all the food. Guyu and the others were smoothly led into the supermarket. The guy who was guarding the supermarket door quickly locked the door and even wrapped an iron chain around it from the inside. The supermarket was not big, only about 40 to 50 square meters, with a small office in the corner. Guyu got a general idea of it with just a glance. "Brother, did you escape from the city? We are students of J University and would like to ask what the situation is like in the city now." Fangzi acted as the spokesperson for Guyu and his group. She could be sweet or salty, and was tactful in her dealings. She could make people sound soft and gentle, as she softened the hearts of Brother Chong and his gang of rough men, and they enjoyed it very much. Brother Chong suddenly felt uncomfortable with the woman in his arms. He looked down and saw black mascara marks under the woman's eyelids due to tears. It was very disgusting. If he didn't want to keep a woman to solve his needs at any time, he would not have brought this woman he picked up on the road. Now that he has a more innocent student girl, why would he still care about such a slut? He waved his hand with disgust and sent her away. Stay away. Brother Chong. The woman was pushed to the ground, but she dared not say a word. She just shrank aside, feeling aggrieved. It's not impossible for little sister to inquire about the situation in the city. The yellow-haired man looked at Fangzi with a greedy look on his face, and saliva was almost dripping from the corners of his open mouth. Brother Chong fell in love with the prettiest one. This short-haired girl can always be used by his brothers to vent their emotions. Fangzi suppressed her nausea and looked at the yellow-haired man, provoking him with words, "Then tell me, is it the city or the suburbs that are in chaos now? Don't you know it yourself? How can we not know? We escaped all the way from the city. Brother tells you that it is dangerous where there are many people. The smart ones ran to where there are fewer people. If it weren't for Brother Chong who led us to rob a few cars, we would not have been able to escape." Huang Mao spoke of this with pride, and at the same time highlighted Brother Chong's leadership position among them. Brother Chong nodded at the yellow-haired man with satisfaction, raised his neck, and took another step forward, glancing at Guyu with his eyes slanted. This girl had a cold face when she came in, but the key point is that she has a beautiful face and a good figure. Everyone has their own preferences for roses and lilies, but he just fell in love with this orchid in the valley. "Whose Hummer is that?" The cold beauty in black suddenly spoke, pointing at the Hummer not far away. Brother Chong immediately burst into laughter and patted his chest proudly. "Of course it's mine." "Oh." Guyu casually took out the Hummer key remote control from her bag and pressed it once, then again. The lights of the Hummer began to flash, and it was obviously being locked and unlocked manually. "So, it's the little beauty's car. What a fate." Brother Chong reacted and laughed, but he was thick-skinned to begin with, and this car was snatched from someone else, so at this time, no matter who the car belonged to, he would not return it. Guyu raised his eyebrows calmly. "I'm going to drive this car away. If the trunk is empty, I'm going to fill it with the food here. I don't want the rest." The indifferent words reveal an invisible dominance. Guyu's words undoubtedly gave a shot of confidence to the group of people squatting in the corner. They were all the oppressed party, and if someone could knock down Brother Chong and the others, that would be the best thing. Chapter 25 Supplies. The supermarket suddenly became quiet, and only after a while did the arrogant laughter of Brother Chong and others rang out. "You are so brave, little beauty. You guys want to steal my car and food." Brother Chong laughed until he was out of breath, but he was a ruthless man in the underworld after all, so he still had some sense. Since Guyu and the others dared to break into the supermarket without any preparation, they might have something to rely on. After all, the world is in chaos, and all kinds of capable people have emerged. Who can tell? So Brother Chong pretended to smile and bent over. A hint of cruelty flashed in his lowered eyes. Then flames condensed on his palms. He raised his head suddenly and swung in the direction of Guyu and the others. "Careful, he has superpowers." Before the crowd in the corner could give a warning, Guyu and Zheng Jia had already pushed people away from the left and right. Zheng Jia's spiritual perception is far beyond that of ordinary people. He can see in advance whether there is danger or not, and what the other party wants to do first, so he naturally reminded Guyu. The flame brushed past Guyu's cheek. She could still feel the scorching temperature. It seemed that a few strands of her hair were burnt. A burnt smell came from her nose, but Guyu had no time to care. The black sword instantly slipped into her palm. She rubbed her body and turned into a black shadow. In the interval when Brother Chong's flames paused, she had already swept over like the wind, attacking left and right, with ruthless punches and kicks, and then the thin sword blade accurately rested on Brother Chong's thick neck. "Is it okay? Now." The sword blade was pointing directly at Brother Chong's throat, and a streak of blood appeared when Guyu exerted a little force. Brother Chong hissed in pain. Fear flashed in his eyes, and he nodded repeatedly. "Lady, spare my life, you just take whatever you want." He believed that he was the first to obtain fire-related abilities after the end of the world, and he used this power to shock many people, and even managed to snatch enough supplies and vehicles. However, he did not expect that he would fall into the hands of a few inconspicuous students in this small supermarket. Brother Chong felt a wave of regret in his heart. He should not have let these people in. Everyone surrounding Brother Chong was dumbfounded. Except for a few who were knocked down by Gu Yu, the others who reacted and wanted to help were restrained in time by Gu Jin and Zheng Jia. Facing a person with special powers, ordinary people have no ability to resist at all. The woman who was snuggling in Brother Chong's arms just now was now hiding back, fearing that she would be implicated with them. "Come here, tie them up." As soon as Gu Yu finished speaking, the people who had just shouted in the corner to remind her rushed forward, took out hemp ropes, and tied up the hands of Brother Chong and the others behind their backs. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, Gu did not let her guard down against Brother Chong. This man was a ruthless character and was good at reading people's expressions. If she had not seen the light red halo surrounding his head in advance, she would have almost missed this psychic. Although Zheng Jia's psychic ability has the effect of perception, it is still not as useful as Gu Yu's. When Zheng Jia gave her a warning, Gu Yu had actually already made preparations. "Gu Jin, give him an electric shock. It would be best if he can't regain consciousness by tomorrow." Gu Yu threw the tied-up Brother Chong into the corner and gave Gu Jin a new instruction. "Okay." Gu Jin rubbed his palms and was eager to try. He was just trying to test the human body's endurance limit for electrical energy and how much better the physical fitness of people with special abilities was than that of ordinary people. This time he could test them one by one. Anyway, he didn't feel bad about shocking these bad guys with electricity. There was still a lot of food in the supermarket. Apart from filling up her own Hummer, Gu Yu really didn't take any more. The supplies can be replenished continuously, and it is enough to have enough at this stage. After all, one cannot eat too much. In the darkness of night, the supermarket was quiet, and even the lights were turned off. In addition to bats being nocturnal animals, there are other dangers at night, and everyone must remain vigilant. Guo Mingming had already asked those who had escaped from the city for some information. Some of them came here because their cars broke down on the road, and some are people who were already living on the outskirts of the city and had some understanding of the situation in the city. An old woman advised Guo Mingming, "Don't go back, kid. You'll die if you go back. Many people in the city have turned into monsters, and there is blood everywhere. If my son hadn't pulled me and ran fast, we would have to stay in the city." The old woman's son Lin Xin was the one who had just reminded Gu Yu to be careful. He was about 30 years old, wearing a pair of glasses, and looked gentle and refined. It seemed that he was a cultured and generous man before the end of the world. "Classmate, I know the Zuan district you mentioned. When I left with my mother, I called a colleague there. It was a mess there. The streets and communities were full of biting monsters. The living people were locked up at home and dare not go out, waiting for the government army to rescue them." Lin Xin pushed his glasses and shook his head, but the government doesn't have that much power. Rescue is needed everywhere, and the army is limited. In the end, we ordinary people have to save ourselves. "You're right, we have to save ourselves." Fang Zi nodded as she listened. If Gu Yu hadn't encouraged them to pick up guns, she wouldn't have taken this brave step. Gu Yu and Zheng Jia were leaning on the shelves behind them. They sat facing each other in silence, but their black eyes were shining brightly in the night. "Don't abuse your powers anymore." Gu Yu reminded Zheng Jiadao. "I can tell if he is doing something bad. Psychic powers require a lot of brain power. Although they can be improved through constant use, Gu Yu couldn't bear to see Zheng Jia work too hard, especially when he still needed his reminders on such trivial matters. Gu Yu felt that he was not that useless, right? "Okay, I won't do that anymore." Zheng Jia's face turned red. He knew he was being nosy, but at that time, he couldn't help but want to care about Gu Yu and wanted to stand in front of her. He couldn't bear to see her get hurt in the slightest. "You should have a good rest at night. I will take charge of the night." Gu Yu tried to make his voice softer. Zheng Jia had used his superpowers several times today. In addition to helping Guo Mingming and the others survive the mutation and gain superpowers, there was also what happened just now. The consumption of superpowers requires food and rest to replenish. She herself was fine. Her ability to see light and colors did not consume much of her energy. When she wanted to see, she would open it and look. When she didn't want to see, everyone in front of her was the same. At this time, Gu Yu had accepted the fact that she possessed ordinary supernatural powers. She did not have a fever or mutate. She seemed to have directly passed the most difficult level. Was this considered luck? But her physical strength and speed have increased significantly, which is different from the feeling of ordinary people. At least she doesn't feel tired so quickly. Chapter 26 Wild Dog. Guyu and Zhengjia were talking behind a shelf. When she heard what Guin and Lin Xian were talking about, she couldn't help but turn around the shelf and look at Lin Xian. You were still able to make calls after the virus outbreak? At the beginning of the virus outbreak, not only the entire province, but also the entire country's communication equipment was interrupted for a time, and it was unknown when they could be reconnected and used again. Otherwise, how could the Gu family not find Guin at that time? If they could contact him, he probably would not have been lost. I'm an engineer working in the communications industry. We have a private network internally, so we could get in touch. Having seen how powerful Guyu was, Lin Xian didn't dare to underestimate this girl at all. Although she was younger than him, her abilities were awe-inspiring. Can we make it to Provinces? Guyu's eyes lit up. She had already reunited with Guin successfully. Now she had to comfort her parents and ask them to stay at home and not go anywhere. Otherwise, they would be even more worried if they didn't know the whereabouts of their siblings. Unless there is someone there who also has a private network phone, it won't work. Lin Xian shook his head. Their company has branches all over the country, but he doesn't know his colleagues in S province, so he has no way to contact them. Right now, they are only connected to internal employees in the province or even the city. Otherwise, when communications across the country are cut off and only this phone can be used, it would probably become a hotline in an instant. So that's how it is. Guyu fell silent, and after a moment he asked Lin Xian, "Can we get few of these calls? Even if you can't contact your parents who are far away in provinces, you can get a few and keep them with you so that you can still get in touch even if you get separated. Our company has inventory, but it's in the city." Lin Xian looked a little embarrassed. They had escaped from the city, so they naturally didn't want to go back to that place. Although it's a private network, we don't know when it might be disconnected. You don't need to take the risk. I'll pull up the map, and you mark the location of your company for me. Lin Xian did not have Guyu's foresight. He might have thought that the outbreak of the virus would soon subside and life would go on as usual, but Guyu knew that the situation would only get worse. Humans were dying, and mutants and mutant beasts were rising. She had no way to stop the changes in the overall situation, and could only do her best to protect the people she cared about. Therefore, at this stage, she will try every means to obtain everything valuable and useful. Although Lin Xian didn't understand what Guyu did, she pointed out the specific location on the mobile phone map and told Guyu which floor and department's warehouse to get it from. At the end, she sighed, "Ms. Gu is really foresight. The network is paralyzed at this time. Fortunately, you downloaded the map in advance, otherwise you wouldn't be able to find it even if I told you. It's not a living map like a city taxi. Everyone relies on navigation when going out. Even Guin can't guarantee that he is familiar with all the places outside Zuan District. Even within this district, there are still corners and nooks that he has not been to. My sister Gu is naturally wise." Fangzi did not forget to curry favor with her at this time. She had already been impressed by Gu Yu's heroic demeanor, not to mention her boldness and decisiveness in making decisions. How many men can be so decisive as to kill with a single move of the sword? The corner of Guyu's mouth twitched, but she noticed that Fangzi and even Guin and Lin Xian all had a layer of gold on their heads. It was awe or conviction towards her. At least people who treated her with this kind of respect would not do anything to harm her. Thinking of this, Guyu had a better understanding of his own special ability. He could see through people's hearts without making any expression. There were probably not many people in this world who could do that. Zhengjia stood silently by and looked at Guyu with a warm smile in his eyes. He liked to see her shining in the crowd. Even without saying a word, she could become the center of everyone's attention. They all relied on her and trusted her. It felt so good. Guin lived up to expectations and tortured Brother Chong and his group of people to death. In order to prevent them from shouting and causing unnecessary trouble, they were definitely stuffed with cotton cloth in their mouths before the electric shock. When Guyu went to see, Brother Chong's legs were still twitching and the hair on his head was all standing on end, like burnt grasshoppers. "Don't worry, sister. I'm still angry." Guin was having a lot of fun. He also felt relieved that he could use lightning on these scumbags. He had just asked these people in the supermarket. Brother Chong and his group came and forcibly occupied the supplies here and bullied them a lot, but everyone dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything and try to protect themselves. However, even so, they suffered a lot of injustice. The woman named Wang Lijiao was picked up by Brother Chong on the road. She was wearing a long skirt inside and a thin coat outside in the middle of winter. She had a good figure, the kind of plump and beautiful type. But her face looked a little haggard at the moment, and she shrank back when Guyu looked at her. Guyu ignored her. There were women like this before the apocalypse, and there were even more of them after the apocalypse. They thought they could exchange everything with their bodies alone, but they didn't know that they could be abandoned by the other party at any time in the face of disaster and life and death. Their value was not even as great as that of a pet. Go and have a rest when you've had enough fun. Get enough rest tonight, as you have to go into the city tomorrow. Guyu glanced at Guin and walked past him to the door. A group of people, including Brother Chong, who were tied up, were piled up in the corner near the door like a human pyramid. Seeing that they were unable to move, many people came over and stepped on them to vent their anger. Guyu watched from the side and did not say much. She was not anyone's support, nor did she mean to vent anyone's anger. It was just that Brother Chong and the others blocked her way, so she had to take action. The first half of the night was very quiet, and most of the people in the supermarket were asleep. Guyu's eyes occasionally swept towards the gas station outside the supermarket, where there were a few faint street lights, like sparks flashing in the night, guiding lost travelers. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by under the light and ran quickly towards the supermarket. It was so fast that Guyu could only see its pair of green eyes in the night as it rushed towards him like a ghost. Bang! The force of the collision caused the glass door of the supermarket to make a loud bang, waking up the people who were still sleeping. What is that? Guin was still sleepy 1 second, and the next he stood up straight, pointing blankly outside the glass door, his eyes almost becoming as big as bells. Outside the glass door, there was an animal confronting them across the door. It looked like a dog, but not entirely a dog. Its body was larger and stronger. There seemed to be some blood on its exposed fangs, and its eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light. Assist me. Guyu had already assumed her stance, holding the meteoric sword tightly in both of her hands, her lower body slightly sunken, ready to attack or dodge at any time. The glass door was already covered with spider webs after being hit. Another hit would undoubtedly shatter it completely. This was originally just a temporary place for them to stay at night. Perhaps no one expected that this place was actually so fragile that it could be easily destroyed. Chapter 27, Crystal Core 1. Everyone in the supermarket was trembling with fear and lost all desire to sleep. Someone wanted to scream, but the person next to him covered his mouth and nose. Fong Zi had already quickly crouched down on a commanding height on the shelf with a rifle in hand. Guo Mingming and Zheng Jia blocked Lin Xian and other ordinary people behind them based on the geographical location. After all, they are people with special powers, and it is their nature for the strong to protect the weak. This wild dog has reached the critical point of the first level. Guyu's hand holding the falling star sword was trembling slightly, not because of fear, but because of excitement. Although she had fought all the way out of J University, she had basically no time to collect crystal cores. Those crystal cores that had just reached the first level were not very precious in her eyes, but this was different for the crystal core that was about to climb to the second level. She must get this crystal core. The wild dog outside the glass door seemed to be hesitating as well. Although it had opened up some intelligence after reaching the first level, it still acted on instinct. Although it could sense the potential danger in the supermarket, the flesh and blood of the psychics was more tempting to it. By eating them, it can successfully advance to the second level and become the strongest among its kind. The wild dog barked softly and lowered its body slightly to make an attacking posture. Guyu's eyes flashed. Here it comes. Boom! After a loud bang, the wild dog smashed the glass door to pieces. At the same time, its figure shot towards Guin beside Guyu like an arrow. It could also distinguish that Guin's combat power was lower than Guyu's. Since they were both psychics, it would naturally choose the weaker one. Oh my god! Guin stepped back repeatedly in fear. He was originally doing auxiliary long-range attacks and lacked actual combat ability. How could he fight head-on with such a ferocious animal? The electricity that was originally stored in his hand was shot out in a disorderly manner because of panic. The wild dog was moving around on the shelves. Its huge body was surprisingly agile. After dodging the electric currents, it opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite Guin on the head. Be careful! Guyu was a little surprised that the wild dog did not choose her as the target of attack, but her reaction was not slow. She leaped forward suddenly, bent her waist, knelt on her knees, and slid over, while raising the black sword in her hand. Clang! It was the sound of weapons colliding. Guin was stunned, and the wild dog seemed to be stunned as well. Why should be biting down on his sweet and delicious flesh? But why is it that what I am biting into is something hard? Get out of the way. Guyu pushed Guin with one hand, flipped his right hand, and pulled the falling star sword out of the wild dog's big mouth, knocking out a few of its teeth in the process. The wild dog's mouth was full of blood. But the injury not only did not scare the wild dog, but instead aroused its ferocity. It turned its head and pounced towards Guyu. Come on. Guyu swung her sword and rushed forward. Fighting in a narrow space was not in her favor, and she was afraid of hurting these ordinary people by mistake. So Guyu led the wild dogs out of the supermarket while fighting. Sister Gu, don't wait like this. I haven't even fired the gun yet. Feng Zi put down the rifle in frustration. She had just aimed at the wild dog. She felt that she would definitely hit it if she fired, but the space in the supermarket was too small and there was a possibility of accidental injury, so she hesitated to make up her mind. Exen, your mother is so scared that her legs went limp. The wild dog followed Guyu out of the supermarket. Everyone who had been holding their breath and not daring to breathe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, please sit for a while. Lin Xin helped his mother sit down, but like the rest of the people, they all moved towards the supermarket entrance. In the open space of the gas station, a man and a dog were facing each other tensely. The wild dog was angry, baring its teeth, growling softly, and its pair of green eyes flashed with a cold and murderous light. Guyu did not stay for long. She could not waste her energy anymore. Who knew if there were any hidden dangers nearby? She had to fight quickly. She kicked off the fight and stabbed the wild dog with the black sword in her hand. Zheng Jia nervously watched the fighting scene not far away. Sometimes he felt his blood boiling, sometimes he felt worried. Although he was on guard, he couldn't help but want to help Guyu at any time. Zheng Jia, go help my sister. I'm afraid I'm clumsy and might make things worse. Gu Jin patted Zheng Jia's shoulder. He was really scared just now. The danger was right in front of him, and life and death were at stake in a moment. He seemed to still be able to smell the stench that the wild dog sprayed on his face. If it weren't for Guyu, he might have been eaten by the dog just now. The thought of it makes me scared. Gu Jin was also blaming himself. Perhaps he was too arrogant and thought that people with superpowers could rest easy. However, he did not realize that there were many people in this world who were stronger than him. Not just humans, but also mutant beasts. She doesn't need our help, just watch. At this moment, Zheng Jia even felt that he knew Guyu better than Gu Jin. He could provide support from the side, but a fight of this magnitude didn't seem to require him to take action. Guyu could handle it alone. Sure enough, after just a few rounds, the wild dog was stabbed with several bloody holes by Guyu's black sword. Knowing that it was no match for its opponent, it began to try to escape. However, Guyu had no intention of letting it go and chased after it closely. Guyu deliberately ran out of everyone's sight. Then he increased his speed, jumped high, and inserted the black sword into the wild dog's head. The wild dog struggled unwillingly for a few times, its green eyes still staring at Guyu with resentment, but it finally straightened its legs unwillingly. Your fighting power is pretty good. If I let you eat 2 more psychics, reaching the 2nd level will not be a problem. Guyu's black sword fiddled in the wild dog's head for a while. After a moment, he happily picked out a crystal core mixed with blood, flesh, and brain matter, which was about the size of a longan. She took it in her hand and looked at it, then rubbed the bloodstain on the wild dog's fur in disgust. In the night, this thing finally emitted the bright light it should have. Another crystal core is obtained. Guyu put the crystal core in his arms with satisfaction. He was wondering if the wild dog's body would attract other predators, so he could only drag it a little further away before throwing it away. When he was walking back, he met Zheng Jia, who was coming towards him. Where have you been? Why haven't you come back for so long? Zheng Jia strode towards her, his eyes filled with undisguised worry and fear. Just now, Guyu chased the wild dog out of the gas station and was out of their sight. Although he believed in Guyu's ability, he couldn't help but worry. Throw its body away to avoid unnecessary trouble. Guyu looked up at Zheng Jia and didn't feel anything was wrong. You don't stay too far away from me next time. Zheng Jia lowered his head in disappointment. The range of his spiritual perception couldn't be too far, so he became scared after losing Guyu's trace. Ultimately, it was because he wasn't strong enough to protect all of them, not even her. Silly boy, I can protect myself. Guyu curled the corners of his lips, thought for a while, and suddenly reached out and patted Zheng Jia on the shoulder. Although he behaved maturely and steadily along the way, he was still a boy younger than Guin. I know, I just feel useless. Zheng Jia still lowered his head dejectedly. Chapter 28, Crystal Core 2. Zheng Jia actually knows his shortcomings. He has been unconfident and even a little timid since he was a child. He is afraid of getting along with others and afraid of establishing close relationships. So since he started school, he has almost only interacted with his roommates, and he can't even remember the names of most of his classmates in other classes. But Guyu, he wanted to keep her in his heart and put her in the most important position in his heart. Zheng Jia, you're already very strong. Don't deny yourself easily. Guyu looked at Zheng Jia like this and actually felt a little unbelievable in her heart. Is it true that the path to becoming a strong person is not as simple as she imagined? They have all experienced countless compromises and surrenders, and even have unknown moments of weakness. They look strong on the outside, but are actually soft as a nut on the inside. I want to be as strong as you. Zheng Jia suddenly looked up at Guyu, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Can you teach me fighting skills? In Zheng Jia's eyes, Guyu is an omnipotent being. He hopes to catch up with her as soon as possible instead of being left far behind by her. Guyu thought for a moment before nodding. Okay. From this wild dog attack, she also realized the problem. Guin cannot rely solely on supernatural powers. Their ability to respond is too weak. Although they are vigilant, they still lack the ability to resist danger. When encountering sudden events, they are likely to lose their composure, and even their supernatural powers will not be able to exert their due effect. This is the case with Guin, and naturally the same with Guimingming. Fang Zi is better. After all, she is not a supernatural person, but she is much smarter than ordinary people. But Zheng Jia is much better than them. Thank you. After getting Guyu's consent, Zheng Jia's eyes suddenly lit up. Guyu was a little amused. I will not show any mercy when training people. You have to be mentally prepared. I'm not afraid of hardship. Who doesn't have to suffer in life? Zheng Jia smiled. The young man's handsome face was a little shy, but he looked at Guyu expectantly, as if he was looking at his beloved girl. Ahem. Guyu turned his head away a little embarrassedly. Suddenly he thought of something and took out the crystal core from his bag and handed it to Zheng Jia. Do you know what this is? The matter of crystal cores will not be a secret after all, so we should try to get as many as possible in the early stage. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with them once everyone knows about it. Did you do it to the wild dog? At this moment, Zheng Jiatsai suddenly realized. Now he seemed to understand Guyu's intention of staying away from the crowd. What we get from his brain is called a crystal core. Guyu held up the crystal core and faced the only remaining dim light in the night. The crystal clear light seemed to pass through the crystal core and refracted colorful light, which looked beautiful. Is it useful? Zheng Jia spread his hands. Guyu placed the crystal core in his palm. It felt a little cold, but he really couldn't imagine that there were such beautiful things in the heads of those mutant beasts. It didn't match their ferocious and ugly appearance at all. In the later stages, the improvement of the ability of the psychic depends not only on the frequency of using and controlling the psychic power to achieve proficiency, but also on this. Guyu took the crystal core back and put it in his pocket. And the crystal core can only exist in the brains of mutant beasts and mutants above the first level. I understand. I will find more crystal cores for you in the future. Zheng Jia nodded with an expression that said, I completely understand. The corner of Guyu's mouth twitched slightly. Does this big fool understand the importance of crystal cores? He wants to find more for her. Shouldn't he satisfy his own needs first? When Guyu and the others returned to the supermarket, they were frightened by the piled shelves at the entrance of the supermarket. The glass door was broken, but these people were able to come up with a solution on their own. Sister, can you guys come in and take a rest? Guin poked his head out from behind the shelf. You were gone for so long, I thought that Zheng Jia had kidnapped you. Cough, cough. Zheng Jia, who was listening to this, coughed so hard that his face turned red. He secretly glanced at Guyu. If it were possible, he would love to do it. Don't move the shelves, just place them like that. I'll go to the car to rest for a while. You guys be careful and keep a close eye on those people. Guyu waved her hand. Guji knew who those people were, so she nodded at her repeatedly. Don't worry, we shocked them again. I guess their waking time will be postponed indefinitely. Now Guin was no longer proud. He did not feel any sense of accomplishment from bullying those who were already defeated. He also wanted to be able to fight monsters like his sister. That's what bravery is. That's what handsomeness is. Guyu went to the car to rest, and Zheng Jia followed and sat in the passenger seat. She looked at him in confusion. You don't want to sleep? You go to sleep. I'll take care of the night. Zhang Jia looked at Guyu tenderly. It was already the second half of the night, and Guyu had barely slept in the first half. Besides, my mental power can be extended and expanded, so if there is any danger, I can also give a timely warning. Okay, then I'll take a nap. Guyu nodded and turned his body to one side. He slept in the car at night, without turning on the engine and the air conditioner. Although the space in the car was small, it was still a bit cold. Guyu folded her arms and turned her back to Zhang Jia. But even if she didn't look at him, she could feel that the eyes behind her were always staring at her, making her feel like a thorn in her back. Go to sleep. Zhang Jia got a blanket from somewhere and put it on Guyu when she was half asleep. Guyu turned over again, squinted at the person next to him, and after confirming that it was Zhang Jia, he continued to fall asleep peacefully. She hadn't had a full night's sleep for several days. The nerves in her brain were tense, and she didn't relax for a moment. The people around her needed to rely on her, and they trusted her, so she couldn't fall down. Compared to Guyu, people in the supermarket couldn't sleep so peacefully. Guo Mingming and Fang Zi took turns to keep watch, while Gu Jin also had to keep an eye on Brother Chong and his group to prevent any accidents. The psychics are so vigilant, and Lin Xin and his friends, as ordinary people, don't dare to relax completely. What's more, the glass doors of the supermarket have been knocked open by wild dogs. What can a few flimsy-looking shelves do? Everyone was half asleep and half awake, and no one dared to fall asleep. They finally managed to hold on until the sky began to turn pale. Seeing the light, people's vigilance decreased, and those who tried hard not to sleep fell into a deep sleep at this time. Fang Zi woke up after only 2 hours of sleep, and it was Guo Mingming's turn to continue sleeping. She was standing guard at the entrance of the supermarket with a rifle in her hand. Naturally, she could also see the scene in the Hummer not far away through the scope on the rifle. So did Zhang Jia carefully embrace Guyu in his arms? And put a blanket on Guyu? If Zhang Jia didn't like Guyu, Fang Zi thought her name could be written backwards. Zhang Jia is a few years younger than Guyu. If they really want to be together, what will happen to this love in the end times? Chapter 29 Separation. Guyu slept very deeply. She had not had a good night's sleep since the end of the world, because everyone knew that if she didn't wake up, she might die. Even when resting, she never let down her alertness. But this time, perhaps because of Zhang Jia's spiritual comfort, Guyu slept particularly peacefully, and there were no longer those mutant beasts and mutants chasing her in her dreams. She even dreamed that she brought Gu Jin back home. Gu's father and mother had cooked delicious meals. The family sat around the dining table. The lights were warm, and the smiles of their family members were so peaceful and tranquil. This was the happiness she wanted. The sunlight shines through the glass window onto my face, feeling warm. Guyu moved and realized that the place where he was lying seemed to be wrong. When he opened his eyes, he met Zhang Jia's face. The boy's face was clean, and there was a clear smile in his black eyes. Morning. Guyu sat up suddenly. What time is it? She tidied up the frizzy hair at the back of her head. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail. It was a little greasy as it had not been washed for a few days. She really wanted to cut her hair and keep it short like before, which would be convenient and out of the way. But a woman's love of beauty still prevails, and she will not give up unless she has no other choice. Zhang Jia looked at the watch on his wrist, 9:15. He turned his head and looked at the crowd gathered outside the supermarket. They're all awake. I'm afraid they are getting ready to leave. Let's go down and take a look. Guyu nodded, and as soon as he finished speaking, he slid out of the car and didn't dare to look at Zhang Jia's face again. So she actually fell asleep on Zhang Jia's legs. Is there anything more embarrassing than this? And where did Zhang Jia find the blanket covering her? How come she was so sleepy and didn't know anything? Guyu was a little annoyed. Perhaps she has never met a man in her life who can make her completely let down her guard, but Zhang Jia did it easily. Should she blame herself for having weakened her guard? If one day she really falls into the hands of someone else, she should blame herself. Sister, are you awake? Gu Jin was packing supplies. Although Guyu's Hummer was already full, they could still put some supplies in their pockets and carry them. In an emergency, there is no such thing as too much supplies. Miss Gu, Lin Xin seemed to hesitate for a while after everyone's recommendation before daring to step forward and talk to Guyu. Then, those 2 jeeps, can we drive away? There were 3 cars parked at the gas station, including a Hummer and 2 jeeps. They were originally robbed by Brother Chong and his men, but now they could no longer stay in the supermarket. So these people decided to go somewhere of their own. Of course, having a car would be best. You can open it if you want. Guyu nodded. She had no objection. The five of them could just fit in one car, and it was not difficult to find a car. If they really picked up Guo Mingming's parents, it would be easy to get another car if they needed to go somewhere. Thank you, Miss Gu. Lin Xin was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly to express his gratitude. Although Guyu looked cold and difficult to talk to, he was not a bully. He was not like Brother Chong and his gang who were soft-hearted and afraid of tough people. Lin Xin believed that he still had this kind of vision in judging people. Finally, Lin Xin and his group split into two groups. After determining the direction they wanted to go, they packed some food and then said goodbye to Guyu and the others and left. Unexpectedly, no one in this group wanted to go back to the city. Guo Mingming was also a little hesitant. Going back to the city was a dangerous journey. He had to go back because his parents were there, but there was no need for Guin and his gang to accompany him on the adventure. My sister's going to get a phone. Did you forget? Guin seemed to see his friend's dilemma and pulled him into the car. In this world, it doesn't matter whether you have a communicator or not. Guo Mingming knew what Guin meant. He just muttered a few words, but he was silently moved in his heart. Zheng Jia was the last person to clean up the supermarket. Brother Chong and the others were still hiding in a corner with their arms tied. But this man was a fire-type mutant, and if he woke up, the ropes wouldn't be able to trap him. Zheng Jia glanced hesitantly at the sleeping Brother Chong. He had no scruples about ordinary people, but it was obvious that this Brother Chong was a vengeful person, and he was ruthless but flexible. There was no guarantee that he would not cause trouble for them after he really woke up. Thinking of this possibility, Zheng Jia silently walked to Brother Chong, squatted down, and put his hand on his forehead again. The mastery of supernatural powers invaded his mind, and Brother Chong suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to be wide open, but after a moment, the focused light in his eyes seemed to gradually dissipate because of his unstable mind. After taking a look at Brother Chong, Zheng Jia finally felt relieved and turned around to leave the supermarket. Where have you been? Guin and the others deliberately reserved the co-pilot seat for Zheng Jia. One reason was because Fangzi reminded him after observing their expressions, and the other was because Zheng Jia hardly slept in the second half of the night because he was taking care of Guyu, so they reserved the seat for him so that he could catch up on his sleep. No, I just went to the restroom. Zheng Jia turned around and buckled his seatbelt. He did not tell Guyu the truth. He turned Brother Chong into a fool. Even if he had superpowers, he would not recognize anyone in the future. He couldn't allow such potential danger to exist, especially one that was detrimental to Guyu. Guyu looked at Zheng Jia in confusion, but finally started the car without saying anything. Fangzi, who was sitting in the back of the car, screamed excitedly, "Hummer! This is my first time riding in a Hummer. It's so cool and awesome." "You're a girl. Can you be more elegant?" Guin rolled his eyes at Fangzi, but his hands kept touching the leather seat. Once upon a time, his dream was to own a Hummer, but life goes on, and dreams don't stop. In the future, he can own more Ferrari, Bugatti Veyron, Maserati, Cadillac. But are cars still valuable in the apocalypse? Guin knew that the money he had spent on stocks was gone. If he had known earlier, he should have taken out all of it and invested in Guyu so that they could have more supplies in the end times. Z has a cheerful personality, what is commonly known as a tomboy. Guo Mingming sat in the middle of the back seat and was able to get along with everyone. Just protect her. You are forgetting your friendship for the sake of beauty. Guin looked at Guo Mingming with contempt. He felt that there was something wrong between these two people. There must be something going on. Hearing the chattering and laughter of a few young people in the back seat, Guyu felt as if she had returned to the world before the end of the world. If she hadn't seen the destroyed buildings, chaotic streets, and corpses with dried blood when the car drove into the city, she would have almost thought she had walked into another world. Zuin District and the company that Lin Xi mentioned are in two different directions. We will go our separate ways later and meet at the place where we parted ways, and then leave the city together. Guyu quickly told his plan. Guin and I will be in a group, and Zheng Jia and Fangzi will assist Guo Mingming. Guyu had made such a consideration after careful consideration. Although Gu Jin's lightning ability had strong attack power, he was still inexperienced and not mature and stable enough. Chapter 30 Action. But Zheng Jia is different. Although he is young, he is trustworthy. Guyu already regards him as a friend whom he can trust with life and death. As soon as Guyu finished speaking, everyone in the car fell silent. Fangzi scratched her head and said with some regret, "I can't follow Sister Gu this time." However, Zheng Jia is also capable, and Fangzi is not the kind of girl who would hide behind others. If she can protect herself, she will never drag anyone down. Guyu is very thoughtful. Guo Mingming nodded. This can indeed save time. Sister, how about I go with Guo Mingming and the others, and you and Zheng Jia go get the phone? Gu Jin asked tentatively. Although he was confident in his abilities, he always felt more at ease with Zheng Jia protecting Guyu. Guyu only glanced at Gu Jin indifferently through the rearview mirror. Do you think you can protect Guo Mingming and Z? I didn't think. Gu Jin was speechless. He really didn't dare to guarantee such a thing. Zheng Jia slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Guyu's calm face, and nodded. I'll go. You have to be careful. Got it, you too. Guyu glanced at him, then turned the steering wheel and parked the car at the entrance of an alley. There was no one here, and it looked a bit deserted. There was a shabby signboard not far away in the alley, which swayed gently in the cold wind, making an unpleasant creaking sound. This scene really looks a bit like the opening of Resident Evil. Check your watch. Guyu raised his wrist. It's 11:23 now. Whether you have picked up the person or not, meet here in 2 hours. If you don't come. Guyu's words made the other people in the car look up at the same time. Fang Zi's heart almost jumped in her throat, and her face was full of nervousness. What happens if you don't come on time? Wouldn't Guyu just wait for them and leave? Sister. The atmosphere in the car was too tense. Gu Jin couldn't help but call Guyu. They had been through life and death together, so there was no need to undermine morale at this time, right? Not only Gu Jin, but even Zheng Jia blinked and looked at her silently, like a puppy that was about to be abandoned by her. Guyu sighed inwardly, and the cold words that were about to come out suddenly changed their tone. If you didn't come, I would go find you. As soon as Guyu finished speaking, the tense atmosphere in the car instantly melted away like frost and snow. Fang Zi picked up the rifle, held the door handle with his hand, and raised his eyebrows. What else is there to say? Just pick up the gun and do it. Let's go. Guo Mingming also slid down from the back seat of the car. Zheng Jia glanced at Guyu silently, nodded to her, and said, Don't worry, I will definitely bring the person back safely. Go ahead. The boy's eyes were filled with anticipation and joy. Guyu had to encourage him. I believe in you. Zheng Jia's eyes curved, and he caught up with Guo Mingming and the others in one step. Soon the three of them disappeared around the corner of the alley. Gu Jin looked at him without blinking. Something is happening. No matter how slow he was, he realized that the atmosphere between Guyu and Zheng Jia was unusual. Let's walk there too. If there are no unexpected events along the way, the round-trip time should be about the same as theirs. Guyu put on his backpack and jumped out of the car. Gu Jin followed closely behind, muttering quietly, Sister Yu and Zheng Jia. Learn more skills and talk less. Guyu glanced at Gu Jin, and his mouth immediately closed like a zipper. But this did not stop him from having wild thoughts in his mind. Although Zheng Jia was in the same grade as him, this kid skipped a grade and was 4 years younger than him. Could it be that Guyu really fell in love with this young girl? Guyu didn't care what Gu Jin would think. The reason why she treated Zheng Jia differently was definitely because she knew the identity of this big boss in advance. Besides, Zheng Jia was not as cold-blooded as rumored. He was very cute and a kind-hearted little puppy. No one would have the heart to refuse Zheng Jia, especially since he had saved her life. Guyu also thought that if they were lucky and Guo Mingming rescued his parents, they might not necessarily travel with him. In that case, he would have to get them another car so that they could go wherever they wanted. As for Zheng Jia, who has no father or mother, he must follow them, and Fang Zi will also have to walk a long way along the way. There should be no changes in their fixed combination. Go here and turn right ahead. Guyu walked forward according to the path indicated by the navigation while paying attention to the surrounding situation. It has been 2 days since the virus outbreak. Regardless of whether everyone has adapted to it or not, those who are still alive know clearly that they cannot wander around on the road, and it is best not to come out if they can hide in a sheltered building. The best place to stay is, of course, to stay at home. If you have no worries about supplies and food, try not to go out. Sister, this area seems to be an IT industrial park. Zheng Jia and I have been here before. Gu Jin looked at the surrounding environment and seemed somewhat familiar. He couldn't help but speak to Guyu in a low voice. In fact, he did not tell his family about his partnership with Zheng Jia. Even Guyu only knew that he was doing investment. Anyway, the money he earned was more than enough to support himself and could even support 10 girlfriends. However, he didn't dare to say such thoughts Otherwise, with his sister's current fighting ability, she would be crippled by him, right? Are you two on better terms than Guan? Guyu glanced at Gu Jin. His brother was not very reliable on weekdays, but it was great to have a friend like Zheng Jia at a critical moment. I met him at a rest stop on the way to Jie Province. Each has his own way. Guan is righteous and Zheng Jia is dutiful. By the way, he was originally going to write software for someone, but the boss of that company had something urgent to do and asked him to help install software at the toll booth, so he went there. Unexpectedly, he ran into you. Gu Jin blinked at Guyu and teased, "Sister, you two are really destined to be together." Guyu curled the corners of his lips and did not comment. There are not many mutants and mutant beasts wandering around during the day, and most of them have not reached the first level. Guyu supports Gu Jin and lets him practice on his own. Before he masters other attack skills, practicing his ability to perfection is the key to his life. In fact, Gu Jin had many unspoken questions for Guyu, but he was afraid that once he asked, the window paper would be broken. What if his sister really was holding some state secrets? Otherwise, with these skills and outfit, if someone came out and told Gu Jin that Guyu was a secret agent of the country and had received high-level training, I'm afraid Gu Jin would believe it without blinking an eye. Oh my, this one is really hard to deal with. Gu Jin finally captured a late-stage, first-order mutant cat. The cat was extremely fast and small, and he was scratched several times by its claws without being careful. If he hadn't used his body as bait to lure it over and then caught it with an electric net, Gu Jin would have been killed by it. Chapter 31 Action. Gu Jin sat down on the ground and gasped for breath. The brother and sister were now in an alley, which was a food court behind a commercial building. But there is no food street now. The shops are closed, and there is no one. If there wasn't a dead mutant cat in front of him, no one would know what he had just experienced. And Guyu, his dear sister, just stood there and watched, with no intention of taking any action at all. Gu Jin wanted to cry, but had no tears. Is this still a cat? It's as big as a dog. Sister, you know how powerful a cat's claws are. I feel like my heart is going to be dug out by its claws. Mutated cats really like to eat human hearts. Without even raising his head, Guyu started fiddling with the cat's head with the sword. All red and white things were mixed together. Gu Jin felt sick and covered his mouth while dry heaving. But when Guyu threw a crystal core to him, he no longer felt sick. Is this the crystal core? It's so beautiful. The crystal core sparkles with crystal clear light at night and is even brighter during the day. It feels like a diamond when held in the hand. You're lucky to have encountered a late-stage, first-stage mutant cat. This crystal core is much better than an ordinary first-stage one. Keep it. Guyu clapped his hands and stood up. It's getting late, let's go. If they hadn't been suddenly attacked by this mutant cat, they should have entered Lin Xian's company earlier than expected. Sister, you are indeed my sister. Gu Jin was so tired that his hands and feet were weak, but after getting the crystal core, he immediately felt energized again. Guyu said that for people with special abilities, crystal cores can not only help them upgrade, but also replenish energy. Naturally, the more of this magical thing, the better. However, it is already difficult for him to deal with a late-stage, first-level mutant cat. If he tries again, he will probably be killed by the opponent. That's the building. Gu Jin pointed to a commercial building not far away. It was more than 50 floors high. Lin Xian and his communications company were on the 37th floor. When a virus broke out, some companies had not yet started their holidays, so I'm afraid there are a lot of people in that building. Guyu hid sideways behind a building at the corner. She had already seen several swaying figures in front of the commercial building. Although they were not clear from a distance, the steps they took were definitely not those of a human. What should we do then? Gu Jin frowned. Guyu thought for a moment before saying, go around to the back and take the backup passage. Unless the building automatically activated the backup power device, there should be no electricity available at this time. Guyu and Gu Jin went around to the back of the building and took the emergency passage upstairs. By the time he reached the 20th floor in one breath, Gu Jin was already slightly out of breath. Although his physique had been transformed by his supernatural powers, Gu Jin used to be a nerd with no developed athletic ability at all. Looking at Guyu beside him again, still so relaxed and at ease, Gu Jin suddenly felt infinite resentment in his heart. Is this still a woman? Better than any man. Suddenly, Guyu stretched out his hand to block Gu Jin and looked upwards. Gu Jin stopped moving immediately and pricked up his ears to listen. Sure enough, there was a noise above the stairs, a crunching sound. The sound was like someone gnawing on some crispy bones, which made people feel creepy. Guyu made a gesture to Guin, then slowly drew out his sword. The two of them walked up 2 flights of stairs, carefully not making any noise, and sure enough, they found a person at the corner. To be precise, it can no longer be considered a human being. Although it is wearing a gray suit, it has a long tail behind it. It is squatting in the corner, gnawing on something. Guyu's eyes darkened, and he swung his sword and stabbed forward. Meow. Guyu originally wanted to stab directly in the head, but the mutant became alert when the sword blew, and he tilted his head, and the long sword pierced into the mutant's neck, causing it to let out a cat-like scream. The black sword was nailed straight into the wall. The mutant cat wanted to turn sideways to grab Guyu, but Guin followed closely, and a ball of blue-purple electric current passed by, directly blasting the mutant's head into charcoal. Sister, why are there so many mutant cats here? Guin shook his head. Along the way, he had seen nothing but mutant cats and mutant catmen, and he had killed many of them. I guess it's here to look for food. Guyu shook his head and took a look at the food that the mutant catman had just eaten. It was a human hand, and the bones had been bitten into pieces and swallowed. How much food was it lacking? Keep going. Guyu glanced at the time. There was still an hour left. As soon as they got the call, they would rush back immediately. They hoped that Zheng Jia would have a smooth journey too. When the two climbed to the 35th floor, the elevator rang. Guyu and Guin looked at each other and stopped. After making sure that nothing came out of the elevator, it continued to go up. The entire 37th floor was the communications company where Lin Xin worked, but the door was open at the moment, and the ground was covered with messy bloodstains. Some of the bloodstains seemed to have been dragged and extended far into the company's corridor. Guin shuddered violently. The deserted company, the dim and dark tones, made him feel like he had walked into the set of a post-apocalyptic movie. However, the movie was fake, and everything here was real. Lin Xin said the equipment is at the end on the left side of the entrance. Guyu and Guin entered the telecommunications company cautiously. They could see that the seats of the employees of the telecommunications company were still very densely distributed, but no one was here at the moment. The whole company was eerily quiet. The long corridor could be seen to the end at a glance, except for the bloodstains on the ground. But with every step she took, Guyu felt heavy in her heart, as if something was pressing on her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. This is an early warning of the coming crisis, and this feeling cannot be deceived. Something sticky and wet fell on Guin's head. He felt a little hot on his head. He reached out his hand to wipe it and felt nauseous. What is this thing falling on my head? It's yellow and green. It's quite spicy. Be careful. Guyu turned around suddenly and pulled Guin backwards. Where he was standing, a long bloody tongue flashed by, pierced through the floor, and then quickly retracted. Guyu and Guin looked up suddenly and found that a mutant was hanging upside down on the ceiling. A row of sharp teeth were exposed on its pointed head, and the exposed skin was covered with a thick layer of scales. There was a long tail behind it. It looked like a Godzilla, but a smaller mini version. But even so, this mutant's body was much larger and stronger than their siblings, but could walk upside down on the ceiling silently. If it weren't for the saliva that had fallen on Guin's head in advance to remind him, he might have been pierced by the long tongue. Chapter 3-2 Level 2. A second-order mutant lizard man. Guyu's eyes widened. She couldn't understand how a mutant lizard man could appear in the center of such a city. It would be common to see such a thing in the desert. The mutant lizard men have strong skin defenses and directly reach the second level after mutation. Ordinary weapons cannot penetrate their skin. Even if they are shot at, the bullets must be made of special materials. Guyu touched the gun on his waist. It seemed that if he used the gun, it would only tickle the mutant lizard man. The mutant lizard man's saliva is corrosive. Fortunately, it hasn't reached the third level, otherwise it would have rotted a layer of your scalp when it landed on your head just now. Guyu held the falling star sword in his hand and watched the mutant lizard man vigilantly. After missing the first attack, the guy retreated a little, obviously very cautious. It's still the third level. Guin reacted immediately. His face turned pale. Sister, are you saying this is already the second level? He swallowed and turned to look at the mutant lizard man hanging upside down on the roof. His heart was pounding like a drum. It's almost reaching the third level. Remember to attack its eyes later. That's its weakness. Guyu's face was solemn, and he slowly tightened the hilt of the sword with both hands. This is probably the first tough battle she has encountered since the end of the world. That's not fun. You thought I could eat you. The mutant lizard man sneered. Its limbs moved, and its tail swung back and forth to keep its balance. It circled on the ceiling at a very fast speed. I'll tell you a secret. I ate all the living people in this building. At first, I was just a small mutant cat man, but after I ate a mutant lizard on the 22nd floor, I actually got this armor. Don't you think it's amazing? Sister, this mutant lizard man was probably a chatterbox when he was alive. Guin was very scared at first, and the hair on his body stood on end. But he found that this mutant lizard man was not ready to attack, but was just circling above their heads. He simply stopped craning his neck to look. Who said it wasn't? There was a hint of smile on Guyu's lips. At this time, Guin was still in the mood to tease. It seemed that his psychological quality in dealing with crises had obviously improved to a higher level. The equipment room was just a few steps behind Guyu, but with the mutant lizard men eyeing her covetously, she had no way of going inside to look for things. As the time agreed upon with Zheng Jia and the others was approaching, she had to make a quick decision. Moreover, the crystal cores of the second-level mutant lizard men are still rare at this time, and perhaps they can help her upgrade. You damn it. The mutant lizard man was obviously irritated by what Guyu and his brother said. The frequency of his movements increased, and his entire huge body turned into a forward light shadow and swooped down from the roof, and a low growl came from his throat. I'm going to bite your heads off and eat them. Guin, get out of the way. Guyu tiptoed to the side and forward. The siblings were at the intersection of the corridor and the office. If the mutant lizard man pounced on them, it would inevitably fall into the corridor, where the narrow space was not conducive to its movement. Guin obviously understood Guyu's intention. When a mutant lizard man pounced on him, he turned around and dodged, and the electric current accumulated in his hand shot towards the mutant lizard man's limbs. However, Guin's speed was not faster than the mutant lizard man. He was unable to dodge and got several long bloody cuts on his arms. The pain made him tremble all over. Bang! The mutant lizard man was also shocked by the electric current and fell to the ground. Guyu turned around and pounced back, sitting on the mutant lizard man's back and stabbed downward with the black sword. Puff! It went in but got stuck on the bone. Guyu showed surprise. She knew that the material of the meteoric sword was meteorite from outer space, and she also knew that it was very sharp, but she didn't know how sharp it could be before she tried it. I didn't expect that I could pierce the armor of the mutant lizard man. This is really an unexpected surprise. But the mutant lizard man was not going to give up. It was the most surprised one. The leather armor that it was so proud of and allowed it to roam the entire shopping mall and office building was invincible, was pierced so easily. Its self-esteem suffered a severe blow. Mutants essentially still possess human intelligence, and even have various emotions of frivolity, contempt, disdain, and pride. They're a type of mutant that is affected by emotions, and have both advantages and disadvantages compared to mutant beasts. The mutant lizard man swung its body vigorously, and the amplitude of the movement was so large that Guyu was thrown into the air when he lost his balance. But the black sword was still stuck in its back. Sister. Guin was watching anxiously from the side. One of his arms was injured, and he used the other arm to swing electric current to hit the mutant lizard man. But this time the electric current missed its target and was avoided by the mutant lizard man. However, because it was also injured, its movements were no longer as fast as before, and it could not even walk on walls and ceilings. There was a sword stuck behind its back, and no matter how it moved, it felt awkward. It wanted to stretch out its claws to pull the sword out of its back, but just couldn't reach it. The mutant lizard men are on the verge of going berserk. Guyu seized the opportunity and pounced back again, but the mutant lizard man was in the late second stage after all, and its speed and reaction were very fast. Guyu failed to jump onto its back this time, but he held the hilt of the sword tightly. The mutant lizard man had Guyu on his back, and his tail couldn't reach her, so he could only run wildly around the office with her. With a flick of his tail, the nearby office desks were split in half, showing his huge destructive power. Guyu held the hilt of the sword and did not dare to let go. If she loosened her grip, she would be thrown away. At the same time, she pulled her arms down with force, and the falling star sword slid along the mutant lizardman's spine all the way to the tail vertebrae, with blood flowing all the way. The mutant lizard man screamed wildly in pain and went completely crazy. When the falling star sword slid to the mutant lizard man's tail, Guyu found the right moment and pulled the sword back violently. Blood spurted out from the mutant lizard man's body. She curled up and rolled all the way, barely avoiding the mutant lizard man's violent rout. She dodged sideways and hid behind a row of office iron cabinets. The mutant lizard man was in so much pain that his soul was about to leave his body. His eyes were bloodshot and the pain in his body had made him numb, but he couldn't find Guyu anywhere. The blood under his body spread all over the place where he had ravaged. Finally, his legs twitched and he could no longer move. Is it dead? Guin supported his injured arm and stood up in pain, slowly walking towards the place where the mutant lizard man fell. That huge body, which was so indomitable just now, had now been completely cut open by Guyu from the back. The flesh on the back was turned outward on both sides, and the flesh was bloody and red. He has shed so much blood, it's impossible for him not to die. Guyu breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward, and easily pried open the mutant lizardman's head with the falling star sword, and took out a pale yellow crystal core. The full of energy inside made her happy, and when she held it in her hand, it seemed that there was energy rushing in all directions, surging and exciting. Chapter 3-3 Encounter on the Road. After getting rid of the mutant lizard man, Guyu eliminated other possible dangers in the company, then randomly picked up a bag and packed up all the mobile phones locked in the equipment room, along with the batteries and car chargers. Try to use it as much as possible if you can use it for a period of time. Lin Xin also said that their intranet covers 17 provinces and cities, and some colleagues can still make calls even when they're out of the province. However, we haven't tried the farthest range yet, so we don't know if it can reach Xinjiang or Tibet. But the prerequisite is that the base station must remain in operation. Guyu is not worried about this. The base stations have emergency backup power supplies, and the virus has only been out for 2 or 3 days, so it should be able to last for a while. Let's go. Guyu simply bandaged Gujin's wound, pulled him, and ran away. The flesh and blood of the mutant lizard men are still attractive to those mutant beasts. The ground is covered with blood, and it will probably attract all the mutant beasts here in no time. Take the elevator. Guyu had encountered several small attacks on the way down the stairs. As soon as he heard the elevator to the 26th floor rang, he pulled Gujin and went in. The mutant cat following behind him pounced and hit the elevator door, knocking him unconscious. Although elevators have unstable factors, if you are constantly being chased by mutant beasts, there will be no end to it. Even if Guyu is a man of iron, he needs to take time to rest. Sister, my arm hurts. Gujin looked at his bandage that was soaked with blood. Guyu had tied a knot around his arm using a non-woven bag he had torn off, but it didn't stop the pain. You should eat the crystal core to replenish your energy. Guyu signaled to Gujin. The crystal core can not only improve strength and replenish energy, but also promote the recovery of wounds. Otherwise, in the apocalypse when food and medicine are extremely scarce, a slight injury or illness will cost you half your life. Gujin held the crystal core that he had obtained from the mutant cat in his hand. He felt pain in his heart as he looked at it from left to right. I can't bear to part with it. Then just bear with the pain. Guyu turned his head to look at Gujin, then turned sideways and closed his eyes to rest. He did not feel any sympathy at all. Gujin's wound was just a superficial one, and the pain would naturally heal. It was just a matter of time. There is still half an hour left until the time they agreed to meet, so if they run back, they will still have time. Then I'd better eat it. Gujin pursed his lips and reminded Guyu, Sister, please save the crystal core for me in the future. After that, he raised his head and threw the crystal core into his mouth. Originally, Gujin was a little scared because the crystal core was so hard that he would have to bite it and swallow it. However, he didn't expect that once it entered his mouth, the crystal core would automatically turn into a stream of sweet spring water and flow into his throat. How can I describe that feeling? It's cool and sweet, and it leaves you with an endless aftertaste. Gujin only felt a strange force flowing rapidly through his limbs and bones. The hideous wounds on his arms actually began to grow new flesh and slowly healed and formed scabs. This is truly amazing. Gujin looked at his arms. Although his clothes were torn off, the flesh that had grown was still fair and tender and looked no different from before. Guyu glanced at Gujin without saying anything. This time the power of the crystal core was used to heal the wound, but it did not restore the energy used by Gujin, let alone achieve the effect of upgrading. It seems that they have to collect as many crystal cores as possible. This is a supplement of energy and also a means of saving lives when necessary. Bite! The elevator opened and a mutant rushed in. Gujin and Guyu reacted quickly and jumped out of the elevator door at the same time. By the time the mutant came to his senses, the elevator door had already closed. Guin breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go back. Let's go. If we're lucky, maybe Zheng Jia and the others have already returned. Guyu nodded, and the two of them followed the same path they came from, trying their best to avoid places where mutant beasts and mutants gathered, and hurried back quickly. Sister, hello, sister. When Guyu and his friends were passing by a hotel, someone upstairs called her a few times. Guyu paused slightly and looked up. She saw a fat, round face hidden behind the curtains on the third floor, giving her a warm and friendly smile. Guyu frowned slightly. It was not that this man was very friendly, but the color of the green halo emanating from his head was very pure. How to describe this green? It was like the lush green grass in spring, and like the rich green in the mountains in summer, so bright and vivid. What's wrong? Guin saw Guyu stop and looked over with her. He was just a fat man, no different. He believed that there were still many people hiding in the city, and not all of them had been killed. But what did this have to do with them? People still had to save themselves, and could not rely on others for everything. Otherwise, they were not bodhisattvas, and could not save all living beings. It's okay. Guyu was about to leave. The fat man on the third floor became anxious and hurriedly came out from behind the curtains. He waved his right hand, and a red light shot towards her. Guyu raised his eyebrows, and the black sword flashed in the air, immediately splitting the red light into two halves. Some sweet and sour juice fell on her face and lips. Guyu swept her tongue over it, and was immediately surprised. This was clearly the taste of cherry tomatoes. When she looked down again, she saw that what was split in half by her sword was just a small cherry tomato. You're using fruit as a weapon? Guin's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but look up and look at the fat man on the third floor. Shouldn't he overestimate the IQ of ordinary people? No, I can conjure up fruits, in addition to cherry tomatoes and grapes. As long as there are seeds, I can conjure up anything. The fat man seemed eager to explain something, but Guyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he grabbed Guin's collar, turned around, and walked into the hotel door. The situation in the hotel was not much better than that of the commercial building. Blood was everywhere. There were no broken limbs or body parts, but the rooms on the first floor were all closed. There was no sign of anyone coming out, so perhaps there were still people hiding in the rooms. Sister, you're not really going to save that fat guy, are you? Guin didn't understand Guyu's behavior. They were all in a hurry, weren't they? How could Guyu still have the mood to save an irrelevant fat guy? He is at the second level of the plant system. Guyu glanced at Guin. The second level of the plant system can produce all kinds of vegetables and fruits. This fat man's ability is obviously stronger than Guomingming's. Wow, so awesome, I can't tell. Guin muttered again, but what happened to Guyu was mysterious. He wanted to ask several times, but suppressed it for fear that it was not the answer he wanted to know. If Guyu was willing to say it, he would tell him one day. Chapter 34, Kylian. The two of them walked lightly up to the third floor, walked across the long red carpet, and came to the room where the fat man had been. However, before they knocked on the door, it was already open from the inside. Guyu pulled Guin and quickly slipped in. The two were greeted by the fat man's fruit plate filled with grapes and cherry tomatoes, as well as his face that smiled as bright as a chrysanthemum. What's the matter? Tell me. Guyu glanced at the fat man and looked around for a while. The hotel room was not very big. Apart from the bathroom, the bedroom and bed were clearly visible. Is this the fruit sent by the hotel? Not bad. Guin took the fruit plate without hesitation and sat on the sofa to eat it. Since Guyu had to come up here, there must be something going on, and his sister would not do it without a purpose. Moreover, the virus outbreak has only been going on for a few days, and a second-level plant system has appeared, which is enough to make people look at it with admiration. My name is Han Salian, and I'm a training teacher at a technical school. Fatty Han introduced himself and told Guyu and his sister his intentions. After the virus broke out, he stayed in the hotel and didn't dare go out. As a result, when he had a fever, he lay in cold water to cool down. At one point, he was so dizzy that he thought he was going to die. After waking up, he felt very hungry again and ate all the food and fruits in the hotel room. He didn't know how he gained the ability to conjure up fruits. Of course, this might also be related to the fact that the only fruits he ate were cherry tomatoes and grapes. He spent every day in the hotel like a year, and he couldn't make any calls. There were horrible screams coming from the hotel from time to time. Han Alian naturally got a general idea of what was going on by observing the movements on the street, and she didn't dare to go out. It was not easy to see Guyu and Guin enter the business building not far away. He knew that there was a monster inside. The monster was very powerful, enough to prevent anyone who went in from coming out. But Guyu and his sister are exceptions. I originally thought that you couldn't get out, but I didn't expect to see you again, so I was so happy. Han Salian rubbed her hands with excitement. Guin swallowed a grape while trying not to laugh. Your name is Han Salian? Yes, my father gave it to me, because he was watching people picking lotus when I was born. Fatty Han blushed slightly. Anyone who heard his name would find it funny, but he was used to it. So you called us here just to praise us and offer us some fruit to show your admiration? Guin spat out the last grape seed, clapped his hands, and stood up. Not to mention that the plate of fruit prepared by Han Salian was excellent in both taste and freshness. He hadn't had his throat moistened by fruit for a long time, and he couldn't stop eating it once. Guyu was leaning against the convenient kitchen counter next to the door, but her eyes were always wandering around the shower head in the bathroom. Yes, she wanted to take a shower, especially since her hair was greasy and itchy. Maybe she should really consider cutting her hair with a pair of scissors. This would make her feel much more refreshed, and she wouldn't have to think about washing her hair and taking a shower when there was no water. So, can I go with you? Han Salian looked at Guin pitifully, and then glanced at Guyu who was standing at the door. Logically, the decision-making power should be in the hands of the man with high martial arts skills, but for no reason he felt off towards Guyu, which might be an intuition. Although I won't die if I keep eating fruits in the hotel, I don't want to stay here forever. Han Salian had a sad face, and he couldn't hear any human movement around him. He was going crazy, afraid that if there was a mutant standing outside one day, he would not be able to help but go down and say a few words to it. But the final result may be that your head is bitten off. Give me a reason why I should bring you along. Guyu winked at Guin, went into the bathroom, and locked the door. In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation. Han Salian turned around and didn't see Guyu. She knew she went to the bathroom, but didn't care. She continued talking to Guin. You can eat fresh fruits every day with me. I don't know how long the disaster brought by this virus will last, but it won't hurt you to be with me. Han Salian was there touting all her own merits, using her eloquence as a teacher to the fullest extent. Fruit-making machine, you're right, but... Clatter. Guin was stunned. He didn't know when Guyu entered the bathroom. So was the sound of water splashing in the bathroom his illusion? Clatter. Listen again, carefully. Clatter. Gugin's face was filled with black lines. What on earth was his sister doing? Yui. Han Salian was confused. Could it be that he was wrong? These two people were not powerful, but just lucky? Haha. My sister really likes to be clean. You know women, they can't stand not taking a shower for a few days. Guin laughed dryly twice, lowered his head, and smelled the smell on his body, and felt like vomiting. Since his sister has taken shower, can he also take a shower? The two chatted back and forth for a while and got a general idea of the situation on both sides. Guin did not hide his special ability, because he could see that Guyu had no hostility towards Han Salian and went to take a shower without any worries, which at least proved that this person still had some merits. The bathroom door opened in just 5 minutes. Guyu stepped out with a refreshed look on her face. She casually brushed her short hair and raised her eyebrows. You can come with us. Sister, your hair. Guin stared with his eyes wide open. Not only did Guyu take a shower, but her hair was also cut. The high ponytail became short hair that reached her ears. Although it did not detract from her beauty, and even made her look more capable, he always had an indescribable sense of weirdness. Don't all women love beauty? And Guyu has kept her hair long for many years. It has always been waist length. Let's go. Guyu looked at her watch, turned around, and left. The short hair made her feel a lot lighter. So, I passed. Han Salian was surprised and followed Guyu out of the room without hesitation. Guin looked full of regret, but he didn't say the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Sister, can I take a shower too? Guin chased out with tears in his eyes, but he didn't expect that the fat man Han Salian ran faster than him. Her steps were so light and graceful that she caught up with Guyu effortlessly. He looked at the fat man's back with resentment. Is this the strength of a second-level psychic? While on the road, Guyu gave the phone to Han Salian and Guin, and everyone saved each other's phone number in their mobile phones so that they could still contact each other if they got lost accidentally. I didn't expect that I would receive such treatment. Thank you, boss. Han Salian was so touched that he surrendered directly to Guyu. He had seen Guyu's leadership position along the way. You're welcome. Guyu was in a good mood and raised the corners of her lips. Why did she bring Han Salian with her? Perhaps it was because she had no resistance to these extremely strong or pure colors. First there was Zheng Jia's silver, then Gu Jin's blue-purple, and now Han Salian's emerald green. She wondered if she had some kind of collecting quirk. Others collected objects, but she collected people. Chapter 35 Gathering. Guyu is a person who has a strong sense of time. Even though she encountered various difficulties during this trip, she still arrived at the place where they agreed to meet on time. But Zheng Jia and the others did not come. As if it was expected. Sister, Gu Jin also had a serious expression. The Hummer was still parked in the alley, but no one had moved it. Han Salian tactfully said nothing and just stood aside, tried to estimate how many people could fit into the Hummer and whether there would be no room for him. However, in extraordinary times, overloading is inevitable. Guyu was silent for a while, and Zheng Jia's face flashed through his mind. His smile, his gentle embrace, his bravery in blocking the mutant's attack for her. These scenes flashed through her mind, impacting her thoughts and her heart. Reason told her that she should leave, but emotion made her stay. That was Zheng Jia, the Zheng Jia who trusted her wholeheartedly and who even risked his own life for her. How could she abandon him at this time? They didn't come. They must have run into trouble. Guyu pursed his lips and made a decision after a moment. I'll go find them. You guys just hide nearby and wait for me to come back. Sister, I'm going too. Gu Jin held Guyu's hand. He was a little worried. Zheng Jia's strength was far above his, and he was tripped up like this. Would it be dangerous? What will happen to him if you go? Guyu glanced at Han Salian and signaled to Gu Jin, protect him. Then he turned and left. Han Salian was touched. I didn't expect that the boss was so loyal. He was so kind to me when we just met by chance. Of course my sister is fine. Gu Jin laughed dryly. It would definitely be useful for Guyu to keep Fatty Han. Gu Jin would not question her decision. He could only find a place to hide and wait for them to return safely. The police station in Zuan District has now become a gathering place for living people. When danger comes, the common people have no way to wait for the rescue of the army and can only find ways to escape. Those who can escape will go to the police station for help. It was here that Zheng Jia and his friends found Guo Mingming's parents. It is fortunate that both elders are still alive, but Guo's father seems to have injured his shoulder during the escape, and now he can't even lift his right arm. Mom and Dad, please come with me now. It's getting late, and my classmates are still waiting for us. Guo Mingming had tried to persuade his parents for a long time, but they remained unmoved. Guo's mother even held Guo Mingming back and wouldn't let him leave. Your classmate is so young, he can't even protect himself. You should stay here with us and wait for the country to send a team to rescue us. There are many people in this police station who have the same idea as Guoma. Mom, if the country could have sent a team to rescue you, it would have done so long ago. Now that the virus has broken out across the country, we can't take care of anything else if we can't take care of everything here. We have to save ourselves. Guo Mingming was getting anxious as he watched the time pass by. Although Guyu promised to wait for them and even come to find them, why should he let others risk their lives to do so when he didn't owe them anything? Anyway, I won't leave. Your dad can't leave like this either. What if he's outside and meets those man-eating monsters again? Mother Guo looked at the tightly closed iron gate of the police station nervously and then put her heart back in her stomach. As long as they stayed here and didn't go out, there would be no danger. Aunt, how much food did you bring? Fong Zi came over with a rifle on her shoulder and waved her finger in front of Guo's mother. 1 day or 2 days. I left in such a hurry, I didn't. Mother Guo blushed, and she was unable to respond to Fong Zi's question. Fong Zi pulled the corners of her lips and glanced at everyone here. So how much food did everyone bring? How many days can they last? No one answered, but Fong Li, one of the 2 policemen on duty at the police station, stood up and said, Don't exaggerate, little sister. If there is no food, we will naturally go out to find it. As he said that, he glanced at the rifle that Fong Zi was carrying. If it wasn't for the extraordinary situation where he saw that the girl's shooting skills were quite accurate and she killed the mutant cat that was chasing them with 2 shots, Fong Li would have probably confiscated the rifle. Ordinary people certainly cannot illegally possess dangerous guns and ammunition. Who's going to look for them? Officer, are you going to go? Fong Zi looked at Fong Li with amusement. You're also a human being. Ordinary people can't resist the dangers out there. If you unfortunately die on the job, won't everyone in the police station starve to death? Although Fong Zi's words were straightforward, They accurately touched everyone's heart. Why did they choose to escape here? Wasn't it because they wanted to rely on the power of the people's police? But the police are also human beings with flesh and blood. They are not gods of war who can be invincible in all battles. Fong Li was unable to refute Fong Zi's words. Several waves of their colleagues went out, and only a few came back. The situation outside was indeed not optimistic. How many days would the food left in the institute last for these people? If they can't wait for rescue, those who stay here will starve to death. Zheng Jia, if they don't leave, let's go. Fong Zi didn't want to waste time talking to these people. It was true that the police's duty was to protect ordinary people, but they were also human beings, not gods. She just wanted to remind these people not to think about getting something for nothing at this time, and that the right thing to do was to take up arms and fight. Zheng Jia had been leaning against the door in silence, looking at the scene outside the window through the glass window with iron bars. He had seen several mutants meeting not far away. They seemed to have discovered the crowd gathered here, but they dispersed miraculously. What are they waiting for? These mutants are intelligent, not just fools who only care about eating. Zheng Jia glanced at Fong Zi, then turned to look at Guo Mingming. If uncle and aunt really don't leave, what are you going to do? What can we do? They are so stubborn. How about I knock them out and tie them up and take them away? Guo Mingming was also helpless. They were originally going along the road to the residential area, but they didn't expect to be stopped by Guo's mother when passing by the police station. It would have saved them trouble if they could meet her halfway. But who knew that after entering the police station, he spent so much time and effort to persuade his parents but failed. Guo Mingming was also very frustrated. Zheng Jia looked down at the time on his watch. 10 minutes had passed since he and Guyu had agreed to meet, and now they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Within the range of his spiritual perception, a large number of mutants and mutant beasts are constantly gathering around the police station. They want to capture everyone in the station in one fell swoop. Chapter 36 Preparation for War. Zheng Jia's eyes slowly swept over the people gathered in the station, young and old, male and female. When Fong Zi mentioned the issue of finding food outside, they all lowered their heads or avoided her gaze. At this time, everyone cherished their lives, so how could they sacrifice themselves for others? But the current situation is that even if they don't want to stand up, they can't. Those of you who have superpowers, please step out. Zheng Jia took a step forward. He looked like a gentle and handsome young man, but as soon as he stood there, he exuded an overwhelming aura, which was the aura of a strong man. Classmate, what are you doing? Fong Li looked at Zheng Jia in confusion. I'm a person with special abilities, and I have Earth-related special abilities. 3 days after the virus outbreak, those who are still alive can roughly distinguish who are ordinary people and who have superpowers. Of course, the rest are no longer our kind. Very good. Any more? Zheng Jia looked around again. A boy about 10 years old was about to raise his hand, but was stopped by his parents. His mother scolded him. Why are you interfering? Kid, this is an adult matter. Zheng Jia was silent. Fong Zi and Guo Mingming also looked at each other, but seeing Zheng Jia's solemn expression, they were afraid that something big was going to happen. What happened? Fong Zi felt a little uneasy. She knew that the time she had agreed with Guyu had passed, but Guo Mingming's parents refused to go with them, so they had wasted a lot of time here. If they rushed back, would Guyu still be waiting for them there? In fact, Fong Zi was also a little annoyed. She hated these selfish people the most. When the end of the world came, could she still count on others? I really can't see the situation clearly. We are now surrounded by mutants and mutant beasts. In less than 5 minutes, they will launch a general attack on us. I can only remind you all to pick up the weapons you can use, because it's time to fight hard. As soon as Zheng Jia finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. Some people didn't believe it, some accused him of exaggerating, and some were so angry that they wanted to drive them out. Only Guo Mingming and Fong Zi stood firmly behind Zheng Jia. They were afraid and nervous, but what could they do if they really encountered such a thing? The only option is to rush out and fight. Fong Li shook his head, looking uneasy. How could it be? We are obviously safe here, and they may not be able to attack us. He still had some hope in his heart that bulletproof glass was used when the police station was built, and even the iron fences were made of fine steel that could not be broken by ordinary pliers. Have you not seen the destructive power of mutants and mutant beasts? And they are constantly advancing. The world has mutated. If humans remain stagnant, they will be devoured by them. Fong Zi was so angry that she stepped forward and pointed her rifle at Fong Li's head. The ammunition depot is over there. Equip these people with weapons immediately, otherwise everyone will die soon. The person Feng Zi trusts the most is Gu Yu, and the other person is Zheng Jia. Even though this young man usually keeps silent, his abilities are top-notch, and he would never do anything without a purpose. Feng Li looked at Feng Zi in a daze. He just didn't want to argue with a little girl, but what if what Zheng Jia said was true? They stayed in the police station for 3 days, but received no response from any inquiries, and few of the colleagues who had left returned. The situation was not optimistic. There are sufficient supplies in the ammunition depot, but if they are distributed to ordinary people, will they use them? There's no time. We've got to give it our all. Zheng Jia seemed to be able to see what Feng Li was thinking. When he heard this, Feng Li was shocked. He looked at Zheng Jia, then at Feng Zi, and finally made up his mind to distribute the weapons in the ammunition depot. Feng Zi picked out 2 pistols and a machine gun that she liked, as well as a bag of ammunition. She was the main attacker of firepower, so she would never have too many equipments. Dad, Mom, you also take a pistol for self-defense. Guo Mingming stuffed 2 guns into his parents' hands. He himself knew how to shoot a gun. Gu Yu had roughly explained it to them, but his shooting skills were not very good, and his talent was not as good as Feng Zi's. Fortunately, he had plant-related abilities, which might be of some use at critical moments. I don't know how to use a gun, so I won't take it. Mother Guo was still stubborn, so Father Guo sighed and took the gun with his left hand, which still had strength. If it's really like Mingming said, I'll give it a try. I don't want to just sit there and wait for death. There are quite a few people who share the same idea as Guo Ma. First, they think that Zheng Jia's words are nonsense. Not to mention that there are no mutants or mutant beasts attacking yet. Even if there are, can they break through the iron wall of the police station? Besides, aren't there a few policemen, including Feng Li, standing in front? It's not the turn of ordinary people like them to take action. Learn if you want to not. Feng Zi snorted, then turned around and concentrated on explaining to those who were willing to use guns for self-defense. Of course, time was limited and the explanation was very superficial, just a few key points. Turning on the safety, pulling the barrel, loading the bullet, and then aiming and shooting. Time was running out, so Feng Zi could only repeat the demonstration to them several times. No matter whether they understood it or not, she had tried her best. Sister, I'm a little scared. The little boy who said he had superpowers just now squeezed in front of Feng Zi with a pistol. His parents didn't let him out, but he finally ran out. Inspired by him, his parents also began to learn how to shoot with a gun. Even if it is useless now, it can be used to protect themselves in the future. Don't be afraid. Hide behind your sister later. Feng Zi touched the little boy's head and suddenly felt a little sad. At their age, they should be carefree, but they are forced to take up arms to protect themselves. Is this the sadness of the times, or is this a change in the world? What's your name, and what special abilities do you have? Zheng Jia was standing next to Feng Zi. He also took 2 pistols and put them on his waist, then turned to look at the little boy. My name is Zhou Jingbua, and my special ability is... The little boy stretched out his palm, and water suddenly gushed out from his palm. However, he controlled it very well, and the water did not fall to the ground or spread out of his palm. Instead, it jumped on his little hand like a cluster of small fountains. Xiaobo is great. Zheng Jia rubbed the little boy's head and turned his fingers slightly beside him. The water that was originally jumping in the boy's palm suddenly rotated upwards at a very fast speed, like a water tornado, and rushed straight to the ceiling. Brother, you are also a superpower? Zhou Jingbo was stunned and looked at Zheng Jia with admiration. His water-related superpowers could only reach this level, but the little brother in front of him was so strong that he could lead his water up to the sky with just a flick of his fingers. My brother's special ability is wind. Zheng Jia smiled. Zhou Jingbo's parents felt a little embarrassed watching from the side, but they didn't dare to pull their child back. After all, people with special abilities are still very popular nowadays, and they didn't dare to provoke them. Chapter 37: Preparation for War. The atmosphere in the police station was tense and busy. Feng Li and Feng Zi were both teaching others how to use guns. Feng Li also wondered if he was crazy, but it seemed as if there was really a sharp knife hanging over his head, making him feel uneasy. This world was driving people crazy. Zheng Jia, do you think Gu Jin and the others will come to see us again? Guo Mingming was a little nervous. At this time, he missed Gu Yu holding the black sword so much. It seemed that with her around, their hearts would be much more at ease. Zheng Jia was silent. Perhaps at the beginning he still had some expectations, hoping that Guyu would come to him and suddenly appear in front of him. But people cannot be too selfish. If they are really surrounded here, it will definitely be a sure battlefield. If that were the case, Zheng Jia hoped that Guyu would never appear. Bang! Something suddenly hit the door, causing the noisy crowd to suddenly quiet down. What's that sound? Fong Li quickly ran to the window to look. Suddenly, an enlarged dog face came over and looked at him face to face through the window. The dog bared its mouth and seemed to reveal a smile, but it uttered a familiar voice. Fong Li, you're still here. I missed you guys so much. You are Fan Ling. Fong Li was so startled that he took 2 steps back. This familiar voice was obviously that of his former colleague Fan Ling, but now he had a dog's head. He stretched out his claws and slapped the glass window hard, causing the window to shake a few times and dust to fall to the ground. I didn't expect there to be so many people in the Institute. Looks like we can all have a good meal soon. The mutant Fan Ling looked through the glass window one by one. The long, sharp nails on his palms scratched the glass bit by bit, making an unpleasant squeaking sound. He enjoyed seeing the frightened expressions of humans, not to mention that these people would become delicacies in his mouth soon. Oh no, Fan Ling knows there's a back dog hole in the station, and I forgot to close it. Fong Li's face suddenly turned pale, and he turned around and wanted to run back. But this time a group of mutant cats and dogs came out from nowhere, biting anyone they saw. The scene was extremely chaotic, with screams and gunshots ringing out. The police station, which was originally thought to be indestructible, was attacked by mutant beasts in a moment. Zheng Jia's face was anxious. Although the wind blade could cut or even strangle the mutant beasts that wanted to attack him, it was not a long-term solution, and the number of these mutant beasts was increasing. Go upstairs to the rooftop. Fong Li fired and retreated, at the same time signaling everyone to go to the stairs. Zheng Jia grabbed the frightened Zhou Jinghua and quickly ran towards the stairs. Fong Zi was also providing cover. Fortunately, her shooting skills were good and her hit rate was very high. The smart ones gathered around her, fighting and retreating at the same time. The others who were learning how to use guns were not so lucky. Either they missed their targets or they injured others by mistake, and the scene became a mess. Mom, run upstairs quickly. Mother Guo was so scared that her legs went limp. If Father Guo hadn't supported her with his shoulders, she would have probably fallen to the ground. Mom, let's go. Guo Mingming helped his mother up without saying a word and whipped them wildly with the cane in his hand, making the mutant cats and dogs howl. People with special abilities are much more difficult to deal with than ordinary people, but their flesh and blood are more delicious. How could these mutant beasts give up so easily? Hurry up and go up, I'll cover your retreat. Fong Li built an earth wall at the critical moment, but the wall was only half a person's height. Although it slowed down the attack of the mutant beasts, it could not stop their pace. Boom! At this time, the door of the police station was also blasted open by Fan Ling and several mutants. They walked in swaggeringly, as ostentatiously as emperors. Fong Li, stop resisting in vain. The flesh and blood of the psychics can help us advance quickly. Just let me eat you. Ha 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 ha. Fan Ling laughed loudly, with a ferocious and bloodthirsty light in his black eyes. We can't stop them anymore. Hurry to the rooftop. Zheng Jiaming waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept over, mixed with wind blades, blowing away all the mutant beasts that were originally about to pounce. Even the mutants like Fan Ling crossed their arms in front of them to block the wind blades. This psychic is too strong. He belongs to me. Fan Ling smiled instead of getting angry, his eyes flashing with excitement. He waited for the strong wind to stop. There was no trace of Zheng Jia and the others in front of him. Fan Ling waved his hand and said, "Go to the rooftop. Unless they fly away, there is no way back." After saying that, he chased after him. Mingming, Mommy can't run anymore. Mother Guo kept gasping for breath. She was so scared that her legs went weak. If it weren't for Guo Mingming and Father Guo supporting her, she really wouldn't be able to take a single step. It was too scary. The middle-aged woman who had been talking to her just a moment ago was pounced on by the mutant beast in just a few moments, and her intestines were ripped apart in a few bites. Mother Guo looked at her and let out inhuman screams. The blood splattered on her face, making her feel out of her wits. "I'll carry you." Guo Mingming lowered his body, and Guo's father gave Guo's mother a push, and then she climbed onto Guo Mingming's back, and he carried her on his back and ran forward again. "Mingming, how can we run away?" Mother Guo burst into tears sadly. What kind of cannibalistic world is this? Has the world changed? Why doesn't the country send troops to rescue them? Run as hard as you can. I will protect you. Guo Mingming ran up silently. The physical strength of a person with special abilities is stronger than that of an ordinary person. At this moment, his back was calm and determined, which made Guo's father feel sad, as if his son had suddenly grown up. The police station was only 4 stories high, and they reached the top in a short while. Fong Li slammed the iron door of the rooftop and used his special powers to build several layers of earth walls. Finally, he was too tired to move and sat down on the ground. Get up, we can't rest, we have to keep running. Fong Zi stepped forward and grabbed Fong Li. She actually had a good impression of this policeman who had the same surname as her. There were not many people who could uphold justice and fairness at this time. Although it was Fong Li's duty, it was not to the point of risking his life for others. Everyone's life is equally precious. It's safe downstairs, let's jump down. Zheng Jia came to the edge of the roof and took a look. The police station was broken into, and the mutants and mutant beasts all ran in angrily. They should be chasing them to the roof at this moment. Brother, I dare not jump. Zhou Jingbua covered his eyes. The 4th floor was too high, and he didn't dare to look down. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Zheng Jia covered Zhou Zhengbua's eyes and winked at Guo Mingming. I'll meet you downstairs. Okay, you take Zi down first and let her cover you. As soon as Guo Mingming finished speaking, Fong Zi pulled Fong Li and ran toward Zheng Jia. But Fong Li was still unwilling to leave. He wanted to be the last shield. You fool! Fong Zi stamped her feet, turned around without hesitation, and stretched out her hand to Zheng Jia. Zheng Jia held Zhou Zhengbua in one hand and Fong Zi in the other, then jumped downstairs. Xiaobo! Zhou Zhenbua's mother covered her eyes and dared not look, but if there was a chance to survive, they were willing to give it to their child. Chapter 38. Fighting. Jumping from the rooftop of a 4-story building. If you ask Fong Zi if she is not afraid, of course she is afraid, but Zheng Jia is not a fool who would jump down and die, so she also took a gamble in her heart. The falling process was very fast. Fong Zi held back the scream that was about to come out of her throat. Just when she was about to land, a wind blew over and steadily lifted her up and then dropped her. Fong Zi finally landed safely. Brother is so awesome. Zhou Jingbua applauded Zheng Jia excitedly. He finally saw the different ways of using superpowers. It turned out that learning and applying is really the way to go. I'll be the guard. You pick them up. Fong Zi took out his pistol as soon as he landed. With a bang, he knocked down a mutant dog that was running towards them, while looking around vigilantly. I'll help your sister. Zhou Jingbua was a smart boy, and he knew that he had no rights as a child during this special period. He held the gun in one hand and aimed it in a serious manner. You jump first. Zheng Jia will catch you below. Guo Mingming sent Guo's father and mother to the edge of the rooftop, but when they looked down, the 2 elders were afraid to jump. Zhou Zhenbua's parents were braver and stepped forward. How about we go first? The sons jumped in first, and they didn't want to fall behind. Come on, I'm ready. Zheng Jia downstairs had already opened his arms. The more he used the power of the wind, the more he knew how to save effort. He wanted to conserve as much strength as possible. Then here we come. Zhou Zhenbua's parents were also determined. They closed their eyes and jumped down. The falling process was very fast, but it also made their hearts rise to their throats. Soon, a force caught them, and they landed steadily. As soon as Zhou Ma opened her eyes, Zhou Zhengbua rushed over. Mom. It's okay. Thank you, Xiao Zheng. Mother Zhou was still in shock as she hugged Zhou Jingbua. Father Zhou, who was standing by, didn't know what he was thinking about, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. The survivors upstairs jumped down one after another. They had no time to hesitate as they watched the door to the rooftop about to be broken down by the mutant beasts that were chasing them. You go first, I'll cover you. Fong Li pushed Guo Mingming and stood up holding the earth wall. The supernatural energy was continuously flowing out, and they were the last 2 people left. But the earth wall was already crumbling at this moment. The mutant beast's pointed head poked out from the hole. It rolled its eyes and tilted its head to bite Fong Li's hand. Ah! Fong Li screamed and pulled his hand back, but a piece of flesh on his palm had been bitten off, leaving a bloody mess. Without the input of Earth-related supernatural powers, the Earth wall was about to collapse. Fong Li was too tired to walk. He watched more mutant beasts' heads squeeze out from the Earth wall, and Fan Ling's dog head grinning ferociously at him. He finally closed his eyes tiredly. I don't want to escape anymore, and I don't have the energy to escape. If he is destined to die here, then so be it. He has fulfilled his final responsibility, and he has no regrets in death. Fong Li, I'm going to eat you first. Fan Ling's claws had already stretched out towards Fong Li, but he no longer had the strength to move another step and could only wait in despair for his fate to come. Suddenly, Fong Li felt a tightening around his waist. He opened his eyes abruptly and felt his vision change. He was pulled up into the air by a great force. Fan Ling's claws barely brushed past his arm and only tore his coat. Ouch! A long green vine raised a parabola in the air, and the other side was connected to Guo Mingming's palm. It was he who pulled Fong Li and jumped off the tall building at the last moment. Zheng Jia used his wind power downstairs to catch the two people steadily. There's no one up there, run. Guo Mingming let go of Fong Li after he landed. He admired this policeman for thinking of sacrificing himself at the last moment. There are not many good people in this world, and each one of them is as precious as gold. Damn it, Fan Ling's dog head was still emitting hot air on the rooftop. He would never allow the food in his hands to slip away like this. Chase! Zheng Jia and his friends ran along the same path they came from. Dad Zhou carried Zhou Zhengbo on his back and held Mom Zhou's hand. Guo Mingming was protecting his own parents, and several ordinary people were also running forward with them desperately. Zheng Jia supported Fong Li, and Fong Zi ran while looking back and shooting. It must be said that her shooting skills were extremely accurate, and she never missed. She could knock down someone with one shot. At this time is life. Perhaps the gunshots here were too loud, which attracted the mutants and mutant beasts who had not noticed them to join the pursuit. Zheng Jia's face darkened. Fong Zi also knew that she shouldn't shoot at this time, but there was no way. There were more and more mutants and mutant beasts behind her, as if they would never be defeated. She felt that what they needed at this time was a tank. Otherwise, how could they escape from such a situation? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several mutant cats moved incredibly quickly, and no one knew where they jumped out from. They divided into different groups and blocked Zheng Jia and his group's way. The mutant beasts and humans behind them caught up and surrounded them in a circle. It's terrible. Fong Zi's face turned pale, but she gripped the pistol even harder. At this moment, killing one person would be a kill, and killing two would be a profit. I'm sorry, Zheng Jia, Zi, I've implicated you. Guo Mingming had a bitter face. Finding his parents was his own business, but he selfishly implicated others. If he had known the result would be like this, he would have come alone. Don't forget, when you get to the underworld, that we are friends for life and death. Fong Zi curled the corners of her lips, and a brilliant smile bloomed in her eyes. Mother Guo covered her lips and sobbed softly. Mingming, it's just two old guys who have dragged you down, otherwise you shouldn't have come back after leaving. Why are you talking about this now? Guo Mingming shook his head and handed the gun to Guo's mother. Try again. Hey. Mother Guo clenched the pistol in one hand and held Father Guo's hand with the other, but she was surrounded by those man-eating monsters and couldn't stop her whole body from trembling. There are other people like Guo Ma. After all, facing these hideous and terrifying guys, no one would not feel despair and fear from the bottom of their heart. Zheng Jia clenched his fists and looked at the mutant Fan Ling who was staring at him hungrily, with his teeth bared, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces and eat him the next moment. They were surrounded by monsters that wanted to devour their flesh and blood. But at this moment, Zheng Jia's heart suddenly calmed down. Today might be his last day in this world. It was a pity that he could not see Guyu again, but he would pray for her safety in his heart. Come on. Zheng Jia opened his arms. His eyes were as dark as the sea, but there was a silver light flashing in them. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up on the surrounding ground, and for a moment, the ground was filled with thick smoke and dust, making it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. At this moment, wind blades flew in all directions with the force of thunder. Chapter 39, Killing God. The cold wind whistled in her ears, mixing with Guyu's warm breath. Her eyes became solemn, and she pointed her toes, shooting forward like an arrow. Swish! With a flash of sword light, the sword cut off the head of a mutant dog that pounced on her, and blood sprayed in the air like a bloody rain. The black figure did not stop for long, but jumped into the air and continued to rush forward. Guyu was moving very fast, like a flowing light and shadow. More and more mutant beasts and humans were chasing her. However, she discovered a very strange phenomenon. It was not so much that these guys were chasing her, but rather that they were converging to one place from all directions and even making excited noises from time to time. Guyu's expression tightened slightly. There must be something wrong with that place. She guessed that there might be a large number of living people gathered there. This fresh flesh and blood was like a rich delicacy, attracting these predators in droves. Could it be that Zheng Jia and the others are there too? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but move faster. Those mutant beasts and mutants who wanted to stop her progress were cut in two as soon as the sword light passed. Even the blood only sprayed out after the black figure passed, which showed how fast Guyu was. After parting with Guin and the others, Guyu swallowed the crystal core of the mutant lizard man. If even Zheng Jia couldn't return to a place easily, it would be full of dangers, so she wanted to give herself more confidence. There is surging energy in the crystal core of the mutant who is about to reach the 3rd level. Guyu also thought that this energy would shock her, but she did not expect that her energy was released by killing mutants and mutant beasts along the way. Now she feels her blood boiling, and the energy rushing in her body is about to reach its peak. This is a sign of entering the 2nd level. Her originally delicate and fair little face turned red like a ripe apple. Guyu knew that her whole body was hot, but she could not suppress the throbbing in her heart. Killing made her excited, and she couldn't stop wanting to swing the sword. "Quick, stop this woman!" Guyu heard the mutant scream in his ear. The voice was almost out of tune, with some strange rhythm, probably because of excitement and desire, the desire for flesh and blood. Guyu is also a mutant, and her speed and combat power allow her to go through almost no obstacles. Such flesh and blood is also what mutants desire most. Guyu turned around and glanced coldly. The mutant who was 2 steps behind her seemed to be suddenly frozen, and she felt a chill spreading from the soles of her feet. This mutant was a woman with loose black hair and a cat-like face. There were flames of excitement jumping in her blue pupils. It wanted to capture Guyu, wanted to use her flesh and blood to satisfy its hunger, and wanted to advance to the 2nd level. However, its wish is destined to fail. A black sword light flashed before its eyes, and there was still a look of fear and unwillingness in the mutant cat man's blue pupils. Finally, its head tilted and fell to the ground. The sprayed blood quickly mixed with the dust on the ground to form a dirty mark. Guyu continued to run forward. She was like a killing god. She would kill gods if they stood in her way, and kill Buddhas if they stood in her way. None of the mutants and mutant beasts who wanted to attack her survived. The killing never stopped. A long dragon of corpses snaked up behind Guyu. The corpses of countless mutants and beasts piled on the ground, like a carpet covered with blood and bones. The other end of the carpet was still extending forward, and no one knew whether it led to hell or heaven. "Sister, that woman is so strong." In the corner of an abandoned building, a young man was gazing into the distance. "Not bad, he's already at level 2 at the beginning of the apocalypse." The girl on the other side nodded. They looked alike and could be twins at first glance. But it's a pity that all the mutants and mutant beasts in this area are rushing there, and she has to rush there to die. The young man shook his head regretfully. "It was just a pity. We still have a mission to accomplish. Let's go." The girl turned around and jumped off the tall building, her white clothes fluttering, as if a layer of mist was rising around her. The young man jumped down soon after, but when he was about to land, he saw several mutant dogs running towards him quickly. He snorted disdainfully, and the fire dragon in his hand sprayed out, turning the mutant dogs into ashes in a moment. Guyu looked back as if he had sensed something, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Not far away was an abandoned building. The whole building was filled with smoke, and there were signs of burning, but she seemed to see 2 dazzling lights, one blue and one red, flashing and disappearing, so fast that it was almost in the blink of an eye. Was there anyone there just now? Guyu frowned in confusion, then shook her head after a moment and continued to move forward. No matter who was spying in the dark, as long as they were not her enemy, she didn't need to take the initiative to start a war. At this time, the number of mutants and beasts surrounding Zheng Jia and his team continued to increase. There were even some people who originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to escape from Dong Yin's misfortune, but were forced to join the team to fight the enemy together with Zheng Jia and his team as they were chased by the mutant beasts and humans. There was no way. There were too many mutants and mutant beasts. They were coming like a tide, and it seemed that they would never be killed. "Zheng Jia, I'm almost out of strength." Fang Zi's face was covered with sweat and blood. She didn't know whether it was her own injury or someone else's blood that splashed on her face. She almost leaned on Guo Mingming's body, and her hand holding the gun handle was still shaking. Zheng Jia pursed his lips and glanced at those guys who were eyeing him hungrily. They were all rubbing their hands, baring their teeth, and preparing to choose the most appropriate time to continue their attack. In front of them were the corpses of mutant beasts and humans piled high. Blood was flowing down in a winding manner, soon forming a layer of red puddles on the ground. Zheng Jia, why don't you escape alone? Guo Mingming's gaze also turned over, with deep guilt in his eyes. Zheng Jia is the strongest among them. If he wanted to break through alone, he might be able to escape, but they dragged him down, so that now Zheng Jia has to frantically release his supernatural powers to resist these monsters. What if their special powers are used up? Will they be slaughtered? Zheng Jia turned his head and scanned the faces of everyone present. Zhou Zhengbua's small figure looked at him pitifully. Just now, a mutant wanted to grab him, but Zhou's father stood in front of him. The mutant's sharp claws pierced his chest in an instant. Zhou Zhengbua was stunned, tears rolling in his eyes, but he stubbornly refused to let them fall. Guo Mingming was desperately protecting his father and mother. Compared with other ordinary people who were dragged away by mutant beasts or mutants, they were much luckier. At least they were still alive for now. Many people joined them, those who were chased by mutant beasts and mutants and had to join them, but more people died. There are piles of corpses here. This is a battlefield of killing. Chapter 40, Fighting. Some people were sobbing. They hugged each other and seemed to have decided to give up resistance. Facing those gleaming eyes that wanted to devour their flesh and blood, despair rose in everyone's heart at the same time. Really? Can't go back? Zheng Jia took a deep breath. The air was filled with a lingering smell of blood. He could feel that his special powers would soon be exhausted. But he was unwilling to give up. He didn't want to die like this. He still wanted to see Guyu. But if he really can't escape, he will drag these monsters to hell with him. Mingming, Mother Guo cried sadly in the arms of Father Guo. Maybe people are desperate at this time, but if they can die with their loved ones, perhaps they will have no regrets. Mother Zhou just hugged Zhou Jingbua and cried silently. She had already lost her husband and could not lose her son again. But could she resist those monsters? Even if she was willing to die, she might not be able to bring back her son's life. They were all awake, yet desperate. Damn, I still have a handful of crystal cores here. Divide them quickly. At least we can still hold out for a while. He didn't know who stuffed the crystal cores into Zheng Jia's hands. He turned his head and saw that the short man had his back turned. He quickly took out the crystal cores from his pocket and stuffed them into those psychics. Zheng Jia didn't have the heart to investigate why the short man knew the secret of the crystal core at this time. In his hands were 2 crystal cores shining with bright light. They looked like beautiful diamonds in the sun. Perhaps he realized that he was the strongest, so he stuffed 2 crystal cores into his hands, while Guo Mingming and Feng Li only got 1. But even if there is only 1, it is still precious at this time. Without hesitation, Zheng Jia stuffed the crystal core into his mouth. The cool feeling slid down his throat, and his spiritual power, which was about to be exhausted, was like dry grass that met with sweet dew after a long drought. It instantly regained new vitality. Bring it on. Zheng Jia clenched his fists and decided to take another gamble, to fight for himself once more. Even if he lost in the end, he would not regret it. The battle continued. Everyone was burning their last bit of energy. Even Feng Yi swallowed a crystal core without hesitation. The short man might have mistaken her for a mutant and stuffed a crystal core into her. If she swallowed it, she might die or she might be reborn. At the critical moment of life and death, who is willing to take a gamble? The mutant beasts and mutants only rested for a while before launching another attack. It was their instinct to fight one after another for the fresh flesh and blood. Be careful! Feng Li suddenly flashed in front of Feng Zi. The earth wall was piled high in front of him, but it was ruthlessly penetrated by the mutant's claws. Puff! The claw continued to move forward and immediately grabbed Feng Li's chest. Feng Zi's eyes were red as she pulled Feng Li's legs backwards. The claw only grabbed a piece of his flesh and blood, and also left a few bloody holes on his chest. Blood gushed out from Feng Li's chest. He fell backwards, pressing Feng Zi under him. He looked up at the blue sky and white clouds above his head. He seemed to want to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood slid from the corners of his mouth and flowed into his trachea, choking him and causing him to cough violently. Alive. Fong Zi was lying behind Fong Li. She hugged his body tightly and felt the blood spreading over the back of her hand and soaking her wrist. It was warm and sticky. But this person has closed his eyes forever. Fool! Fong Zi bit her lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew that with Fong Li's personality, he would sacrifice his life for others one day. But she didn't expect that person would be her. Date! Guo Mingming's long green vine whip kept whipping the mutant beast that wanted to get closer. Suddenly, a mutant beast pounced on Guo's mother. Guo's father turned around to block it, and the arm that was originally injured and unable to move was instantly caught in the mutant beast's mouth, and the mutant beast pulled hard. Ah! Father, Guo screamed. His arms and body separated, and blood spurted out. The next moment, the green vine had turned into a sharp spear, which pierced through the body of the mutant beast. Its big mouth opened, and Guo's father's bloody arm fell out of its mouth. Old Guo, Mother Guo was so frightened that she covered Father Guo's bleeding wound with both hands, but the blood still seeped out and could not be stopped. Everyone felt hopeless. It was easy to give up, but painful to hold on, and they were all exhausted. The breathing was getting heavier. As the strongest force resisting the enemy head-on, Zheng Jia knew that as long as he did not fall down, the mutants and beasts would not be able to attack from behind. However, he was very tired, so tired that he did not even want to lift a finger. But why is there still a glimmer of hope in my heart? I want to see her again. Although she was always cold and rarely smiled, he just liked to hear her say those words that seemed serious but revealed her concern. He even liked to hear her scolding him, admonishing him, or even calling him stupid. Sure enough, it wouldn't work without Gu Yu by his side. He couldn't even bring these people back safely. Is he useless? Zheng Jia thought to himself with self-mockery, but a silver light flashed in his black eyes. He could feel that behind the piles of corpses, there was a cunning guy who was watching him carefully, waiting for the moment when he ran out of strength and would rush out to give him a fatal blow. And this time seems to be approaching. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose up behind these mutants and mutant beasts, and a black light flashed by quickly. Wherever it passed, the mutants and mutant beasts were ruthlessly killed, and their limbs and arms flew in the air one after another, like a strange blood rain. Who is helping us? Fong Zi wiped the tears from her face, pushed Fong Li's body away, and stood up. Her whole body was burning with heat, but at this moment she felt that she had endless strength, and she wanted to kill all these monsters. But it seems that there is a powerful force behind these monsters. Is this their reinforcements? Yes, she's here. Zheng Jia's eyes lit up with silver light, and he said in surprise, "It's Gu Yu." He could feel that familiar figure, stronger and faster than he had previously perceived, rushing towards them with an unstoppable momentum. Is it really Gu Yu? When Guo Mingming heard the news, he felt as if he had come back to life. He believed that as long as Gu Yu came, they would have hope of survival. Fuck, who is this woman? She's so strong. The short man who was distributing crystal cores just now turned around and exclaimed. He considered himself a speed-type psychic, but this woman seemed to be faster and stronger than him. Who is she? Chapter 41, Strong Support. The afternoon sun is a bit dazzling, but everyone raised their heads at the same time, following the black figure. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a child who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old jumped high among the mutants and beasts. But upon closer inspection, he could no longer be considered a child, because he had a rat's head and a gray tail swaying behind him to keep him balanced, allowing him to jump and shuttle among his peers. Gu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He was indeed a third-level mutant. His intelligence and flexibility were beyond the reach of ordinary mutants. This third-level mutant Ratman has been hiding among the mutants. Although it is small and inconspicuous, it can secretly control these lower-level counterparts than it. Its target is obviously bigger. However, unfortunately, this mutant Ratman happened to meet her. There was no way she was going to let it go. Gu Yu felt that the blood in her body was boiling. She looked at the mutant Ratman as if she saw a shining third-level crystal core. Come out. Gu Yu raised the black sword, stepped over the shoulders of several mutants, and pressed the tip of the sword down suddenly. Squeak! The level 3 mutant Ratman barely dodged it, screamed and jumped up, turning around and shouting angrily. I'm still a child. Why are you chasing me? It is obvious that it is very angry. Although it has human wisdom, it is obviously still at the mentality of a child. It cannot keep its temper and will get angry if others deliberately target it. This third-level mutant Ratman felt aggrieved. It clearly only wanted to pick the best one to eat, but Zheng Jia unfortunately became its target. It wanted to wait until he was exhausted and then eat his brain. The mutant Catman was dumber than it and deserved to be only level 2. He only wanted the man's heart, but didn't know that the most precious thing in his body was his brain. This third-level mutant Ratman has eaten the brains of several psychics. Otherwise, how could it run rampant in the small Zuin area? But at the same time, it is also smart and knows that it cannot confront others head-on. It likes to wait for the most appropriate time. Child, Guyu sneered and stabbed at him mercilessly with the black sword in his hand. You are a man-eating monster. Squeak. The third-level mutant Ratman screamed because the tip of Guyu's sword was nailed on its long tail. It didn't dare to swing it hard, for fear that its tail would break if it was pulled. The pain of having a tail cut off is even worse than the pain of having a finger cut off. Squeak. A sword pierced the tail of the third-level mutant Ratman. Guyu immediately pulled out his pistol and fired several shots at it at close range. However, the bullets were not made of special materials and could not penetrate its fur at all. They could only graze its body and could not penetrate it at all. The third-level mutant Ratman became manic. Its roar made all the low-level mutants and mutant beasts restless, and they turned their spearheads to attack Guyu. Cover her! Zheng Jia's eyes focused, and the wind lifted him up into the air. He waved his hands violently, and the mutants and mutant beasts who wanted to approach Guyu were immediately blown back. At the same time, Guimingming waved his arm, and the green vine wrapped Feng Zi around her waist and rolled her up. She took the opportunity to pick up the machine gun and started firing. Machine guns are extremely dangerous and have a strong impact. Even if they cannot kill the mutants and beasts on the spot, they can cause damage to them and delay their actions. Everyone charge! The short man was stunned for a moment, then rushed into the mutants and mutant beasts. He was extremely fast, and the sound of gunfire continued. Even though his marksmanship was not good, he could still shoot at the heads or eyes of those monsters at a close distance. Every shot was accurate, and he would run away after shooting. Except for the second-level mutant Catman, who could barely keep up with his speed, the other monsters were hardly his match. If he wanted to run away alone, he could have gotten away. He was too soft-hearted. The short man sighed in his heart, and just then an enlarged dog's head appeared in front of him. He calmly pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot directly into the bloody mouth. Zheng Jia's gaze was fixed on Guyu, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. When did Guyu cut his hair? Did he encounter some crisis? He missed the way she looked with long hair. Although she was serious, she was also cold and sharp. But with short hair, she had a different kind of heroic look. Guyu seemed to have become stronger. She got promoted? Zheng Jia was keenly aware of this fact. Otherwise, how could Guyu fight against a third-level mutant Ratman? And that mutant Ratman was even suppressed by her. That was a child. Zheng Jia naturally also noticed the small figure. It turned out that it was this child who had been hiding among the mutants and beasts and spying on him. It wanted to eat him. That's not a child anymore. Although it has the body of a child, it has been transformed into a monster that feeds on human flesh and blood. After eating him, this mutated Ratman may continue to upgrade, which will be a devastating disaster for the people alive here. Squeak! Suddenly, the third-level mutant Ratman made a heroic effort and broke its own tail with great force. It really couldn't stand Guyu shooting at it from head to toe. Although such firepower could not cause serious injuries to it, it was a shame in front of so many low-level counterparts. I will eat you from head to toe and chew even your bones into pieces. The third-level mutant Ratman looked at Guyu murderously and flew backwards with a tap of his feet. At the same time, a group of mutant rats rushed forward and pounced on Guyu fearlessly. Coward! Guyu sneered, and with a sweep of his sword, a group of mutant rats were knocked over, blood splattered, and screams continued. However, these mutant rats seemed to have lost their sense of pain. One group fell down, and another group pounced on them. The third-level mutant Ratman seemed to be their king, and just stayed behind and watched them quietly. Guyu! A voice sounded in Guyu's mind. She frowned, knowing that it was Zheng Jia who was telling her something. I will launch a mental attack on a mutant Ratman in a moment. Its movements will become slower. You need to seize the opportunity. Guyu looked back at Zheng Jia. He was already covered in blood, and it was hard to tell whether it was someone else's blood or his own. But his eyes were as bright as stars, and a vigorous vitality emanated from his body, making even the silver light particularly dazzling. He is not the sun and cannot emit heat, but he is the moon, and even if it is only a soft glow, he can warm her heart silently. Come on. Guyu gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. Her focus was concentrated and her energy was gathering. Every moment in the past was not as clear as this moment. She felt that the blood in her body was boiling. If that child, that third-level mutant rat man, had let loose and fought with her, he would not necessarily lose to her. After all, there was a difference in level between them. But perhaps it was the nature of a child that he would automatically retreat when he saw danger. He was so conservative that he did not dare to confront her head-on. In fact, Guyu was not sure if she could keep it, but now with Zheng Jia's help, it was different. She believed that she could definitely get this third-level crystal core. Chapter 42 Retreat. The third-level mutant rat man looked at Guyu with gritted teeth. It was determined to avenge its tail being cut off. It wanted to tear that woman into pieces bit by bit, leaving nothing behind. The anger of the third-level mutant rat man was now completely focused on Guyu. It had forgotten that the mutant that had made it salivate just now was someone else, and that was someone it did not dare to take risks with easily. But it was so angry that its childlike intelligence had been completely blinded by hatred. How could it still have any rationality? It commanded the mutant rats to attack, and the mutants who obeyed its orders had to surrender. But these guys are no match for Guyu. They're just vanguards seeking death. But the third-level mutant rat man does not want to stop, and will kill Guyu even if it has to use a rotation battle. Hurry, bite her death. Ah, it hurts. The third-level mutant ratman's eyes were spitting fire. When he was emotional, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain suddenly drilled into his brain, as if a needle tip pierced him and caused him so much pain that he could only curl up on the ground in agony. It's time. Guyu's eyes focused, and he suddenly swept his sword across to separate the guys who were blocking his way. Then he leaped onto the shoulder of a mutant, and then, using the force of the leap, he turned into a streak of light and shot towards the third-level mutant ratman. At this moment, the third-level mutant ratman was curled up on the ground in pain. In just a blink of an eye, it had no way to dodge, but as danger approached, it still used some of its ability to mobilize those mutant rats to stand in front of it. The black sword is as powerful as a rainbow and moves forward unstoppably. The mutant rat that was blocking the way was cut in half by the black sword before it could even react. Blood splattered in the air, and broken limbs fell all over the ground. Clang! Guyu's black sword was blocked by the sharp claws of the third-order mutant ratman. One could see traces of pain and struggle in its eyes, but it had changed its face and was begging Guyu, "Sister, spare me. I promise not to eat people anymore." Okay. Guyu glanced at it indifferently, his black eyes calm and without any waves. Surprise flashed in the eyes of the third-level mutant ratman. The strength on his claws loosened slightly, and the black sword stabbed forward without stopping, steadily piercing into its forehead. "You lied to me." The pair of eyes, which looked like a child's and still contained a bit of innocence and confusion, stared blankly at Guyu, and finally slowly lost their luster. Guyu turned his wrist, and with a flick of the black sword, he took the glowing third-level crystal core into his pocket. The whole process seemed very long, but in fact it only took a moment. When Guyu turned around to look at Zheng Jia again, his forehead was already covered with sweat, which showed that the mental attack on the third-level mutant ratman just now had consumed a lot of his energy. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out not far away. Guyu turned around and saw 2 military trucks leading the way. A team was rushing towards them. There was even a soldier who looked like a soldier waving his arms at them. "Get in the car. Let's go." Guyu turned around without hesitation, pulled Zheng Jia, and ran. Although Zheng Jia is so big, he is actually very light. Guyu knew that she had reached the second level without realizing it, and her combat power increased exponentially. As for the situation where others had a fever and fell into a coma when they were upgraded, it had never happened to her. Perhaps this is the convenience of her special ability. The ability to recognize the light on other people is something she has never heard of in the apocalypse. It is a new and strange ability, and there are many unknown places waiting for her to explore and discover. "What's wrong with you?" Zheng Jia was leaning on Guyu's shoulder at this moment. His aura was a little unstable, and the silver light that was originally wrapped around him was flickering, and it might even collapse at any time. Guyu looked solemn. "Are you going to upgrade?" There are only two consequences of excessive use of energy. Either you collapse to the ground due to exhaustion, or you reach the critical point and break through in one fell swoop. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. I'm afraid so. Zheng Jia nodded with difficulty. He clearly felt that he had no strength left in his body, but at this moment another desire swept over him from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that he no longer had the strength to fight. Hold on. Without hesitation, Guyu stuffed the newly acquired third-level crystal core into Zheng Jia's mouth at lightning speed. By the time he reacted, the crystal core had turned into a stream and slid into his throat, quickly spreading to his limbs and bones. This is the crystal core you just got, and it is a precious third-level crystal core. Zheng Jia looked at Guyu in shock. The look in his eyes was complicated, but more of it was touching. You have dual superpowers, and you need more energy to upgrade at this time. You have to hold on and hold on. Guyu held Zheng Jia's hand tightly. The military card was right in front of him, and the soldiers were constantly firing fire to block the mutants and mutant beasts that were chasing them. Guyu handed it up easily, and the person on the truck caught Zheng Jia. Take good care of him. Guyu instructed, turned around, and rushed into the mutants and mutant beasts again. Wherever the black sword passed, it was invincible. Guomingming, Fangzi, and others also followed and did not fall behind. It was Guyu's arrival that gave them the courage to fight. They fought until the last moment, and it was they who did not give up that saved themselves. Who was that girl? On the military card, a man who looked like an officer frowned as he looked at Gu Yuling's agile figure. The action of swinging the sword to kill seemed to be random and not fancy at all, but it was aimed directly at the vital point and killed with one sword. Even if he was given a gun, his killing rate would not be so high. On this day, I'm afraid that everyone present remembered this black figure. She seemed like a ghost jumping in the world, or like a killing god falling from the sky. They remembered her name, Guyu. The military truck carried the survivors away from the purgatory-like Zuan district. Zheng Jia was still in a semi-comatose state and was held in Guyu's arms in a daze. He knew that only when he was with her would he be safe and could he fight the power in his body with confidence. I'm going to look for Gu Jin later. What are your plans? Guyu turned and looked at Fang Zi and Guomingming. Guomingming has already found his parents, and perhaps they have made other arrangements. Sister Gu, I will definitely follow you. Fang Zi sat down next to Guyu to show her position and praised Guyu's beautiful hair. Neat and capable, this is my sister Gu. Guomingming hesitated for a moment before looking at Guyu with some apology. My dad is injured, and my mom was also quite frightened. I heard that their team is going to S City, where they have already established a base, and it's very safe, so if they want to go with them, I will. Chapter 43 Escape. Mr. Guo lost an arm, but fortunately, he survived and his family was reunited. Compared with those families broken up in the apocalypse, their situation was much better. Guomingming was very fortunate. But if he hadn't been with Gu Yu and the others, he might have lost his life, so he felt very guilty about saying he was leaving at this time. And Fang Zi. Guomingming glanced at Fang Zi. He had a good impression of this girl. She was stubborn and brave. Even though she was not a superpower, she fought with all her might. She was stronger than any man. But now they are about to separate and go their separate ways, and perhaps they will never meet again. Guomingming felt regretful, but he couldn't abandon his parents. I understand. Guyu nodded, his dark eyes calm. Take care. She is used to life and death, let alone separation. Guyu felt that the trip was not in vain, as he was able to bring Zheng Jia back alive. Take care, Guomingming. Fang Zi also said goodbye to Guomingming. After experiencing life and death one after another, she felt that her heart was extremely strong, which made her more indifferent to life and death and separation. Well, Guomingming nodded bitterly, then looked at Guyu and said, please say sorry to Gu Jin for me. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to say goodbye to him. We all understand. Take good care of your parents. Guyu nodded, and his eyes swept over a little boy not far away. He seemed to have been looking at this side for a long time, and finally he mustered up the courage to walk over and asked timidly, will brother Zheng Jia be okay? Xiaobo, your brother Zheng Jia is fine. He is very strong. Fang Zi rubbed Zheng's hair. This child witnessed the tragic death of his father with his own eyes, and no one knew what kind of blow he had suffered mentally. But in such an era, even a child would be forced to grow up. There was no time left for them to adjust to grief. Fortunately, Zhou Jinghua is a person with special abilities, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to live with Zhou Ma in the base. Zhou Zhenbo still looked at Guyu. He knew that this sister was very strong, perhaps even stronger than brother Zhengjia. He hoped that one day he could become as strong as them, so that he could protect his mother from harm. Xiaobo, huh? Guyu's lips twitched slightly, and he nodded to Zhou Zhenbo. Zhengjia will be fine. He will become stronger. As if in response to Guyu's words, he tightened his grip on her hand slightly. Although his palm was very hot, Guyu only felt warmth, and her gaze on him also softened. Sister, please protect brother Zhengjia. We will see each other again. After saying this, Zhou Zhenbo ran back to Zhou Ma and hugged his mother. They were the only warmth each other had in this world. The short man who had just distributed crystal cores to everyone at the critical moment took the opportunity to squeeze in front of Guyu, and with a smile on his face, he stretched out his hand and said, "My name is Shi Fei Hong, second-level speed system. Nice to meet you." Guyu glanced at Shi Fei Hong's outstretched hand indifferently and had no intention of shaking it. She doesn't like to be close to others, and since she is also a superpower, she will be more cautious. Sister Gu, it was this brother Shi who gave us the crystal core just now. If it weren't for him, we would have been exhausted. Fang Zi's face changed slightly when she said this, and she lowered her voice and whispered in Guyu's ear, "I'm not a mutant, but I also ate the crystal core. Will it be?" Guyu had told them about the crystal cores, and asked them to remember to dig out the crystal cores after killing the mutants and mutant beasts. In fact, Zheng Jia had some crystal cores stored along the way, but they were all used up at the critical moment. After all, he contributed the most effort and consumed the most in fighting against these mutants and mutant beasts. But if an ordinary person ate the crystal core, Fang Zi was already prepared for mutation, but this moment seemed to have never come, and she felt a little strange. Guyu placed his fingers on Fang Zi's pulse and felt that her pulse was beating very fast, but her body did not feel hot. It's indeed a bit strange. Guyu glanced at Fang Zi and didn't intend to say anything. Let's talk about it after we get off the car. Fang Zi nodded and stood behind Guyu. She then looked at Shi Fei Hong. How? Did you know the use of the crystal core? The role of the crystal core was not known so quickly in the early days of the apocalypse, but there were a few people who knew it in advance, such as national governments and major organizations that had been conducting research for a long time. After these organizations emerged, they successively established major bases. As for me, I also heard it from others. Shi Fei Hong looked around and whispered, "The government army knew about this a long time ago. I am fast, and I have only practiced some skills of flying over eaves and walls. I heard it from them. Did these damn guys know that the virus was going to break out and made preparations, but they didn't warn ordinary people like us in advance?" Shi Fei Hong is obviously a person who has a clear distinction between love and hate, and he is also loyal. Otherwise, he would not have stayed to help Zheng Jia and his group of people who were fighting for their lives. It would be really sad if all mankind were destroyed. Guyu was silent. What Shi Fei Hong said might be credible. If the government had not known about the virus outbreak, and even the crystal core in advance, the several major bases would not have been established so quickly. These bases had sufficient reserves and various operating modes when they were first established, as if they had been prepared to deal with such emergencies. While ordinary people outside the base were still fighting for life and death, people inside the base were already enjoying a peaceful and tranquil life, as if they were isolated from the world. Those who have gone through so many hardships and are able to reach the base are all elite soldiers and generals, the natural strong ones after the survival of the fittest, and only such people can survive in the doomsday. After looking at the map on his phone, Guyu chose a nearby place and asked to get off. If I follow the convoy again, I will have to leave the city, and it will be a detour to turn around and come back to find Guin. The soldiers on the vehicle also witnessed Guyu's bravery with their own eyes at the time, and they had nothing but respect and admiration for this heroine. Otherwise, such requests from ordinary people could be completely ignored, and extraordinary times require extraordinary handling. But Guyu's request could not be ignored. Although the soldiers were a little embarrassed, they still reported Guyu's request to their highest commander on the spot. Guyu and Fang Zi supported Zheng Jia on the left and right of the car. A man in military uniform hurriedly jumped out of the cab of the front car and walked towards them. On both sides were soldiers with live ammunition guarding them. Guyu glanced at his military rank, 2 bars and 3 stars, a very young colonel. Chapter 4:4. Yuan Yumin is indeed very young, less than 30 years old. Although he has family connections to support him, he also has the ability to hold the position of colonel. He believed that he had a good eye for people, and after seeing Gu Yu's skills this time, he really wanted to recruit this girl. She looked very young and should still be a college student. If network communications were not hindered nowadays, Yuan Yumin would have definitely found out everything about Gu Yu's family background. Classmate, are you leaving now? Yuan Yumin's eyes were bright. His square face and sword-like eyebrows showed the firmness unique to a soldier. He was also very puzzled that Gu Yu wanted to leave. He had just escaped from danger. A normal person would want to follow the army's footsteps to find stability and shelter. Of course, for a strong man like Gu Yu, he might have other considerations. The end of the world is coming, talented people are emerging, and this world can no longer be measured by the previous standards. Yes, I still have to look for my brother, and we're going different ways. Gu Yu nodded. It was not that she didn't want to travel with the army, but everyone's destination was not the same, and they could not go far together. S-City is one of the first refugee bases established in the country. You can come here after you find your brother. Yuan Yumin really wanted to recruit Gu Yu. If he didn't use such a person for his own benefit, what would he do if he ended up in the enemy camp? The current situation is really changing rapidly. Perhaps some local governments and the military are unable to reach there, and it is not ruled out that some strong people want to set up their own camps. If that continues, it will be difficult for the central government to implement unified management. Thank you, but we have to go home and cannot go to S-City. Gu Yu shook his head and declined. Colonel, thank you for your help. We will take our leave now. Having said that, seeing Gu Yu's firm attitude, Yuan Yumin knew that persuasion was useless, but he didn't want to lose this friendly relationship, so he tried his best to show his kindness to her. My name is Yuan Yumin. If you come to S-City or Beijing and encounter difficulties, you can come to me. Thank you. Gu Yu pulled the corner of his lips, and just as he was about to leave, he seemed to have thought of something and turned around and said, Colonel Yuan, I wonder if there's a company commander named Shur in your team who was sent to J University to carry out a mission not long ago. Is that Shur Donghua? Have you seen him? Yuan Yumin raised his eyebrows. All news about Shur Donghua's company had been lost, and no one had gone back to report. Losing contact at this time might mean disappearing forever. I will be at J University at that time. It was Captain Shur who led the team to rescue us. Now you have saved us again. I owe you a favor. Gu Yu still has a good impression of soldiers. They were able to stand up at this time. No matter whether it was because of orders or their duty as a soldier, they were risking their lives and were worthy of admiration. Under Yuan Yumin's questioning, Gu Yu told him as briefly as possible how he met Shur Donghua's company and how they were attacked by a swarm of bats in the dark night. At the end, he said, Guan Mingming has been with us all the time. If Colonel Yuan has any questions, you can ask him. Okay. There was still regret in Yuan Yumin's eyes, but the regret was not about Shur Donghua's company, but about not being able to keep Gu Yu. I'm afraid that the people in Shur Donghua's company are all in danger. If any of them are lucky enough to return to S-City, it probably won't be at this time. Yuan Yumin and his men have other tasks to do, so they can't spare any manpower to look for them. Yuan Yumin looked at the direction where Gu Yu and the others left and thought deeply. A non-commissioned officer beside him whispered a reminder. Colonel, the girl named Gu Yu just now had a third-level crystal core in her hand. Yuan Yumin glanced at him with cold eyes. Do you think you can snatch the crystal core from Gu Yu? It was just a third-level crystal core, so he didn't take it seriously. I dare not. The sergeant lowered his eyes in shame. In fact, they had been observing Gu Yu from a distance, especially watching her killing her way over. The corpses of the mutants and beasts behind her were piled up into a mountain. Who would dare to challenge this god of death? Stay away from it when you see it. If you can become friends with such people, never make them your enemies. Hurry up. After leaving the army, Gu Yu supported Zheng Jia and quickened her pace. She always felt uneasy. It wasn't that she had any opinion against Yuan Yumin, but she just felt as if someone was watching her. Sometimes her premonitions were pretty accurate. Fang Zi had no questions, and whatever Gu Yu said was the truth. Her biggest regret at the moment was probably that Guan Mingming did not come with them. However, as time goes by, who knows if they will meet again in the future. There was also Fang Li who did not survive, and his body could not even be buried. When Fang Zi jumped into the car, she only noticed that someone on the military side released a fireball, and then someone sprayed oil guns. A large area there was on fire. Fang Li's body was also reduced to ashes, right? That's fine. Call out. Gu Yu felt a cold wind coming from behind him, and he pushed Fang Zi to the side, while he and Zheng Jia dodged to the side. Looking back again, they saw an arrow stuck in the place where they had just stood. Who is it? How can you be called a hero by shooting someone in the back? Fangzi got furious. She turned over, squatted, pulled out her gun, and shot. But there was a car not far away providing cover, and it seemed that the person who attacked them was still hiding behind the car. What a pity that the sneak attack failed. A lazy voice sounded from behind the car. The voice was very clear, and it seemed hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Do you want a third-level crystal core? Guyu couldn't see the man's figure, but she was sure that this person was also mixed in the convoy just now. She just didn't know who he was. His skills were not weak, but he was hiding so deeply. The young lady is right. Give me the crystal core, and I will let you go, the voice said as a matter of course. Guyu pursed his lips. No more. It's gone. How is that possible? A voice behind the car screamed with a high-pitched sound. It was eaten by others, so it's gone. Guyu suddenly found a little funny. People who are willing to risk their lives for the benefit. So would it cause a fight if the benefit is gone? If this person is wise. What a pity. The voice was silent for a while, as if it was weighing the possibility of Guyu's words. Of course, what really made him wary was Guyu's strength. After thinking about it, he made the right choice. Since you care so much about that little brother, I will believe that you gave him the crystal core. Really, I made a wasted trip. When the voice fell, the person had already drifted away. Fangzi glanced around cautiously, not daring to put down the gun in her hand until Guyu helped Zheng Jia stand up and said lightly, "He's gone." Chapter 45 Robbery. Guin had been anxiously waiting for Guyu to return. He looked at the time on his watch. 1 hour had passed, then 2 hours had passed. If Guyu and the others didn't come back, the sun would be setting. Don't worry, he will be back soon. Han Salian squatted silently by the side, occasionally handing a bunch of grapes to Guin to cheer him up. He didn't hesitate and ate it, spitting out grape seeds all over the floor. I really want to have some hot pot at this time. After spitting out the last grape seed, Guin felt a little emotional. There were various instant noodles, self-heating rice, and so on in the trunk of their car, but he was not in the mood to eat them now. It won't be too late to celebrate after Guyu and the others return safely. Look in that direction. It looks like something is burning. Han Salian suddenly stood up and pointed in a direction. Although it was a bit far away, the rising smoke was grayish-white, like mushroom clouds rising in the sky. Could that be Zuin District? Guin felt like he was being scratched by a cat. He was no longer in the mood to eat. He stood up and paced back and forth anxiously. After a while, he took out his phone again, wanted to make a call, but not daring to. What if Guyu is fighting? Will it affect her? If he made a phone call at a critical moment of life and death, wouldn't everything be ruined? I don't know. Han Salian spread his hands. He was not from J Province. This was his first time in this city. If he hadn't made an appointment to meet his online friend, he would not have come. As a result, he didn't meet his online friend and was trapped instead. Well, the whole country is trapped at this time anyway, so one more person won't make a difference. Boss, there's a Hummer here. Suddenly, a voice sounded not far away, with suppressed excitement, followed by the sound of running footsteps, and several people ran towards their alley. What should I do? Han Salian's face was full of nervousness. He could only transform in a fruit and had not developed other skills yet. He couldn't fight either. You hide, and if I can't do it anymore, you run to find my sister first. Guin hid sideways in the alley. He just had a lot of emotions that he wanted to vent, and these people just walked into his trap. You be careful. Han Salian nodded. He was good at running. He had the phone number Guyu gave him in his bag. If he really ran away, he would be scared and no one would protect him. When the critical moment came, he would have to fight even if he didn't want to. Seeing that Guin was ready for a sneak attack, Han Salian hid in the corner and waited quietly. He was so nervous that sweat broke out on his palms. Suddenly, 2 men turned into the alley. Guin unexpectedly stretched out his hands and slapped the 2 men's shoulders. The 2 men's eyes widened, their bodies trembled continuously, and they fell to the ground the next moment. How amazing! Han Salian's eyes lit up. He already knew about Guin's lightning ability, but seeing someone use it was another matter. It would be great if his ability could be that awesome. Han Salian's face was full of envy. There is an ambush! Perhaps the sound made when the 2 men fell to the ground alarmed the people who were following them, and Guin immediately stepped back. If possible, he was better at long-range attacks, as close combat was not his forte. In fact, his heart was beating like a drum at this moment. He felt at ease every time he fought with Guyu supporting him, no matter he was facing a psychic or mutant. But this time he needed to stand up alone, because Han Salian's combat power was equivalent to nothing. "Brother, we are all out here to make a living, so don't do things to the extreme." Someone shouted outside the alley. Guin had already hidden behind the Hummer and didn't say a word. Human hearts are unpredictable, and at this time, they may be more terrifying than those monsters. The voice from before sounded again. "The two brothers I saw just now are not dead, right?" Han Salian winked at Guin, and Guin shook his head at him, signaling him not to come out. Others won't take the risk to approach them easily because they don't know their background. But it was already late, and the people outside had obviously lost their patience. They wanted to get this sturdy-looking off-road vehicle, and it would be best if they could drive out of the city. Otherwise, if you haven't found a place to go before dark, wandering around the city will be dangerous. Charge in!" 5 or 6 men suddenly rushed in, throwing fireballs and ice balls at them, and iron sticks and wooden sticks also flew over. Guin was hiding behind the car and couldn't be hit, but he was also afraid that the car would be destroyed. Guin had finally given him a task and asked him to take good care of the car. If he couldn't even complete this task, would he still have the face to do it? "Stop it right there." Guin also got angry, and he turned sideways and threw out a bolt of lightning. He was still accurate, and the current hit the ankle of the person in front. The man let out a strange cry and fell to the ground. As far as I'm concerned, electric current doesn't hurt that much. It just causes a little numbness. It also depends on the strength of the current. Obviously, Guin didn't really want to take their lives, nor did want to break their limbs. The electricity was controlled just right so that their supernatural powers would not be exhausted so quickly. Guin has already learned this from his experiments on Brother Chong's group of people. It's a kid who uses electricity. Look at what he can do. He's just one person, isn't he? He's still a kid who hasn't even fully grown his hair yet. Let's work together to take him down. Several men who rushed in only saw Guin, and they immediately became frightened. Some of them rushed over fearlessly. Guin could not take care of one, but not the other, and in his panic he easily lost his aim, and in the end he was captured. Han Salian was watching with fear at the side. Guin and the gang were fighting fiercely, and he did not stop using his supernatural powers. He wanted to run, but his legs were weak, and he was afraid that he would be killed by mistake if he ran out, so he did not move his legs. "You little brat, you hurt 4 of us. You're brave." A man with long brown hair stepped forward and kicked Guin to the ground, stepping on his face. "Have you become so powerful?" Gugin's limbs were pressed tightly, and he couldn't move. "Brother, if you're afraid he'll use electricity again, just chop off his hand," one of the men suggested, and took out a machete. Gugin's expression suddenly changed. Don't cut him." Han Salian stood up timidly from the corner, holding 2 bunches of dark purple grapes in his hands. "Don't cut him. I'll make some fruit for you." As he said that, he really made another bunch of grapes. "Oh, you have a companion?" The brown-haired man sneered, then turned to look at Han Salian from head to toe, thought for a moment, and nodded. "He can also turn into food. You can take this fat guy away. Don't worry about the rest who can't stand up." The brown-haired man said this and turned to look at Guin with a fierce look in his eyes. "As for this kid, chop off his hands and feet." Chapter 46, Leaving the City. The sun sets in the west, and dusk is approaching. The last sunset glow of winter hangs in a corner of the sky. The remaining light is slightly warm, and the clouds move lightly on the deep blue sky. The world seems to be still so beautiful, and nothing has changed. What has changed is only this world. Guyu held Zhengjia and stood at the corner of the street, then looked back again. The orange-yellow sun is like a salted duck egg and still looks so beautiful. No matter how the world changes, the sun and the moon rise and set, and all they have to do is to live hard. We're almost there, just around the corner. Fang Zi wiped the sweat from her head. She felt her body temperature soaring abnormally along the way, but her body did not feel tired. Instead, she became more and more excited. She didn't know if this was a good sign. Ding-ling-ling. Guyu's phone suddenly rang. She was a little surprised, and then pressed the answer button. There were only 2 people who knew her phone number, either Guin or Han Salian. Perhaps because she had been delayed for a long time, it was understandable that they were worried. But after the call was connected, no one spoke, but instead there was a burst of noise. Guyu listened carefully, and it was not difficult to distinguish the sound of fighting. Something happened to them. Guyu's face changed, and he immediately entrusted Zhengjia to Fang Zi. Take good care of him. After saying that, He took a step forward and ran away. Next to the Hummer in the alley, a man was holding a machete high up and was about to bring it down. Call out. A dark shadow passed by at high speed. The sword flashed, and the man holding the machete froze in midair. There was still surprise and fear in his eyes, but in the next second, blood spurted out and his head fell to the ground. Boss! Han Salian almost cried for joy. The phone that was dialing was hidden in his trouser pocket. He didn't dare to speak, but he couldn't guarantee that Guyu could hear the voice here. But she still rushed over as fast as she could. A critical moment. Guin buried his head on the ground. He was too embarrassed to face Guyu in such an embarrassing situation, but tears oozed from the corners of his eyes. What the hell? A woman. The man with long brown hair reacted and was about to fight back, but Guyu's movements were faster than theirs. Even a psychic could not perform at his full potential at this time. She was like the god of death holding a scythe. Wherever the black sword passed, people died. Except for those who were abandoned by the brown-haired man and were injured and unable to walk, they were still huddled in the corner and shivering. The ground was covered with blood, and no one was alive. Get out! Guyu glanced at the remaining people, and they were so scared that they lost their souls and ran away while crawling. Even those who couldn't stand up dragged their legs and crawled forward, fearing that if they were seconds slower, they would become the souls killed by the sword of the female killer. It's so scary. Even if there are sneak attacks from mutants and mutant beasts outside, they are not as scary as this woman. Get up. Guyu wanted to help Guin get up, but he was still lying on the ground in silence, his shoulders twitching constantly. Guyu frowned. Han Salian smiled and explained, he must be embarrassed. Then she asked Guyu, did you rescue your friend? Guyu turned around and saw Feng Zi helping Zheng Jia into the alley. She looked at the people crawling out along the corner of the alley with some surprise. Who are these people? Taking another look at those lying on the ground, I suddenly understood everything. He actually tried to rob the Gu siblings. They deserved to lose their lives. If Feng Zi was a little princess who dared not kill even a chicken before the end of the world, now she felt nothing when looking at the dead body lying in front of her. The end of the world is such a cannibalistic world that accelerates the growth of everyone at a rapid speed, and those who cannot adapt will be abandoned by this world. Get in the car and leave the city. Guyu gave the order neatly and kicked Guin, who was still lying on the ground. Don't play dumb, you drive. The Hummer finally ran on the road leading out of the city. The mutants and mutant beasts that blocked the road along the way were all dealt with by Feng Zi in advance. The hit rate of the bullets was extremely high wherever they passed. Guin sat in the driver's seat with a bruised face and nose, occasionally glancing at Guyu through the rearview mirror. Zheng Jia was leaning on Guyu's shoulder. His entire face and neck were abnormally red, which was a sign of a high fever. He didn't dare ask how Guo Mingming was doing, as he felt it would be embarrassing to ask. What if the answer was not what he wanted? The later you can know it, the better. The Hummer rushed all the way and finally drove out of the city and headed north. The atmosphere in the car was very serious, and no one spoke a word. Although Han Salian was also curious, she wisely chose to remain silent at this time. At night, the Hummer stopped on the side of the road. They chose a deserted place to rest. After turning off the lights, no one got out of the car. They only ate biscuits and mineral water. The only sound in the car was silent chewing. Who is this? Guin, why don't you introduce him to me? Feng Zi leaned lazily on the back seat of the car and tapped the window lightly with the handle of the gun in her hand. My name is Han Salian. I'm at the second level of the plant department. Nice to meet you. Before Guin could speak, Han Salian couldn't hold back anymore and turned to greet Feng Zi enthusiastically. Guo Mingming is gone, and here comes a second-level plant-type person. Not bad. Feng Zi smiled and stretched out her hand. I'm Feng Zi. Nice to meet you. That's because the boss is good taste. Han Salian hugged the thigh carefully and looked at Guyu again. But Guyu's gaze turned to the window at this moment, and he didn't seem to be listening to their conversation. Guin thought for a while before mustering up the courage to ask, Guo Mingming, what does Feng Zi mean by left? He felt a little nervous, not wanting the result to be what he expected. When Sister Gu came to rescue us, they encountered the army. Guo Mingming and his parents followed the army to S City. Feng Zi took a bite of the biscuit, and she couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. Friends who have lived and died together may feel a little sad when they say goodbye. Oh, that's good. Guin heaved a sigh of relief, but Feng Zi began to tease him. Look at how ugly you are. Are you going to be bullied when Sister Gu is not around? You have to hone yourself up in the future. You don't know how brave Sister Gu was today. She was like a killing god. How powerful is the boss? Tell me quickly. Han Salian suddenly became energetic and handed over another bunch of grapes to ask for friendship. Fong Zi accepted it with a smile without hesitation. Being a second-level plant-type mutant has this benefit. Brother Salian, you are really a living treasure. Just call me Brother Han. Han Salian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Han Salian was listening to Fong Zi talking about Gu Yu's heroic deeds, but Gu Jin hesitated for a while before asking Gu Yu, Zhang Jia, how is he? Chapter 47, The Past. There were no lights in the night, but the pairs of eyes in the car were shining brightly. Gu Jin didn't want to admit it, but he had to admit that he was actually a little jealous. When he had a high fever, Gu Yu didn't hold him in her arms and take good care of him, but Zhang Jia was nestling in his sister's arms at this moment. Even if he was not very dear to her, it was still different treatment. Gu Jin protested in his heart. He's leveling up. Gu Yu glanced at Gu Jin calmly, not ignoring the scars on his face. His eyes dimmed. After today, all of you will follow me to train your physical fitness and fighting skills. Gu Yu's fighting skills were something she figured out through actual combat. She didn't have a professional teacher, nor was she self-taught. She just knew how to cause fatal damage to the opponent in combat from her awareness of danger and understanding of the human body structure. Yeah, Gu Jin nodded silently and turned his head away. Gu Yu really disliked him. He had to work harder. Do I need to train too? Han Salian asked in a trembling voice. With his weight, he is not suitable for training. Although his physical strength and speed have been improved because of his supernatural powers, can he endure the hardship of being trained by Gu Yu? Couldn't he just quietly be a handsome man who could transform in a fruit? Han Salian, listen carefully. None of us has the obligation to save you. When you encounter danger, you must know how to protect yourself. Otherwise, you will not survive in the end times. Gu Yu's attitude was serious, without a smile on his face. Han Salian immediately lowered her head and responded weakly, Okay, I'll practice. Others really had no obligation to help him. Han Salian even found it incredible that Gu Yu and the others could take him with them. There was indeed no free lunch in this world. However, thinking about how strong Gu Yu was, as described by Fong Zi, if he could become a little stronger, even if he cannot be like Gu Yu, but he could increase his combat effectiveness a little, at least he would not always hide behind others. At least in a situation like today, when Gu Jin stood up to protect him, he would not just stand there and watch silently. He would also be able to stand up. Thinking of this, Han Salian's expression gradually became firm, as she looked at Gu Jin with a pair of sparkling eyes, which made Gu Jin shudder. She folded her arms and said vigilantly, I don't have that kind of hobby. Don't try to hit on me. Han Salian was stunned, but Fong Zi burst into laughter. You two are so funny. Sister Gu, I will study hard. After laughing, Fong Zi looked at Gu Yu seriously. In this era, there are many talented people, and she also wants to make herself stronger and stronger. Do you feel any discomfort? Gu Yu put his hand on Fong Zi's wrist. Her pulse was still beating strongly, and her body was hot, but there was no sign of coma. It was really strange. No, I just feel very excited, and I don't know if I can gain superpowers. Fong Zi blinked her starry eyes, anxious to get the answer from Gu Yu. Gu Yu frowned, thought for a moment, and shook his head. I have never met anyone who was awake when they mutated, but maybe you are an exception. Of course, Fong Zi is not the only exception. She is also. Even Gu Yu herself was puzzled by the reason for her advancement. She advanced by just killing people along the way, or was it the effect of the mutant crystal core that was close to the 3rd level? The energy reserve after upgrading is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It is a doubling of the growth. Although she had been fighting all the way today, she was not exhausted, but physical fitness would only get stronger with practice, and her fighting skills were also gradually regaining the familiar feeling. After a tiring day, it was late at night, and Gu Jin and the others fell asleep one after another. Gu Yu did not sleep. She gently put the blanket on Zhang Jia. He seemed to be sleeping uneasily. Sweat broke out on his forehead. His hands were dancing in the air unconsciously, as if he wanted to grab something. Gu Yu hesitated for a moment, then reached out and held Zhang Jia's hand. The two palms immediately wrapped her small hands tightly, as if they had found their backbone, and then placed them on his own chest. At this time, a relieved smile appeared on Zhang Jia's face. Gu Yu could not help but be speechless. The legendary strongest man in the apocalypse, Zhang Jia, who possessed dual superpowers, just lay quietly in her arms, even with a weak look on his face, asking for protection. Why does he make people feel so sad? What has he been through? Zhang Jia felt like he had a very long dream, in which he returned to his childhood. His parents died in an accident, and he had to live in the homes of various relatives, uncles, aunts as an orphan. They were quite nice to him at first, perhaps out of pity, but after living together for a long time, they began to dislike him and called him the extra one. The food prepared by his cousins was always exquisite and beautiful, and what was left for him were only leftovers. He even took care of all the housework, but he could not escape the beatings from his uncle after he got drunk. Finally, on a rainy night, he ran away and ran to his grandmother's house. But his grandmother is blind and cannot take care of him, but he is not afraid. He could do everything. He could take care of his grandmother. So he stayed at his grandmother's house. The only property his parents left him was a house, which was sold and divided up almost entirely among several relatives as support for him. When he was able to work outside, he started to make money doing odd jobs, starting a business, and learning various skills. As long as he was not allowed to return to those people's homes, he could live a good life and take good care of his grandmother. He learned things very quickly, and his teacher said he had a high IQ. So he skipped a grade and went to university after passing the assessment. Unfortunately, his grandmother passed away when he received the college acceptance letter. His uncle took over his grandmother's house and naturally kicked him out. In fact, he didn't need these properties. He could make money on his own. He was just sad because his beloved relatives left him one by one, and it seemed as if he was the only one left in the world. Everyone is afraid of being alone, and Zhang Jia is no exception. So he carefully protects himself and is unwilling to open his heart to others easily. He thinks that only in this way will he not be hurt or sad. But Guyu suddenly broke into his life. She reached out to him in times of danger and saved his life when he was on the verge of death. She was like an angel descended from the sky, so beautiful and so powerful. He also wanted to become stronger, to be strong enough to protect her. As the morning light rose, the big hand holding Guyu finally loosened. She opened her eyes and met a pair of bright black eyes. There was a clear and pure smile in those black eyes, like a clear spring, slowly flowing into her heart. Chapter 48, Training. Zhang Jia's whole body was shrouded in silver light, with a golden warmth rising from the outer circle, as if he was silently confessing his love to her. Guyu's face turned slightly red, and he turned his head to the side uncomfortably. It's not that she has never been in love, but people's hearts are cold and hard in the end times, and she has long forgotten the taste of love. Even when there's a need, it is an exchange between men and women without any emotions. Love is too luxurious a thing. She dare not touch it. But the throbbing in her heart at this moment was so real that Guyu could not ignore it. She knew that this boy named Zhang Jia already had a place in her heart. I've upgraded. Zhang Jia still had a smile in his eyes, holding Guyu's hand but unwilling to let go. I will become stronger and stronger, enough to protect you. Looking at the undisguised joy and expectation dancing in those black eyes, Guyu fell silent. She had never thought of asking anyone to protect her. Even in the end times, she had never thought of relying on others. Maybe her life was hard and difficult. Maybe she was always on the brink of life and death, but she still wanted to stand up straight and live like a human being. Ahem. Did I hear a confession? So early in the morning, Feng Zi had actually woken up a long time ago. She was a gunman and was particularly sensitive to sounds. She was already alert when Zhang Jia made any movement, but she didn't want to interfere since they were in a love affair. I heard it too. Han Salian weakly poked her head out and greeted Zhang Jia. I'm Han Salian, the new member of the team. Hello. Zhang Jia, you are awesome. Gu Jin couldn't sit still any longer. He turned around and looked at Zhang Jia with a cold expression, wondering why this guy was so nice to Guyu, even risking his life for her. It turns out he really wanted to seduce his sister. If you want to be his brother-in-law, you have to see if you can get past him. But Zhang Jia is awake now, doesn't that prove? You succeeded in upgrading? Gu Jin was stunned. While he was still standing still, others were already advancing rapidly. Zhang Jia was already strong enough, and now he has upgraded his level. In the whole team, only Guyu can suppress Zhang Jia, so I'm afraid there's no one else who can do it. It was just luck. Zhang Jia scratched his head, a shy smile showing on his young face. Okay, now that everyone is awake, let's discuss the route. Guyu took the opportunity to retract his hand, took out his mobile phone with a map downloaded on it and clearly enlarged it in front of the few people. H province is a severely affected area. We can't go there. For now, we can only go north and then detour west, but we don't know what dangers we will encounter along the way, and it will take even longer. No problem with me. I'll go wherever you go. Zheng Jia raised his hand in agreement, then looked at his fingers with some regret. He really wanted to hold Guyu's hand forever. Anyway, the general environment is like this. There's no way to rush. Let's just go. Feng Zi also nodded. Han Salian did not comment. I may be separated from you halfway, but we can always go together for a while. Thanks to the boss for taking me with you. Are you going back to Province Inn? Guyu looked at Han Salian. She was able to reach the second-level plant system so quickly at the beginning of the apocalypse. She intuitively felt that Han Salian was not a simple person. Coincidentally, the big boss of the plant system in the apocalypse lived in Province Inn. It was said that he established a plant kingdom there, and even many plant-based psychics would go to him to seek refuge. They turned it into a thriving base. Hey, how come you're from Province Inn? I obviously don't have an accent there anymore. Han Salian looked surprised. Guessed it. Then we can walk together for a long time. Guyu's lips curled slightly, and a barely perceptible smile flashed across her eyes. Her special ability can distinguish those who have the purest colors, and from what she can see now, she has unknowingly walked with two powerful men in the end times. Should she be proud? Such luck is not something that ordinary people can possess, and perhaps it can help her avoid misfortune and seek good fortune in the future. After staying in the car for a night, Guyu and his friends had breakfast, got out of the car for a short walk, and then continued on their journey. But this time the driver was Guyu, and Guin and the others could only run behind the car. During the 10-kilometer journey, the Hummer drove slowly in front for a while, and then rushed forward at full speed, leaving a trail of dust behind it. Ahem, my sister is too cruel. Guin swallowed a mouthful of dust and felt like crying, but had no tears. For an otaku like him, let alone running 10 kilometers, he would die even if he could run half that distance. Run quickly, and don't get humiliated next time you meet robbers. Feng Zi ran forward with a sniper rifle on her back. She also had 2 pistols on her waist. She felt safer when she kept the guns with her. Although Han Salian is fat, he walks lightly, which is the advantage of being a second-level psychic. However, long-distance running is still a little difficult for him. He is also panting at the moment, but he feels that he can hold on. Maybe if he continues to run with Guyu, he will become Han Shozi. Zheng Jia, you see, my sister is so cruel to you, and you still like her? Gujin ran to Zheng Jia again and tempted him. In fact, he also knew that training was good for them, but could he not set the intensity so high at the beginning? They could start from 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers, and 8 kilometers step by step. So why start with the intensity of 10 kilometers? He was still injured, but Guyu didn't feel sorry for him at all. Zheng Jia glanced at Gujin, then looked straight ahead. I want to become stronger. Therefore, he is not afraid of any hard work or effort he has to put in, and he doesn't feel that this level of training is hard at all. Oh my God, you are not human. Gujin was in tears, but he couldn't resist. He could only chase after them, not daring to fall behind or fall too far behind. As they ran for a distance, some mutants and mutant beasts would jump out from time to time around them, and Feng Zi could usually deal with them in advance. If he gets close, Zheng Jia will also take action. But more often than not, he would just watch and wait for Gujin to make the first move. Are you still a human being? Do you still have any compassion? Gujin refused in his heart. He was already exhausted from running, and he still had to deal with those mutants and mutant beasts. Why didn't Han Salian use it to expand his training of superpowers? It's my fault. I'll try next time. Han Salian looked apologetic, although Feng Zi told him that Guan Mingming, who was at the first level of the plant system, could use vines to knock away those monsters, and the vines could even turn into thorns and pierce the monster's brains. These were all things that plant-type psychics could do. But Han Salian had never tried it before, so she was very nervous. Her first reaction when she saw mutants and mutant beasts was to hide. Gujin glanced at Han Salian silently, feeling resentful. Chapter 49 Professor. By the time Gujin finished running 10 kilometers, he was so tired that he fell to the ground. The Hummer was parked not far away, and Guyu was leaning against the car, wearing a neat leather jacket, with a slender figure and pretty short hair. It's pleasing to the eye no matter how you look at it. Zheng Jia was breathing slightly, but he adapted after a little adjustment. He could also increase the intensity, becoming stronger day by day. Rest here for a while. I will teach you fighting skills. Guyu came forward and threw a bottle of water to each of them, then silently walked to Guin with a bottle of water and sat down. Guin also felt a little embarrassed and sat up straight as soon as he turned over. He always felt ashamed in front of his sister. Obviously, she was not much older than him, but Guyu had quickly grown into a strong person who could stand on her own. They all trusted her and depended on her. Sister, I will study hard. Guin took the water handed to him by Guyu and drank a large bottle of it. Although his whole body was sore after running 10 kilometers, he felt refreshed. He finally completed the task that was originally thought to be impossible, even though it was the last one. Guyu turned her head to look at Guin with complicated eyes. In fact, she knew that she shouldn't be too harsh on Guin. She was already grateful to see him alive, but after that, she wanted him to grow up quickly. Even if she was not by his side one day, she hoped that he would be able to protect himself. Sister, don't look at me like that. I feel like I've done something wrong. Guin always felt a little creepy when Guyu looked at him like that. He would rather his sister beat him, scold him, and spur him on so that he could actively seek progress. Guyu pulled the corner of her lips and was about to say something, but Guin blinked at her and said teasingly, Sister, Zhang Jia has been looking at you. After a pause, he said, Do you like him? Although Guin didn't want a man younger than him to be his brother-in-law, Zhang Jia was so strong that it didn't seem shameful to have such a brother-in-law. But the key lies in whether Guyu likes it or not. Guyu glanced at Guin indifferently, and he immediately fell silent. In fact, she knew very well that Zhang Jia's gaze was always following her intentionally or unintentionally. Guyu was not avoiding him. She just didn't know how to face and respond. And she was troubled too. To have a love relationship in the apocalypse is an extremely luxurious thing. Then just leave Zhang Jia alone? She couldn't seem to do it. Unexpectedly, she would also have troubles. Guyu shook his head, took out the phone in his arms, and handed it to Guin. Guomingming's phone number is saved here. You can call him. When breaking up with Guomingming, Guyu gave him a phone. Firstly, she didn't want the two of them to lose contact with each other. Secondly, if Guomingming and the others really arrived at the S-City base, she also wanted to know the situation inside, although she would not go there. Sister, you are amazing. Guin was overjoyed. He had always been thinking about Guomingming in his heart. Although Guomingming had to part ways with them because of his parents, the friendship between classmates was still there, and he also hoped that their family was well. However, Guomingming did not answer the call Guin made this time. He was a little disappointed and thought about calling again later. Maybe it's inconvenient. They are with the army. If people knew that he had a phone. Fang Zi reminded Guin. It was already amazing that they could still maintain communication at this time, even though it was only with some people. But the military must have a way of communicating, that's for sure, and they don't need to rely on civilian methods. Maybe he just didn't see it. He'll call me back if he sees it later. Guin took a break and asked for help. Sister, what are we waiting for? Let's practice. It takes a lot of time to practice along the way, and Guin hopes to learn and master it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will take a long time for them to arrive in Province S. Professor Guyu's fighting skills are also very simple and direct. The human body structure only has a few weak points. Although the mutant's body will be partially modified, the eyes and throat are also weak points and can be easily killed with one blow. But if you just want to make the opponent lose the ability to move, then breaking the knee is the most direct way. The spine is also a fragile place. Guyu taught and practiced at the same time, and also pulled Guin over to fight with him. However, his fighting ability was indeed very weak, and he was knocked down in just a few moves. Zhang Jia was very agile. Although he was tall, he was very quick in dodging and attacking, which made Guyu admire him in his heart. Some people are really blessed. Fang Zi and Han Salian both studied very hard, but Han Salian had a considerable obstacle due to her obesity. She was vulnerable to too many attacks, and easily became someone else's target instead of being able to attack. I want to lose weight. I must lose weight. Han Salian promised on the spot. He didn't think there was anything wrong with being fat before, because he loved to eat. Now that he was covered in oil, he felt it was difficult for him to move. After everyone finished practicing, Han Salian secretly found Guyu and asked her to give her some special training. Boss, I heard that plant-based abilities are not only used to make fruits and vegetables. I also want to learn how to fight with abilities. Can you teach me? Fatty Han blinked his little eyes and looked at Guyu pitifully. What kind of vine can you conjure up? Guyu glanced at him. Perhaps she never dreamed that one day she would become the supernatural enlightenment teacher of the plant department boss in FiveseveN. Will this work? Han Salian was delighted and quickly stretched out her hand to produce a small green vine. Guyu took a look and found that it was clearly a grapevine. Han Salian put her knowledge into practice. She reached out and pinched a piece of it in her hand, and with a slight force from her fingers, the grapevine was broken. Han Salian's face turned pale. Why did Guyu's pull feel as if it was on his body? He also felt a little sore in his heart, although it was very slight. But what was going on? Sorry. Guyu reacted and realized what she had done. She looked embarrassed. She almost forgot that the plants transformed by the plant-based mutants were equivalent to extensions of their own bodies. Damage to the plants also represented varying degrees of damage to their bodies. As for fruits and vegetables separated from their original bodies, it is different. I feel a little uncomfortable. Han Salian covered his chest with a puzzled look, and Guyu had to explain to him, so for those plants extending from your body, you must also protect them well, because they are also part of your body. So that's how it is. Han Salian suddenly realized and was a little amazed. Had he become one with these plants without realizing it? But grapevines are fragile and easy to break. If you have a chance, you'd better get the seeds of Bala Alba. This plant is extremely tough and can be used as a weapon for binding and attack. Guyu explained to Han Salian while letting him demonstrate it himself and then guiding him from the side. Although she herself is not a plant expert, she has been exposed to the apocalypse for so many years, and she believes that she still has a unique vision. Chapter 50 Call. It was 3 days later that Guin received a call from Guin. He was driving at the time. When he heard Guin's voice, he stepped on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. Guyu and Zheng Jiao were still running with their weights not far behind the car. When they saw the car stopped, they looked at each other in surprise. Feng Zi leaned out of the car window and gestured to them. There's news about Guin. Guyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, they should have arrived at the S city base by now. Maybe something happened along the way. Zheng Jia glanced at Guyu. Guyu never missed their daily training. She ran as much as they did, and she ran with weights. Gradually, the 5 of them automatically ran in batches. He accompanied Guyu. Guin brought Feng Zi and Han Salian with him. After persisting for a few days, everyone's bodies have undergone similar changes. At least Guin is no longer too tired to get up after running 10 kilometers. Guin is still on the phone. Sister Gu, let's have a fight. Feng Zi jumped out of the car and was eager to practice with Guyu. Guyu nodded, and without putting down the heavy bag on his back, he attacked Feng Zi. I'm not ready yet. Feng Zi screamed and stepped back in shock, but Guyu was much faster than her. He grabbed her collar with his wrist and lifted her up and pulled her up, then threw her to the ground with a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw, stirring up a cloud of dust. Feng Zi was also strong. She grimaced in pain after the fall, but she turned over and climbed up again, with the flame of fighting in her eyes. Come again. Zheng Jia walked away and watched. No one can beat Guyu when fighting against her. Not even 4 people attacking her together, unless they use their special powers. From what he had observed, Guyu was a natural-born warrior. Her reaction and agility were both above the 2nd level. Although they were both 2nd-level psychics, his ability to respond could not be compared to hers. Unless you use your supernatural powers, but that would be an unfair victory. Guin was still talking on the phone in the car, and Han Salian also got out to practice his supernatural power control. After Guyu's guidance, he seemed to have opened up a new world. He was addicted to fighting with vines and could even draw inferences from one example. Now, they didn't need Guin to stand in front when they were running. Han Salian's long-range attack vines would go over first, and each pierce was accurate, separating the mutants from the mutant beasts and tying them up in a string. Everyone's superpowers were steadily improving with use, except Feng Zi, who was very distressed. She didn't know whether she had gained any superpowers or not, and she couldn't feel any other energy in her body, which made her a little discouraged. Fortunately, her marksmanship and fighting skills are improving, which is what makes her most happy. Guin talked on the phone with Guin for half an hour before getting out of the car. Guyu also stopped practicing fighting with Feng Zi, and everyone's eyes turned to him. Have their family arrived at the base? Feng Zi brushed the dust off her body. The fight with Guyu just now was so exciting. Although she was the abused one, she also stretched her muscles and bones. At this moment, her whole body felt refreshed. Guin turned his gaze to Guyu. Sister, I have something to tell you. Guyu clapped his hands and nodded, then instructed Zheng Jia, "You guys continue practicing." Then he walked towards Gu Jin. After the siblings walked a little further away, Gu Jin spoke up. They all arrived safely at the base in City S. Although they were delayed along the way, it seems that Colonel Yuan was waiting for someone. Although Guan Mingming encountered some twists and turns along the way as he followed Yuan Yuman's army, it was relatively smooth, and they arrived in S City after stopping and starting. However, City S is densely populated and the situation is not optimistic. But the army here has strong firepower and eliminated most of the mutants and mutant beasts in the first time, and quickly built a solid fortress base. It is still safe for now. Guan Mingming said that everyone who enters the base must hand in daily necessities, which will then be distributed by the base staff. Fortunately, those with special abilities are arranged to live in slightly better places. Ordinary people can only live in refugee settlements and have to work to get their daily food. Gu Jin felt a little reluctant when he said this. He originally thought that the base was a beautiful home, but now it seems that it is not the paradise on Earth he imagined. It's normal. There is no such thing as getting something for nothing in this world. Guyu leaned against the front of the car with a calm expression. The operating mode of the S-City base is roughly the same as other bases in the apocalypse, but he doesn't regret it. His parents are quite satisfied. After all, being able to find a place to live at this time is much better than other people. Gu Jin was very emotional. It was probably inconvenient for him to answer your call before. After all, if someone saw this kind of communication tool, they would probably fight over it. Guyu took a bottle of water from his backpack and drank half of it in one breath. They drove on the highway all the way. Fortunately, there were not many cars on the highway. Even if some cars stopped for some reason, they could not stop the Hummer from moving forward. But today they will get off the highway and arrive in Dongshan province. "Sister, you are really thoughtful." Guan Mingming said so. He was afraid that the phone would be found and confiscated, so he kept it carefully all the way. Gu Jin raised his eyebrows with a smile in his eyes. "By the way, I heard that Colonel Yuan is quite important. There are officials in Beijing who want to see him. It seems that it is about a research institute built in the base of S-City." Guan Mingming doesn't know anything else. Research institute. Guyu pursed his lips, and a deep light flashed in his eyes. The research in the apocalypse is even more terrifying than they know. There are studies on living humans, people with special powers, mutants, and mutant beasts. Those scientists try every means to extract serum to study the source of mutations, and even extract genes from mutant beasts and inject them into living people, creating many monsters that are neither human nor ghost. There are even people who are so crazy about gaining superpowers that they pry open the heads of people with superpowers, hoping that there are crystal cores in their brains. But they're disappointed. There are no crystal cores in the brains of people with superpowers, and their abilities cannot be passed on. But this does not stop those ambitious people from trying again and again. These are bloody lessons. The major bases are no longer under the control of the central government, and are either controlled by the military or by people with special powers. The end of the world seems to have become a battlefield for competing for supremacy. Heroes from all sides have made a brilliant appearance and written a new history of this era. Can this be told to them? Gu Jin glanced at the few people who were practicing combat not far away. Zheng Jia's eyes seemed to be constantly looking over here, and his focus was always on Guyu. There's nothing that can't be said. If they had known this earlier, they would have been mentally prepared. Guyu nodded. From the very beginning of the apocalypse, people's cognition has been constantly refreshed. Order has collapsed, and morality has declined. It is unrealistic to pin hopes on anyone at this time. Everyone will eventually understand that the only person they can rely on at this time is themselves. Chapter 51 New Year's Eve. After getting in the car, Gu Jin told Zheng Jia and the others the simple situation of the S-City base. Fang Zi was very glad for her choice. If she had arrived at the base and did not have special abilities, she would definitely be an ordinary person at the lowest level, and she didn't know whether she could return to her hometown in her lifetime. Zheng Jia and Han Salian didn't feel anything. There were people with special abilities, and their treatment at the base was higher than that of ordinary people, so maybe it would be the same wherever they went, but it still depended on their own choice. After getting off the highway in Jie Province, the Hummer drove onto the National Highway in Dongshan Province. The National Highway was not easy to drive on. It was dark and there were no street lights. While there was still some dim light, Guyu parked the car outside a secluded village. "Sister, we won't sleep in the car tonight, right? Today is New Year's Eve." Gu Jin blinked and looked at Guyu. In previous years, New Year's Eve was a day for family reunion, but this year they were still wandering outside, not knowing when they would return home. As soon as Guin finished speaking, Han Xiaoyan and Feng Zi also looked a little lonely. Yes, after running around for so long, they almost forgot that today is New Year's Eve. There should be lights on in every house, and the house should be filled with guests. But at this moment, the village not far away is so quiet, as if no one is living there. I remember there is flour and ham in the carriage. I can make dumplings for you. Zheng Jia volunteered. He is very capable of taking care of himself, and is good at cooking. He also wanted to cook a meal for Guyu himself, but they had to stop and go along the way, and almost all of them had to eat dry food. It seemed like they hadn't stopped to light a fire or cook a meal for a long time. For pairs of eager and expectant eyes looked at her. Guyu was silent for a while and finally gave up. Find an empty room and try not to disturb others. If it weren't for the pressure of the world, who would be willing to sleep in the open air? She also wanted to have a high bed and a warm pillow and eat delicious meals every day. I wonder if there are any mutations in this village? Feng Zi muttered. She walked in front with a gun in her pocket, looking around cautiously all the way. This village is really quiet, and it doesn't look like anyone lives there. Zheng Jia used his mental power to sense it, and then pointed to a house facing the mountain in the corner of the village. No one lives there, but what's wrong? Guyu looked at him, and Zheng Jia shook his head again. I can't say. Maybe it was just a hunch. Zheng Jia didn't feel anything else. There are still people living in the village, but there are very few people, mostly elderly people and children. Okay, then we'll stay in that house tonight. Try not to disturb others and leave at dawn. As soon as Guyu finished speaking, everyone became excited. Even though they were staying in an old house in a remote mountain village tonight, it undoubtedly felt like they were staying in a 5-star hotel. This is a 2-story rural building with a large courtyard. The gate is locked from the outside with an iron chain. Perhaps the owner is out and has not returned. Guyu used the black sword to pry the chain lightly, and it fell to the ground like tofu. Feng Zi looked at it in amazement. Sister Gu, this sword of yours is really a sword that can cut iron like mud. Where did you buy it? It's a coincidence. Guyu said it lightly without saying much, but the elegant young man like a bamboo in the forest flashed through his mind. Now that the end of the world is coming, he wondered if he was still guarding the ancestral Rui pavilion. Zheng Jia looked at Guyu silently. She was always full of mystery in his heart. Perhaps he would spend his whole life searching for the answer. Several people pushed the door open and walked in. The cold wind was blowing in the winter night, and everyone was doing their job. Some were making fires, some were looking for candles to light up, and Feng Zi was also picking some shepherd's purse and chopped green onions in the yard. Sister, look what I found in the kitchen, bacon and sausages. Guin happily held up the spoils he had found in front of Guyu, but she frowned slightly. This family has even prepared bacon and sausages for the new year, so how come no one is at home? Then I'll steam them for you tonight, and put the meat in the dumplings. Zheng Jia said, and then glanced at Guyu. Do you want to drink some porridge? I just saw that there is rice in the jar, both white rice and millet. He felt that every time Guyu ate, it was like she was fighting a war. She didn't care about the taste or the coldness of the food at all. Her stomach wouldn't be able to bear eating like that, so if there was a chance, Zheng Jia would try his best to improve her food. Whatever you want. Guyu waved his hand and turned to walk towards the stairs. I'll go upstairs to check. This 2-story building is an earthen house built in the countryside. In the middle of the first floor is a spacious main room, with rooms on both sides, a layout of 1 bright and 2 dark. The kitchen can also be used as a bathroom in the corner of the first floor. There was a pig shed that smelled quite bad, but there were no pigs, let alone chickens or ducks inside. Okay, Zheng Jia, now you only know how to show off in front of my sister, but are you good at cooking? Guin glanced at Zheng Jia sideways. They usually ate in the school cafeteria, and he had never seen Zheng Jia rent a house outside, let alone cook alone, so he didn't believe that Zheng Jia could cook. Go see if there's anything else you can cook in the kitchen, and just help me. Zheng Jia took the bacon and sausages from Guin and fetched some well water to soak them first. Feng Zi also ran over to help. There is strength in numbers. The sooner everything is done, the earlier their New Year's Eve dinner can be served. On such a cold winter night, being able to eat a bite of hot food is happiness. Guyu carefully went up to the 2nd floor. There were 3 rooms upstairs and a bathroom in the corner. There were large beds in the 3 bedrooms, but the beds looked a little messy, as if someone had left in a hurry before waking up. But there was no blood stain anywhere, and the furniture and chairs were arranged neatly. After taking a look around, Guyu did not find anything suspicious. Perhaps she was just overthinking. After Zheng Jia and his team had been busy in the kitchen for 2 hours, pots of hot dishes were served on the table on time. The fragrant bacon and sausages, the fat and lean meat, made Guin swallow his saliva at the first sight. He hadn't eaten meat properly for a long time. For a carnivore, it was cruel to eat biscuits every day. There was no fresh meat in the house, so Zheng Jia chopped up the ham and added chives to make dumplings. When the hot dumplings were served on the table, even Guyu's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but look at Zheng Jia. Did she pick up a treasure boy? Zheng Jia felt a little embarrassed when Guyu looked at him. One of his hands unconsciously grabbed his floral apron, and with the other hand he pointed at the food on the table. There's still some eggs, so I fried some eggs with shepherd's purse. You can all make do with it. After that, he brought a bowl of porridge in front of Guyu. He made it specially for her. Zheng Jia is so amazing. Whoever marries him will enjoy a happy life. Feng Zi winked at Guyu. Who wouldn't want such a good man who is both capable of housework and good at managing his career? In addition to dumplings and vegetables, there are 2 plates of fruit on the table. Han Salian put the grapes and cherry tomatoes on the table, rubbed her hands together, and looked at the food on the table with salivating eyes. Can we start eating? Chapter 52. Holding Hands. The whole dining process was as smooth as a whirlwind. No one spoke, and everyone ate at a super fast speed. Zheng Jia even specially prepared a sweet and sour dip and placed it in front of Guyu, whispering, Guin said you like this flavor, but there is no chili in the kitchen. It's okay, it's delicious. Guyu curled the corners of his lips slightly towards Zheng Jia as a compliment. Zheng Jia immediately put 2 more dumplings in her bowl and said, if you like them, I will make them for you in the future. Hey, you two should be careful. We are all single here. Isn't it heartbreaking? Guin stuffed a piece of pork belly with his mouth and still had time to give Zheng Jia some advice. My sister is the type who takes a long time to warm up. You should be more careful. After having this New Year's Eve dinner, Guin no longer objected to having Zheng Jia as his brother-in-law. So what if he is young? The little guy is both handsome and capable. The key is that the food he cooks is delicious. If Zheng Jia and his sister have no relationship anymore, how can he eat food cooked by others in the future? Yeah. Zheng Jia nodded repeatedly, a look of joy flashing in his eyes. Ever since Guin knew that he liked Guyu, she always had a lukewarm feeling towards him, sometimes even sarcastic, but now Zheng Jia could feel that Guin truly accepted him. Sister Gu, you are so lucky. I am so envious and jealous. Feng Zi did not stop eating. The dumplings were delicious and the meat was satisfying. It would be even better if she could have a sip of wine. This porridge has been cooked for more than an hour. You can drink it slowly after it cools down. Zheng Jia served another bowl of porridge to Guyu, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Zheng Jia was so good to her. Guyu cleared his throat, took the porridge and wanted to nod and thank him. But in the end he said nothing and drank the porridge in silence. Although the room was dimly lit by candles, the spirits of the few people were still high. Han Salian even sang an impromptu song, not to mention that his voice was quite good. The song Unforgettable Tonight brought out teacher Li's melodious voice and received applause from the whole room. The warm yellow candlelight illuminates their young faces, and you can still see their once energetic and high-spirited looks on those faces. How great! Guyu just sat there watching, and even his heart gradually warmed up. Perhaps this is the motivation she strives for, to have hope and to live like a human being even in the end times. There was no moon on New Year's Eve, and the sky became dark. Guyu looked out the window, silently. This was the first New Year's Eve he didn't spend with his parents, and he didn't know how they were doing. You haven't finished the porridge yet. You can heat it up and eat it tomorrow morning. I'll make you some egg pancakes. Zheng Jia stood next to Guyu without knowing when. Although he looked calm, he was actually very nervous inside. What's the relationship between him and Guyu? He has been chasing after Guyu, but she has never given him any response. Any response? In the past, Zheng Jia thought that it was not necessary. He just needed to like her silently. But later he found that love needs a response, and he also hoped that she would like him. Is this a luxury? Zheng Jia. Guyu suddenly turned around to face Zheng Jia, which startled him. You don't have to be so cautious with me all the time. Be careful to please her and put her likes and dislikes first in everything. Guyu felt that she was bullying a child. No, I'm just afraid that you won't like it. Zheng Jia was a little nervous. Guyu's eyes were dark and shiny, as if she could see into his heart. Zhang Jia took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to confess again. From now on, let me take care of you, okay? Guyu is his hope and the motivation for his living. For a moment, Zhang Jia even felt that if Guyu was no longer in this world, he would probably not want to live anymore. Living in a world without her would be eternal darkness and torture for him. You are younger than me. You will meet someone more suitable than me in the future. Guyu blushed and was about to turn sideways to avoid him, but Zhang Jia grabbed her hand. Her eyes dropped and looked at the large hand with distinct joints. His fingers were long, warm, and strong. He held her hand with a bit of urgency and anxiety. But I only want you. Guyu didn't even dare to look into Zhang Jia's eyes. Although she repeatedly denied that she was moved and tried to keep a distance between them, Zhang Jia was still getting closer to her, regardless of her indifference and avoidance. He wanted to open his innocent heart to her. How could there be such people in the world? So pure, yet so warm. Is he an angel sent by God to save her? Let her, whose hands are stained with blood, still have a chance to regain happiness. Guyu was a little dazed, but Gu Jin suddenly took the lead in making a noise. Fang Zi and Han Salian also clapped their hands, looking very happy. Together, together, together. Guyu silently glanced at everyone. Maybe it was because she lacked the love gene. She didn't feel excited at this moment. She even had a feeling of being the only one sober while everyone else was drunk. However, there was a hint of joy in her eyes when she looked at Zhang Jia. Maybe she really likes him. She had never truly loved anyone before, nor had she experienced that kind of heart-pounding feeling, but when she was with Zhang Jia, she felt very peaceful in her heart. Although there was no grand feeling, she liked this kind of long-lasting warmth. So, why not try to be with him? Life is short, like the morning dew, and happiness is short-lived. Why not allow yourself to love once? Guyu's heart gradually became firm, and he no longer dodged and looked at Zhang Jia. He nodded gently under his expectant gaze. Okay. The lights in the house at the entrance of the village were lit again. How could the people living in the village not know about it? They gathered together quietly at night, whispering and talking to each other. How dare these outsiders live in that house? Nyowazi and his whole family are gone. There must be a ghost there. My grandpa said it was a monster, not a ghost. One child retorted to the old man unconvinced and was immediately dragged back by the old man's ears. Don't get involved. The monster will eat them and won't eat us. People are selfish, let alone strangers. No one in the village wanted to remind Guyu and the others. They were not welcome to such uninvited guests in the first place. The village is located in a remote area, but some people brought back news that the world has changed, and it is good for them to be able to live in peace in a remote corner, and no one wants to cause trouble. Go home, everyone. Come back tomorrow morning to see the results. The village chief waved his hand, and everyone dispersed immediately, all in silence, as if no one had ever been there. Chapter 53, Sneak Attack. There are 3 rooms on the second floor. Guyu and Fang Zi sleep in one. Gu Jin and Zhang Jia sleep in another, and Han Salian, who is too tall, asks for a room of her own. This request is met, so she happily finds a quilt and mattress in the closet to make the bed. It's a great day today. We had a lively New Year's Eve. It was already past 12 o'clock and the first day of the year of the rat had arrived. Han Salian hugged her pillow and looked at the white ceiling, thinking about her relatives far away. Somehow, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Zhang Jia closed the door for him and went to the next room with a pillow. Gu Jin was already lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. He took a look and then spread out his bed on the floor. You don't want to sleep on the bed? Gu Jin glanced at Zhang Jia sideways. The bed was only about 1.5 meters wide. Although it was a bit crowded, it was still possible to sleep on it. I want to get up early to make breakfast tomorrow, so I won't wake you up. You can sleep in the bed. Zhang Jia waved his hand and lay on the floor, concentrating on feeling the movement next door. Fang Zi had already fallen asleep on the bed, but Guyu was still standing by the window. Was he unable to sleep, or was he admiring the night view? Zhang Jia was so excited that he couldn't sleep when he thought about Guyu finally nodding and agreeing to go out with him tonight. Now he had a lot to say to her, and he wished he could break through the wall in front of him. Although his mental power could radiate to a radius of 100 meters, it was not as real as touching her with his own hands. Aren't you going to sleep yet? A familiar voice sounded in her mind. Zhang Jia finally couldn't help but send brain waves to Guyu. She was slightly stunned and then shook her head. The year of the rat. 60 years make up a jiazi. I heard that every year of the rat will bring disaster. Don't worry, I will be with you. Zheng Jia's voice was warm. Gu Yu curled the corners of her lips. She believed that the person she met was warm, with glowing energy. As long as he was by her side, she would feel at ease. Just now, when we were having dinner, it seemed that all the people in the village came out, but they just watched from a distance and didn't come over to say hello. This made Zheng Jia feel a little strange, but because they were too far away, his perception was a little vague, and he didn't listen carefully to what they were saying. Gu Yu pondered for a while. She also felt something was strange, but she couldn't tell what it was. Have a good rest tonight, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. After saying this to Zheng Jia in his mind, Gu Yu lay down on the bed, but his hand under the quilt was still tightly holding the hilt of the sword. She closed her eyes tightly, hoping that her premonition was wrong and that nothing would happen tonight. It was still quiet in the first half of the night, but this building was close to the back mountain, and there seemed to be something rustling and moving. The movement was very small, and if you didn't listen carefully, you would definitely not be able to hear it, let alone a group of people who were already asleep. It was as if some tentacle was sliding quietly on the mountain wall, and then slowly opened the window of a room. Call out! The tentacle rushed into the room very quickly. At the same time, Gu Yu and Zheng Jia opened their tightly closed eyes at the same time. They stood up and ran towards the same room. What's wrong? Fang Zi was still awakened. When Gu Yu jumped up, she also woke up and followed him out with a gun in hand. Only Gu Jin was still sleeping soundly in bed because he was full and did not get up because of the noise. Bang! Zheng Jia and Gu Yu looked at each other, and they both kicked open Han Salian's door at the same time. The light in the room was dim, but one could vaguely see that Han Salian was hanging in the air. His eyes were full of fear, but his mouth was blocked by something, so he could only whimper for help. What is that thing? Fang Zi felt a chill down her spine. The thing that was wrapped around Han Salian looked like a tentacle or a vine extending from the back window and almost covering the entire room. It's Creeper. Gu Yu's face was serious, and he slightly exerted force on the hilt of the sword, and it's level 3. When Gu Yu went up to the second floor to check, he saw the mountainside covered with green plants, green vines, and emerald green leaves. Even in winter, they were still full of vitality and had a greasy luster. She might not have figured out what was going on at the time, but now she understood it all. A third-level plant? Fang Zi glanced at Han Salian nervously. He was still struggling and resisting desperately, and obviously wanted to use his special abilities, but the ivy vines wrapped him tightly. The trembling green leaves seemed to be still shaking, making a series of rustling sounds, as if mocking humans. Oh my god, this ivy has become a spirit. Fang Zi couldn't help swallowing. Third-level plant system. How can we destroy it? Zheng Jia's face was also full of solemnity. It was the first time for them to fight against mutated plants. They had killed many mutants and mutant beasts in those days, but they had never encountered a mutated plant. Now Zheng Jia also understood why Gu Yu did not agree with them going into the forest when choosing the road, because it was more dangerous there. Pull out its main root system, or burn it, otherwise it cannot be killed. Gu Yu gritted her teeth. What she feared most was encountering this kind of mutated plant, which could not be killed or chopped down no matter what, as if it were endless. Then save Han Salian and leave. Zheng Jia nodded, clenched his fists, and the wind around him was compressed at a rapid speed. As he waved his hands, wind blades shot out from between his fingers. Whoosh! He directly cut off the vines that bound Han Salian's legs. At this time, Gu Yu also moved. She leaped up, and the sword light flashed in front of Han Salian. He was so scared that he almost lost his soul. By the time he reacted, he had already fallen from the air and fell upside down. Run! Fang Zi's gunshot broke the tranquility of the night sky, and vines danced wildly. For a moment, it seemed as if countless tentacles were flying over, blocking their way from all directions. The ivy moved very quickly, and in just a blink of an eye, the entire room was dyed green. There was no light in sight, and the whole room suddenly became dark. Be careful! Zheng Jia was able to sense the movements of the ivy through his mental power. He pulled Gu Yuhu in his arms. A green vine brushed across his arm, leaving a deep blood mark. You are hurt. The smell of blood wafted past his nose. Gu Yu's face darkened, and an anger slowly rose in his chest. The room was pitch black. Although she could not see the main body of the vines, she could see the bright lights. The light spots seemed to be moving. It was the flow of the energy of the ivy, and its core was not here. Hateful! Guyu gritted his teeth. Although these mutated plants were not as intelligent as mutated humans or mutated beasts, they usually hid their main roots in the deepest and farthest places, so even if they were damaged, it would not hurt the roots. Especially difficult. Chapter 54 Rescue 1. Guyu raised his sword and swung it down at a very fast speed. The vines fell in a circle around them, but there were still endless ivy vines extending from outside the window, as if they could never be cut off. No, we can't kill all Sister Gu. Fangzi looked anxious. She couldn't see the direction and could only shoot around according to the sound, but the combat effectiveness was minimal. Moreover, the vines seemed to have sharp thorns, and when it scratched them, it would leave a bloody mark, which made people feel painful and scared. This is going to wear them out. We have to find a way to break out. Guyu gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. Zheng Jia communicated with her in his mind. I can roughly determine where the door is. I will use the wind power to drill a hole and then escape from there. Okay, I'll cover you. Guyu nodded. The vines were like the tentacles of ivy, able to attack them from all directions, making it impossible to defend against them. Moreover, mutant plants like this love to drag people under their taproots and nourish themselves with their flesh and blood. At this moment, Guyu suddenly understood why no one lived in this house. It turned out that all the people had been dragged away by the ivy. Sizzle. There was a flash of lightning, and many vines fell to the ground, becoming burnt. Right now. Gu Jin, get out of the way. Zheng Jia shouted, and the gathered wind force pushed forward suddenly, quickly opening an exit at the place where the vine was broken. Guyu, let's go. Zheng Jia pulled Guyu and rushed out, followed closely by Fangzi. Gu Jin was waiting for them outside the door. If the gunshots couldn't wake him up, he would have really fallen asleep like a dead pig. Everyone ran downstairs in one breath and quickly moved away from the house. Gu Jin was still panting there, with a look of amazement on his face. What on earth are those things? Are the plants spirits? Ivy, has it become a spirit? Fangzi also stroked her chest. She was still frightened at the moment. The whole room had been sealed by the ivy, without sunlight. She thought she would never be able to get out. There were several scratches on their bodies, but they were all superficial injuries. I don't know if these ivy plants were stupid enough not to string them all together. It doesn't want to kill us all at once. It needs us to be alive for the time being so that it can provide nutrients. Guyu seemed to see what Fangzi was thinking and explained again. Zheng Jia's arm was badly injured, and Guyu silently tied a handkerchief around it. This idiot, getting injured was a common occurrence for her, and she could definitely avoid it. So why should he take the blow for her? Hey, where's Han Salian? After Gu Jin caught his breath, he realized that Han Salian didn't run out with him, and his face turned pale immediately. Several people's eyes immediately turned to the second floor. Could he still be in that room, or had he been dragged away by the ivy? In the dim light of the night, one could vaguely see the ivy vines quickly wrapping around the entire house, leaving no gaps, as if declaring its sovereignty, as well as its plunder and possession of Han Salian. Sister Gu, what should I do? Fangzi's heart was still trembling, but looking at the green vines that seemed to be able to cover the sky and block out the sun, she no longer had the courage to rush in. To save or not to save? Everyone's eyes turned to Guyu, waiting for her answer. Guyu's thoughts were in a mess for a moment. Han Salian, also known as Fatty Han, was the one who brought him into the team. This shy and amiable fat man, this fat man who could conjure up fruits, brought them a lot of laughter along the way. He carefully asked her for advice on how to control plant-related abilities, and he also worked hard to become a strong man in the apocalypse. Guyu always felt that he would not really die here. He still had to go to Province Inn to build his plant kingdom. But, looking at those pairs of eyes, Guyu knew very well that she could not give up any of her teammates, could not give up those companions who relied on and trusted her. Guyu clenched his fists and said solemnly, "We must be prepared and wait until dawn to fight back and rescue him." The sky was too dark and the light was too dim, which didn't matter to the ivy, but it was not conducive to their movements. She also needed to prepare some things. Even if they couldn't guarantee that they would be foolproof, she couldn't get herself into trouble. Guyu's words are the backbone. Whatever she says goes, so it goes. Gu Jin and Fangzi looked at each other and nodded heavily. Maybe one day, they will be the ones in danger. When that time comes, will they hope that their teammates will do their best to rescue them, or will they be abandoned? The answer is obvious. When it was dawn, the villagers all came out to watch the excitement. They wondered if these strangers were still alive after last night. Perhaps they had suffered the same fate as Nyowazi and his family? It seems like there is no one here. Someone stood far away and looked into the yard. The green vines had retreated, as if they had never been there and left no trace in the house. I'm afraid he was really eaten by a monster. It's possible. It's a good thing this monster can't go too far. Otherwise, everyone in our village would have been eaten by it. While the villagers were discussing, Guin and a few others suddenly came out from the yard, which scared them. What the hell, they're not dead. A villager screamed, and everyone wanted to run back. Guin flashed forward, and the black sword was immediately placed on the neck of an old man, who happened to be the village chief. What do you want to do? Do you want to kill someone? The cold sword was placed on his neck. The village chief's feet were trembling, but he still had to stay calm. We have all died once, so it's not a loss to have so many people accompanying us. Guin swept her eyes coldly, and the villagers who were swept by her eyes all retreated timidly. Human nature is selfish and tends to bully the weak and fear the strong. This is an unchanging truth for thousands of years. Tell me, have you known that this ivy plant wants to eat people? Fangzi walked forward with a ferocious look, especially with a gun in her hand. It was obvious that she was not a good person. That's not ivy, that's ghost vine. Someone in the crowd said this, and then everyone started talking about it. Nyowazi and his family have never left the house. They were eaten by the ghost vines. 2 nearby families also suffered, so we all moved far away. Please let the village chief go. This matter has nothing to do with him. Let my grandpa go. A child suddenly rushed out from the crowd, holding a large stone, and raised his hand to hit Guin. But there was a flash of sword before his eyes, and the stone shattered to the ground like tofu dregs. The child was stunned. Guin glanced at him and sheathed his sword calmly. Chapter 55, Rescue 2. The village chief had fallen to the ground out of fear, holding the child and begging for mercy. Lady, spare my life. If you are fine, please leave quickly. Spare the old and weak in our village. It's nothing, my friend was captured by that ivy. Guin raised his eyebrows. If someone had reminded them when they arrived in the village, would Han Salian have been captured by the ivy? These people are so dark-hearted. They are secretly happy even though the danger has not yet befallen them. Captured. The village chief raised his wrinkled old face and looked at Guin, then shook his head and said, that means he can't be saved. No one who was taken away by the ghost vine has ever returned alive. Since it's so dangerous here, why don't you leave? Fangzi looked at the village chief in confusion. Although she was very angry at first, looking at the faces of the villagers, who were either elderly or children, she could no longer harden her heart. Where can we go? I heard that the world outside is in chaos, and the young people in the village haven't returned. We can't just wander around. We have to guard the home for them. The village chief sighed, and the crowd became gloomy. Young talents are the main labor force in the village, but crops have been difficult to grow in recent years, and everyone has gone out to work, leaving behind the elderly and children. It is almost the new year, and there should be a wave of people returning home, but they have not seen their relatives come back, and they can't even get through on the phone. The village chief sent a relatively smart person out to gather information, but the news he brought back said that the world had changed, people were eating people, and animals were also eating people. The village chief was so frightened that he immediately ordered people to gather all the dogs in the village and kill them together so that he could pickle some dog meat during the new year. Their village is originally remote, but for now it is relatively peaceful, except for the appearance of a ghost vine creeper. But the villagers also discovered that the ivy grew on that mountain, and as long as they didn't live close to it, they would not be eaten by it. This is the place where our ancestors have lived for generations. Should we let them run away to make a living? Besides, the world outside is in chaos. Where can they live in peace? Village chief, I need wine, a lot of wine. Give us the wine from each of your families. I will leave some food for you as a reward. Guin then stated her purpose. If she wanted to save Han Salian, these things were necessary. Of course, gasoline is better, but she has to save it for the Hummer. What are you going to do? The village chief looked at Guin cautiously, as if he was a little afraid of her elusive black sword. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and was surprised. You still want to save people? Yes, that's our companion. Why didn't you save him? Guin responded lazily. In fact, he still felt a little guilty. How could he be sleeping so soundly when the danger came? Otherwise, if he had taken action in time, Han Salian would not have been dragged away by the ivy. But then he thought that it was a third-level mutant plant, and perhaps he could do nothing to help. But now they were about to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, so it was impossible for them to say that they were not nervous. Looking at these young faces, the village chief was suddenly speechless. Maybe he was once passionate, but such feelings have long been worn away in the long river of time. That is the courage that only belongs to young people. Village chief. Countless villagers looked at the village chief eagerly. They didn't know with what mentality they should have when facing Guyu and others. The one with the gun was the boss, and these people stayed in Yowazi's house for a night and were able to come out alive. Aren't they more terrifying than those man-eating monsters outside? How could they afford to offend such a person? Bring the wine. The village chief waved his hand and lowered his head in frustration. The child still stood outside the door stubbornly, staring at Guyu fiercely. If you can rescue the people, I will obey you. Guyu's sword could cut through iron like mud and chop the stone into tofu dregs right in front of him, but the child still refused to accept it. In his mind, how powerful could a woman be? Then just open your eyes and watch carefully. Guyu glanced at him indifferently, then turned and left. The villagers brought their own sorghum wine, and there were 38 jars in total placed in front of them. In return, they also received food, biscuits, chocolates, and candies from Guyu. The children in the village hadn't eaten these things for a long time, and they were very happy. Each family got a little, and soon all the food was distributed. You have to be careful. Seeing Guyu and the others stepping into the house again, the village chief seemed a little reluctant. Fangzi patted the pistol on her waist, looking very proud, and said, "Don't worry, we will all come back alive. It is not only a guarantee to them, but also a promise to yourself. Let's go." Guyu waved his hand and closed the gate, blocking the view of people outside the house. The four of them looked at the two-story house with solemn expressions, like heroes who were ready to die. "We are going into the back mountain. Zheng Jia will be responsible for using wind power to splash the wine along the way, covering all its vines and branches as much as possible. Then you follow me into its main root system." After fighting with the ivy that day, Guyu discovered a problem. She could see the direction of the veins in its vines, which ones were insignificant, and which ones were thick and pointed directly to the core. As long as you follow that vein, you will definitely find the main root system of the ivy. Han Salian must be there. Okay. The three people responded in unison with firm eyes. Ivy seems to be a nocturnal plant. During the day, it lazily climbs on the edge of the mountain, and it seems that it will never move if it can. But because of Guyu and his men's forced infiltration, the ivy became angry and the vines began to dance. From a distance, it looked like the whole mountain came alive with its fangs and claws bared. However, with Gu Jin's lightning clearing the way, the ivy seemed to have suffered losses from him before. After many vines were burnt by the lightning, it became a little timid, as if it did not want to confront Gu Jin head-on. It retracted its vines and let them pass. Perhaps in a shallow knowledge of ivy, it is believed that even if people like Guyu are given a chance, they will never be able to find its main root system. So what is the big deal about breaking some small vines? Sister, is it because they are both plant-related that this creeper wants Han Salian the most? While walking, Gu Jin was able to distract himself and ask Guyu. Of course, Han Salian, a second-level plant-based mutant, is quite tempting to the third-level mutant plant creeper. If it can devour more such mutants, it will not be a dream for it to rise to the fourth or even fifth level. I hope Fatty Han is still alive now. Fangzi breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart was trembling when she was trapped in the house by the ivy. She didn't expect that he would dare to enter its lair now. Has she become too courageous? Chapter 56 Objectives. The mountain wall was steep and rugged, and Guyu and her companions had to climb the vines of ivy to move forward. She could see those bright spots of light. Although these lights were much dimmer during the day, they were all converging toward the central point. There's a sunken cave, which is where the main roots of the ivy are located. It was probably resting when we sneaked in just now and didn't want to pay attention to us. Now that we've come this far, it's not going to give us a good time. Gu Jin patted the green vines on the rock wall of the cave. The further they went in, the thicker the vines seemed to be, just like human arms, and even had some elasticity, full of vitality and vigor. With the aroma of wine behind him, Zheng Jia jumped into the cave with the wind. Guyu could feel a light breeze coming from behind him, and the sorghum wine was like drizzle blowing on his face, spreading inside. Zheng Jia, you're amazing. Fangzi gave Zheng Jia a thumbs up. This young man who works silently without saying a word is truly excellent and steady. The lighters are placed outside the house. You must wait until everyone has left before you can light the fire. Do you understand? Guyu warned a few people again. After hearing this, they all nodded. Even if they had superpowers, who would dare to stand in a sea of fire? What if the ivy went crazy and kept pestering people? Wouldn't they be burned to death along with it? The deeper you go into the cave, the less gloomy it feels. Instead, it seems to be filled with warmth. The ivy vines seem to be lying very comfortably on the stone wall, with a few branches hanging down and swaying slightly from time to time. Were those so disgusting? After walking through the narrow passage, the road ahead suddenly became clear. The entire cave became bigger and wider. Fangzi suddenly pointed to one side of the top of the cave, which seemed to be wrapped into a cocoon by green vines. Guyu looked up and saw that there was indeed a cocoon made of green vines on the top of the wide stone cave, and there was more than one. It's a person, the person who was dragged into the cave by the creeper. Then Han Salian must be in there too. Gu Jin's eyes darkened, and when he clenched his hands, lightning leapt between his palms. You guys save people first, and act quickly. I'll go take a look down. Guyu's eyes swept across the wide cave. She keenly discovered that the thick vines were all converging in one direction, and that place was a hole extending downwards, like a well. Looking through, it was bottomless. I'll go down with you. Just as Guyu was about to jump down along the vine, Zheng Jia appeared beside her and held her arm. Guyu turned to look at him. It might be dangerous down there. That's why I have to be by your side. Zheng Jia's eyes were firm. His purpose of becoming stronger was to protect Guyu, so Guyu had to be where he could see her. Okay. Guyu compromised, and the two of them slid down along the vines. It was a few dozen meters deep, but it was very dark below, and they could hardly see anything. But Guyu could see those flowing spots of light slowly gathering together. That spot looked like a blooming lotus, emitting a bright green light. It was so beautiful that Guyu was stunned for a moment, and his hand holding the hilt of the sword tightened slightly. She knew that that must be where the crystal core of the ivy was located. There's no one down here. We came down here to... Zheng Jia didn't dare to speak, but communicated with Guyu in his mind. He couldn't see the bright lights, so he didn't understand Guyu's intention. Its crystal core is here. Guyu pointed to a place with his finger. You can't see it. When I take action later, use your mental power to sense it and assist me. Okay. Zheng Jia nodded heavily. This was also his first time dealing with mutant plants. He felt a little nervous and expectant. A third-level plant crystal core must have very powerful energy. Guyu quietly touched the center where the bright lights gathered. She was careful not to disturb the vines. They seemed to smell the aroma of wine and were slightly intoxicated. The branches and vines even brushed her face gently, without taking any attacking mode. This is the second benefit that Guyu thought of using wine. It not only can burn them, but also can make them drunk. But it's hard to say how long the effect of the alcohol will last. So, she must make quick decisions. The time is now. The black sword swept through the air and stabbed in without any fancy moves. Yo! Although no one made a sound, a scream was heard in the cave. The swaying branches and leaves seemed to straighten in an instant, and then shook violently, and the vines as thick as arms began to dance together. Ah! The thick vines hit Guyu's shoulders. She couldn't hold back the fishy sweetness in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood, but her hands didn't relax at all. She used the black sword to cut downwards and then lifted it upwards, and a green crystal core the size of a lychee was held in her hand. At this time, Zheng Jia could see the crystal core even without using his mental power to perceive it, because it was so dazzling and beautiful, like a huge emerald. Be careful. Guyu dug out the crystal core of the ivy, which made it furious, but the plant had strong vitality and would not die immediately. It launched a counterattack, and vines as thick as arms kept rushing towards Guyu. Guyu dodged left and right, and Zheng Jia could only barely control a few vines by using the wind force. Seeing that a vine was about to hit Guyu on the back, Zheng Jia dodged and pulled her into his arms, and he took the heavy blow himself. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Zheng Jia's mouth. Guyu felt a warm sensation beside his ears. A trace of anger rose in his heart. The black sword swept backwards, bringing up a sharp sword wind, and the vines as thick as arms fell to the ground. Hurry up and climb up. Guyu pushed Zheng Jia and told him to climb up along the vine first. I'll follow. There are too many vines of the ivy. Even after cutting off a few, there are still countless others. They launch attacks with their fangs and claws. The crystal core in Guyu's hand is its lifeline. If he can take the crystal core back and use these psychics as its nutrients, then it can not only survive but also successfully upgrade. This is the only wish of the Ivy at the moment, so it is willing to go crazy for it. The vines entangled and danced in the black hole, trying to trap them. Zheng Jia and Guyu fought back while climbing up as fast as they could. Seeing that Zheng Jia had climbed over the cave entrance, Guyu turned around and threw 2 grenades into the bottom of the cave. Boom, boom. There was a violent explosion. Flames filled the air, and the entire cave seemed to be shaking. Flames burst out from the bottom of the cave, like a fire dragon sweeping up in the dark night. Guyu secretly thought that something was wrong, turned over and jumped out of the black hole, pulled Zheng Jia and ran away, while calling out to Guin and the others, "Run." She was clearly told to light the fire after going outside, but she didn't expect that the power of the grenade explosion would ignite the vines. If they didn't run quickly at this moment, they would probably be buried in the sea of fire. Chapter 57 Sea of Fire. The cave was filled with sorghum wine, and once the fire was ignited, it spread rapidly. Gu Jin and Fong Zi found Han Silian from the rot-tan cocoons, but he had already lost half his life. His whole body had changed from a fat man to a weak and thin man. He was carried on Gu Jin's back and ran out desperately. But the fire spread too quickly and was about to catch up with him. "You go first." Zheng Jia suddenly turned around and pushed backward with his hands full of wind power. The flames that were about to catch up with them encountered resistance and flew back, but then moved forward with a more tenacious posture. Guyu paused and looked back. Zheng Jia's back was straight, and there was a dark stain on his clothes. She knew that it was to heal her wounds caused by the ivy vines. "Sister." Gu Jin's face was filled with anxiety. The whole cave was filled with the smell of alcohol. He felt the burning sensation of approaching flames behind him, and his heart was beating nonstop. It was the tension that came with approaching danger. "You and Z go first." Guyu pushed them both and turned to run towards Zheng Jia. "I will bring him out safely." Gu Jin and Fong Zi were both stunned. Then Gu Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." After that, he carried Han Silian on his back and rushed out of the cave at a faster speed. At this time, he could only trust Guyu and Zheng Jia and believe that they would come out alive. Even after the 2 men rushed out of the sea of fire and jumped out of the yard in one breath, Fong Zi was still a little frightened. She stared blankly at the fire, spreading and instantly engulfing the house. "Can Guyu and the others come out? Why is there fire? Put out quickly." The village chief and a group of villagers were guarding outside the yard. They were frightened by the heat and thick smoke rolling in from the mountains from afar. The fire had already started. If it could not be stopped, it would probably burn down the entire village. The villagers also took action. Some took basins and buckets, and some directly drew well water for spraying. But this amount of water was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket for the raging fire. "What should I do?" Gu Jin was dumbfounded. He had already put Han Silian aside. Now he no longer had the mind to care about Han Silian's condition. Anyway, she would not die as long as she was alive. But what about Guyu and Zheng Jia? Could they still get out? "I'm afraid only heavy rain can put out this fire." The village chief wiped his sweat and retreated with a dry mouth. He had been at the front when the fire was being put out just now. Now his face was covered with black dust, and only his eyes could still see clearly. "Sister Gu Zheng Jia." Fong Zi's eyes were red, but she held back her tears. She didn't believe that Guyu and Zheng Jia would die. They were people who had created miracles time and time again and had experienced countless life and death together. It was just a fire. She didn't believe that they would fall. The sea of fire was filled with smoke and dust, and waves of heat swept over. Guyu hugged Zheng Jia tightly from behind. At this time, she had only one wish in her heart. If she were to die, she wanted to die with Zheng Jia. Don't ask her why she is so crazy. Doesn't she value her life? No, she cherished life more than anyone else. But after feeling the warmth and touch brought to her by this man, she didn't know how it would feel to lose him. Maybe you will feel disappointed, desperate, and even want to perish along with the world. Guyu didn't know that her feelings for Zheng Jia had grown so deep imperceptibly. She liked him, she loved him, and she couldn't even allow anyone or anything to take his life. "Why don't you leave?" Zheng Jia did not turn around, but his whole body was shaking, and he was trying his best to prevent the fire from burning the 2 of them. He risked his life to create a chance for her life, Why did Guyu come back? He should have pushed her away, but why did he feel touched and surprised? His thoughts were extremely conflicted, and he just wanted to hug her tightly. If you don't leave, I won't leave. Guyu walked around to Zheng Jia, stood on tiptoes, and kissed his lips in his astonished gaze. Maybe she had wanted to do that since the first time she saw him. The young man with red lips and white teeth is handsome and gentle. He is like the bamboos in the forest and the gurgling mountain spring. He has a pure and innocent heart. He is the most beautiful person in the world. Zheng Jia's lips were warm and soft, but Guyu tasted a hint of bitterness. When I opened my eyes, I found that he was crying. Silly boy, why are you crying? Guyu wiped away the tears on Zheng Jia's face and raised the corners of his lips slightly. I'm happy. It was the first time that Guyu kissed him, although he had always wanted to do this. Looking at her solemn and dignified face, he felt that doing this to her was a blasphemy. She is the goddess in his mind, someone who cannot be easily touched. I don't think we will die. Do you believe it? Behind them was a rolling heat wave, as if it was coming from all directions and wrapping up the two of them. But Guyu's eyes were extremely firm. She held Zheng Jia's hand tightly, feeling that there was an infinite power in her body that was intersecting and even merging with Zheng Jia's power. Try to use your mental power to isolate these flames. Guyu squeezed Zheng Jia's hand. No one gave her any hints, but there was a voice in her heart telling her that she could do this. Zheng Jia was stunned. If Guyu hadn't reminded him, he would never have thought that mental power could be used in this way. But improving mental strength is much more difficult than improving other abilities. Even if he mobilizes a little, it takes a lot of energy. If he uses it to block the flames, you try it. Guyu's voice seemed to carry magic, giving Zheng Jia endless confidence. A layer of silver light gradually rose around him. The color of this light was richer than before. The light gradually extended out, wrapping the two of them in the middle and isolating the hot wave. Zheng Jia looked at Guyu in surprise and couldn't help but hug her in his arms. It's you, right? His heart was filled with excitement, but he also knew that he couldn't do it alone. It was Guyu who gave him strength. But why? Isn't Guyu a speed-type mutant? Is she also a dual-powered mutant like me? I don't know either. Actually, I'm also confused. Guyu shook her head, but at this moment, she was nestled in Zheng Jia's arms, and she showed a happy smile. From initially being full of rejection of this useless light-detecting ability to constantly bringing her surprises and unexpected events, she has already tasted the sweetness of it. Now she knew the other uses of her superpowers. It turned out that she could bless other superpower users, increase the power of their superpowers, and reach a level that exceeds their original superpower levels. Perhaps there is more to the use of her supernatural powers than this. After all, this is a supernatural power that she has never heard of in the apocalypse, and it is also a supernatural power that is growing and waiting to be developed. At this moment, Guyu is extremely grateful. Chapter 58 Control. Thick smoke rose up, as if a thick fog was spreading before the eyes. The villagers were all a little dejected. The water they poured out could not put out the fire unless the fire brigade came to put it out. But is there still a fire department in this world? Everyone shook their heads. Even the village chief advised Guin and the others, please accept my condolences, they can't get out. What we can do now is to stop the fire from spreading and start from Yowazi's house so that it can no longer burn other houses. The village chief is actively organizing villagers to do this. Guin's eyes were red, and he couldn't help but rush into the sea of fire several times. It was Fangzi who hugged him tightly. It's useless for you to rush in now. You can't save them. Damn it. Guin stomped his feet fiercely, wishing he could stamp a hole in the ground. I should have dragged her away. How could I have believed that they could get out safely? There was such a big fire. Tears involuntarily flowed out of her eyes, but were wiped away by Guin. Guyu saved them from life and death countless times. Just because she is a sister? Silly. She is only 1 second older than him. Guin. Fangzi was equally sad, but what could she do? In the face of the power of nature, even if a psychic had abilities beyond ordinary people, they would seem too insignificant. Tears flowed down my face and seemed to be increasing. Hit on the face, body, head. Fangzi was stunned, then looked up at the sky. The dense rain fell like needles, one after another, and then it became heavier and heavier, turning into a downpour in an instant. It's raining. Fangzi was stunned at first, and then shook Guin ecstatically. Look, Guin, it's raining. It's really raining. Rain. Guin looked up. The rain hitting his face was cold and biting, but his heart had never been so hot as it was now. Is God helping them? Strange. The village chief, who was organizing villagers to prevent the fire from spreading outward, was also stunned. He scratched his head, still a little bit unbelieving. The fire that had grown wildly like weeds was slowly put out in the pouring rain. After the rain, a black stain appeared on the ground, making it look charred. The village chief and the villagers will probably never forget this day when they saw the young man and woman walking out hand in hand from the ruins of the extinguished fire. Their clothes did not show any signs of being burned, and their faces were filled with reassuring smiles. Is this a miracle? It must be. After changing into clean clothes, Guin and his friends returned to the Hummer. But everyone was silent, and no one spoke first. Han Salian, who was still in a weak state, weakly raised her hand. Let me tell you first. I really thought I couldn't get out. I felt sad when I thought that I had so many wishes that were not fulfilled before I died. But I really want to thank you for letting me see the light of day again. Han Salian's words were choked with sobs. If he had not experienced that moment personally, he would never know how painful it was to be buried in the darkness. Listening to the sound of his own blood slowly flowing out, feeling his vitality being taken away bit by bit, at that moment he just wanted to end his life quickly. But he survived. Although he was so thin that he almost lost his shape, at least he was still alive. Why are you saying this? We are comrades in arms. Feng Zi glanced at Han Salian. Not to mention that he looked quite handsome after losing weight, not greasy at all, except for his height. Guin remained silent. Guyu and Zheng Jia sat in the car, holding hands, but no one spoke. Feng Zi felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so she couldn't help but find a topic to talk about. Sister Gu, that fire was really big. When it started, we forgot about everything else. Now that you've returned safely, I'll tell you something good. What's the matter? Guyu glanced at Feng Zi, and she blinked mysteriously. Just watch. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Zi formed her 5 fingers into claws and grabbed the cardboard box on the dashboard of the car. Call out. The cardboard box flew past Guyu's eyes at an extremely fast speed and was in Feng Zi's hands in an instant. Everyone in the car was stunned. After a while, Guin was stunned and said, You can take objects from the air? No, I would more appropriately define it as manipulation. This should be the superpower I have acquired. Feng Zi had a look of pride on her face. Of course, the excitement had passed when she acquired the superpower. If she hadn't been worried about the safety of Guyu and Zheng Jia, perhaps she would have been even happier. At that time, when she and Guin were rescuing people, they cut open several rot-tan cocoons and found people who had been sucked dry. They looked like mummies, with wrinkled skin wrapped around the skeletons. There was no moisture at all, and they were completely dead. But Han Salian was still fresh, because he had not been captured for long, but the vine stuck in his body was too ugly, like a green straw, sucking nutrients and vitality from his body. When they pulled out the vines that were stuck on Han Salian's body, it naturally caused the ivy to resist fiercely. Guin could use thunder and lightning, but Feng Zi could only use a gun. Unfortunately, her gun was knocked away by the cane, and at that moment another cane stretched straight towards her. Feng Zi was really panicked at that time, and she truly felt the moment of death coming. At that moment, she strongly wished she had a gun in her hand so that she could break the vine that was stabbing her. Perhaps her willpower was too strong. The falling gun really flew up, and then she shot at the vine. Bang! The sound of gunfire was covered up by the explosion at the bottom of the cave, so she was the only one who knew what happened. But before she could be surprised, they had to escape quickly. Since then I have been busy until now. Congratulations! Guyu showed a knowing smile. Hard work will always be rewarded, and Feng Zi's special ability seems to have a lot of room for improvement. Not only can she control guns, but she can also control everything she can control, right? Sister Gu, this can be considered a blessing in disguise for me. Feng Zi was eager to demonstrate. She took out the coaster, then the cell phone, and then grabbed the baseball cap on Guin's head. Everyone in the car was having a great time. After waiting for the smile to fade, Guin turned to Guyu, his eyes still a little red and swollen. Sister, you really scared me to death. As long as I'm here, she won't get hurt. Zheng Jia looked at Guyu tenderly, not wanting to blink for a moment. Yes, you two are the ones who create miracles. From now on, as long as you two are together, I won't worry no matter how dangerous it is. Guin's mind was completely at ease, but he was just talking. How could he not worry when the danger really came? Chapter 59 Base. Guyu gave the third-level IV crystal core to Han Salian. His body was too weak, and he desperately needed the crystal core to replenish his energy. Otherwise, he would probably fall back to the second level, and it would be difficult for him to improve his strength again. However, holding this third-level crystal core, Han Salian's eyes were filled with tears. Even if he was ignorant, he knew what the crystal core meant at this time. It was a third-level crystal core. Guyu and Zheng Jia could use it by themselves. This was something they had obtained at the cost of their lives. This is a plant crystal core, and it will be most beneficial if you eat it. Guyu only gave this explanation, but it explained all the problems. Of course, it doesn't mean that only plant-type psychics can use it. Others can use it as well, but the effect achieved will not be as good as Han Salian's. Guyu's meaning is what I mean. Seeing Han Salian looking at him eagerly, Zheng Jia also nodded at him. I can't stand it anymore. Feng Zi shuddered and slapped Han Salian on the shoulder. Just eat what Sister Gu tells you to eat. Why are you nagging me? Sister, shall we go? Gu Jin glanced outside and saw that the village chief seemed to be watching with a large group of villagers not far away. They looked a little scared and did not dare to approach. Guyu also saw that these people had already regarded them as miracles, but what could she say? The world has changed, and there are more and more people with supernatural powers. Those who stick to their old ways will only gradually decline. There was not a single person with special abilities or infected mutants in the entire village. Even if there were mutated animals, they were disposed of at the beginning. The only mutated plant, Ivy, was also dealt with by them. So, does the danger really no longer exist? That is of course impossible. But they were born and raised in this village, and they are reluctant to leave their hometown. Let's go. Guyu nodded, started the car, and turned it around. The tall Hummer disappeared from everyone's sight in a short while. Grandpa, will they come back? The little boy, the village chief's grandson, gently tugged at his sleeve, staring intently at the place where the Hummer disappeared. What he didn't expect was that the sister holding the black sword could really rescue people from the cave. This must be a miracle. He probably won't come back. The village chief shook his head and remembered what Guyu warned him before he left. The world has really changed. If they still want to stick to their old ways, their village may be destroyed in the end. But how to seek change? This is probably a question he will have to consider in the future. A camp was built at the border between Dongshan Province and Xishan Province. This is almost the only way to go to Beijing. If Guyu and his party want to go to S Province, they must pass through Xishan Province. A few days later, the Hummer stopped in front of the gate of the Two Mountains base. In fact, in the past they could have taken a detour without entering the base, but now the road was blocked by barbed wire by the base personnel. If ordinary people want to obtain normal passage, they must verify their identity and pay for supplies. Otherwise, they will have to fight firepower with the base personnel. Guyu didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he naturally complied with the management methods of the base. It is already February 29th, 2020. This day, which only comes once every 4 years, does seem to be different from previous years. The Hummer was parked at the vehicle release checkpoint. There was a long line of people at the entrance on the other side. Some of them were with their families, some had dark faces, and their clothes were stained with blood or other dark stains. However, those who were able to successfully reach the base did, so not only by luck, but also by strength. Therefore, there are people who disobey the rules of the base and want to cause trouble. Sister Gu, look. Feng Zi had noticed a girl wearing a scarf in the crowd, but under the scarf were some white hair, and her skin was also very white, but she didn't look like a foreigner, but more like an albino. Guyu frowned slightly. If this girl was really an albino's, it reminded her of another woman who was very influential in the apocalypse. Ming Yi, the Ice Queen who massacred the whole city single-handedly. In order not to make a mistake in the person, Guyu concentrated her attention again, and sure enough, her eyes lit up at this glance. A layer of white mist rose up around the girl, which looked like light and had an ethereal feeling, which was in line with the girl's temperament. However, the Ice Queen in the apocalypse was cold to the bone, and she was somewhat different from the indifferent girl not far away. Oh, they're going to be bullied, Feng Zi said with regret, because she had seen several men with fierce faces surrounding the girl and her parents, as if they wanted to do something. Bang! It was the sound of a car door closing. Guyu turned around and saw that Han Salian had rushed out without him knowing when. What is he going to do? Is he going to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Gu Jin was stunned. Everyone knew that Fatty Han was the most timid person. But maybe after he reached the third level and gained enough momentum, he even wanted to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Could it be someone he knows? Zhang Jia's face was full of thought, and his eyes swept to Guyu again. It was rare for him to see her lost in thought about something, but she had never taken her eyes off the girl just now. Go down and take a look. The line in front was still long, and it would not be their car's turn for a while. So Guyu neatly asked everyone to get off the car. She also wanted to get to know this Ice Queen in the apocalypse. Ming-Yi glanced coldly at the people surrounding them. She had seen many people like this on the road. If her parents had not stopped her from taking action, she would have turned them into ice sculptures. Hey, little girl, you're still not convinced. A fat man stretched out his hand and wanted to pinch Ming-Yi's chin. Although she was an albino's patient, her facial features were delicate, especially her pupils that were so pale that it was difficult to distinguish the color and emitted a faint pink light. Didn't she look like a cute Barbie doll? Don't touch my daughter! Ming's father slapped away the man's thick hand, and Ming's mother immediately protected Ming-Yi behind her. They were worried about their daughter, but they were also afraid that these people would anger Ming-Yi and bring disaster to themselves. Ming-Yi's ability allowed them to be safe along the way, but it also made them afraid. It would be best not to show it if possible, so as not to become someone else's target. Old man, hand over your supplies obediently, or don't blame us brothers for being rude. Those lined up here are all ordinary people. Those with special powers have another entrance and exit. Those are the ones who have special treatment, which makes people envious and jealous. The fat man dared to bring people to rob here, because he knew that these people were no match for him. Besides, they hadn't entered the base yet, so even if something happened, no one in the base would care. Brother, this girl is fair, and her skin must be tender and smooth. A thin man looked at Ming-Yi frivolously. He had a pointed face and a greedy look on his face. On this escape, even a sow would be as beautiful as Jiao Chan, let alone a girl like Ming-Yi who is obviously a virgin. Even if she was an albino, she would be incredibly beautiful. Chapter 60, Saving the Beauty. There were people causing trouble here, but because they were far away, the guards at the base just looked at them from a distance and did not come over to interfere or stop them. This kind of thing happened countless times every day, and they could not handle it. Besides, the world has changed. If you are weak, you deserve to be bullied. This is no longer a world where chivalry prevails. Everyone follows the principle of self-preservation. Ming-Yi and his family of 3 were bullied by the bully. The people queuing around them stayed away, and no one came to help. They just watched the fun as if they were afraid of being contaminated. I think this old woman is not bad. She still has her charm. I wonder what it feels like to have sex with this mother and daughter together. The fat man obviously had a strong taste and did not take Ming's father seriously at all. Ming's father was already furious. Ming-Yi's eyes turned cold, and Ming's mother immediately hugged her tighter and whispered, "Yi, be patient, be patient." The fat man was stunned. When Ming-Yi looked at him just now, he clearly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Now when he looked down again, there was nothing under his feet. He suddenly felt very strange. Brothers, stop talking nonsense with them and take action. The fat man waved his hand, and several men swarmed forward. Some went to grab Ming's father, and a few stretched out their claws to Ming-Yi's mother. If no one reminded them, they would not have noticed that both mother and daughter were very beautiful, especially the older woman who was particularly charming and more exciting to play with. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly woke up the crowd. Naturally, this group of people would not stop their actions just because others shouted to stop them, but at the same time as the words fell, several long vines flew over and tied up several people tightly in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. He was tied up from head to toe like a dumpling. He couldn't stand and fell to the ground immediately, raising a cloud of dust. Ming-Yi took the opportunity to pull his parents back, then raised his eyes and glanced at the person who came. He was a thin man, probably less than 30 years old. He looked familiar, but she couldn't tell for a moment whether he was someone she knew. Ming-Yi, it's me. Han Salian strode up to Ming-Yi and danced with excitement. Because of his shrunk body, he was wearing Gu Jin's gray and white down jacket, jeans, and sneakers. However, he had a delicate look and didn't look like the kind of guy who could knock someone down with one blow. But he actually did it just now, which surprised everyone. He's a superpower. Look, Plant System also has this function. That's amazing. Han Salian's move sparked heated discussions around her. It's not like no one had ever seen someone with plant-based abilities before, but they had never seen one who could use it so skillfully and defeat the enemy. It's really eye-opening. Ming-Yi, My name is Han Salian, and the one with the online name, Kalian Ren, is me. Han Salian was eager to explain to Ming Yi, her eyes shining with excitement. She didn't expect that the netizen she had never met in Jie Province would miraculously meet here. Isn't this fate? But you are not a... Ming Yi was surprised. She looked Han Salian up and down. She looked like in the photo, but she seemed to be smaller than one size. I encountered some problems, so I lost weight. Han Salian smiled bitterly. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? I've been waiting in Jie Province for a long time, but you didn't come. Han Salian looked disappointed, but now that he could see Ming Yi, he became energetic again. Ming Yi was silent. It was not that she didn't want to come, she just couldn't take that step. She heard that the situation in Jie Province was very bad, and the whole city was almost occupied. She had been worried about Han Salian's safety, but she didn't expect that this person would escape. But is he really that Han Salian? What kind of thing can make a person lose so much weight in such a short period of time? It seems like they really know each other. This girl is actually the online friend that Fatty Han wants to meet. Guin's face was full of astonishment. Even writing a book is not like this. After going around in circles, they can meet again outside Jie Province. Isn't this a bad fate? It's really no coincidence. Fang Zi leaned one hand on Guin's shoulder with a look of emotion. She is now very successful and has successfully mastered a superpower. This superpower makes her very satisfied, whether it is in the control of guns or other aspects. What she cares most about now is how to improve her superpower again and again. Since we know each other, let's go together, Guin said casually. Guin and the others turned to look at her at the same time. In their memory, Guin was not such an enthusiastic person. Was it because this was someone Han Salian knew that she made an exception? Boss, you're so nice. Han Salian immediately turned around to thank him. He was also worried that Ming Yi and the others would not be treated well among ordinary people. Joining their team of superpowers would at least allow them to be taken care of during this stage. He didn't know where Ming Yi and the others wanted to go. You are such nice people. Thank you. Ming's father hurriedly thanked them and gave Ming's mother a wink. Ming's mother held Ming Yi's hand tightly, feeling somewhat relieved. Fortunately, it was someone else who did it. Otherwise, Ming Yi's superpowers could not be concealed. This child's use of superpowers might be different from others. However, this was also a difficult problem that weighed on the couple's hearts, and they didn't know where to vent their grievances. Ming Yi glanced at Guin silently. This woman looked very young and did not have any outward aura or edge. Yet, she was actually a person with superpowers? Han Salian, a person with superpowers who can subdue several people with just one move, also calls her boss. Does this young woman really have something extraordinary? What's going on? What's the fuss? The people from the base always arrived late after the battle was over. The leader was a gentle and handsome man, tall and thin, wearing black-framed glasses and having a strong, scholarly air, completely different from the group of bandit-like soldiers following behind him. But when Guin heard this voice, he was a little confused. It seemed familiar, but he couldn't tell what it was. Guin. The owner of the voice recognized Guin first, but the tone of the voice was a little playful. I didn't expect you were still alive. Fuck, Yang Yiming, you're not dead yet. Guin also expressed his respect with the same greeting, but with a sneer on his lips. At that time, he felt that Yang Yiming was a scumbag, who said one thing and did another, but who asked Guin to like him. But they haven't been dating for long, and Guin still abandoned Yang Yiming and came to him, proving that in her heart, her brother is more important than her boyfriend. Besides, Guin has changed her boyfriend now, and Yang Yiming has long become a thing of the past. You are here, and Guin. The eyes behind the black-framed glasses flashed with an unfathomable light. He glanced back and forth in the crowd and immediately fixed his eyes on a woman in a black leather jacket. Her well-proportioned and slender back seemed familiar, but the neat short hair made Yang Yiming a little confused. Chapter 61. Prosperity. In my memory, Guin has the temperament of a classical beauty, with waist-length hair, gentle as water, and always giving people a feeling of being dependent on others. In addition, her family is very wealthy, so she has always been the object of pursuit of boys on campus. When Guin agreed to date Yang Yiming, he was pleasantly surprised. He thought it was God's mercy and a chance for him to work 20 years less. But later it turned out that he was just overthinking. Guin was indifferent to everyone and did not treat him any differently just because he was her boyfriend. The intimacy between them was also very limited. He had never even kissed Guin's lips. Privately, He felt that this was proof that Guyu looked down on him. But the situation has already changed. A smug smile appeared on Yang Yiming's lips. Let's go and get in the car. Guyu turned around and walked straight past Yang Yiming without even glancing at him. Oh, Han Sayan was stunned for a moment, then signaled to Ming Yi's family, come on, follow us. I believe no one will refuse such a request. In the end times, having the protection of a strong person can make people feel more at ease. Ming's father and mother nodded repeatedly, supported Ming Yi and followed, and looked at Yang Yiming cautiously. Although they didn't know who this man was, he seemed to be very powerful in the base. Would it be bad to offend him like this? Guin was quite complacent and patted Yang Yiming on the shoulder when they passed by each other. My sister is out of your reach now, so be careful with your words in the future. His arrogant look made people around him sweat for him. Only Feng Zi shrugged without comment. This is the consistent style of their team, so fashionable. Zheng Jiao walked at the end. He glanced at Yang Yiming silently and remembered his appearance. Is this the person Guyu liked before? My taste isn't that great. How can it compare to his? Brother Yang, are you okay? Someone beside him asked Yang Yiming cautiously. His face was really too ugly, turning from white to blue, and from blue to red, and he seemed to be on the verge of a rage. Hateful. Guyu, stop right there. Yang Yiming turned around and shouted. It was bad enough that he was ignored by Guyu alone, but why did these people act so arrogant in front of him? Maybe they didn't understand the situation and didn't know what kind of presence Yang Yiming, was in the two mountain bases. Yang Yiming was ready to teach Guyu a lesson. Clang! There was a flash of golden light, and a dull crashing sound was heard in the air. Guyu paused and turned around to look. A broken metal spike fell on the ground not far away, but the metal was extremely strong and the bullet did not penetrate it, but was embedded inside, forming a concave shape. It seems I need special bullets, Sister Gu. No one saw when Feng Zi drew the gun, and no one even noticed her action of putting the gun away. So when did she fire the gun? Feng Zi had a face full of complaints. Did she still need to draw her gun? Her control over objects meant she no longer needed to shoot herself. Even a bullet could become the fastest weapon in her hands. Zheng Jia glanced at Guyu and slowly suppressed the wind force gathered in his hands, forming a circle of low air flow under his feet, which disappeared into thin air in a moment. Damn you, Yang Yiming. You actually dared to attack me by surprise. Don't you want to live? Gu Jin turned around angrily and wanted to teach Yang Yiming a lesson, but was stopped by Guyu. She looked at Yang Yiming calmly with a slightly raised eyebrow. So you have obtained the gold-related supernatural power. Is this what you rely on? Our brother Yang is a second-level psychic in the base. You'd better be more discerning and come over to apologize and hand over all your supplies. Then our brother Yang may consider letting you go. Although Feng Zi's bullet blocked Yang Yiming's move, people who were not aware of the situation did not know who was stronger and who was weaker, and began to give orders again, relying on their status as the local bosses. What about you? Guyu, you just rely on these people with special powers to support you, but you don't even look at what kind of person you are. Yang Yiming's words became more vicious. He just couldn't stand Guyu's nonchalant look. Why did she always act so high and mighty now? It's the end of the world, and strength is the king. Although his second-level gold ability was created by the Crystal Core, when everyone in the apocalypse is a first-level ability user, he is a second-level ability user, so he is a rare existence. Why does Guyu look down on him? Swish! The black figure suddenly moved, so fast that it was impossible to catch it. Yang Yiming felt a chill on his head, as if something was falling to the ground. He froze his body and dared not move. When he could see Guyu's figure again, he only saw that she had sheathed a sword behind her. When did this woman start using a sword? Brother Yang, your hair. The exclamation of someone next to him called Yang Yiming's attention back. His gaze shifted from Guyu to his feet. That bunch of black hair was piled up at his feet. Not only him, but also the few people he brought with him had a bulge on the top of their heads, like a Mediterranean sea. Yang Yiming reached out his hand to the top of his head with trembling hands and felt only a bald scalp, which felt cool. So Guyu just used the sword to cut off their hair? So fast. He didn't even blink and his hair fell off? If that sword wanted to cut his neck, it would probably only take a moment. Yang Yiming suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. It turned out that Guyu was also a psychic, otherwise she couldn't have been so fast that even he couldn't react. Moreover, she was most likely a second-level psychic with abilities above his. A speed-based psychic? Ming, he had been watching from the side. Guyu was so fast that even she could only see a flash of light and shadow. She moved her sword quickly and slashed with great style, but was she really just a speed-based psychic? Ming's father and mother looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. This little girl with a delicate face actually made such a clean and neat move. Is she really the most powerful one in this team? Perhaps by following them, Ming Yi's supernatural powers could be suppressed as much as possible. It's rude not to reciprocate. I don't want to cause trouble, but if trouble comes, I'm not afraid. Guyu glanced at Yang Yiming indifferently, with a contemptuous attitude, as if he was looking at an ant. Yang Yiming was so angry that his whole body was shaking, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. But he also knew that Guyu should not be provoked, at least not in public. These were all people with special abilities, and if they really confronted each other, both sides might suffer losses. Let's go. Yang Yiming gritted his teeth, turned around, and walked into the base. His eyes were so gloomy that they seemed to be dripping with water. Guyu had made him look so bad. If he didn't take revenge, he would probably become a laughingstock in the Liangshan base in the future. But there is no rush for revenge right now. Aren't Guyu and the others going into the base? The mountains are high and the waters are far. Just wait and see. Chapter 62 Settlement. This move of Guyu shocked many people. Even if some people wanted to attract the attention of the Hummer before, they gave up the idea now. In the end times, women who can walk alone are not easy to mess with. No one wants to lose their life for a little benefit. Well, cool, all the superpowers in the base were defeated and turned away, and these ordinary people passing by were even more unwilling to cause trouble. Sister, I think Yang Yiming is a vengeful person and he holds grudges. Gu Jin's fingers trembled, and a lightning power moved between his palms like electric snakes. All of them are people with special powers. Even if they bring along Ming, Yi, and his family of ordinary people, they're still allocated a 3-story villa to temporarily live in. This is the treatment for the strong. They didn't have to hand over any supplies, and some people even came to please them. Let's leave early. We won't be staying here long anyway. Guyu said lightly, but his eyes swept over the busy figures in the kitchen. After arriving at the Liangshan base, Feng Zi dragged Zheng Jia to buy some food. Unexpectedly, crystal cores have become the main currency in circulation here. Of course, they can also exchange objects for foreign objects. The things they don't need may be what others urgently need. In just a short while, the two of them returned to the villa carrying large and small bags of things, including ham, fresh meat, fish heads, fresh vegetables, and mineral water, which looked particularly rich. Let's go and help. It's not good to let Xiao Zheng be busy all by himself. Ming's mother felt very uncomfortable and quickly winked at Ming's father. The aura of the psychic was too strong, and they were not familiar with each other, so Ming's mother felt a little embarrassed. Ming Yi, on the other hand, felt very comfortable sitting on the single sofa and didn't feel like a guest at all. Han Salian was beside him, serving him carefully. There was always a supply of fruit, and she was even considerate enough to peel the grapes and put toothpicks in them. Gu Jin took one look at Han Salian and felt goosebumps all over his body. How come he didn't realize that Han Salian was a love-brain person, and the person she was in love with was so weird? Ming, he had already taken off the scarf covering her head. Her skin was so white that it was almost shining, her hair was silver, and her pupils were so pale that they were almost transparent. Gu Jin shuddered secretly. It wasn't that he discriminated, he just couldn't appreciate the beauty of people with albinism. You are very strong. Ming, he spoke to Guyu. Her voice was very cold, with a hint of ice and snow. Gu Jin felt that even the breath she exhaled made people shiver, and he could not help but wrap his coat tightly. The city's heating has basically stopped. There is no heating, only firewood burning in the fireplace. There is electricity and hot water in the villa area. Several people are thinking about taking a good hot bath tonight to relieve their fatigue. You're not weak either. Guyu gave Ming a knowing look. Although Ming did not make a move, her ability could not be concealed. You really know that I am a superpower. I thought I hit it well. Ming laughed softly, but Han Salian on the side was dumbfounded. What kind of superpower? He blinked and looked at Ming Yi. If she was a person with special powers, would he still have a job in the future? He can't even be a hero to save the damsel in distress anymore. Today, Han Salian was still admiring his own performance. He felt a little proud that he was able to save Ming Yi's family from that group of bad guys. But it turned out that this was just because Ming Yi did not take action. Han Salian felt a little discouraged and glanced at Ming Yi secretly again. Was he showing off his skills in front of an expert? Sister, is she really a superpower? Guin looked at Guyu in surprise. It was true that one cannot judge a person by his appearance. He almost underestimated this girl. But I still want to thank you today. Ming, he looked at Han Salian intentionally. They had been friends online for 3 years and finally decided to meet in Province J, but they didn't expect the apocalypse to break out. Ming, he changed her mind just before leaving the house. She had been locked in her own world for too long and was bothered by other people's strange looks. But when the end of the world came, her world changed drastically, and she finally walked out of her home. I should. Han Salian scratched his head embarrassedly. He was like a shy boy in front of the girl he liked. Although there was a 10-year age difference between them, he felt that this was not a problem. Guyu's eyes swept over Ming Yi with a hint of thoughtfulness in them. From what we saw at that time, it seemed that Ming's mom and dad were worried about something, but Ming Yi, on the other hand, looked indifferent and almost exposed her own special abilities. So what secrets does the Ming family hold? When a hot meal was served, everyone couldn't help but cheer. While setting the dishes, Ming's mother said sheepishly, Xiao Zheng is so skillful that we can't help much. It's rare for a boy to cook, and he cooks so well. Guyu sat at the end of the long table that seated 8 people, watching the delicious dishes being served one by one. Even though she had great self-control, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. The boiled fish, which is colorful, fragrant, and delicious, is drizzled with oil and sprinkled with peppercorns, chili peppers, and chopped green onions. The red and white color combination is very beautiful. Scrambled eggs with ham, braised pork, and carrots form a classic combination, and there are also stir-fried Chinese cabbage, broccoli with shrimp, sweet and sour eggplant, vermicelli with minced meat, and tomato soup, filling the table. Zheng Jia was pushed by Gu Jin to sit opposite Guyu at the other end of the long table. He looked at the seat next to Guyu with some regret. In fact, he wanted to sit there, but Gu Jin occupied it first. Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job. Guyu's eyes curved into crescents. She couldn't resist these delicious foods. Who said you can't eat good food in the end times? She felt so happy that she was about to ascend to heaven. So what kind of life did she live in her previous life? No, it's not hard. Zheng Jia's face turned slightly red, but his pair of black eyes were shining brightly with joy in them. His heart was filled with pink bubbles as he received compliments from his sweetheart. Zheng Jia is so awesome. We couldn't help it all. You are so lucky, Sister Gu. Fang Zi sat between Gu Jin and Han Salian, holding the bowl and chopsticks, ready to eat at any time. Ming Yi's family sat on the other side of the long table. Ming's father opened a bottle of red wine. I saw a few bottles of wine in the kitchen just now. I saw that they were not expired yet, so I opened a bottle. Do you want a drink? Everyone present was young, and Ming's father privately thought that young people must be playful and noisy, and they could celebrate well with wine. After all, since the end of the world began, their family had not been able to sit down and enjoy a sumptuous meal. Chapter 63 Dinner. Everyone's eyes turned to Guyu, waiting for her opinion. To drink or not to drink? Guyu instinctively wanted to shake her head, but seeing the expectation flashing in those eyes, she twitched the corners of her lips slightly and nodded. Drink less, don't get drunk. After all, they had just arrived at the Liangshan base and were not clear about the situation here. Moreover, they had offended Yang Yiming. They did not know what kind of status Yang Yiming held in the Liangshan base. Would they really be retaliated against? So, she had to stay awake that night. Sister, you're so nice. Gu Jin cheered and couldn't help but jump up and hug Guyu. Uncle Ming, there are a few bottles in the kitchen that we've opened. How can one bottle be enough? After that, he turned around and ran to the kitchen. Han Salian also went to the kitchen to help get the cups. Fang Zi rubbed her hands together. With wine and food, life is as happy as this, Sister Gu. I am so happy. The Ming family didn't drink a drop of alcohol, and Ming, he didn't drink either. Han Salian couldn't help feeling a little regretful. He wanted to raise a toast with her or something. Wasn't it fate that they could meet here? The supplies here are quite complete. We could buy everything by spending a few more crystal cores. Zheng Jia didn't drink either. He served Guyu a bowl of rice. Thank you. Guyu smiled and narrowed his eyes, then started to eat without any hesitation. Gu Jin and Fang Zi had already left the table because they were drinking too much. The two of them were playing finger-guessing games on the side. Zheng Jia took the opportunity to sit next to Guyu with his bowl of rice and chat with her casually. It was still early when we got here, So I took a look at the surrounding environment while buying vegetables and asked around. This used to be a scenic spot. There are many natural hot springs on the mountain. There are villa areas, foreign-style house areas, and ordinary residential areas around it. When the base was first established, this scenic spot and the residential areas were all enclosed. They spent a lot of effort to eliminate mutants and mutant beasts, and they cut down the mutant plants in advance. So this area is relatively safe. Yeah, Guyu nodded as he listened. The boiled fish head was so delicious, spicy and fresh that he couldn't stop eating it. Zhengjia also put a lot of shrimps in her bowl. The sweet and tender shrimps were endlessly delicious, and the braised pork was so satisfying that Guyu felt so happy. Also, seeing Guyu eating so sweetly, Zhengjia was also happy. The base manager here is a third-level gold-type supernatural power expert named Zhao Hong. I heard that his daughter, Zhao, she likes Yang Yiming, so she was trained to the second level. Zhengjia looked at Guyu cautiously when he said this. He didn't know what position his ex-boyfriend held in Guyu's heart, but since he could make Guyu shave her hair, it was probably insignificant, right? The second level built with crystal cores seems to lack practical experience, so it's not to be feared. Guyu took a bite of a piece of braised pork. The feeling of the sweet sauce melting in his mouth was so good. However, the third-level gold-type mutant may need to pay attention. The gold-type mutant is originally the mutant with the strongest attack power, but Yang Yiming has only mastered the basics. Zhao Hong used to be the dean of college. I heard that he was on vacation here when the apocalypse broke out, and then they set up camp here. His supernatural powers improved too quickly. I think there may be something fishy. Zhengjia expressed his opinion, and Guyu nodded after hearing it. It has only been a short time since the apocalypse broke out, less than a month at most, and they have encountered many obstacles along the way. In addition to constant actual combat, the improvement of their superpowers also requires the help of high-level crystal cores. Just like now, Gu Jin and Feng Zi are still at the first level. Han Xiaoyan is firmly in the late second level, hovering on the edge of the third level, and she and Zhengjia are still some distance away from the third level. This can't be rushed. There's another force here, Principal Meng from the university. He is an old colleague of Director Zhao Hong, but the two have different opinions. Principal Meng is a second-level water master, and his strength is not as good as Zhao Hong. Instead, he is the second-in-command in the base. Zhengjia went out not just to buy groceries and cook, but more to find out the situation of the base. Although they made enemies as soon as they arrived, they have strength on their side. As long as those people come with swords and guns, he is not afraid. But I'm afraid of offending villains who will do bad things to me in secret. Guyu ate 2 full bowls of white rice before putting the bowl down. She looked at Zhengjia with a smile in her phoenix eyes. Her man was definitely not a piece of cake. He was capable and far-sighted, cautious, and not ostentatious. In addition, he was a good cook. She really had found a treasure. What's wrong? Is my face scratched? Zhengjia was stunned for a moment as Guyu stared at him. Then he realized that something was wrong with him and reached out to touch his face again. No. Guyu held his hand. You are fine. It's really good. No one can compare to it. The tips of Zhengjia's ears turned slightly red. She lowered her head like a young wife and said softly. Ming, he didn't drink, but in the end Ming's mom and dad couldn't help but took the wine glasses and drank with them. Maybe the 2 old people had too many things to worry about and it was rare for them to relax. Ming's mom even got drunk and held Ming's dad's hand, crying and laughing. Fortunately, Ming's mother had a string in her heart that was stretched thin, so even when she was drunk, she knew what to say and what not to say. Ming, he ate lightly. She didn't like rice, so she ate a few bites of vegetarian dishes and then ate the fruit that Han Xiaoyan brought her. I have to say that the fruits transformed by the psychic taste better than the cultivated fruits. They're sweeter and more juicy. She likes them very much. They have such a good relationship. Ming Yi's gaze fell on Guyu and Zhengjia, and she just sighed slightly. Maybe she had envied such love between men and women before the end of the world, but now she just wants to control her own destiny and not be bound by anyone. Boss and Zhengjia have experienced many life and death trials. Their relationship is incomparable to that of ordinary people. Han Xiaoyan looked at them enviously and sighed. They also saved my life. If it weren't for them, you wouldn't be able to see who I am now. Although going from fat to thin is a big change for a normal person, Han Xiaoyan feels very lucky to be still alive. So that's how it is. Ming Yi fell silent. She had been ill since she was young and had never been to school, so she didn't know what it felt like to have friends. But in her world, there were only home and parents, as well as the imaginary people and things on the internet. At that time, she didn't like to go out of the house. She didn't want to endure other people's strange looks, but now it is different. She has the ability to shut up those who hate her, and even make them tremble, fear, and even despair. She enjoyed this happiness, but still felt that something was missing. Maybe what she lacks is friends. Chapter 64, please. That night, Guin and the others were drunk. Those who were still able to stay up could only bury themselves in the quilt and fall asleep. Guyu took a hot bath, changed into a set of cotton pajamas, and sat at the head of the bed. The floor lamp, not far away, was emitting a soft orange light. The bookcase against the wall was neatly arranged with books. The light green curtains by the window were hung with a veil of gauze. Everything seemed to be the same as before the end of the world. Fangzi was already drunk and unconscious, falling asleep on the bed beside her. Guyu pursed her lips, leaned back against the head of the bed, and closed her eyes to rest. Days like this seem to be what life is all about, but this is not where they will stay for long. They're just stopping over for the time being. They hope to get the pass to the Liangshan base as soon as possible so that they can leave unimpeded. However, they have made enemies with Yang Yiming before entering the base. It would not be surprising if he secretly makes things difficult for them. Are you asleep? Zheng Jia's voice laughed in Guyu's mind. She opened her eyes. A hint of smile flashed in her eyes. Your hair is still wet. You haven't slept yet. Then let's chat. Gu Jin was sleeping next to Zheng Jia. He was also drunk. Gu Jin had no sleeping posture and was lying on the bed with his legs spread out. Zheng Jia could only huddle in a corner and barely occupy a spot. He was still considering whether he should continue to sleep on the floor. Okay. Guyu nodded, picked up the pillow, and stuffed it into his arms. Their base is self-sufficient. The fresh vegetables I bought were all grown by them. I heard that they also raise poultry, such as chickens, ducks, fish, and rabbits, and they manage them very well. This is a place that makes Zheng Jia feel at ease. In the end times, they have seen too many people who are homeless and displaced. People who happen to come here will probably regard this place as a paradise on earth. It's rare. Guyu and Zheng Jia chatted idly. Maybe she was not good at chatting, but Zheng Jia knew how to find topics, from daily life to future prospects. He was drawing a beautiful blueprint, and even Guyu couldn't help but be intoxicated by it. Sleep well. I have set up a mental network around you. If anyone invades, I will notice it immediately. Hearing Guyu's sleepiness, Zheng Jia's voice became softer, like a lullaby that could soothe people's hearts. Guyu nodded, finally slid into the quilt, and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Guyu was drinking hot millet porridge when someone rang the doorbell outside the house. Zheng Jia opened the door and saw a young man wearing glasses and a green cotton coat. He looked gentle and refined. He greeted politely. Excuse me, is Miss Gu awake? Our principal Meng wants to see her. The young man maintained a decent smile on his face and did not seem anxious. A hint of deep thought flashed across Zheng Jia's eyes, but he still let the person in. Only Gu Yu and Ming Yi's family were sitting at the long table. Gu Jin and the others who were hungover had not yet gotten up. The young man adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and saluted Gu Yu. Hello, Miss Gu. I am Liang Dong, who manages the data and documents of the base. You can call me Xiao Yang. His attitude was very respectful, showing respect for the strong. He was afraid that the commotion that Gu Yu and the others had caused at the door had spread throughout the base. Oh, Gu Yu glanced at Liang Dong indifferently and drank the millet porridge slowly. Zheng Jia also smashed the cucumber and made garlic cucumber for her as a side dish. And there was also Jinhua ham and fried eggs on the table. The breakfast was so rich that Gu Yu was very satisfied with it. After eating the millet porridge, he felt his stomach warm and his mood improved a lot. Let's go. I'll go with you to take a look. Gu Yu wiped his mouth and stood up. Zheng Jia quickly took off his apron and wanted to go with him. He was worried about Gu Yu going there alone. Besides, he had already taken a general tour of the base when he bought groceries yesterday, so he was more familiar with the situation here than Gu Yu. You're just leaving like that? Ming Yi knocked the iron spoon beside the bowl, his light-colored pupils turning slightly. She once thought that Gu Yu was a person who took the overall situation into consideration. Now that several of them were still drunk and collapsed in their beds, would Gu Yu feel at ease to leave them in such an unfamiliar environment and go out? Don't we still have you? Gu Yu pressed Ming Yi's shoulder. I'll leave them to you to take care of. With Ming Yi's strength, she should be able to hold out for a while even if someone launches a sneak attack. Besides, Feng Zi and Gu Jin are no pushovers either, and they are not afraid of any big commotion. As soon as Gu Yu finished speaking, he pulled Zheng Jia away. Ming Yi looked confused. You are? Are you too trusting her? Or does Gu Yu trust her? Ming Yi's face was gloomy, and the expression in his eyes was unreadable. Ming's mother and father asked cautiously, Xiao Yi, should we leave first? In the entire Ming family, Ming Yi has become the decision-maker. Ming's mother and father have always doted on their daughter, and she is a sensitive child, so naturally, she is put first in everything. Ming Yi's pale eyes glanced at Ming Ma. Although they were not very cold, Ming Ma felt the chill. The corners of her pink lips like petals slightly opened, and she simply said 2 words, I'm not leaving. Ming Yi then lowered her head to drink the porridge. The millet porridge in her mouth had a faint fragrance. Zheng Jia seemed to be really talented in cooking and had the power to turn decay into magic. Ming Yi thought his cooking was better than that of her own parents, but she still loved the fruit that Han Salian peeled for her more. Liang Dong was leading the way in front. He felt flattered that it was so easy to invite Gu Yu. Nowadays, all the capable supernatural beings are either arrogant or pretentious. He has seen many who refuse to show up even after repeated requests, but the girl in front of him seems to be an outlier. Gu Yu and Zheng Jia walked hand in hand behind Liang Dong, listening to him introduce the general situation here. Most of the people living in the villa area here are people with special abilities. The foreign-style houses and ordinary residential areas are also divided into residences for those with positions and abilities. As for ordinary people, they are divided into another shanty area. There are ordinary bungalows and also newly built prefabricated houses, collectively known as the shanty area. The dividing line was a small river in the middle. Zheng Jia and his friends bought vegetables on this side of the river and did not go to the other side, so they were not clear about the situation on the other side. Liang Dong had no intention of hiding anything. He led them across the bridge and said as they walked, I'm afraid Miss Gu will be embarrassed. There are thriving places in the base, but there are also days when ordinary people can't get enough food. Don't be scared when you see it later. With the arrival of the end of the world, class differentiation has become more obvious. People with capabilities can enjoy more resources. In contrast, ordinary people, those without the ability to work, the elderly and children are at the bottom, and their lives are very miserable. After crossing the bridge, Gu Yu saw from afar several ragged children begging on the street, but it was useless. Food was especially precious at that time. Ordinary people who finally got food would all wrap it tightly and take it home. It was not that they had no sympathy, but they simply did not have any extra food to share with others. Chapter 65, Various Forms. There was still a thin layer of ice on the streets in the early morning of winter, but the children seemed unaware of it. They knelt on the spot with numb expressions on their faces and only started begging when someone occasionally passed by. Zheng Jia held Gu Yu's hand tightly. He felt a little sorry for these children. They had to come out to make a living at such a young age. Did their elders in the family already? The more difficult the environment, the stronger their ability to survive. Don't worry. Gu Yu squeezed Zheng Jia's hand. They were not saviors. There were too many people living miserably in the apocalypse, and they could not possibly rescue them one by one. If the base is well built and people's living standards improve, such scenes will gradually become less common. These children are orphans. Liang Dong suddenly turned around and said, their parents died at the beginning of the apocalypse. They were able to make it to the base, so Principal Meng took them in. But if they want to survive, they have to make a living on their own, and we can't take care of them. How do those ordinary people live? Gu Yu glanced around and saw quite a few people coming and going on this street. Some seemed to be in a hurry, while some seemed to have nothing to do, leaning against the sheds to watch the fun. They all have jobs, either growing crops or raising poultry, or taking odd jobs building defenses in exchange for food. Generally speaking, anyone who is able and willing to contribute will not go hungry in our base. Liang Dong had just finished explaining when the door of a shed not far away opened. The man who walked out of the room was tying his belt. The woman inside chased him out and grabbed his sleeve, her face tense. You said you would give me the cookies. Give them to me now. No. The man waved his hands and looked at the woman with disgust. You don't even have 2 tails of flesh on your chest. Damn, it hurts my hips. It's a good thing I didn't beat you. After saying that, he waved his hand and knocked the woman to the ground, then walked away. The woman sat on the ground sadly, with no more tears to shed. She just clutched her clothes tightly and looked up in despair. Guyu and the others were standing not far away. The woman looked over and seemed to be ashamed of being seen through. She stood up and closed the door of the shed. The sound of bang seemed to ring in Guyu's heart. She knew that there were many women in the apocalypse who had no way to support themselves and their children, so they could only sell their bodies in exchange for meager food. But even so, they only had enough to eat. If they met a man like the one just now, not getting food was the least of their problems, and at worst they might get a beating. Forced by life, self-esteem has been trampled underfoot. No matter how glamorous and glorious it was in the past, its current value may not even be worth a piece of biscuit. Ahem. Liang Dong coughed lightly and looked at Guyu with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. I polluted your eyes. Let's go this way. We'll be there soon. After saying that, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. He also didn't know what Principal Meng's plan was. If this was seen by the guests he wanted to win over, wouldn't it be a disgrace to his own base? What's more, Guyu is still a little girl. Although the person who came to report yesterday said that she was very capable and estimated to have reached the second-level speed-type ability user, she was still young after all. He felt embarrassed when people saw such a scene. Let's go. Zheng Jia paused, and Guyu pulled him again. He came back to his senses and said silently, I'm afraid this is the slum area of the base. After seeing the tranquility and beauty here, he really thought it was a secluded paradise, but there was always darkness and filth hidden in the invisible corners, refreshing his cognition again and again. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps behind me. The children who had been squatting on the roadside just now ran up to me, shouting as they ran, Big brothers and big sisters, please be kind and give us something to eat. Liang Dong walked in front and didn't notice that Guyu and Zheng Jia didn't follow him, and they were soon surrounded by these little guys. The leading boy was about 10 years old, with a dirty face but unusually bright eyes. He rubbed his hands and looked at Guyu's black leather jacket. Perhaps because her eyes were too cold, the boy never dared to reach out to pull her. Instead, the other two girls pestered Zheng Jia, grabbing the corners of his navy blue coat with their little hands and refusing to let go. What should I do? I don't have any food. Zheng Jia looked at Guyu for help. In fact, when he saw these children, he wanted to help them, but Guyu didn't say anything, so he didn't know how to help. At this moment, when these children gathered around him, he also felt his sympathy begin to overflow. He really couldn't bear to see them suffer. Brother, do you have a crystal core? The 6-year-old girl looked up at Zheng Jia expectantly, her eyes full of desire. Zheng Jia was stunned and subconsciously wanted to take out his inner pocket. He had the crystal cores, all of which were placed in a cloth bag and carried close to his body. Originally, he wanted to give them all to Guyu, but Guyu thought it was troublesome and let him keep them himself. Wait! Guyu waved his hand to stop Zheng Jia's actions. The sparks in the eyes of several children were immediately extinguished, and they all looked at Guyu angrily. Why should this big brother give them crystal cores, but this big sister doesn't? It's like watching a cooked duck about to fly away. Who wouldn't be angry? Big sister, can't you have some mercy on us? The boy looked at Guyu eagerly. He knew Liang Dong and was also aware that Liang Dong was Principal Meng's confidant and held an important position in the entire base. The people brought by Liang Dong must be of considerable importance. Moreover, Guyu gave him a very dangerous feeling, so he didn't dare to act like a spoiled brat in front of this older sister. Guyu raised the corner of his lips and glanced around with his black eyes. Those figures hiding beside the shed immediately dodged backwards, fearing that Guyu would discover their presence. I'll give you the crystal core. Can you keep it? Guyu said calmly. If you want to eat, come to number 17, 9th Street, Villa District later to find me. My name is Guyu, remember? Guyu. The boy was stunned. Guyu had already pulled Zheng Jiabu out of the encirclement of these children. If she wanted to leave, the psychics couldn't stop her, let alone these children. Liang Dong walked for a while in silence, then turned around to find that Guyu and the others had not caught up with him and were still being entangled by those kids. He wanted to teach these wild boys a lesson, but he didn't expect that Guyu and the others had escaped by themselves. Liang Dong looked very apologetic. In the cold winter, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it with a handkerchief and said, I'm sorry. I didn't expect so many problems to happen today. I didn't bring the escort team because I thought it was still early. This won't happen next time. Chapter 66 Winning Over. Liang Dong took Guyu and Zheng Jia up the mountain. After passing a few streets with shanties, a winding mountain road appeared before them. Guyu took a quick glance. Although it was a mountain road, he could see the end at a glance. There were no big trees on the left or right to block the view, and even the steps leading up the mountain were clearly visible. There was a house about halfway up the hill, and that was where they were going. It's not far away. We'll be there in a little while. Liang Dong turned around and smiled apologetically at Guyu. Normally there are guards here, and ordinary people can't go up the mountain. Liang Dong said this and showed his pass to the guard at the checkpoint and successfully led the two of them through. You probably don't know that plants can also mutate, so all the big trees here have been cut down, leaving only some non-mutated seedlings. This world is really in chaos. Liang Dong sighed as he walked. Guyu and Zheng Jia looked at each other and held their hands tighter. Of course, they had experienced mutated plants before, and it was an extremely powerful third-level mutated creeper, but the two of them were always able to turn danger into safety together. You asked those kids to come to us. Do you want to find out something? Zheng Jia communicated with Guyu in his mind. Although he didn't understand what she meant at first, Guyu would never speak without a purpose. She had her reasons for everything she did. Guyu nodded and answered Zheng Jia's question in his mind. I just think there is something strange here. Maybe we can find out some secrets. Otherwise, the people here would not tell us. What happened just now? Zheng Jia was hesitant to speak. What happened in the shanty towns on the other side of the river made him feel uncomfortable, but he was powerless to change anything. The fate of these people was in the hands of the decision-makers at the base. Even if he wanted to, he was powerless and could not influence the overall situation at all. Zheng Jia, the world has changed. We are not gods and cannot dominate everyone's life. So if you want to live a good life, you have to be independent and strong. Guyu is not without sympathy for the weak, but this person must also have a determination to seek change. Just like Liang Dong said, ordinary people can earn a living as long as they have the ability and willingness to work. It all depends on how this person chooses to do it. I understand. Zheng Jia smiled bitterly. His mentality might be a little too soft-hearted. If he hadn't gained superpowers, or if Guyu hadn't saved him out of kindness, his life might have been very different from what it is now. The person living in the shack might very well be him. What position did he have to sympathize with others at that time? Heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs, so he can only try his best to live. The road leading up the mountain was heavily guarded, with a guard post every 10 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. This made Guyu even more curious. Could it be that there really was some secret hidden in this mountain? The house halfway up the mountain is not a villa. It should be a 3-story building like those in the countryside. It's just that the style is imitated from European style, but the imitation is not very good, so it looks a bit out of place. But there's a fence built around the house, forming a circular courtyard. Mr. Meng, I brought them here. Liang Dong walked in with familiarity. In such cold weather, Principal Meng was only wearing a thin Chinese shirt and sitting under the shed in the yard, making tea. When he saw Guyu and the others, he just smiled and nodded sit down. He looks so approachable, just like the uncle next door. Guyu and Zheng Jia sat down calmly. The bench was a round tree stump that retained its natural texture. The corners of the bench seemed to have roots that were deeply embedded in the soil. This Principal Meng, also known as Mr. Meng by Liang Dong, seemed to be very proficient in the tea ceremony. He brewed tea, boiled tea, and divided tea in one go. Finally, he pushed the tea in the celadon teacup in front of Guyu and Zheng Jia. The bright yellow tea soup was clear and had a faint fragrance. Guyu took a sip, but didn't notice any special taste. He put the teacup down again and said, I'm not very good at tasting tea. Zheng Jia took a sip of tea and put down the teacup, saying nothing. Old Meng looked at the two of them with a smile, then handed one of the teacups to Liang Dong. Liang Dong was flattered to take it, and said with emotion, Old Meng, this tea is brewed with mountain snow water. I don't have the chance to drink it on weekdays, but it's all thanks to you two. After that, he raised the cup and drank it all with great interest. Guyu remained silent. She even felt that Mr. Meng was being mysterious. Couldn't he just come straight to the point if he had something to say? Why did he have to waste so much time? Elder Meng waved his hand modestly, and then looked at Guyu and Zheng Jia with admiration. Heroes are born young. These tea decorations of mine are old stuff, and you younger generations really don't understand. But tea is also for drinking. It's enough to quench your thirst, and the taste doesn't matter. Have you met Zhao Hong? Mr. Meng looked wealthy, but his small eyes were shrewd. Although he tried his best to appear amiable, there was still a hint of calculation in his eyes. Not yet. Guyu shook his head and glanced at Zheng Jia again. We don't plan to stay here for long. We just want to borrow a passage through your precious land. I wonder if Mr. Meng can give us some convenience. A businessman is a businessman. She would only take the job if the offer was made clear. Guyu knew that there was no free lunch in this world. Ms. Gu, I heard that you embarrassed the kid named Yang at the gate of the base. You should know that he is Zhao Hong's son-in-law. He cares a lot about his reputation and is vindictive. I'm afraid this matter will not be easily resolved. Old Meng took a sip of the tea with an unfathomable look. He wanted to win over the power of young people, especially those with powerful superpowers. If he could use them, he would have more support when fighting against Zhao Hong. I just don't know whether Gu Yu and the others are worth him taking action to confront Zhao Hong head-on. Gu Yu's face remained calm, but Zheng Jia's face tensed when he heard it. Gu Yu squeezed his hand to comfort him, then looked at Elder Meng. It's no different for me to get involved in the dispute in your base, but if someone forces me, I'll have to fight. After a pause, he continued, if Elder Meng can give me a favor, I, Gu Yu, will remember your kindness. We will meet again in the mountains and rivers, and when we go out, friends are what we rely on. You are a girl with a lot of gangster spirit. Old Meng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. It would be a pity if Gu Yu was not used by him, but it would also be beneficial for him if he became enemies with Zhao Hong and the others. Elder Meng considered for a moment before nodding and saying, I will try my best to help you with this matter. If a light flashed in his eyes, and then he waved his hand, forget it. I think Zhao Hong shouldn't bother with you youngsters. Chapter 67 Help. After waiting for Gu Yu and the others to leave, Mr. Meng called Liang Dong to question him. At this moment, he no longer had the amiable face of an old man next door. The corners of his tightly pursed lips revealed the majesty of a superior. In the past, he was the principal who gave orders in the school, but now he was suppressed by Zhao Hong, the dean of studies. Mr. Meng was already in a bad mood and had been plotting to overthrow Zhao Hong for a while. However, Mr. Meng is still secretly trying to win over the base and the supernatural people who come from other places to join him and secretly accumulate his own power. What do you think of these two people? Old Meng took a sip of tea and looked at the foam floating in the teacup. A deep light flashed across his eyes. He thought he knew countless people, so why was it that he still couldn't see Gu Yu clearly? She is obviously a girl in her early 20s, but she is very cunning and not easily bewitched. On the contrary, the kid named Zheng Jia was still a little impatient. So the leader of their team is Gu Yu, who is too young. Liang Dong thought for a moment before saying, I don't know much about it, but I think Zheng Jia follows Gu Yu's lead, and the people in their team should be the same. However, Gu Yujin was a slippery loach who didn't want to get involved in the fight in their base at all, and had no intention of staying, which made it very difficult for them. If you can't be of use to me, Mr. Meng tapped the table lightly with his index finger, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Gu Yu was wrong in saying something. This world no longer needs friends. All we have are allies who seek interests. But even allies can stab you in the back when their interests conflict. Mr. Meng, why don't you let them go to the hot springs? As soon as Liang Dong finished speaking, he received a fierce look from Mr. Meng. He knew he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly kept silent. That is the secret of our base, and only trusted personnel can use it. Don't forget this. After saying this, Elder Meng patted his sleeves and stood up. A strange smile flashed across his seemingly calm face. However, Zhao Hong has lost face this time. Just wait and see. He won't let them go so easily. After Gu Yu came down the mountain, she deliberately took Zheng Jia for a few circles around the shanty town to confuse people because she found that someone was following them, and she didn't know what Mr. Meng was planning, so she had to be cautious. There were quite a few short-sighted people who wanted to take advantage of them because of their youth, but after Gu Yu cut off 2 of their fingers, these people no longer dared to act so arrogantly. No one is easy to mess with in this world. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes, but thugs still value their lives. They only dare to bully ordinary people. If they meet a tough guy, they can only admit defeat. The situation in the shanty town was pretty much as Gu Yu had expected. All the unfortunate people looked the same, lacking food and clothing and leading miserable lives. But after seeing such scenes so many times, she has become numb. Zheng Jia, on the other hand, felt soft-hearted and couldn't bear it, especially when he saw those elderly people living alone. He couldn't help but think of his deceased grandmother. He felt sad and finally could only leave behind Gu Yu with his head down. When they reached the stone bridge across the river, Gu Yu stopped, turned to look at Zheng Jia, and sighed, I know you can't bear it. Use the crystal core to exchange for some food later. You can give it to whoever you want. They had no shortage of crystal cores. They killed many mutants and beasts along the way, and Guyu even had a bag full of them. Zheng Jia has such a soft heart, and I don't know whether it is good or bad that he still retains this kindness in the end times. Guyu shook her head, but she didn't want her boyfriend to follow her back with a depressed look on his face. Otherwise, Guin and Feng Zi would think that she had bullied Zheng Jia. Sure enough, as soon as Guyu finished speaking, Zheng Jia's eyes lit up. Is it okay? He looked up at Guyu excitedly, and his hands couldn't help but hold her hands tightly. At this moment, he really wanted to cheer. Guyu was his goddess. Rescue him from his suffering and help him release the depression in his heart. Let's go buy some things together. Guyu nodded with a smile and pulled Zheng Jia to the crowded market. She still felt it was worth it to use the crystal core to make her boyfriend smile. Okay. Zheng Jia nodded heavily, feeling excited and happy. He knew that he was being willful, and he also knew that in this world, no one could live on relief forever. But he still wanted to help within his ability. A person's power is so weak, but he cannot turn a blind eye. Guyu and Zheng Jia used a bag full of crystal cores to exchange for a lot of sweet potatoes, and some flour. These things can be stored for a long time, and can also make people feel full. They're the best storage foods in winter. When watching Zheng Jia distribute the food to the elderly and children, and seeing the gratitude in their eyes, Guyu suddenly understood why Zheng Jia did this. The greatest happiness for these people is to have a full meal, and they can give this kind of happiness. The joy of helping others fills their hearts like a spring of sweet water, and even she feels warm and full in her heart. They're not lay phones, nor are they good young people who like to help others, but the moment they are able to help others, they actually gain peace and satisfaction in their hearts. In this cannibalistic society, this bit of warmth and touching moment is extremely precious. Let's go buy some more vegetables, and I'll make you something delicious when we get back. Zheng Jia walked on the street, holding Guyu's hand with a smile on his face. He was in a good mood now, not only because he had helped others, but also because Guyu agreed to let him do this. I want to eat fish, spicy and sour fish. Guyu was not polite. In addition to sweets, she also liked Sichuan food. As an authentic Sichuanese, spicy, fresh and fragrant food is not to be missed. Okay, let's go buy some fish. Zheng Jia nodded with a smile. He liked Guyu's satisfied and happy expression when he ate the food, and he couldn't get enough of seeing it. Zheng Jia donated all his crystal cores to the poor families in the shanty town. Fortunately, Guyu still had some on him, but by the time they finished buying food, the crystal cores in his pocket were gone. If this goes on, we won't be able to stay here for a few days and won't be able to afford food. Zheng Jia looked at Guyu apologetically, then frowned and thought about a new problem. If we can't leave as soon as possible, we have to find a way to hunt. Yes, hunting those mutants and mutant beasts. No one has yet discovered that the meat of mutant animals is edible. Of course, this is only limited to people with special powers. If ordinary people eat it, they either have to survive the fever mutation period to gain special powers or become mutants themselves. Therefore, no one dared to try for a long time. But as the end of the world passes year by year, ordinary food can no longer meet people's needs. Hunting mutant beasts to become food for humans has become imperative. Only the strong can survive. This is an era of survival of the fittest. Chapter 68 Apology. There's a large office building at the Liangshan base. It used to be the tourism management center, but now it has become the place where the people in power of the base reside. Uncle, as soon as this group of people entered the base, Mr. Meng tried to win them over. This shows that he doesn't take you seriously. And me, Yang Yiming touched his bald head, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. No matter in the past or now, he can deeply feel the gap between him and Guyu. But if the open approach doesn't work, he can still do it covertly. In short, Guyu has already come to his territory. It is easy to come in, but difficult to leave. Zhao Hong glanced at Yang Yiming calmly. Is that little girl really that powerful? So powerful that even Mr. Meng wants to win him over? As the person in charge of the Two Mountains base, Zhao Hong is not just full of passion. He is also shrewd and calculating. He has a good idea of which business is profitable and which business will lose money. If he were to offend a powerful psychic for the sake of Yang Yiming, it would obviously not be worthwhile, and he was not that stupid. Yang Yiming was stunned for a moment, then nodded stiffly. Doesn't look weak. In fact, he felt aggrieved as well. Why could Guyu always bully him? He simply cannot accept this. How about this? Zhao Hong thought for a moment before saying, "Bring some gifts and go to their place to apologize in person. Tell them that I sincerely invite them to stay at the base and test their attitude. Since Elder Meng has already taken action, it is impossible for him to remain silent. If these people are willing to join him, that would be the best. Otherwise, he cannot let them become Elder Meng's helpers." This old guy always wanted to bring him down. If there weren't many people supporting Mr. Meng, Zhao Hong really wanted to kill him secretly. Yang Yiming looked at Zhao Hong in astonishment. It seemed that all he had said was in vain. Zhao Hong had never considered his position at all. Didn't he need to make up for the loss of face he had suffered? Asking him to bring gifts to apologize is clearly trampling on his face. Why? You don't want to, seeing Yang Yiming's changing pale face. Zhao Hong's face darkened. You also know your own worth. If Cece didn't like you, I wouldn't have to spend so much effort to help you advance. You should also have some sense. What's the value of face a real man should be able to bend and stretch? Only a good heart is really good. Yes. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Yang Yiming's lowered eyes. He had originally been pretending to obey Zhao Hong, but secretly disobeying him, and also wanted to take control of the entire Liangshan base by marrying Zhao Shi. It seemed that Zhao Hong looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. He will make Zhao Hong regret it. Yang Yiming clenched his fists. While waiting for Gu Yu and Zheng Jia to return to the villa with the dishes, Yang Yiming also arrived with gifts. Gu Yu looked at Yang Yiming meaningfully. This bald head suits him quite well. It makes him look less refined and elegant, but instead reveals the desire and greed that were written all over his face. What are you doing here? Zheng Jia stood in front of Gu Yu with a wary look on his face. He had a natural hostility towards his love rival, but he was not afraid of Yang Yiming's strength. Yang Yiming looked at Gu Yu awkwardly, and after a long while he forced a smile and said, "We had some unpleasantness yesterday. Gu Yu, you are a great man and don't bear grudges. Don't take it to heart." Then he called to his man behind him. "I've brought you some food. Don't be polite. Just tell me if you need anything." Yang Yiming originally thought it was difficult to say these words, but when he really said them and lowered his head, he found that it was not that difficult to do. People, as long as they don't care about their face, can do anything. "We don't need it." Zheng Jia refused in a righteous manner. It was impossible for him and Yang Yiming to become friends, so it would be better to draw a clear line between them as soon as possible. Yang Yiming's face changed. Gu Yu held Zheng Jia's hand, shook his head gently, and then turned to Yang Yiming and said, "Put the things down. Don't refuse the supplies that are sent to you for free. Even if they don't eat them, they can be used to help the people Zheng Jia wants to help. Why not do it? People like Yang Yiming have been plundering the people in the base, so giving some of their wealth back now is nothing at all. Gu Yu, so you forgive me?" Yang Yiming was overjoyed and pushed Zhao Hong out. "The leaders of our base cherish talents and appreciate your talents. If you are willing to stay in the base, we will definitely give you the best treatment. You can ask for anything you want. Is that so? Let me think about it." Gu Yu pursed his lips and changed the subject. "When can our pass be approved?" "When they leave the base, the Hummer will disappear in a flash. Who would have the patience to intervene in the fight in their base?" "There's no rush for this." Yang Yiming's eyes flashed with a gleam of light behind his glasses, and he said while practicing Tai Chi, "After you make a decision, I think there will be a result." "Okay, we'll talk about it then." Gu Yu mentioned the food pile by the door and winked at Zheng Jia. The two turned around and went into the yard. The door was closed, blocking the view from outside. There was no intention of inviting Yang Yiming to come in and sit down. "Brother Yang, they are too arrogant." The person behind Yang Yiming was a little dissatisfied. This person also had his hair cut by Gu Yu, so he naturally held a grudge against her. However, this person did not shave his head completely like Yang Yiming. Instead, he put on a baseball cap to cover up his ugliness. "Okay, stop talking, let's go." Yang Yiming turned around gloomily, a storm brewing in his eyes. Whether it is Zhao Hong, Mr. Meng, or Gu Yu and the others, he will let these people see who will have the last laugh. Yang Yiming returned to his comfortable little Western-style house. Zhao Shi was walking around the house in a gauze black pajamas. There was no heating, but the air conditioner was on, so the room was much warmer than the outside. Yang Yiming took off his coat as he entered the room. "What's wrong, dear? Are you angry?" Zhao Shi is plump and beautiful, with the charm of a mature woman. In fact, she has been married once in her early years and is a few years older than Yang Yiming, but there is nothing she can do about it. She now likes this kind of tender young meat. Yang Yiming snorted and ignored Zhao Shi. He was willing to be with Zhao Shi, Not only because she was pretty, but most importantly because her father, Zhao Hong, was the ruler of the base. Otherwise, who would be willing to serve them? Okay, I'll tell my dad. They're just a few foreigners with special abilities. It's nothing big. Zhao Shi stepped forward, hugged Yang Yiming's neck, and gave him a kiss. She was not an ignorant lady. She had seen the dynamic situation in the base, but she didn't want to worry about it on weekdays. After all, it was a man's business, and they, women, only needed to be responsible for being beautiful. Chapter 69, Jealousy. When they returned to the villa, Guin and the others who were hungover had woken up. Fong Zi was still rubbing her sore neck and looked at them in surprise. Sister Gu, did you rob the base? Why did you bring back so much food? If someone gives it to me, I'd better not refuse it. Gu Yu's face softened a little. She seldom smiled in the end times because those days were really more painful than happy. The only thing that could make her smile was the memories of the past. But this life is different. She saved Gu Jin and is now with Zhang Jia. Gu Yu feels that her life has undergone earth-shaking changes and the future is promising. Is it Yang Yiming the sucker? Gu Jin knew Yang Yiming's character very well. When he had angered his sister, he had asked him to be the peacemaker several times. This guy is a coward with no temper. It's him. Zhang Jia silently put the dishes into the kitchen, his low tone showing his displeasure. Gu Yu took the things that Yang Yiming brought him. To be honest, he felt a little unhappy. Well, not just a little bit, very annoying. I'm going to help Zhang Jia make lunch. Gu Jin found an excuse to leave. Gu Yu glanced around and didn't see Han Salian and Ming Yi's family, so he asked Fong Zi. She yawned and replied, "They are all in the back garden looking after the vegetable garden." Han Salian planned to be more attentive to Ming Yi's family in order to develop his new skills. He could increase the variety of fruits and learn to grow some different vegetables. In the end, he would be self-sufficient wherever he went. This was what Han Salian was pursuing. People's livelihood is a major issue, and it would be best if we don't ask for help from others. Oh, Gu Yu responded and sat on the sofa to think about things. Both forces in the base wanted to win them over, but she didn't want to join anyone. It would be best to get through this stage smoothly. However, judging from the current situation, it may not be that easy to get a pass. Should they sneak away? Sister Gu, it was the first time I got drunk yesterday. My waist and neck are sore. Did you kick me off the bed last night? Fong Zi rubbed her neck and looked at Gu Yu. She knew that she had a bad sleeping posture. She and Gu Yu took up most of the bed when they slept together, but there was no way to change it. Who would be conscious when falling asleep? Gu Yu glanced at Fong Zi calmly and said, "You fell off the bed by yourself this morning." She just didn't wake up Fong Zi or move her back to bed. Why don't you call me? The ground is so cold. Fong Zi pouted aggressively. After a moment, a sly smile flashed in her eyes. She looked at Gu Yu and teased. Why don't you live with Zhang Jia in the future? He will definitely protect you. You're looking for a fight. A pillow flew accurately towards Fong Zi. She screamed and reached out to grab it in the air. The pillow stopped and turned around, flying towards Gu Yu. There was a lot of noise in the living room, and the kitchen was even quieter. Zhang Jia was quietly picking vegetables. Gu Jin glanced at him and asked cautiously, "Where did you go today?" He slept until almost noon, and when he woke up there was nothing to eat. There were not many people at home, so he had no one to ask. Meet someone. Zhang Jia's words were concise. He didn't want to talk at this time. He turned his head and looked into the living room. Gu Yu and Fong Zi were having so much fun, which made him feel even more depressed. Didn't Gu Yu even think about explaining it to him? In fact, he had been waiting for Gu Yu to tell him everything about her and Yang Yiming. Who is it? It can't be. Before Gu Jin could even utter the 3 words, Yang Yiming, he received a cold glance from Zhang Jia. He immediately changed the subject and said, "No matter who it is, my sister must have something in mind. Don't worry about it." Zhang Jia said and said nothing more, but the kitchen knife in his hand did not stop. He cut the vegetables into pieces in a few strokes. He was ruthless when chopping the fish head, chopping, cutting, and moving his hands very fast. Gu Jin watched from the side without blinking. Rather than saying that Zhang Jia was cutting vegetables, it would be more accurate to say that he was treating the vegetables as someone venting his anger, and Gu Jin deeply agreed with this. After lunch, Zhang Jia was kneading dough in the kitchen again, and Gu Yu was leaning against the kitchen door watching him. A tall figure, with a flowered apron tied around a strong and tight waist, he was concentrating on kneading dough, and his exposed arms looked very powerful. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable being stared at by Gu Yu, Zhang Jia couldn't help but start. "I want to make some buns for those kids tonight." Didn't Guyu ask the children to come to them later to get food? Even though he had given it away for free. How could those ingredients be as delicious as the food he cooked? What's the filling? Guyu nodded and walked closer. After thinking for a while, he put his arms around Zheng Jia's waist from behind and looked forward. There was a large piece of yellow dough on the panel, with pork and green onions next to it. It's stuffed with pork and green onions. Han Salian and the others just picked the green onions from the back garden. They look fresh to me and will definitely taste delicious when used to make meat filling. Being hugged by Guyu, Zheng Jia's body stiffened slightly, but he forced himself to relax to accommodate her approach. He liked being close to her. Her soft body always had a faint fragrance. He felt a tingling sensation rising from his coccyx and extending upwards to his cerebral cortex. Zheng Jia felt a little dizzy. His head must not be clear and his cheeks were hot. If Guyu hadn't been behind him and couldn't see his face, he would have really wanted to bury his face in the dough at this moment. Were you angry just now? Guyu recalled Zheng Jia's silence during the meal, and when he thought about what happened when they returned to the villa, he finally realized what the key point was. Zheng Jia is jealous of Yang Yiming. It was also because Gu Jin was ignorant and revealed her past relationship with Yang Yiming. Putting herself in her shoes, it was impossible for Zheng Jia, her current boyfriend, not to mind. No! Zheng Jia spat out 2 words against his will. You have. Guyu crouched forward and buried her whole body in Zheng Jia's arms. She stood on tiptoe and gave him a kiss on the lips. Zheng Jia was completely stunned. Guyu took the opportunity to kiss her again. Zheng Jia's lips were pink and soft, just like the marshmallow she had eaten as a child. Okay, don't be angry. Guyu hugged Zheng Jia's waist and leaned into his arms. Listening to his thumping heartbeat, she felt very relieved. Whether it's Yang Yiming or anyone else, that's all in the past. They are not important to me at all. I only care about your feelings. Do you understand? Yeah. After a long while, Zheng Jia responded softly, and he couldn't hide the joy on the corners of his lips. If his hands were not covered with flour dust, he really wanted to hug Guyu tightly in his arms. I'll sleep with you tonight. After Guyu said this, he slipped out of the kitchen, leaving Zheng Jia with a dazed look on his face. Guyu's words kept echoing in his mind. Did he hear wrongly? Guyu said she wanted to sleep with him? Chapter 70 Secret. What surprised Guyu was that the children who had come during the day did not show up for dinner. Zheng Jia seemed a little disappointed. He had steamed several pots of buns, and except for the ones they had eaten, a full pot was still warm on the stove. Gu Jin lazily lay on the sofa, stroking his round belly. The buns stuffed with green onions and pork are really delicious, he said, looking at Zheng Jia again. Zheng Jia, if we stay here any longer, you'll feed me like a pig. Zheng Jia touched his nose and smiled shyly. No one asked you to eat more, but you just don't know how to control yourself. Fang Zi glared at Gu Jin. Who was it that just snatched the last bun on the plate from her? Everyone laughed, and even Ming Yi's lips were tinged with smile. She has always eaten light and vegetarian food, but today she smelled the fragrance of the buns coming out of the pot and ate one, and it was really delicious. Ming's mom and dad also had smiles on their faces. They had never imagined that they would be able to live such a life after the apocalypse. If the Two Mountains base was stable, they really wanted to live here and never leave. But the worrying thing is that Guyu and the others don't seem to plan to stay here for long. Guyu kept holding Zheng Jia's hand. Although she didn't say anything, one could see the sweetness between them. Suddenly, Zheng Jia's eyes flickered. After looking at everyone, he whispered to Guyu in his head, "The child is here." Where? Guyu was a little surprised and turned to look at Zheng Jia. He's just outside the house, and he seems to be hesitating whether to knock on the door. Zheng Jia and Guyu were communicating silently, and to others, it seemed like they were exchanging glances. Gu Jin shuddered and stroked his arm. I can't stand you. I have goosebumps all over my body. He stood up and pulled Fang Zi. Let's go upstairs and play Go to relieve boredom. Okay, let's do some digestion exercises at the same time. Fang Zi nodded neatly. There is a sun gym on the 3rd floor of the villa, but of course there is no sunlight at night. However, if you're lucky, it would be nice to have stars and the moon. Come on, let's go out and throw away the trash. Guyu winked at Zheng Jia, and the two of them went into the kitchen to clean up, and after a while they went out carrying a few bags. Ming Yi looked at their backs thoughtfully. Ming Yi, would you like some cherry tomatoes? Han Salian handed over the washed red fruits. Ming Yi gently pinched one with her tender white fingertips and put it into her mouth, taking a light bite. The sweet and sour taste delicate and rich texture did not disappoint her. Do you have any playing cards? Otherwise, the four of us can play to level up. Ming's mother sighed. There are no TV channels to watch now. All the live broadcasts have stopped. TV consumes a lot of electricity. It is rare for every family to meet basic lighting and living needs. They also saw from afar that the electricity supply in those villas and small buildings was divided into time periods, and the lights were turned off very early in the evening. Unlike their villa area, the electricity was never cut off 24 hours a day. This also shows the different treatment after the end of the world. I seem to have seen some playing cards in the cabinet last time. Han Salian responded immediately. He had always been caring towards Ming Yi's family and tried his best to meet all their needs. I'll get them now. After that, he ran upstairs with a bang. Ming's mother and father looked at each other and nodded. Han Salian is a person with special abilities, and she likes their daughter Ming Yi. If the two of them can really be together, they as parents will feel at ease. Outside the villa, the little boy curled up in the shadow of the corner. If no one came near, it would be difficult to notice him squatting there. There are no street lights outside the house, which means some light can come through the house, but it is blocked by an iron door, so the light that comes through is very limited. There was a creaking sound, which was the sound of the iron door opening. The little boy was startled as if by thunder. He stood up and was about to run, but a black figure instantly jumped out from behind the iron gate and grabbed him with one arm. "Let me go!" The little boy just shouted, but when he turned around and saw Guyu looking at him curiously, he couldn't shout anymore. He just lowered his head sullenly. "Did you guys know I was at the door?" The little boy hesitated for a long time. Zheng Jia and Guyu had given them a lot of food during the day. If the food was hidden well, it would be enough for them to eat for several days. The children were very satisfied. Such happiness was too far away from them, so far that it was almost erased from their memory. "The buns are still hot. Take them and eat them." Zheng Jia handed over the bag of buns. A dozen full buns formed a small mountain in the little boy's hands, covering his ashamed face. "It smells so good." The little boy sniffed, his voice choked a little, but he seemed to recover after a moment, opened the bag of buns, took out a white bun, and took a big bite. The aroma of green onions and the satisfaction of eating pork immediately filled his mouth. The little boy ate 3 big buns before stopping. He looked at Guyu and Zheng Jia seriously. "I have something to tell you." "Okay." Guyu held Zheng Jia's hand tightly and stood side by side in front of Child. Their figures looked so tall, as if they could withstand all hardships and tribulations. "My name is Xiaodong." The little boy sniffed, as if thinking about his opening remarks. "My parents died outside the base, so I ran here to escape the disaster. As you can see, I haven't done very well." Xiaodong tugged at his torn cotton coat, awkwardly. The gray-blue coat was extremely dirty and had several holes in it. Zheng Jia sighed in his heart. If they weren't going to leave here, he really wanted to take these children in. However, it was good for them to stay in the base. They couldn't survive outside the base, and perhaps it would be difficult for them to just stay alive. "So what?" Guyu raised her eyebrows. What Xiaodong said was not the point, nor was it what she wanted to hear. It's not easy for everyone in the end times, and it's even harder for children, the elderly, and women. This is something we could have expected a long time ago. But as long as you want to survive, you will always have an amazing desire to survive. "You guys are good people." Xiaodong raised his dark eyes and glanced at Zheng Jia and Guyu, then pursed his lips and said, "I don't want to take your things for nothing, so I'll tell you the secret of base." "What secret?" Zheng Jia frowned slightly. He didn't expect that his kindness would receive such a reward. But is this secret beneficial to them, or should it not be known by them? That's right, 2 people are taken to the back mountain of the base every 3 days. This has happened several times, but I have never seen these people come down. Xiaodong was very curious, but the way up the mountain was guarded by too many people, so he couldn't go up at all. "When will we take people up next time?" A hint of deep thought flashed across Guyu's eyes. The secret of the Liangshan base might lie in it. Xiaodong blinked and said hesitantly, Tomorrow night." Chapter 71 like. If possible, Xiaodong still hopes that Guyu and Zheng Jia will not go. Although they look very powerful, what if they never come back? Those who were taken up have never come down. Xiaodong was very nervous and didn't know whether what he said was right. At night, after waiting for Feng Zi to fall asleep, Guyu went to Zheng Jia's room. Perhaps Zheng Jia had specifically told Han Salian that he would switch rooms with him tonight and go to sleep in Gu Jin's room, leaving Zheng Jia alone. It was pitch black when Guyu entered the room. He could only see a bulge in the quilt through the dim light from the window. Is this person shy? Gu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hadn't planned on doing anything tonight, and she felt like a big bad wolf that was going to eat the little white rabbit. I lifted the quilt and got into bed. The person in the quilt trembled a little, and then there was no movement. But even when sleeping next to Zheng Jia, Guyu could feel that his whole body was tense like a straight line. She couldn't help but reach in and hold his hand. Go to sleep, don't think too much. She really just wanted to have a good sleep, without any other thoughts, and staying with Zheng Jia, her heart easily calmed down. Zheng Jia had been hiding in the quilt. In fact, he was a little uneasy, no matter how much he thought about it. He couldn't really understand Guyu's intention of coming to sleep with him. But the two of them were already in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and although he had no experience in this area, he knew what might happen, and he actually still had expectations in his heart. But after waiting for a long time, Guyu finally showed up. He was a little disappointed at first, but when he heard her footsteps at that moment, his heart seemed to jump out of his chest. But Guyu just lay quietly on the bed. She didn't move, and he didn't dare to move either. After a while, Guyu held his hand. Although he did nothing, Zheng Jia really felt relieved at that moment. Well, even if the two of them were lying together, doing nothing but just holding hands, he felt happy. His originally stiff body slowly became soft because of Guyu's action, and his heart felt a lot more relaxed. He was afraid that he was too stupid to please Guyu, but she didn't seem angry at the moment, so Zheng Jia felt relieved. But he still couldn't fall asleep for a while, thinking about what Xiaodong told him at night, and frowned slightly. Are you going to visit the place Xiaodong mentioned tomorrow? Zheng Jia was a little worried. They had just arrived at the Liangshan base. If there was any unknown danger, it's not just me who goes, it's the two of us who go. Guyu squeezed Zheng Jia's hand and turned to look at him. Her pair of phoenix eyes shone as stars in the night, reflecting his shadow clearly. Zheng Jia's gaze also turned over, and the two of them looked at each other silently, and the air seemed to be tense. Guyu also felt a little nervous, and even a thin layer of sweat appeared on her palms. By the time she reacted, their lips were already touching. Tentative kisses and passionate hugs. Guyu could clearly feel Zheng Jia's nervousness and cautious clumsiness. Guyu felt her whole body was hot. It was not like she had not experienced sexual intercourse after the apocalypse, but at that time, she was just satisfying each other's needs. There was no emotion, only needs. The relationship between men and women was like a routine, so mechanized that it was comparable to standard labor in a factory workshop. Love is a luxury. There's only basic desire between people. This is the universal law in the end times. But at this moment, Guyu still felt something different. It was a desire from the heart, an expression of true emotion. She was willing to open her body and arms to the man in front of her, cater to him, accept him, and get happiness from it. Guyu felt that she was doing just that. At this moment, Zheng Jia was sweating all over because of nervousness and excitement. His movements were very gentle. He didn't want to leave Guyu with any bad experience, so he did it very carefully. Guyu frowned slightly. Zheng Jia immediately stopped moving. A drop of sweat fell from the tip of his nose and asked nervously, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" If Guyu nodded, Zheng Jia promised that he would not do anything. In fact, he felt that the two of them holding hands and lying quietly was a good feeling. He didn't want to do anything originally, but he didn't know how it turned out like this. Guyu shook his head. A smile slipped across the corner of his lips. He stretched out his hand and hooked it around his neck, responding with a deep kiss. The night was still long, and the two hearts slowly approached each other. They explored and adjusted to each other, intertwined in anticipation and excitement. The next morning, when Guyu woke up, Zheng Jia was gone. Looking at the marks on the bed and thinking about everything that happened between them last night, Guyu couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. Zheng Jia was a young boy, and she was sure that he had no experience in this area, but men always learn things by themselves. Last night's experience was great. Having a boyfriend with great endurance was also a big test for her. Guyu rubbed his slightly sore waist, stood up and moved around, and did some stretching exercises. Only then did he feel a lot more relaxed. Zheng Jia, who was busy in the kitchen, always felt that there was an ill-intentioned gaze behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Gu Jin leaning against the door looking at him. Not to mention how terrifying Gu Jin's gaze was, but just his gloomy face made Zheng Jia, who had done something bad last night, feel a little guilty. "I made porridge and egg pancakes for breakfast. You got up early today, so you'll have something to eat soon." Zheng Jia tried his best to remain calm. He and Guyu were originally boyfriend and girlfriend. Although this kind of thing seemed very common to ordinary people, he also felt it was very sacred. A girl could give him everything that was most precious to her. At that time, Zheng Jia felt so happy and satisfied that he could not express in words. It was as if he was walking alone in this world, always looking for the other half of the circle, but today he found it. Guin walked closer to Zheng Jia step by step. With every step he took, Zheng Jia felt his heart beating faster, not because of fear but because of nervousness. After all, Guin is Guyu's younger brother, his future brother-in-law, and having a good relationship with his brother-in-law is what he should do. Besides, they were classmates and even did business together before the end of the world, so their relationship was already extraordinary. Zheng Jia knew Guin's temper. He was usually carefree, but seeing him standing there silently at this moment made him feel cold sweats breaking out in his heart. Guin silently looked at Zheng Jia's back for a while, feeling conflicted and sad. Even if the other party was an excellent and capable man, so what? She was his sister. No matter how good a man was, he felt that he was not worthy of his sister. I always feel like the good cabbages are being eaten by pigs. Chapter 72 Shielding. The kitchen was quiet, with only the sizzling sound of the oil when Zheng Jia was making omelets. Guin felt a little anxious, so he simply turned to Zheng Jia and got straight to the point. Tell me, did my sister sleep at your place last night? Did you guys? Guin couldn't say the rest of the words. Seeing Zheng Jia looking at him with a puzzled expression, he simply clapped his hands together a few times. Just with these few sounds, Zheng Jia's face suddenly turned red. Guin was even more certain of his guess and reached out to grab Zheng Jia. Okay, old Zheng, that's my sister, my sister. Zheng Jia did not hide. His men were like a frying pan and there was no place to hide. Besides, what if he moved away and the omelet got burnt? Fortunately, Guin only twisted him a few times and slapped him a few times. He was strong enough to withstand it and it didn't hurt. Guin couldn't really beat Zheng Jia up, so he walked back and forth in the kitchen in a rage, picking up the spatula and hitting it loudly. He knew that this was a matter of mutual consent. Guyu's fighting power was so high that Zheng Jia couldn't force her if she didn't want to. But he just felt unhappy. That was his sister, and they were twins from the same mother. He didn't expect that one of them would be beheaded first, and he wasn't. Why are you making so much noise so early in the morning? Fangzi, with a mess of hair and a resentful look in her eyes, floated to the kitchen door. Seeing that Guin didn't hear what she said at all, she reached out and grabbed the spatula, which immediately flew out of Guin's hand and was held in her hand. If you knock again, be careful or I'll hit you. Fangzi raised the spatula and waved it at Guin warningly. He really deserved a beating for disturbing people's sleep so early in the morning. I'm going out for a run. Guin glared at Fangzi, pushed her away with his shoulder, and ran out. Fangzi rubbed her aching shoulder, looking puzzled. Guin must have been angry. Why is he so angry so early in the morning? Normally, she joked with Guin and never saw him get angry. They also fought back and forth, but something was wrong this morning. Zheng Jia responded vaguely, not knowing what to say. He was afraid that it would take Guin some time to calm down, but he did not regret it. You all got up early today. Guyu tidied up and went downstairs. Ming Yi and her family were sitting in the living room. Ming's mother was still tidying up the living room. She looked into the kitchen and saw Fangzi and Zheng Jia were there. Sister Gu, you're up too. Fangzi winked at Guyu, and when she saw her approaching, she leaned over and winked. How was it last night? Since Guyu didn't sleep with her, Fangzi guessed where she had gone. As a boyfriend and girlfriend, they should have lived together a long time ago. She had no objection and agreed wholeheartedly. But the incident that Guin caused this morning couldn't be because of Guyu and Zheng Jia. Fangzi figured it out, smoothed her messy hair, and ran to the door, turning back and saying, Leave some food for me and Guin. We'll come back to eat after we finish running. I am indeed diligent. Guyu shrugged without comment. His eyes just glanced at Han Salian casually. He immediately stood up straight and said guiltily, I'm going to run too. After that, he turned around and chased after her. They don't come to the base for 2 days because they miss the running training when they are outside, but there is a gym and exercise room in the villa. Guyu goes there to exercise for an hour every day. If he can't run, he can practice physical fitness and arm strength. There are many training items, and there are treadmills here. Ming Yi glanced at Han Salian's back as she chased out, then turned to the kitchen and found that Guyu had already gone in. She could only sigh and shake her head. Guyu is not only a benchmark for their team, but also a person of both prestige and strength. Perhaps she underestimated the cohesion of this team. After breakfast, Guyu and Zheng Jia went out for a stroll. The base was very large, and even if they understood the general layout, they were not familiar with other plots, so it would be nice to take a walk around. In the morning, Zheng Jia spoke hesitantly while walking on the street, holding Guyu's hand. In the last days, there were very few people who dressed as fancy as them. They were either people with special abilities or people in high positions with power. Such people were not people that ordinary people could afford to mess with. So when they saw the two of them slowly approaching, the sensible ones would step aside and make way for them, and did not dare to approach them easily. Ignore him. It will be fine after a while. Guyu knew what it was about as soon as she thought about it. Gujin's personality was a little weird, but she could figure out herself. She was his sister, not his nanny, and it was impossible for her to take care of him for the rest of his life. Maybe one day they would be separated as siblings? Guyu looked at Gujin like a baby bird. One day, the baby bird would grow up and leave the nest when he was able to take care of himself. Okay, Zheng Jia couldn't think of any solution, but he had a belief in his heart that he would hold Guyu's hand tightly for the rest of his life. After they walked for a while, they saw more people on the street. They crossed a few streets and headed to the other side of the mountain where there were vegetable fields and poultry pens. The entire base looked very prosperous. Zheng Jia suddenly stopped, and Guyu also stopped. He whispered, "Someone is following us. They must have been following us since we left the villa." It was also his fault for not noticing it earlier, because he let down his guard when there was no danger approaching. It's okay, let them follow. Maybe they're Mr. Meng's men, or maybe they're people sent by Yang Yiming. The two forces want to compete, and they unfortunately become the rope in the middle. Guyu is also a little annoyed. It would be good to leave early, but the secrets in the base lead her to explore. Then if we go out tonight, will there be a tailing? Zheng Jia frowned tightly. Guyu's eyes rolled, and suddenly a sly smile flashed across his lips. Zheng Jia, let's do an experiment later. Mr. Meng did send people to monitor Guyu and the others, because he was not sure whether these people would be a help or a hindrance to him, so he had to be on guard. On the other hand, with Zhao Hong's signal, Yang Yiming did not dare to offend Guyu and the others. He had to be respectful on the surface, but secretly he also sent people to follow them and pay attention to their every move. However, just now Guyu and Zheng Jia quickly ran into an alley, and the two groups of people followed them in, but when they entered the alley, they found that the people were missing. Hey, what's going on? How come the person who just came in is gone? The person on Mr. Meng's side scratched his head and chased forward again. The people sent by Yang Yiming were a step slower, but they also lost sight of Guyu and the others. They stomped their feet in annoyance and simply went back home. When there was no one in the alley, two figures slowly appeared in the corner. In fact, Guyu and Zheng Jia had been there all the time, but Zheng Jia developed a new skill under Guyu's guidance, which was to use mental power to shield. Chapter 73 Acquaintance. At night, Zheng Jia used his mental power to block out the surrounding perceptions, and then he and Guyu quietly slipped out. They waited until they were sure that there was no one tailing them, and then they lifted the blockade. The continuous use of mental power has also taken a toll on Zheng Jia, and he needs to constantly replenish his energy. Fortunately, there are still some crystal cores in the team, and Guyu gave almost all of them to him. After crossing the river and going around the shed area, we go up the mountain. It seems that this is not the mountain road we have taken before. It is in the back mountain. Guyu followed the route indicated by Xiaodong. It was very easy to hide in the dark. Every time they arrived at a checkpoint, they blocked the guards, so they could pass smoothly. However, the mountain roads were not easy to travel on at night, and they were not familiar with the road conditions, so they took the wrong path several times. There is someone over there. Zheng Jia finally determined the destination through mental perception. The two men hid behind some rocks and looked forward. There seemed to be a few swaying figures not far away. The five senses of the psychic would be enhanced to varying degrees after advancement, and they could see farther at night. That's Liang Dong and Yang Yiming. Guyu was a little surprised. Liang Dong and Yang Yiming should belong to two different camps, but how could they appear here at the same time at such a time? How come they are together? Zheng Jia also looked puzzled. Listen to what they are saying. Guyu pricked up his ears and heard the conversation between Liang Dong and Yang Yiming in the night wind. They were definitely people who hated each other, but now they could live together harmoniously. However, Liang Dong obviously looked down on Yang Yiming. and his words revealed disdain. At first, I heard that Brother Yang and Miss Gu had some conflicts, but Brother Yang was also generous and personally brought gift to apologize. Liang sighed that he was not as good as him. In Liang Dong's eyes, Yang Yiming was just a gigolo. If Zhao Shi hadn't taken a fancy to him, and Zhao Hong hadn't worked hard to cultivate him, who in the two mountain bases would have known who Yang Yiming was? Don't call me so affectionately. I'm not even as old as you. Yang Yiming snorted and glanced at Liang Dong. Everyone says that Mr. Meng has a good temper and is aloof, but I didn't expect him to bend down and make friends with an outsider with superpowers. You guys are really good at extending your hands. The two men were at loggerheads, neither of their words nor their intentions to get rid of Gu Yu's gang. Gu Yu and Zheng Jia looked at each other. They didn't want to become the target. Same here. Liang Dong pushed his glasses, obviously not wanting to continue this topic with Yang Yiming. He looked at the cave entrance not far away. It was very quiet inside, and no sound came out. He couldn't help but frown and asked, could it be that I still can't get the golden bead tonight? Whether he gives the gold beads or not depends entirely on his mood. Of course, it also depends on the quality of your tribute. Yang Yiming was very proud when he said this. The people they sent today were carefully selected. Even if they were not supernatural beings, they were outstanding among ordinary people. I believe they can definitely meet that person's needs. Liang Dong pursed his lips, stopped talking, turned around, and looked into the distance, as if he wanted to see through the dark night. Gold beads? Tribute. Gu Yu sensitively caught these two words and frowned slightly. Maybe this is the secret of the Liangshan base. Otherwise, why would it be carried out secretly at night? How about we go in and take a look? Zheng Jia looked at Gu Yu with burning eyes. Yang Yiming was also a psychic. In order to avoid being discovered by him, the two of them communicated through voice transmission in their minds and did not speak. Gu Yu thought about it before nodding. Let's go in. Then he held Zheng Jia's hand tightly to enhance his supernatural powers. Now that we're here, how can we not find out what's going on? The abilities of both of them were superior to Yang Yiming's, but just in case, Zheng Jia's mental shield was carefully placed around him and Gu Yu, making it impossible for people to sense their presence. Just like that, the two of them walked past Liang Dong and Yang Yiming without them noticing anything. It was not until the two of them walked into the cave that Liang Dong turned around to look at the cave, frowning slightly. Just now, he seemed to feel something was different, but he couldn't tell what it was. It might just be a feeling. The cave was long and narrow and full of dampness. It got deeper and deeper as they went in. Gu Yu estimated that they had walked in for about 1,000 meters before they saw a steaming pool. It's a hot spring. Zheng Jia's eyes lit up. Hot springs are nature's bathing pools, and soaking in hot springs in the end times is a luxury. There are two people over there. Gu Yu glanced, and her eyes fell on a place not far from the hot spring. The light in the cave was a little dim, but she could see that one of them had a flowing halo on his body. It was a light yellow halo, not strong, but it could also indicate that he was a psychic. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and their mouths were tied with cloth strips, so they couldn't speak. Zheng Jia frowned. Even a person with special abilities could only see with difficulty in this place where light could not reach, but he could use his mental power to perceive. At this moment, bubbles suddenly appeared in the hot spring pool, gurgling like boiling water. Gu Yu's ears twitched, and she quickly pulled Zheng Jia to hide behind a large rock. For some reason, the gurgling hot spring made her feel a sense of crisis. Call out. Suddenly, a red rope shot out from the hot spring. The person who was originally close to the hot spring pool was dragged into the water by the red rope before he could react. There was only a splash sound, and then there was no sound. Dead. Gu Yu blinked and looked at Zheng Jia. The red rope was moving so fast that she couldn't see clearly what it was. My mental power cannot reach below the hot spring. It seems something is blocking me. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Zheng Jia's forehead. It was obvious that his mental power was overused. The man standing next to the hot spring pool was obviously aware of his critical situation and tried to escape. When he turned around, Gu Yu finally saw his appearance and couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Yuan Yumin? Why is he here? Yuan Yumin was an officer with the rank of colonel. The army he led unexpectedly saved them at that time. Zheng Jia was in a coma due to promotion and didn't know much about it, but she had talked to Yuan Yumin, and Gu Yu would never forget his appearance. But Yuan Yumin clearly took his troops and survivors to the A City base, so how could he appear at the Liangshan base? Know him? Zheng Jia looked at Gu Yu. They had not reacted when that person was dragged into the hot spring just now, so they did not rescue him. But now that this person is someone they know, they cannot just turn a blind eye. Save him. As soon as Guyu finished speaking, he had already dodged the stone. At this time, the red rope in the hot spring stretched out again. Its target was very clear, and it rolled towards Yuan Yumin. Get down, Zheng Jia shouted, and the wind blade in his hand flew out. Guyu took the opportunity to hug Yuan Yumin and rolled on the ground, avoiding the flying red rope. Chapter 74, Fierce Battle. Swish, swish. The wind blade hit the red rope, but did not cut it. Something dripped onto the ground. Zheng Jia looked down and saw several small holes burned on the ground. Be careful, its blood is corrosive. Zheng Jia's face darkened, and he was on full alert. Guyu only had time to untie the ropes behind Yuan Yumin. He untied the rope on his mouth with his hands loose, and looked at Guyu in surprise. Why are you here? This is the Liangshan base. We're just passing through here and borrowing the road. Guyu cut to the chase and asked Yuan Yumin, Colonel Yuan, how did you get kidnapped here? It's a long story. Yuan Yumin looked a little gloomy, not wanting to continue this topic, and pointed to the full pool of hot spring water and said, There's a big guy in there, almost reaching the 4th level, very powerful. How do you know? Guyu looked at Yuan Yumin cautiously. Although he knew that he was a person with special powers, he didn't know what his special powers were. They were not familiar with each other, so it was normal for Yuan Yumin to hide something from her. But Guyu was worried that whether the things Yuan Yumin conceal would affect them or even cause harm to them. This is something Guyu cannot allow. Tin-thing. Yuan Yumin's eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment he said in a hoarse voice, My ability is very special. Although it is level 3, it has no practical effect. It can only communicate with mutant beasts. What's under that hot spring? Guyu's eyes narrowed. This was the first time she had heard of this supernatural power. At first it seemed useless, just like what she once thought was her own supernatural power. But if she thought about it carefully, being able to communicate with mutant beasts, if these mutant beasts could be used by him, then wouldn't Yuan Yumin be extremely powerful? Just like a general commanding a battle, he doesn't even need to go to the battlefield himself. The soldiers under his command are worth thousands of troops. It looks like a toad. Yuan Yumin and another person were sent into the cave for a long time. Although they were blindfolded along the way, their blindfolds were taken off before entering the cave. Those people pointed guns at them and told them to move forward, but they did not dare to get close, as it was obvious that there was danger inside. Yuan Yumin had been listening to the noises below the hot spring and tried to communicate with the mutant beast below. He then learned that it was a toad. Obviously, the toad was also surprised that he could communicate with it, so it talked to him for a while. But the toad's opinion of them has not changed in essence. It is willing to chat with the food for a while because it is curious, but when the time comes, it still has to eat. This does not affect its attitude towards Yuan Yumin. Food is food. As the two were talking, the hot spring water boiled even more violently. Yuan Yumin pursed his lips tightly, put his hand on his chest, and knelt on one knee on the ground. It's coming out. In fact, before being sent here, he had been tortured and injured. Otherwise, he would have run away just now. Guyu turned his head and glanced at Zheng Jia. The two looked at each other with a look of understanding in their eyes. The reason why they didn't run away was because they knew there was a toad that was almost at the 4th level below, and they wanted this crystal core. The hot spring water boiled even more violently, and soon an ugly head popped out, and then slowly the whole body of the toad floated to the surface. Only then did Guyu see clearly that the toad was as big as a wash basin. Its skin was gray-brown, and its bumpy skin looked like deadwood. Its two bulging gray-blue eyeballs were like light bulbs, actually illuminating some of the light in the hot spring cave. The toad stretched out its bloody red tongue. The red rope, just now, was its tongue that flew out, and it could drag a person into the water in an instant. Guyu winked at Zheng Jia, then carefully moved to his side, and slowly their hands were clasped together. Without hesitation, when the two men's hands were clasped together, Zheng Jia used Guyu's supernatural power to amplify his mental strength and attacked the toad immediately. The toad, who originally had a bit of contempt in his expression, was suddenly stunned, with a confused look in his gray-blue eyes. What he needed was now. Guyu kicked his feet and flew up. He swung the sword in his hand downwards suddenly and stabbed it straight into the toad's forehead. There was a puff sound, which was the dull sound of the long sword entering the flesh. However, because the toad's body had too many wrinkles, Although Guyu stabbed it while it was distracted, the long sword did not penetrate too deep and was stuck in its skin. Blood spurted out from the wound, and the toad's dazed eyes became clear and crazy because of the severe pain. Guyu wanted to dodge the corrosive blood, but she couldn't pull out the stuck sword. In desperation, she could only roll over and down the hot spring. Guyu, seeing the toad sinking, Zhang Jia's eyes were red. He suddenly took a step forward and waved his hands upwards at the same time. The originally calm, hot spring pool water suddenly became turbulent without wind, and large amounts of hot spring water flowed to both sides. Even Yuan Yumin, who couldn't dodge in time, was soaked all over. This series of changes happened so quickly that Yuan Yumin had no time to think. When he finally reacted, he swallowed hard, but there was still shock in his eyes that had not yet dissipated. This is so scary. Are Guyu and the others crazy? That is a mutant beast that is almost at the 4th level, and they too dare to provoke it? Moreover, the cooperation between them was extremely tacit. Yuan Yumin had reason to believe that if the strength of the two sides were not so different, Guyu would have successfully obtained the toad's crystal core by now. This girl is really brave. Colonel Yuan, you'd better disrupt the toad's consciousness. Zhang Jia looked at Yuan Yumin anxiously. He could communicate with the mutant beast, but this was the only function he had left at this time. If the toad could do two things at the same time, Guyu might have a better chance of survival. Okay. Yuan Yumin came back to his senses from the shock and focused on connecting with the toad. No matter whether he got a reply from it or not, as long as he kept conveying what was in his mind, he would always be able to get the other party to accept it to some extent. At this time, Yuan Yumin also hoped that Guyu could be alive. They would always have a better chance of winning if they were together. After all, no one wanted to become food for the toad. Guyu, who was in the hot spring water, was dodging the toad's long tongue that was stirring wildly. She knew that she couldn't be caught by this tongue, otherwise she would lose the ability to move and would be swallowed by this guy. The toad in the hot spring water is more flexible, but the pain caused by a sword stuck in its forehead is not something that ordinary people can endure. It is already on the verge of collapse. Call out. The long tongue moved in and out flexibly, and even circled around Guyu as she twisted her body. Seeing that she could not escape, Guyu suddenly reached out and grabbed the long tongue. Chapter 75, Golden Pearl. Heat waves were rolling in the hot spring pool. Guyu held her breath and pulled the long red tongue forward. The saliva secreted from the tongue made her feel a stinging pain, as if her skin and flesh were peeling off, but she couldn't let go. The toad probably never thought that its tongue would be grasped by someone. It was stunned for a moment, but did not subconsciously struggle back. But although it was confused, Guyu was not. With the pulling and grabbing, the toad was actually pulled towards Guyu. The time is now. Guyu seized the opportunity, suddenly grasped the hilt of the black sword, and used all his strength to smash it hard. The long sword that was originally stuck on the toad's head was like a crusher, messing around in its brain. The toad's eyes widened. The severe pain made it lose the ability to move. It was trembling all over, and its legs were stretched out. Opportunity is fleeting. Once lost, it will never come back. Seeing the toad in this state, Guyu let go of its tongue with one hand, tightly grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and thrust it upwards suddenly. Suddenly, a golden liquid emerged from the toad's head, and along with the liquid rose a golden crystal core. Guyu endured the pain of being burned and held the crystal core in his hand. He kicked the toad to the bottom of the pool and used the force to swim upwards. Huff! Guyu floated on the surface of the water and breathed heavily. She thought she was going to suffocate to death, but unexpectedly, she managed to escape. The toad was careless. In its madness and in the water, it probably thought it had no doubt of winning. However, it did not expect that underestimating the enemy would deal it a fatal blow, and it ultimately paid the price with its life. Guyu, Zheng Jia reached out and pulled Guyu up. Before she could come to her senses, he had already held her tightly in his arms. Guyu could still feel the slight tremor in his body, and couldn't help but reach out and stroke his back, whispering to him, "I'm fine." She looked around and saw a puddle of water under her feet. She turned around and saw that the water in the hot spring pool had become much shallower, revealing the rocks at the edge of the pool. No wonder she was able to float out so quickly. It turned out that the water in the pool had decreased. "Guyu, are you okay?" Yuan Yumin also looked at Guyu with surprise. After all, this toad guy was almost reaching the 4th level, and even if he was injured, it was very serious, and it was in the water. He thought Guyu was in danger. But he didn't expect that this girl could always turn danger into safety and create miracles. Not bad. The moment she came out of the water, Guyu had already put the crystal core into her arms. This was what she got, and there was no need to explain it to Yuan Yumin. But Zheng Jia was still checking whether she had any injuries. When he saw that her hands were corroded and peeling to the bone, he couldn't stop crying. It was he who failed to protect Guyu. Now he was filled with heartache and guilt, and wished that he was the one who got hurt. Silly boy, why are you crying? As long as you're not dead, the injuries of a psychic can be recovered slowly. Besides, we still have the crystal core, right? Guyu smiled and comforted Zheng Jia. If her hand were not badly injured, she would have wanted to reach out and wipe away the tears from Zheng Jia's face. Although her body was in pain, she was happy in her heart because she had obtained a high-level crystal core, which was not easy. By the way, did you find the golden beads under the hot spring pool? Yuan Yumin asked from the side. Guyu just glanced at him lightly. That glance was not very cold, but contained hints and warnings. Indeed, one should not covet things that he cannot get. At this moment, there was a sound of running footsteps outside the cave. Liang Dong and Yang Yiming noticed the movement inside and brought people in to check. Several flashlights were pointed at the hot spring pool. Why, are you here? Liang Dong looked at Guyu and Zheng Jia in surprise, his face darkening for a moment. This is the secret of the Two Mountains base. Anyone who knows this secret will not survive unless he is a trusted person. But Guyu and Zheng Jia are obviously not. Why are you still talking so much? We can't let them leave. Yang Yiming winked, and the two people beside him took out their weapons, pointing the black muzzles of their guns at Guyu and Zheng Jia. He was worrying that he had no chance to take revenge, and then God gave him the opportunity. Wait, how did you get in here? Yuan Yumin was no longer the object of Liang Dong's attention. This person might be with Guyu and the others. He definitely did not think that he was a tribute. Yang Yiming actually didn't know who Yuan Yumin was, but since the person who was thrown here had absolutely no use to him, he just followed orders. I don't think there's any need to explain now. Do the people in the base know what you're doing here? Guyu snorted coldly. No one knows how many of those civilians who disappeared without reason, perhaps those outsiders who came to seek refuge, were thrown to this toad as food. We have no choice. Liang Dong's face flushed. Although he still had some conscience in his heart and knew that it was wrong to do so, he still followed the crowd. He listened to what Mr. Meng said and believed that only by cultivating more outstanding people could the entire base grow stronger. And those useless ordinary people should contribute to the construction of the base, and they should feel honored for it. What a last resort. Guyu sneered. Those are human lives, not grassroots. Stop talking nonsense with them. Yang Yiming's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he looked at Guyu sinisterly. Guyu, I didn't want to bother with you at first, but there is no door to hell, but you insisted on breaking in, so don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, he was about to take action. Zheng Jia quickly stepped in front of Guyu. Wait, Liang Dong called out urgently. He had felt something was wrong when he rushed in just now, and this feeling was even stronger at this moment. Where did that person go? Logically speaking, although the toad likes to devour humans, it likes people with special powers more. How come Guyu and the others are staying here well, but the toad has disappeared? Yang Yiming was also stunned. Only now did he feel a little scared. That thing didn't distinguish between friend and foe. As long as it was not full, it would swallow any amount of food. Could it be that it would be full after eating just one today? But it doesn't matter that the toad is gone. The golden beads must be left for them. Did you get the golden bead? Yang Yiming looked at Guyu viciously. He had been in the base for so long and could only use crystal cores to accumulate superpowers. Now he had not obtained a golden bead. He only saw Zhao Hong eat it, and the appearance of the treasure made him envious. Yang Yiming had no idea how many people it would take to produce a golden bead. Everyone wanted to get the golden bead, but the golden bead was not a crystal core. Guyu did not get it, but when she was at the bottom of the hot spring pool, she also saw something glowing. But at that time, she was busy with her own affairs, so how could she have the time to get the golden bead? Chapter 76, Earth Fracture. However, when he thought about what the gold beads were exchanged for, Guyu suddenly lost interest in taking it, and naturally did not want Yang Yiming and the others to get it. Damn it, hand over the golden beads to me. Guyu's silence made Yang Yiming mistakenly believe that she had already got the golden beads. He pounced on her regardless of anything. At the same time, a sharp steel needle popped out from between his fingers and was about to stab Guyu. Suddenly, There was an earthquake, and the cave, which was originally as solid as a rock, was covered with thick layers of dust and stones. Guin was pulled aside by Zheng Jia, and Yang Yiming lost his aim and fell to the ground. What happened? Is it an earthquake? Liang Dong cautiously took his subordinates to hide aside, hesitating whether they should run out. They stayed here just for Jinju. And that person, I don't know what his current situation is like. It's hard to explain. In fact, Liang Dong had already thought of the worst outcome. Mutated beasts and humans were inherently incompatible. If they had not reached a strange balance, such a situation would not exist today. But what if Gu Yu and the others killed the toad? Is it possible? That guy is about to reach the 4th level, and Gu Yu and the others are only at the 2nd level. Is this possible? Liang Dong felt frightened at the thought. Perhaps they all underestimated the strength of these 2 young men. Yuan Yumin closed his eyes and felt it for a while, then suddenly opened them and couldn't help but screamed, "Oh no! The mutant beasts in the back mountain are rioting." If we say that the toad was the king here before, and it had reached an agreement with humans, it would suppress these mutant beasts so that they dared not act recklessly. Now that the toad is gone, these mutant beasts can no longer sense its breath and naturally become chaotic. Besides, the corpses of dead high-level mutant beasts are of great tonic to other mutant beasts. This will soon become a battlefield for them to fight over, and even the humans in the entire base may suffer. What? Gu Yu's face turned pale. She had heard about mutant beast riots, which were almost a devastating disaster that massacred the entire city. Let's go. Without hesitation, Gu Yu pulled Zheng Jia and ran. Yuan Yumin did not dare to delay and followed closely behind. Although he was injured, it was better for him to run away early than to face the collective riot of mutant beasts. Wait, you guys! Liang Dong wanted to stop them, but there was another earth-shaking movement. His body swayed a few times, and he could barely stand still, but the look in his eyes was wavering. Haven't all the mutant beasts in the back mountain been cleared out? If it is true, as the man just said, that the mutant beasts are rioting collectively, will they rush out of the back mountain and rampage through the base? This was a foreseeable outcome. The entire base would be destroyed. It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. Let's go back and tell Mr. Meng. Liang Dong gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran out of the cave. Yang Yiming was unwilling to leave. No matter what mutant beasts or riots, the only thing on his mind right now was the golden bead. Gu Yu and his gang must be exaggerating, as if they were trying to trick them away so they could get the gold beads, right? He won't be fooled. Yang Yiming was so eager to get the golden bead. As long as he got one, he believed that he would be able to reach the 3rd level in one leap. By then, he would definitely be stronger than Zhao Hong. The opportunity was right in front of him, and he was reluctant to give up. Brother Yang, the earthquake is too strong. I'm afraid the cave will collapse. Yang Yiming's subordinates were trembling with fear. After the violent earthquake, just now, they lost their guns and even threw their flashlights aside. They had no idea whether to escape or pick up things first. And what was going on with the mutant beast riot? Why were they so panicked? Hurry up and find the golden bead. Stop talking nonsense. Yang Yiming glared at his 2 men fiercely. Liang Dong ran away because he was cowardly. Wealth and power are all sought in danger. When he gets the golden bead and dominates the entire base, he will teach those who look down on him a lesson. Sizzle. There was a sound in the darkness, mixed with the sound of something scratching the ground. Yang Yiming felt a fishy wind blowing from behind him, and he instinctively turned around to look. It would have been better if he hadn't looked, but when he did, he was almost scared to death. What is this huge creature? The man's standing body was at least 2 or 3 meters tall and as thick as a wash basin. The gaze that was looking down at him was cold and ruthless, and the blood-red, triangular apricot was still moving forward continuously. Oh my God, it's a mutant! Someone behind Yang Yiming screamed, threw away the flashlight, and ran out for his life. Yang Yiming wanted to run, but the mutant snake had already locked onto his entire body. He had no doubt that as soon as he moved, the mutant snake would attack. Monster, I'm going to fight you. Yang Yiming gritted his teeth and mobilized his superpowers to the extreme. He was also a superpower user, so why couldn't he give it a try? What if he won? At this point, he knew there was no chance of escape. Clang, clang, clang. The golden needles and thorns stabbed at the mutant python desperately, but they did not cause any damage to the mutant python scales. Instead, they made a sound of metal collision and sparks flew. The scales of the mutant python are its strongest armor. Its vertical pupils turned golden, its mouth opened wide, and the tip of its tongue trembled. Gusts of fishy wind blew on Yang Yiming's face, and he knew he was finished. The next moment, a sharp pain came, and Yang Yiming's world was suddenly immersed in darkness, because he had been swallowed up by the mutant. Another person who didn't have time to run away was eaten by the mutant beasts that arrived later. The hot spring pool suddenly became very lively. Guyu and Zhengjia ran out for their lives. At this time, they had no time to care about the guards along the way down the mountain. The whole mountain was shaking violently. Apart from the earthquake, it should be the mutant beasts that Yuan Yumin mentioned that were rioting. Wait for me. Yuan Yumin finally caught up with Guyu and the others. Guyu turned around and couldn't help but gasp. She wondered how Yuan Yumin could catch up with him when he was injured. It turned out that he was riding a pangolin as big as a leopard. With a long pointed beak and a body covered with scales, this mutant pangolin was a beneficial animal before the end of the world, but it is hard to say whether it eats humans now. However, it is not surprising that pangolins are the first to appear after the earthquake, as they are good at digging holes. Guyu, if you send me back to the capital safely, I will reward you, Yuan Yumin said quickly. He had a mission to accomplish. He knew that he could not delay at the Liangshan base, and his special abilities could not allow him to communicate with and control so many mutant beasts at the same time. He was injured now and was in danger everywhere. No need, Guyu said without turning her head. No matter how generous the reward was, she had to live to spend it. Now was the moment to escape. She didn't think of bringing another burden with her. Besides, she didn't know Yuan Yumin anything. They even saved his life just now. Chapter 77 Persuasion. The dark night was not peaceful. The ground shook violently along the way. The people guarding outside the mountain road were knocked to the ground before they could react. They could only watch Guyu and the others flash past them and had no time to chase them. Guyu saw from afar that lights were on in places where people gathered. It was obvious that the earthquake had awakened the people who were sleeping. Yuan Yumin's eyes flickered, and he seemed a little anxious. He seemed to have thought of something in his mind, and then he said, I know you are worried about your parents in S province. Now the national network is down, but as long as you get to Beijing, I can dispatch a team from S province to protect your parents. I can also let you get through on the phone. Deal. Guyu paused for a moment. Yuan Yumin's promise made her heart beat. The journey was difficult, and who knew what kind of danger they would encounter. But if there was a team of people who could protect Gu's father and mother before they arrived in Province S, she would feel half relieved. The resources and power that Yuan Yumin can use are not what Guyu can achieve. She has no objection to using appropriate external forces. Besides, this place is not far from the capital. Zhengjia stayed silently by Guyu's side and had no opinion on her decision. In short, he would go wherever she went as long as he could stay with her. In the villa, Guin, Fangzi, and others had been awakened by the earthquake long ago and were now gathered in the living room anxiously. Where's my sister? Where did she and Zhengjia go? Guin rubbed his messy hair. In fact, he and Han Xiaoyan were still awake at this time. When the earthquake came, he got up immediately. As someone living in S province, Guin has long been accustomed to earthquakes. As long as the magnitude is not large, his family can sit steadily in the living room and watch TV. But this is not S province, nor is it the happy and peaceful life before the end of the world. Dangers are lurking everywhere, and Guyu and Zhengjia have disappeared at this critical juncture. They must have gone out for something, don't worry. Fangzi advised. Guyu is not someone who did not give instructions. If the two of them went out quietly, they must have known that the task could be completed and they did not need to intervene. But now that an earthquake has occurred, they will probably be back soon. Why is my heart beating so fast it's like something is going to happen? Ming's mother sat there with her hands covering her chest, and Ming's father hurried to the kitchen to pour her a glass of water. Ming also had a stern expression. Perhaps all people with special abilities had an intuition about danger, and she also felt a little uneasy. Pack your things and be ready to leave at any time. Ming suddenly stood up and looked outside the villa. The sky outside the window was dark, with no stars or moon, but there were some lights, not lamps, but torches, shining in clusters in the night, like the eyes of ghosts. Something must have happened. Fangzi's expression darkened, but without hesitation, she turned around and pulled Guin upstairs. Pack your things and leave when Sister Gu and the others come back. Even in critical moments, we must not forget our weapons and equipment as well as necessary food reserves, as they are essential for life in the apocalypse. As we ran back, we saw many people on the streets who were confused. After all, everyone was still in shock from the earthquake, and not many people dared to stay in the buildings. They tried their best to come out and stand in open areas. Guyu and the other two were not able to care about much else. If they shouted to everyone now that there was a mutant beast, they would probably be considered crazy. They didn't have that much time. Our car is parked over there in the parking lot. I'll drive, and you take Colonel Yuan back to the villa to gather them and set off. Guyu pushed Zhang Jia and was about to turn around and go in another direction, but Zhang Jia suddenly grabbed her hand, turned around, and put her behind Yuan Yumin. Yuan Yumin was still sitting on the mutant pangolin. The appearance of their group had already attracted a lot of attention. Fortunately, the light was dim at night, and not many people noticed them, but some people had already made some guesses in a low voice. You go first, I'll drive. Zhang Jia glanced at Guyu, turned around, and left without hesitation. Guyu was injured and needed a rest. He had only consumed some of his special powers, which he would be able to replenish slowly. Besides, they still had crystal cores to replenish their energy, so it would not be too late to use them when necessary. Your boyfriend is very nice to you. Guyu was sitting behind Yuan Yumin. He adjusted his position slightly and pursed his lips. That time, he watched Guyu rushing forward just to save the boy named Zhang Jia, right? And this time, Zhang Jia was willing to stand in front of her. The love of young people is always without so many calculations and trade-offs. It is sincere and passionate, which makes people yearn for it. Guyu remained silent, her eyes just falling on her own hands. The skin and flesh were corroded into pits, and in some places the bones were exposed. Didn't she feel pain? She felt a lot of pain. But she didn't want to eat the crystal core in her bag, even though she had warmed it up, because she wanted to leave it for Zhang Jia. She wanted Zhang Jia to become stronger. He is the strongest man in the apocalypse. She wants to watch him reach the top and rise all the way. Oh, here you go. Yuan Yumin handed a bag over. Guyu was stunned for a moment before taking it. When he opened it, he found that it was filled with glittering crystal cores, all of which were 3rd and 2nd level. This is the reward I pay you first. Once I arrive in the capital safely, the reward will be more generous. Yuan Yumin has no shortage of crystal cores. In fact, it is easier to hunt these mutant beasts with his special powers, but he can't bear to do it. Of course, if any high-level mutant beast shows resistance, he himself may also be backlashed. Therefore, Yuan Yumin never controls mutant beasts that are higher level than himself, like this mutant pangolin, which is only his 2nd level one. It is very good at digging holes in mountains, but speed on flat ground is not very fast. Then I won't be polite. Guyu reached out to take it and directly swallowed 2 2nd-level crystal cores. She needed to restore her physical strength and combat effectiveness, because she didn't know what danger she would encounter later. Perhaps this was Yuan Yumin's intention in giving her the crystal core. Watching Guyu swallow the crystal core, Yuan Yumin also ate a 2nd-level crystal core himself. He also needed to recover. However, Guyu did not ask him directly where the crystal core came from. She must have her own guess. This girl is so smart. Yuan Yumin knew that he could not hide it for long, but this was a secret, and he would not tell it unless it was necessary. So he didn't care what others guessed. The crystal core entered the mouth and slid into the throat like a stream in an instant. Guyu felt warm all over. Even the wounds on her hands were healing under this heat. Her supernatural powers were also becoming more abundant little by little. Guyu clenched his fists. This felt really good. Chapter 78, Separation. Most of Guyu and his team's crystal core reserves are 1st level, and 2nd level crystal cores are rare, let alone 3rd level crystal cores. The fact that Yuan Yumin was able to take out a bag of 2nd and 3rd order crystal cores at once was enough to show that he was wealthy. Even if he didn't get them by defeating monsters himself, the fact that he was able to put them in his arms also showed that he had the resources and ability to obtain them. However, Yuan Yumin became a prisoner, and these ostentatious things were not confiscated, which indirectly indicates a possibility. Yuan Yumin not only has the ability to communicate with mutant beasts, as he said, he also has spatial abilities. The space ability is simply a must-have superpower for every household. You don't need to carry stored supplies with your hands, and when the ability is upgraded in the later stages, even cars can be taken away. Guyu was extremely envious. However, Yuan Yumin didn't say explicitly, so she pretended not to know. After all, it was someone else's secret. How could she know that he had hidden something else with him? Otherwise, how would he dare to travel alone like this? There was a small figure squatting at the entrance of the villa. Guyu jumped up from the back of the mutant pangolin. Xiao Dong had already rushed up and said in surprise, "Sister, you are back." When Xiao Dong saw the pangolin next to him, he shrank his neck again. "What is this?" The earthquake just now scared Xiao Dong. He waited at the door of the villa at night, intending to persuade Guyu and the others not to go. However, no one showed up. Unexpectedly, someone came back from outside. Was he going away and coming back? "This is a pangolin." Guyu glanced at Yuan Yumin. He had already patted the pangolin gently on its back. The guy nodded, seemingly very human. He turned his head to look at Guyu again, then ran and disappeared into the night. It just left. Xiao Dong was stunned. He had never seen a living pangolin, and it was amazing that someone could communicate with it. "Are you here because you're worried about us?" Guyu pulled Xiao Dong into the house. Yuan Yumin followed behind. He looked at the layout of the villa and nodded secretly. It seemed that Guyu and the others were living well in the base, but they could not live in such a comfortable and leisurely manner any longer. If the leaders of the base failed to suppress this wave of mutant beast riots, the Liangshan base would be destroyed. "Yeah." Xiao Dong hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I've been waiting at your door, but no one came out." Then after the earthquake just now, it seemed like everyone ran out. There were lights and chaos everywhere. Xiao Dong didn't dare to run around, for fear that the accident was caused by Guyu and the others. "It's okay, just follow us later." Guyu held Xiao Dong's hand tightly. This time, she was ready to take the child away. In the villa, Guin, Fangzi, and others had already packed their things and were waiting for Guyu and the others to return. When they heard the noise at the door, they all rushed out. "Sister, you're finally back." Gu Jin's heart finally settled down. Fangzi and Han Xiaolian were carrying a bag on their backs, and each of them was carrying another bag. Fangzi handed the bag to Guyu. "Where's Zheng Jia?" She turned around and saw Yuan Yumin and Xiao Dong, and was even more surprised. "Isn't this Colonel Yuan? Did this person come after them? Or did they meet here by chance?" "It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail later." After swallowing a crystal core, Yuan Yumin's injuries recovered a lot. If he hadn't been tied up by those people, he could have taken out the crystal core to heal his wounds earlier. "Zheng Jia, go drive the car. We'll be leaving soon." Guyu looked at everyone with a serious expression. His words were brief, but hit people's hearts. "There may be a riot of mutant beasts in the base. Everyone, be careful." Mutated beasts? Ming's mother's face turned pale, and she nervously clutched Ming's father's hand. They still thought it was safe to live here, but they didn't expect something unexpected to happen soon. "Also, we will escort Colonel Yuan to the capital. If he doesn't want to go, we may have to part ways here." Guyu made the decision hastily. She admitted that she only considered her family at the time, but now she has to face such a large group of people when she returns to the villa. Others' destinations are not the same as hers, and perhaps they don't want to go to such a big detour to accommodate her. "What?" Han Xiaolian was dumbfounded when Guyu said this. Although it was he who asked to go with Guyu and the others at the beginning, it has been delayed for a while. He still has relatives at home, and now there is Ming Yi's family too, and they obviously don't want to go to the capital either. "Sister Gu, I'd better go with you so that I can take care of you along the way." Fangzi thought about it and stood beside Guyu. Of course, Gu Jin didn't say anything. He would go wherever Guyu went. As for the reason, his sister would definitely tell him later. "Sorry, we're going to Province Inn with Xiaolian." Ming Yi stood next to Han Xiaolian. She had no opinion on Guyu, but she also didn't like following others around. She had her own destination. Maybe it didn't exist before, but it exists now. Han Xiaolian looked at Ming Yi in surprise. He didn't expect that Ming Yi would choose him and go to Province Inn. Does that mean she wants to be with him? Ming's mother and father looked at each other. They had no objection to their daughter's decision. Besides, going to the capital would require taking a detour, so it would be better to go to Province Inn, where the destination would be clearer. Han Xiaolian wanted to nod to Ming Yi without hesitation, but perhaps the gazes from Gu Jin and Fangzi were too strong, and he couldn't ignore them. After all, they are teammates who share life and death. Although they have not yet formed a formal team, Han Xiaolian has already regarded him as a member of the team, and Guyu saved him and helped him. Such a favor cannot be expressed in a few words. Han Xiaolian was very conflicted. On one side is the friendship between friends, and on the other side is the budding love. For a moment, he found it difficult to make a choice. However, Guyu quickly made a decision for him. Han Salian, I made my decision based on my own considerations. I didn't think too much at the time, but I understand that you want to go back to Province Inn. She turned her gaze to Ming Yi again, with deep meaning in her eyes. Originally, I would have been worried if Brother Han went back to Province Inn alone, but now that Ming Yi is here, you will be fine. Sister, do you agree that they leave? Gu Jin looked at Gu Yu with a sour face. It's not that he was dissatisfied with Gu Yu's decision, but how could Han Salian, a boy who forgot his friends for the sake of beauty, abandon them so quickly? He felt a little bad. Friends seem to be leaving all the time. What about the remaining people? Will they also go their separate ways one day? Let's break up. All good things must come to an end. Fang Zi waved her hand indifferently. As long as she was not asked to leave Gu Yu, she had nothing to say. The end of the world is unpredictable. She just has to cherish the present. Friends, maybe a turn will be a farewell forever. Chapter 79 Tiger. After getting Gu Yu's consent, Han Salian was so excited that he ran out without letting Ming Yi and the others wait. Does he have to walk to Province Inn? He also needs to get a car. Xiaodong, you come with us too. Gu Yu turned to Xiaodong again, not inviting him, but making a decision for him. This is a smart kid, and he should know what is the best choice for him. Okay, I'll go with you. Xiaodong just thought about it and nodded firmly. He had no relatives, and it didn't matter where he went, as he was free of worries. It's a mess outside. Ming Yi walked to the window and looked out without knowing when. The street was in chaos, with countless people running and shouting, and the screams resounded through the night sky. The big iron gate of the villa was slammed with a bang-bang sound, and the cries for help were getting louder and louder. But the next moment, something rolled past, and there was no movement after the screams. Gu Yu also stood by the window, looking at the iron gate with cold eyes. After a while, several yellow animals climbed in through the big iron gate. They had pointed chins and long tails. Weasel! Xiaodong covered his lips and screamed. It was a weasel, but it didn't look like a weasel. The weasels in the past were only 20 to 30 centimeters long, but the ones in front of him were at least 1 meter long, just like the pangolin he had just seen. It was so huge and long that Xiaodong was shocked when he first saw it. He never thought it was a pangolin. The weasels opened their bright eyes and obviously saw Gu Yu and the others in the house. They were even more eager for the flesh and blood of the psychics, with excitement and bloodthirsty light flashing in their eyes. This thing stinks. Ming Yi frowned and pointed his hand forward. The weasels were suddenly unable to move, as if by magic. Gu Yu could clearly see a layer of ice covering their feet, which quickly swept up and froze the weasels in an instant. There was also a weasel that was about to leap up, but was frozen in midair. When it landed on the ground, there was a crack, and its head was cut off. Xiaodong was stunned, watching from the side. He didn't even see who did it. The weasel was frozen in an instant. It was so powerful. Fang Zi whistled and looked at Ming Yi with admiration. As expected, if he doesn't make a move, it's fine, but once he does, it's earth-shattering. Yi, who told you to do it? Ming's mother hurried forward and grabbed Ming Yi's sleeve, her eyes full of worry. Do you know that if you use your supernatural power, you will... Mom! Ming Yi glanced at Ming Ma and stopped her from talking in time. Then he turned to Ming Yi and said, Let's go find them. Wait here. I'm afraid those mutant beasts will swarm in. Gu Yu thought about it and nodded. She was also afraid that Zhang Jia and the others might encounter some danger along the way, so it would be better for the two sides to meet up faster. After witnessing Ming Yi's special abilities, Yuan Yuman's eyes brightened up, but he felt a little regretful when he thought that Ming Yi's family would not go to Beijing with them. But he couldn't force it at this time. With Gu Yu and others by his side, he already had the strongest helper. People, don't be too greedy. The parking lot was in an open area closest to the gate of the base. Gu Yu and his friends were running in the night with their backpacks on their backs. Hearing the sounds of running and screaming behind him, Xiaodong did not dare to look back, but just held Gu Yu's hand tightly. He didn't know when the mutant beasts appeared in the base. Maybe they were locked up in the back mountain. Xiaodong had a hunch that the big guys in the base were always doing some shameful things. A tiger roar that resounded through the sky sounded, as if the earth was shaking. Gu Yu only felt a yellow shadow passing by, and a huge figure had blocked their way. Its 2-meter-tall body looks like a small mountain, and its yellow and black fur looks like an emperor's robe in the night. The word king on its forehead is eye-catching and ostentatious. If the lion is the king of the plains, then the tiger is the king of the mountains and forests. But this mutant tiger is no longer the same as the previous tiger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few more gray figures came closer. Guin took a quick look and found that they were mutated jackals. Their bodies had grown taller and stronger, with saliva dripping from between their sharp teeth. Their eyes were like lanterns in the night, flashing a faint green light. The huge tiger glanced at the jackals with contempt, and they immediately took a few steps back in fear. They didn't dare to move before the tiger made a move, and they just wanted to follow behind to get a share of the pie. After all, there were many people with special powers here. What should I do? Fangzi looked at the huge monster in front of her, cold sweat dripping down her forehead. This guy was so big that his fur must be very strong, and her bullets would definitely not be able to penetrate it. She could only try to deal with those jackals. Guin clenched the black sword in her hand and glanced at Yuan Yumin secretly. This tiger was also at level 3 or above, and was probably not much weaker than the toad. But when she killed the toad, she did it by surprise, leaving it no chance or time to react. But now this tiger was obviously not weak in intelligence, and it was so big that it was difficult for them to attack its fatal points. Yuan Yumin understood Guyu's hint and tried to communicate with the tiger, but facing such a huge monster, he was not sure he could convince it. The tiger didn't move, so Guin collected the electricity in his palm, approached Guin cautiously, and asked nervously, "Sister, what's going on?" He didn't know that Yuan Yumin had the ability to communicate with mutant beasts, and naturally no one else knew either, but everyone was on high alert. Ming's mother and father are ordinary people. They were so scared that their legs went weak, but they still stood firmly beside Ming Yi. Xiaodong was a little scared, but Guin did not back off. He felt that he could not be stage frightened. After all, he was a little man. Yuan Yumin talked for a while, and even a thin layer of sweat rose on his forehead. Then he said to Guin with a slightly relieved expression, "It says it doesn't want to eat us, but it wants to go with us. Come with us." What does this mean? There was a flash of surprise in Guyu's eyes, and his expression suddenly changed when he looked at the tiger again. This guy must be smart. Why would he want to launch a sneak attack when they let their guard down? "Have you agreed to it?" Guin asked again. Yuan Yumin nodded awkwardly. "We can't not agree to it now. Otherwise, if we really fight it, how can we win?" "Cannot." Guin gripped the hilt of the sword in her hand and looked up at the huge monster in front of her. Although she didn't know why it insisted on going with them, she couldn't guarantee that she could win because she was not completely sure. Even if they win, there will probably be considerable sacrifices on their side, and she can't afford to lose. Chapter 80 Firefight. Ming Yi had already prepared for the battle. Even if a dragon appeared in front of her, she was confident that she could freeze it. But what's wrong with this tiger? It wants to follow them. Isn't this too unbelievable? What's even more incredible is that the man Guin brought back can actually communicate with mutant beasts. Isn't this equivalent to having an extra life-saving talisman during the escape? A hint of deep thought flashed across Ming Yi's light-colored eyes. Perhaps she should consider parting ways with Guin and the others after leaving the base safely. However, the tiger's sudden change left the jackals dumbfounded. Seeing that Guin and the others were about to follow the tiger, a jackal couldn't help but pounce on it. This jackal was also cunning and chose Xiaodong, the youngest member of the team. Children have no killing power, so the best chance of success is to pounce and run away. But it underestimated Guyu's fighting ability. Swish! With a flash of black light, the jackal was cut in half from the middle, with blood and organs spilling all over the ground. The remaining jackals didn't dare to stay any longer. They turned around and ran away with a whimper. The tiger then turned its head and looked at Guin. It seemed to understand why this little human brought danger and oppression to it. The entire base was in chaos, with people running and screaming and a makeshift guard team, but after firing a few shots without any effect, they all ran away. At this time, the most important thing was to save their lives. Because there was a big tiger on Guyu's side, many mutant beasts did not dare to come to them. Even though some of them coveted the flesh and blood of the psychics, they all retreated after Guin and his team quickly killed a few of them. Mutated animals have a much better sense of danger than humans, and they will not come again even though they know they will die. But Guin was somewhat dissatisfied, pointing at the tiger in front, and said, "Sister, it is just like this with us, not contributing, not helping, just a decoration. Otherwise, can you kill it?" Guin glanced at Guin, and he immediately touched his nose embarrassedly. "If you don't have the strength, you can only shut up." When Guin and his companions arrived at the parking lot, they discovered that a fierce gunfight was taking place there. Gunshots rang out in the night, and sparks flew everywhere. "Sister Gu, I can't see Zhang Jia." Fangzi was a little anxious while holding the gun. There were no mutant beasts here, but both sides were fighting with humans, and their firepower was extremely fierce. If you rush out, you will be shot into a hornet's nest if you're not careful. Damn it! Guin cursed secretly. These people had the ammunition, but instead of killing those man-eating mutant beasts, they were fighting among themselves here. Did they think that they would be able to get away with it by suppressing the other side's base? All that would be left for them would be a bloody mess. You guys wait here, I'll go take a look. Guin crouched forward. After arriving here, the tiger left, perhaps because the human fight did not arouse its interest. Anyway, it was fine now, so it could go find food by itself. As for what it ate, that was not within the scope of concern of Guin and the others. Guin weaved in and out between the vehicles. She was very fast, like a flickering black shadow, and those who were concentrating on a gunfight did not notice her presence at all. Guin spotted Mr. Meng with his sharp eyes. He was hiding behind a jeep with another person next to him who seemed to be Liang Dong. Guin narrowed his eyes, slid past silently, came from behind the two men, and the black sword was instantly placed on Mr. Meng's neck. Ooh! The cold touch on his neck brought Mr. Meng back to his senses instantly. He broke out in a cold sweat. He heaved a sigh of relief when he turned around and saw Guin. Why is it you? Guin. Liang Dong also turned around in surprise and wanted to raise his gun. Guin sneered. Do you want to try which is faster, your gun or my sword? Liang Dong froze suddenly. It was still Elder Meng who gave two awkward laughs. He no longer had the indifference and tranquility of a hermit. Miss Guin, we have no grudge against each other. Put down your sword quickly. Swords and knives have no eyes, and they feel cold when placed on his neck. Although he is a superpower, his water-based superpower is of little use, so Mr. Meng has never had the final say in the base. This is his failure. But today is different. God has given him this opportunity. As long as he can deal with Zhao Hong and his gang, the entire Liangshan base will be his. I'm not kidding you. The mutant beasts are rioting now, but instead of trying to fight them, you're fighting among yourselves. How shameless! Guin tapped Old Meng's neck with the sword. The black sword was so sharp that blood was drawn after just a few light touches. Mr. Meng suddenly felt a sharp pain, his heart almost in his throat. Miss Guin, please talk nicely. I heard from Liang Dong that you sneaked into the hot spring pool. Where? Is there anything dirty you can do? Don't worry, I don't mind. Guin snorted coldly and looked at Liang Dong again. Tell them to stop fighting. If you keep fighting, everyone in the base will be eaten by mutant beasts. Guin was not exaggerating. 5 years after the apocalypse, a base in the south was occupied by mutant beasts. Except for those who managed to escape, all the people were eaten by the mutant beasts. She is just a human, not a god. She would have a hard time dealing with even a big tiger. If she were attacked by a group of mutant beasts, even the most powerful person would be dragged to death. Cease fire. Liang Dong's eyes flickered, and he finally shouted. He knew that what they did was wrong, but he had to follow Mr. Meng's orders. It had come to this critical moment, and he knew that the Liangshan base was finished. Why is this happening? It was fine 2 days ago. What's the matter with the plane? Old Meng, are you going to fight or not? If not, hand over Jinju to me. Zhao Hong shouted from the other end of the parking lot. Zhao Shi was still pulling his sleeve and said, Dad, we have to make them hand over the person. Yiming must be with them. After the mutant beasts rioted, Zhao Shi met up with Zhao Hong as soon as possible, but she couldn't find any trace of Yang Yiming. After asking Zhao Hong, she learned that Yang Yiming had gone out on a mission. However, when Liang Dong came back, Yang Yiming was nowhere to be seen. He must have been detained by them. While Guin was restraining Mr. Meng, she was also searching the parking lot. The parking lot was too big, and she didn't see Zhang Jia and Han Salian. Was it possible that they had driven out long ago and missed each other? Guin was also a little anxious, and at this moment she had no intention of getting involved in their fight. Some people would not listen to anything she said. Liang Dong, this base is about to be destroyed. This is all I have to say. Go ahead and fight if you want. Guin was about to turn around and leave, but he heard a scream behind him. Looking back, he saw a man who was originally standing not far away being quickly dragged into a corner by a gray figure. Then a splash of blood spilled on the ground, which was extremely dazzling. Chapter 81 Reception. In the darkness of the night, something is quietly harvesting lives. What? Bang bang. People on both sides were a little panicked, and the gunfire that had originally ceased fire rang out again. The screams were endless. Guin did not dare to stay for long, and went to Guin and the others. Without the tiger to deter them, the smaller mutant beasts launched a sneak attack. Call out! A gray shadow flashed before her eyes, and a pair of sharp steel claws was about to grab her. Guyu bent down to avoid it, turned around, and slashed it with a sword. A gray, hairy leg fell from the sky along with a splash of blood, and a big guy fell to the ground with a thud. Guyu looked closely and found that it was a gray wolf. Oh no, it's a pack of mutant wolves coming. These guys are ferocious and bloodthirsty, and they come in groups and won't stop until they are dead. Guyu didn't dare to stay for long and quickly went back to Guin, but they were already fighting with the wolves. Sister, you come and protect Xiaodong. The lightning in Guin's hand never stopped. It burned a wolf that pounced on him and pushed Xiaodong to Guyu. Guin felt it was a bit difficult to fight with all his strength and protect a child at the same time. But it was different when Guyu joined. The black sword danced so tightly that any wolf that came towards her suffered a terrible loss. Either their legs were broken or their heads were chopped off, with blood and limbs scattered all over the ground. Fangzi also controlled several guns to fly into the air at the same time, and bullets kept shooting in all directions. Although they could not kill them with one shot, they could at least stop the gray wolves from rushing forward. Yuan Yumin also had an extra gun in his hand. After all, he was a soldier, and his shooting skills were extremely accurate. The most powerful one is Ming Yi. No wolf dares to approach their family. Each eye sculpture is an example for the wolves. Ming Yi's special ability makes them afraid. However, Ming's father and mother could only hide behind Ming Yi. They had no fighting ability and could not shoot a gun. If they had a knife in their hands, they might be able to fight back. Perhaps it was because Ming Yi was protecting two people that the wolves took advantage of the opportunity. A gray wolf crouched down secretly and came up, unexpectedly hooked Ming Ma's leg, and pulled her back violently. Yi! Ming's mother screamed. The wolf's claws dug in her flesh, and it hurt so much that she felt her legs were about to break. Mom! Ming Yi went forward to save Ming's mother, but the other two wolves pounced on her and Ming's father. She could only try to block them in a panic, but Ming's mother was dragged away and the wolves swarmed over. Ming Yi's face turned pale instantly. She could imagine the scene, being pounced on by wolves. Could Ming's mother still be saved? It was said to be late, but it was actually fast. Countless vines flew over, wrapped around the wolves' bodies, and pulled them back. The wolf pack was pulled apart, and Ming Ma's figure suddenly appeared. Although there were bloodstains all over her body, she was still alive. A vine wrapped around Ming's mother and threw her back into Ming's father's arms. Wife, are you okay? Ming's father hugged Ming's mother with his hand shaking. It was a life-and-death moment just now, and he almost thought that his wife was beyond saving. But I didn't expect that I could be dragged back despite the dangers. The vines wrapped around countless gray wolves and danced wildly in the air. Then they were thrown away fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. The gray wolf's strong body was smashed heavily to the ground, bloody and mangled, and it howled miserably. Han Salian's figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Ming Yi. His face was covered with dust and blood, but his eyes were particularly bright. Ming Yi, I'm late. You. Ming Yi's indifferent eyes finally fluctuated. It was not known whether it was because she was moved by Han Salian's sudden appearance and saving Ming's mother, or because she realized that one person's power could not control the overall situation. She thought she was extremely powerful, but at the most critical moment, she couldn't even protect her parents' safety. Perhaps her decision to leave with Han Salian was the right one, and this man was the only one who wanted to protect her and their family no matter what the circumstances. Boss, I found a jeep, but I didn't see Zhang Jia. Han Salian's joining helped control the situation. He was good at long-range attacks, and the dancing vines made it impossible for the gray wolves to get close to him. It was much easier for Guyu and Guin to deal with these guys. You go first, and we'll meet outside our base after finding Zhang Jia. Guyu waved his hand. Ming's mother's condition was not optimistic after being caught and bitten by a wolf. She might mutate at any time. Han Salian glanced at Ming's mother who was dying, gritted her teeth and nodded. Okay, let's meet outside the base. After that, she and Ming's father helped Ming's mother into the car. Before leaving, Ming Yi glanced at Guyu again. Her eyes were complicated, and she only twitched the corners of her lips slightly. Guyu, I will remember you. It's not just Guyu, but also Guin, Fangzi, Zhang Jia. These people have shocked and touched her too much. She has seen the ugliness of human hearts and almost no longer believes that there is kindness in this world, but they don't seem to care about these at all and only do what they think is right. Han Salian is also very good. At least she has not become black-hearted even in this apocalyptic environment. Only a team like theirs will make you feel warm. You'll regret it soon, Ice Queen. Guyu put her index and middle fingers together in front of her forehead and made a flicking gesture. She noticed that Ming Yi was wearing a pair of gloves. The gloves covered her delicate hands, but a part of her wrist was exposed between the gloves and the sleeves, and this part of her wrist was almost transparent. This no longer looks like a human hand. Guyu's eyes suddenly froze. Ming Yi forced a smile and nodded slightly at Guyu. I hope we can see each other again in my lifetime. After that, she got into the car without looking back. The jeep started moving and soon disappeared from their sight. At this time, the Grey Wolves here had been almost dealt with by Guyu and his team. Zhao Hong and Meng Lao also shared a lot of the burden, but their fighting power was not as good as Guyu and his team after all. Many of them were eaten by the wolves, and Zhao Hong and his daughter were both injured. There were only a few people left on Mr. Meng's side. They ran towards this side in a panic, and it seemed that they had no intention of fighting anymore. Even if they ran past Guyu and the others, they were not prepared to fight again. In this situation, escaping was the most important thing. Sister, what should we do? Guin wiped the sweat from his forehead. His supernatural powers had been consumed a lot. If he encountered such a wave of mutant beasts again, he might not be able to resist. Get a car, and you guys go out first. I'll stay and look for Zheng Jia. Guyu pursed her lips. She couldn't possibly abandon Zheng Jia. Something must have happened to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to look for them. Sister. Guin stamped his feet anxiously. The situation in the base was becoming more and more chaotic. How about he let Guyu stay here? Listen to Sister Gu. We will also wait for them outside the base. Feng Zi swiftly pried open a car beside her. Yuan Yumin quickly stuffed Xiaodong in and sat in himself. He knew that his special abilities were not very useful, and he might even be a burden if he was with Guyu. Get in the car. Guyu pushed Guin, who then reluctantly sat in the passenger seat. He then thought of something and reminded Guyu. Sister, does Zheng Jia have a phone on him? At this time, Guin didn't care about exposing the fact that they had communication equipment on them. If they could get through on the phone, wouldn't it be obvious where Zheng Jia was? Chapter 82 Joining Forces. Guyu was running while her cell phone was ringing. Zheng Jia's phone was on her, attached to her waist. She required everyone to carry their phone with them. This was as important as supplies. Even if they didn't take their backpacks with them for the time being, as long as they could contact each other, it would not be difficult to meet again. The phone rang several times, but Zheng Jia didn't answer it, which made Guyu even more anxious. Boom, boom, boom. There was a loud noise coming from not far away. Guyu's eyes turned, and he changed direction instantly, running towards where the noise came from. If Zheng Jia heard such a loud noise, he would rush there too. As Guyu ran along, there were always some ignorant mutant beasts that wanted to jump up and bite her, but a black light flashed, and the next moment these guys' heads were separated and they were deader than dead. There were also people who were bitten by mutant beasts but did not die completely. They became mutants after waking up again. They needed fresh flesh and blood to replenish their energy, and the ordinary people in the base who had not had time to escape became their food. A huge fire started somewhere, and screams continued in the raging flames. For a moment, the two-mountain base, which had seemed peaceful and tranquil, suddenly became like a hell on earth. When Guyu rushed to the place where the noise occurred, he was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. In the empty square, a giant python as thick as a wash basin used its long body to tightly wrap around a huge tiger. The tiger should be the big guy who wanted to leave with Guyu and the others just now. The tiger, whose body was entangled, turned around and bit the python's neck. For a moment, the roars of snakes and tigers rang out in the night sky, and the whole base seemed to be shaking. Guyu hesitated for a moment, because she could see that there were flickering spots of light around the giant python, which was a sign of its upgrading, and the tiger's strength was obviously much weaker. If the giant python eats the tiger, it will probably be able to enter the 4th level in one fell swoop. By then, no one in the entire Two Mountains base will be able to do anything to it. But can she defeat the giant python? Guyu gritted her teeth, and the next moment, she suddenly took out the toad crystal core from her bag and stuffed it in her mouth without hesitation. Done. The crystal core that was originally intended for Zheng Jia was eaten by her, but she would give the crystal core of the giant python to Zheng Jia. Guyu held the black sword upside down and joined the battle like a whirlwind. The tiger and the python were fighting fiercely at the moment, and the tiger was puzzled. The python's strength was originally equal to its own, and it was always suppressed by the toad. But what happened now? The python was obviously much stronger than it. If it hadn't used its brute strength to temporarily hold out against the giant python, it would have probably been swallowed by the creature. The tiger let out a long roar towards the sky. It finally reacted. The shameless giant python ran fast and might have devoured the toad's body just as it died. Otherwise, where did the unstable breath come from, as if it was about to upgrade? Hiss! The giant python's eyes, as big as copper bells, glanced at the tiger with disdain. It used to be the king of the forest, and it had to give in to the tiger, but now the whole forest is its world. Even the toads are gone, so who can suppress it? Besides, it also ate that guy's corpse. The almost 4th-level mutant beast gave it infinite energy. The giant python could feel that it was about to reach the critical point of the 4th level. Whether there was this bite from the tiger or not, it would have definitely been promoted. Both mutant beasts are intelligent. They just can't communicate like humans. However, they can both feel each other's dislike in their eyes. And at this moment, either you die or I live. However, the python's scales are too hard. Although the tiger's teeth are also very sharp, it often takes several bites before the teeth penetrate into the flesh. After all, they cannot penetrate deep. The tiger was a little exhausted, but the giant python's body was still tightly wrapped around it. If it didn't resist hard, the python would be able to crush its bones. What should I do? What should I do? The tigers were all anxious. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by, stepped on the tiger's body, and leaped onto the python's head, approaching it directly. How can this be? The python was not stupid. When it found someone climbing on its body, it shook its head vigorously. Unfortunately, its body was strangling the tiger. Otherwise, a mere human being would not be worth mentioning. Come again. The giant python's head was shaking, and its bloody mouth was biting towards her. Guin could only dodge sideways, reached out and grabbed a piece of its scales, spun it in the air, and turned over to sit on its back. Silly, bite it. Guyu's eyes fell on the tiger. The big guy was so stunned that he even forgot where to bite. It came back to its senses after being reminded by Guin. Now it was fighting for its life and couldn't be idle. Moreover, this human was with it just now. Could the tiger think that she was here to help it? Originally, the tiger just thought that Yuan Yumin could communicate with it. It had never met such a person before, and it wanted to take this opportunity to get out of the forest and see the outside world. But now it seems that there is something more. Guin was very agile. She could usually move back and forth on the python's body by picking up a piece of scale. Her hand holding the black sword was not idle either. She picked up the scales to make it easier for the tiger to bite faster, more accurately, and ruthlessly, biting the python so hard that it bled and screamed in pain. Sizzle. The giant python was angry. Guin was like a flea on its body. It wanted to bite her, but she dodged it every time. It would be fine if it was just dealing with a human, but the stupid, big tiger chose to do something bad to it at this time, making the python overwhelmed. The giant python tried hard to mobilize the energy around it. It wanted to upgrade, it wanted to break through, it wanted to tear both the tiger and the human into pieces. Swish! Guin turned sideways and pierced another bloody hole in the giant python's body. After eating the toad's crystal core, the blood around her body was boiling. She was suitable for upgrading during the battle, and she had already realized this. Fighting made her blood boil, especially in life and death situations. The giant python suddenly exerted force and threw both her and the tiger out. Guin supported herself on the ground with her palms and did a beautiful backflip to gain her footing. The tiger was not so lucky. It had been entangled by the python for a long time, and several bones in its body were broken. It wanted to get up at this moment, but fell back the next moment. A trace of blood spread from the edges of its sharp mouth. Just wait, I'll avenge you. Guin glanced at the tiger and rushed up again without hesitation. The giant python went crazy. At this moment, it swung its long tail and not only caught several people, but also caught several mutant beasts passing by and swallowed them all into its mouth. Guin knew that the giant python needed to upgrade, but she couldn't make it so easy. Chapter 83, Surrender. If someone possessed Guin's special ability, then they would be able to see it now. A circle of black flames rose up around her, and the blazing black flames enveloped her entire body, making her as cold and beautiful as a goddess. While the giant python had devoured many people and mutant beasts, and its entire body was bloated, Guin attacked it head-on again. The black sword flashed silently, like a blade cutting through the long night, causing a fluttering of scales. Sizzle. The giant python's eyes, like copper bells, glared at Guyu fiercely, with flames of hatred flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to swallow her in one gulp. But at this moment, its body was too bloated, and even its movements became slow, but it knew that as long as it could hold on and get through this stage, after it digested the food, it would be able to steadily reach the 4th level. By then, all these guys will die. But can Guyu let it wait until then? Of course not. Every cell in Guyu's body is now on fire, and she needs to fight to release it. Whoosh, whoosh. Guyu's speed soared instantly, and she became like a dark shadow that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The giant python was unable to move, so it could only look at her position and bite her fiercely. But unfortunately, Guyu avoided it every time. The giant python became even more furious, and its 2 big eyes suddenly turned into vertical pupils, flashing a strange light in the dark night. Ouch! The fallen tiger suddenly used all its strength to slam into the python. Guyu was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw that there was a deep black mark where she had just stood. The tiger screamed miserably, and a large area of its hind legs seemed to be corroded by something, revealing flesh and blood and large white bones. It turns out that giant pythons can spray poison. Guyu narrowed his eyes slightly, pushed off his feet, and sped up again. The giant python was knocked to the ground by the tiger and was very angry. Just when it was about to turn around and bite this ignorant guy to death, it suddenly felt a chill on its neck. The places where the 2 scales had been torn apart suddenly felt cold. Its pupils shrank, and the strong sense of crisis made it want to dodge at all costs. But it was too late. By the time it reacted, a black sword had already pierced firmly into its vital point. Sizzle. The giant python howled miserably and instantly stood up. The severe pain made it roll over desperately. Guyu didn't dare to stay on the giant python's body for long, because this guy had gone mad at this moment. But looking at the black sword that had been completely embedded in the python's body, she couldn't pull it out for a while, so she could only roll to the side and fall into the grass. Sizzle. Sizzle. The giant python had gone mad. Its vital part was stabbed. Its life was like a rapidly burning firework, and it instantly entered the countdown finale. It couldn't understand that if it just persisted a little longer, it would succeed. If it fought the tiger alone, it would never lose based on that guy's wisdom. It should be the final champion. Unfortunately, the python can't be seen. Sure enough, humans are the most cunning guys. The light in the giant python's eyes went out, and its huge head fell heavily to the ground. Guyu was waiting on the side, waiting for the moment when the giant python breathed its last. He stepped forward without hesitation, drew out his black sword, and picked out the sparkling crystal core in the giant python's head. It was a very beautiful crystal core, which was actually in the shape of an irregular hexagon. It looked like a diamond when spread out in the palm of the hand. Moreover, the volume of this crystal core was twice as large as the toad's. The energy contained in it made Guyu even more excited. This is a crystal core that has reached the 4th level. That's right, the giant python finally entered the 4th level at the last moment, but unexpectedly, it was still killed by Guyu's sword. But fortunately, Guyu managed to securely obtain a 4th level crystal core. Although she was in a very miserable state at the moment, with her body scratched by the python scales in many places and her skin and flesh rolled up, she was excited and thrilled. She wanted to leave this crystal core to Zhengjia. The battle was vigorous and fierce, and attracted the attention of many mutant beasts. They had just begun to gain intelligence, but they were instinctively afraid of the strong. Guyu was able to kill the giant python with her sword, and her strength was only getting stronger. Even though the giant python has fallen now, no mutant beast dares to come forward and provoke Guyu easily. But they did not dare to attack Guyu, but instead stared at the corpse of the giant python lying at Guyu's feet. That was the corpse of a 4th level mutant beast. Eating it could give 1 energy, which was a great temptation for the mutant beast. Guyu's gaze turned to the tiger. It looked very miserable with broken bones and injured legs. It fell to the ground, but its pair of tiger eyes looked at Guyu with sharp eyes. The tiger has always been the king of the forest, and it has never submitted to anyone, but now it respects Guyu from the bottom of its heart. This human being can fight with the giant python with just a small body, fall down countless times, and get up countless times, and still does not give up even though he is covered with scars. In the end, she defeated the python. In the animal world, the strong are king. The tiger struggled to stand up, dragging its lame leg slowly towards Guyu. Guyu raised her eyebrows and looked at it. The tiger's intelligence was obviously much higher than the python. It knew how to join forces with her to fight the enemy, and even saved her at the critical moment. Guyu gradually developed a liking for Lao Hu, but she didn't know why this guy was walking up to her with his broken body. Suddenly, the tiger bent its 2 front legs and crawled in front of Guyu. You have to know that it was more than 2 meters tall when it stood up. Even when crawling on the ground, its line of sight was almost at the same level as Guyu. It looked at Guyu with its bright eyes, with a look of closeness and goodwill in its eyes. Is this guy submitting to her? Guyu was a little surprised, and immediately reached out to touch the tiger's forehead. Unexpectedly, the big guy took the initiative to stretch its head into her palm and rubbed it. After showing goodwill to Guyu, the tiger turned its gaze to the fallen python, with desire in its eyes. Guyu understood instantly. You want to eat it? The tiger nodded hurriedly. This tiger is really a spirit. Guyu kicked the giant python's corpse towards it. As the level of her supernatural power increased, she found that not only her speed increased, but her strength was also increasing. This giant python must have weighed at least several hundred or even 1,000 pounds, but she kicked it with no effort at all. She clenched her fist again and felt full of power. Guyu knew that she had reached a higher level. Level 3. Looking at the giant python corpse that Guyu kicked to it, the tiger was no longer polite. It pounced on it and started biting it, enjoying this sumptuous meal to its heart's content. The mutant beasts around were watching with eager eyes, but Guyu was standing by, so they didn't dare to come forward to have a share. They could only watch the tiger eat with relish and swallow their saliva hard. Chapter 84 Kindness. Zheng Jia's current situation is very delicate. He is now in the shed area. There are many ordinary people surrounding him, old and young, male and female. All of them are looking at him with eager eyes, making it difficult for him to move. A fence was built outside the shed area, and a bonfire was burning rapidly, blocking the mutant beasts that wanted to approach. Seeing the delicious food right in front of them, but unable to eat it, the mutant beasts became anxious. Some mutant beasts that couldn't wait any longer simply turned around and went to the other side. After all, there was more food in the base, and they could go look for more. These mutant beasts were usually suppressed and hunted animals in the mountains for food. This time, without the suppression of the toads, they all rushed down the mountain and tasted the deliciousness of humans. Of course, the most delicious ones are children and people with special abilities. The former are tender and delicious, while the latter can increase their energy. Energy means ability, and ability means being able to grab more food. This is the law of survival in the animal kingdom. Brother Zheng Jia, please take us away. A little girl cried and pulled Zheng Jia's hand. There were so many pairs of eyes looking at him, so many eager gazes. Zheng Jia couldn't ignore them. He knew very well that he was originally going to drive to the parking lot, but he didn't expect to be pulled here by the little girl on the way. There were so many elderly people and so many children. He couldn't bear to watch them die in the mouths of mutant beasts, so he resisted the attacks of the mutant beasts while asking them to find as much wood as possible to make railings to surround themselves. Wait until the flames start burning and temporarily isolate the mutant beasts. But the fire will eventually burn out. Zheng Jia realized dejectedly that he couldn't save everyone, although he really wanted to do so. What should we do now that Guyu is here? Zheng Jia is soft-hearted, but Guyu is different. If faced with the same choice, he believes that she can make a choice quickly. He also knew that other people's lives were not as important as his own, so he had to continue walking with Guyu, knowing it was one thing. And his mind also told him that he should just leave, but he was being pulled by these kids, and he felt as if his leg weighed 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't move. Zheng Jia, you were injured just now. Let me bandage you. A girl in a pink down jacket squeezed out of the crowd and came to Zheng Jia's side. She was pretty, but her black hair was a little dirty. But compared with those people living in the shanty town, she was already considered clean. Zheng Jia was stunned for a moment. The girl had already lifted his hand up. Clear water came out from between her fingers and quickly washed the wound on the back of his hand. Then she took out a clean handkerchief, bandaged his wound, and tied a beautiful knot. There was a butterfly with its wings spread embroidered on the handkerchief, which looked lively and beautiful. Thank you. Zheng Jia withdrew his hand without even looking at the girl, but turned his gaze to the darkness in the distance. At this time, he was still thinking about seeing Guyu, looking forward to her sudden appearance. He is really too weak and too indecisive. A look of disappointment flashed across Yi Meihua's eyes, and then she dropped her hands. She is a water-based mutant who supplies water to people in the base. She doesn't have any particularly outstanding combat power, but water is essential to people's lives, not to mention that there is a shortage of water now. Even if you find water outside, you must make sure that it is not contaminated. If the water is infected by mutant beasts or mutant humans, humans cannot use it. On this day, she happened to be supplying water to the shanty area, where water was the most scarce. These people often had to pay a lot of labor or materials to exchange for clean water, and the water was only enough for them to drink. While Yi Meihua was storing water here, the disaster broke out so quickly that she had no time to react. Many people were knocked down and eaten by mutant beasts in front of her. She was trembling with fear and thought that she could not escape such a fate. But at this time, Zheng Jia fell from the sky, and the wind blade like a sharp sword cut off the head of the mutant fox that pounced on her and saved her life. Yi Meihua was stunned at the time. This man was handsome, young, capable, and kind. She knew that as long as she stayed by his side, she might be able to escape. What should we do, Zheng Jia? An old man looked at Zheng Jia anxiously. All their hopes were placed on the young man in front of them. The fire was about to burn out, and when these mutant beasts pounced in, how many could Zheng Jia save? No one wants to die. Where are the weapons I asked you to take just now? No matter what they are, you must be prepared to defend yourself. Zheng Jia came back to his senses and quickly explained to these people that he only had 2 hands and could not protect everyone. These people also had to fight on their own and could not always rely on him. How can we do this? We are all old people. How can we defeat these mutant beasts? The old man was immediately annoyed. They all expected Zheng Jia to work for them and protect them to the best of his ability. But what was Zheng Jia saying now? He asked them to defend themselves. Was he kidding? Yes, Zheng Jia. We have no fighting power. You have to be responsible for protecting us. You're a superpower. You have to be at the front. That's right. Since you saved us, you must be responsible to the end. More and more voices joined in. Although they were still a little timid and afraid because they were the mutant beasts that were eyeing their surroundings covetously, they spoke to Zheng Jia with confidence and did not feel that there was anything wrong at all. If you save them, you must be responsible to the end. Otherwise, what is the point of saving them? Zheng Jia was surprised for a moment. Those eyes that had just been worshipping him as a savior gradually disappeared and were replaced by accusations and insults. Some people were so excited that they wanted to poke their fingers in Zheng Jia's face, and they just short of calling him ungrateful. Zheng Jia was silent. If it weren't for his power as a supernatural being, these excited people would probably drown him with spit, although the situation was not much better now. Zheng Jia curled the corners of his lips and laughed at himself. Was he really meddling in other people's business again? Yi Meihua was also embarrassed. Looking at Zheng Jia's changing expression, she couldn't help but whispered, "Ignore them. These people just don't remember the favor." She had come to the shanty town only a few times, because even she herself was fed up with the people there. Not only were they lazy and gluttonous, but they were also extremely greedy and shameless. Brother Zheng Jia, it seemed like something made a noise on your body just now. The little girl pulled Zheng Jia's hand and shook it. It was too noisy and scary just now. So perhaps no one heard the sound, but she was next to Zheng Jia, so she heard it. It rang many times in succession, like a telephone. Chapter 85, Showing Power. Zheng Jia thought about it again and again, and still couldn't help but dial Guyu's number. If the little girl hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten the phone on his waist. Guyu called him, but he didn't hear it at that time. At this moment, he was worried, afraid that she would answer the call, but also afraid that she didn't hear it at all. If he answered the call, what would he say? If you don't answer, are you in danger? Zheng Jia's heart almost jumped into his throat, but fortunately the phone was finally connected after ringing 5 times. Where are you? Guyu's voice sounded first, a change from her usual calm and low-key voice, as clear as a long harp played at night. I'm in the shed area. Don't come over, I'm fine. Beep. Before Zheng Jia could finish his words, Guyu hung up the phone. He could only stare at the phone in a daze. Are you angry? The tone doesn't sound like that. Is she planning to come find him? Zheng Jia's heart was pounding. Just hearing Guyu's voice reminded him of the night they spent together. It was so beautiful and dreamy. He was so happy that he wanted to cry. Yi Meihua looked at Zheng Jia with complicated eyes. Not many people could use the phone at this time. Was Zheng Jia's identity even more powerful than she imagined? Brother Zheng Jia, they're about to rush in. The little girl squeezed into Zheng Jia's arms in fear, thinking that she would be firmly protected by him. Oh no, the firewood is almost burned out. Yimehua's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she couldn't help but clench the shovel in her hand. Although those people complained because of fear, they had to pick up the weapons at hand to protect themselves in the face of danger. If they could hold on a little longer, they could live a little longer. What if Zheng Jia could spare some time to save them in the end? These people all thought so, and they moved closer to Zheng Jia, holding something that could be called a weapon, trying to form a circle with their backs to each other. Screams were heard. A wooden railing in one place was burned out. As the fire went out, a yellow and black figure jumped in, grabbed a woman, and dragged her out. Zheng Jia reacted quickly and threw a wind blade over there, but the woman was eaten up the moment she was dragged away, and blood was all over the floor. Everyone who saw it was terrified, and even the hands holding the weapons were shaking. Zheng Jia gritted his teeth and waved his hands violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wind blades rolled up one after another, blocking the gaps. The mutant beast that wanted to attack from the fire was immediately entangled by the wind balls, and its head and tail were separated. But Zheng Jia knew that he couldn't hold on for long like this, and when his supernatural powers were exhausted, he would die. Zheng Jia. Yimehua looked at Zheng Jia with admiration. This boy was really strong. She wanted to follow him and stay by his side. Boom, boom. A huge black-haired wild boar pushed aside a pile of burning flames and rushed in regardless. Zheng Jia was blocking other entrances and had no time to deal with the wild boar. Yimehua clenched the iron rod in her hand and rushed forward without thinking. Yimehua was pushed away by the wild boar, and others did not dare to step forward. The wild boar stopped and stared at Zheng Jia with its dark eyes. It kicked its hind legs on the ground and then rushed towards him. Brother Zheng Jia, be careful. The little girl didn't dare to look and hid behind Zheng Jia. Others also stayed away, and no one dared to help him. But Zheng Jia was manipulating the wind blade to block other gaps. If he withdrew the wind blade to attack the wild boar, the gap would lose its barrier, and those mutant beasts would rush in and eat the people here. But if they just stood there and watched Zheng Jia do nothing, waiting for the wild boar to come forward and knock him over, these people would also die. Life and death are just a matter of moments, but no one has the courage to stand up. Zheng Jia. Yimehua wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and slowly lay down, but she could only watch Zheng Jia become the next person to be targeted by the wild boar. But at this moment, Zheng Jia's eyes focused, and a silver-white light flashed in his eyes, like a nebula slowly turning in his eyes. There was no actual attack, but the wild boar suddenly fell to the ground, kicked its legs, and stopped moving. Yimehua looked at Zheng Jia in surprise. Although she didn't know what kind of superpower this was, she understood how powerful Zheng Jia was. It turned out that he was a powerful person with dual superpowers. Yimehua didn't know what kind of art this was, and other ordinary people didn't understand even more. They just knew that they didn't have to die for the time being, and Zheng Jia could still hold on. But after dealing with the wild boar, another huge monster slowly approached. Its standing figure was like a big tree, and it could kill a person with one slap. Oh my God, it's a grizzly bear! Everyone in the circle was trembling with fear and hid behind Zheng Jia. This was a big guy that no one could afford to offend. However, after patting his chest and looking at Zheng Jia, the grizzly bear did not attack. Instead, it dragged the dead wild boar out. It didn't matter what it ate. It was a little afraid to provoke Zheng Jia, perhaps because of an instinctive sense of crisis. Swish, swish, swish. The grizzly bear was self-aware, but the elegant leopards obviously didn't think so. After a few beautiful leaps, they had surrounded Zheng Jia and his group in the center, looking at these armed people in a teasing manner. These people become their food in the end. Yimehua had already crawled to Zheng Jia's side, covering her wound. The others had already huddled together, crying and shouting. After all, no one wanted to die in the mutant beast's mouth. What should we do with Zheng Jia? Yimehua's words were filled with despair. Even if Zheng Jia was very strong, he couldn't protect all these people unless he only cared about himself and abandoned all of them. People are selfish. If they can't even survive themselves in the end, can they still care about the lives of others? Zheng Jia might have wavered for a moment, but he still stood up firmly. If he stepped aside, These people who had no fighting ability at all would be killed by these mutant beasts in the next moment. He might not be a responsible person, but he was a man of blood. Zheng Jia's eyes swept over the several leopards in front of him. In addition to them, there were jackals, bobcats, and poisonous snakes on the periphery. These mutant beasts were waiting to share the food of everyone here. Come on! Zheng Jia suddenly loosened his clenched fists, and a hurricane suddenly blew up from the flat ground. The mutant beasts that were unfortunately caught in the hurricane were ruthlessly crushed, leaving no residue. The psychic powers launched an indiscriminate attack on the mutant beasts. Those guys who escaped the hurricane and planned to launch a sneak attack fell to the ground the next moment. They showed their claws to humans, their legs stretched straight, and they were deader than dead. Everyone's eyes were looking up at Zheng Jia. In their hearts, this man was like a god from heaven. Although he was still a little green and immature, his abilities were unmatched. Chapter 86 Meeting. Zheng Jia had never known how painful it would be to use up all his supernatural powers. His whole body was cramping, but he had no strength at all and could only fall to the ground helplessly. His eyes swept over and saw the crowd running everywhere. Those who still had the strength to fight finally chose to abandon him and desperately fled outside. His powerful abilities killed many mutant beasts, but more came up. At this moment, the little girl was wiping her tears and crying beside him. Yi Meihua was waving the shovel in his hand and looking vigilantly at the mutant beasts that were slowly approaching. They were still testing each other, and were also afraid that Zheng Jia, who was lying on the ground, would suddenly get up and give them a fatal blow. After all, this man was too fierce and powerful, and even many of their kind had died at his hands. Zheng Jia, can you still move? Yi Meihua held the shovel in one hand and tried hard to help Zheng Jia up with the other hand. She was also very scared. Her whole body was shaking constantly, and she was surrounded by pairs of bloodthirsty and greedy eyes, as if they were delicacies in the world, and they were waiting to stretch out their sharp claws and tear them to pieces the next moment. Why didn't they save brother Zheng Jia? Why did they run away? The little girl cried even more sadly, but she didn't dare to run. Although she was young, she knew that she couldn't just leave brother Zheng Jia alone. He had just saved all of them. If brother Zheng Jia hadn't been here, the entire shed area would have been eaten up long ago. Sizzle. A colorful, venomous snake slowly moved over. Its body was as thick as a bowl, not very big, but its iconic, colorful scale showed that it might be highly poisonous. The mutant beasts around it all hid to the side when it swam over, obviously not daring to approach. Zheng Jia's face was as white as paper, but his eyes were as black as ink. He just stared straight into the vertical pupils of the venomous snake, and neither of them moved first. Zheng Jia. Yi Meihua's legs felt weak. She raised the shovel and wanted to swing it at the poisonous snake, but just glanced at her coldly with contempt and disdain in its eyes. She was so scared that she couldn't help but take a step back. The target of the poisonous snake is naturally Zheng Jia. The flesh and blood of a psychic is undoubtedly the most tempting to the mutant beast, but now that Zheng Jia's superpowers are exhausted, it feels a bit like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, and a pity to throw away. How about keeping it and raising it? The poisonous snake had such a plan, but the monkey behind it could not wait any longer. It jumped out and grabbed Zheng Jia. SS. The poisonous snake was not to be triangulated. It twisted its triangular tip and bit towards the side, colliding with the yellow-haired monkey that had appeared from the piercing. As soon as these two moved, the other mutant beasts couldn't help it. They ate one and then went on to eat the next one. It was better to strike first. It's over. Looking at the group of mutant beasts rushing towards her, Yi Meihua hugged the little girl in her arms and closed her eyes tightly. She knew they could not escape. But Zheng Jia's eyes were wide open, and he kept looking at one place, as if that was where he was looking forward to. Suddenly, there was a tiger roar out of nowhere, as if thunder exploded in the sky, and some huge monster was rushing towards them at a very fast speed. The mutant beasts that were about to pounce on Zheng Jia and the other three seemed to be frightened and turned around and fled. The expected pain did not come. Yi Meihua opened her eyes in confusion, only to see a huge tiger leaping in front of them. Its huge weight landed steadily on the ground, causing the ground of the entire shed to shake. But what surprised her even more was that there was a woman sitting on the tiger's back. She was a very young woman, dressed in black and with a pretty face. She carried a sword behind her and looked indescribably heroic. "Sister," Tigers won't eat people anymore. The little girl tugged at Yi Meihua's sleeve and looked at the big tiger with some nervousness and curiosity. No, I don't want to eat it. Yi Meihua looked at the tiger, tremblingly. If such a big guy wanted to eat them, they would not be able to escape. The tiger just glanced at the two of them majestically, then crawled down, allowing the woman sitting on its back to land lightly. Thanks to Guyu, the tiger steadily reached the 4th level after eating the corpse of the giant python. Now, it is the boss in the entire base. Who dares to challenge it? Why do you always hurt yourself? Guyu squatted in front of Zheng Jia and reached out to push back the hair on his forehead. The light around this man was dim now, and it was obvious that his supernatural powers were overdrawn. Without hesitation, Guyu stuffed the giant python's crystal core into Zheng Jia's mouth and picked him up easily. Zheng Jia's face turned red in Guyu's arms, but he didn't have the strength to resist. There were many wounds of varying sizes on his body, but those were all superficial injuries. After the crystal core entered his body, energy flowed and superficial injuries healed the fastest. Zheng Jia knew that his special powers had been exhausted, and it would take some time for them to be replenished. He also felt that the energy of the crystal core that Guyu stuffed into his mouth was very strong, even bigger than that of the toad. Guyu placed Zheng Jia steadily on the tiger's back. He had no strength to sit up straight, so he could only lie on its furry back, which was very soft and still had the tiger's body temperature. He didn't ask how Guyu was able to ride the tiger. Maybe it was because of Yuan Yumin's special ability, or maybe she tamed it herself. Who knows? But Guyu is the one who creates miracles. Brother Zheng Jia, are you leaving? The little girl called out timidly. She seemed to have seen this sister before. She always stayed with Brother Zheng Jia, but she was a little cold and didn't like to talk. Yeah. Zheng Jia nodded gently, looking at Guyu tenderly. He knew she would come. This was Guyu, so he had never been afraid, even when surrounded by darkness or attacked by danger. The base has been destroyed, and mutant beasts are rampant here. Why don't you come with us? Guyu thought about it before turning around and inviting them. These two, the big and the small, are the people Zheng Jia is trying hard to protect. If they are left alone, they might be eaten by mutant beasts in the next moment. Yi Meihua held the little girl's hand and nodded gently to Guyu. I am Yi Meihua, a water-based supernatural being. Thank you for saving us. If she had some fantasy about Zheng Jia at the beginning, then after seeing the girl in front of her, that fantasy disappeared. Perhaps only such a strong woman is worthy of standing beside Zheng Jia and standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Follow us. Guyu nodded. Their team was lacking a water-based mutant, but it was hard to say whether Yi Meihua was suitable. But the tiger was unwilling to carry the two of them again. Even letting Zheng Jia sit on it was very reluctant. Seeing its unhappy look, Guyu reached out and rubbed its face, and the tiger stood up again. Chapter 87 Waiting. Guyu rode a tiger through the streets, and the mutant beasts automatically retreated. Even if some blind mutants wanted to attack, they were blown away by the tiger's tail. The base was in a mess and covered in blood. They walked slowly, as if they had arrived in another world. It was still fine here a few days ago. Perhaps this fineness was only to the extent that people were willing to accept on the surface. In fact, it had already become filthy inside. Those in power fight for power and do not take the lives of ordinary people seriously. As for those who suddenly disappeared, who knew that they were dragged away to be fed to mutant beasts, the entire Liangshan base was in chaos. Guin and his crew drove a long way before they got rid of the mutant beasts chasing them. Looking at the thick smoke rising above the base from afar, they knew that the people there would never be able to go back. The phone rang, and Guin answered it. It was Han Salian's voice. Where are you? Have you left the base? Although they have parted ways and gone to different places, Han Salian at least wants to make sure they are safe. If they don't come out, he may have to rush back. We're out, still waiting for my sister and Zheng Jia. There was some anxiety between Guin's brows. The base was in chaos now, and no one dared to go in. But Guyu and Zheng Jia haven't come out yet. How can he not be anxious? Wait a minute, there's an incoming call. Guin saw the phone number and happily switched to answer it. It was indeed Guyu. Where will we meet after we leave the base? Guin gave a rough location, and Guyu hung up the phone. He still looked a little dazed. Why was there a whirring sound coming from the phone? Could it be that they were running here? Han Salian was still waiting for his reply. Guin cleared his throat and said, My sister is fine. You can go now. He knew that Han Salian was worried about them, and still had some loyalty and had not completely forgotten her principles for the sake of beauty. Is he really okay? Han Salian was half believing and half doubting. In fact, he was still reluctant to leave Gu Yu and the others, but he didn't want to go to the capital. Besides, he had family in FiveseveN, and he didn't know whether they were dead or alive. No matter what, he had to go and see it with his own eyes. It's okay, you guys go. We'll come to In Province to see you later. Gu Jin waved his hand generously. The end of the world was approaching and full of dangers, but as long as they were safe, he could finally feel at ease. Take care. Han Salian's words were choked with sobs. Finally, she hardened her heart and hung up the phone, then stepped on the accelerator and headed towards FiveseveN. Ming, he was sitting in the co-pilot seat. She glanced at Han Salian, then turned her worried gaze to Ming's mother behind her. After being scratched by the mutant beast, she had been running a high fever. She didn't know if she would mutate or gain special powers. It was impossible to say that she was not worried at this moment, but fate was so cruel and no one could predict what the outcome would be. Just like they were sitting together during dinner, but who would have thought that they would start running away separately in the middle of the night? Ming's father sat in the back seat, holding a dagger tightly. He held Ming's mother in his arms, half worried and half nervous. If his wife really mutated, he couldn't guarantee that his dagger would be able to stab her. If it's better, you can have superpowers if... Ming's father shook his head and didn't dare to think further. It was pitch black ahead, with only car lights illuminating the road ahead, which was the direction they were heading home. Gu Jin and Feng Zi got out of the car and cleared the obstacles around them. Any blind mutant beast would jump out from the bushes and would be killed by Feng Zi with a single shot from a distance. Xiaodong sat quietly in the car, neither speaking nor getting out, just looking out the window into the dark night, as if there were invisible ghosts there. Yuan Yumin hesitated in the car for a moment, but still opened the door and got out. Gu Yu and the others had shocked him so much that he was not surprised that everyone could get through on the phone now. However, it seemed that these phones were only useful in the hands of few of their internal staff and could not be used to contact the outside world. Otherwise, Gu Yu would not have agreed to protect him back to the capital for this reason. You can't make calls to provinces? Yuan Yumin asked the question in his mind, although he already had some guesses. They were companions now, and he didn't want to hide anything from each other, unless it was something confidential that couldn't be known to outsiders. No, it's just a call between the few of us. Gu Jin shook his head. Guo Mingming also had a phone call, but Yuan Yumin might not know about this. How did Colonel Yuan get here? Feng Zi was having some interactions with him. After all, she and Yuan Yumin were not familiar with each other, and they were still in the stage of testing each other. I wanted to go back to Beijing, but I didn't expect to be detained here. They wanted to kill me because they saw I was of no use to them. Gu Yu and others saved me. Yuan Yumin explained the whole cause and effect in one sentence, but skipped the reason why he returned to Beijing. Feng Zi and Gu Jin looked at each other and had no intention of asking further questions. How can Colonel Yuan be worthless? It's probably because the people in the base don't know his value. However, Yuan Yumin is still a person with special powers after all. Even if his special powers are useless, they are still special powers. Feng Zi looked Yuan Yumin up and down, wondering where he got the gun from and where he put it now. Yuan Yumin smiled without comment. In the dark night, he leaned against the car and quietly lit a cigarette, the sparks flickering at his fingertips, with an indescribable masculine charm. Feng Zi took a look and then looked away. She was not interested in men. If Yuan Yumin could take out his gun, she would be interested in studying it carefully. But Gu Jin seemed to have opened up a new world. He walked up to Yuan Yumin and winked. Colonel Yuan, do you have any cigarettes? He usually doesn't smoke much and is not addicted, but at this moment he suddenly wanted to take a puff. Why didn't they think of stockpiling cigarettes when they were stockpiling supplies in the apocalypse? Yuan Yumin readily gave Gu Jin a cigarette. You and your sister don't look much alike. Gu Yu is cold and aloof, while Gu Jin is more lively and cheerful. If you don't tell them, you would never imagine that they are siblings. Maybe one is like dad and the other one is like mom. Gu Jin took a deep breath and blew out a smoke ring with satisfaction. He knew that Yuan Yumin was taking the opportunity to ask questions. He kept talking about his sister. Could this guy be interested in his sister? It's true that Gu Yu is very strong, but Zheng Jia is not weak either, and his cooking skills are top-notch. So the question is, apart from his good looks, high status, special abilities, cooking skills, and age, what makes Yuan Yumin worthy of his sister? The two chatted casually, and what surprised Yuan Yumin was that Gu Jin was so young, but still very knowledgeable. His answers to his questions were smooth and flawless. He asked again and again, but still couldn't find out what he wanted to know. Instead, Guin went off topic, and he couldn't get back to it for a while. Do young people think differently? Chapter 88, Going to Beijing. The night wind gently blew the dry grass, and a chill came over me. Fangzi stood on the roof of the car and looked into the distance. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "There is movement." Then she raised her pistol and aimed. Yuan Yumin and Gu Jin immediately became alert. Even Xiaodong in the car turned over and looked out the rear window, watching what was happening in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. It was like the sound of a heavy tank rolling over the ground, shaking the ground. Gu Jin and Yuan Yumin looked at each other. What kind of huge monster was coming? Fang Zi stood high and could see far away. When she saw clearly that it was a tiger running towards her, and there seemed to be a person sitting on the tiger's back, she was surprised and looked at Yuan Yumin again. "Colonel, it seems to be the tiger that agreed to follow us. Could it be that the tiger carried my sister and the others back?" Gu Jin scratched his head, and sure enough, he was right. The majestic tiger stood in front of them, and its overwhelming momentum made Gu Jin and Yuan Yumin couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Gu Yu rolled off the tiger's back swiftly, and then took Yi Meihua and the little girl off the tiger's back. Zheng Jia was lying at the front, with his eyes half closed and looking listless. In fact, this guy was having a high fever while advancing to the next level. Spring. Xiaodong saw the little girl and hurriedly ran out of the car. He didn't expect to see his sister here again. He remembered that they used to make a living together in the shanty town. Brother Xiaodong. When the little girl, Chun Tian, saw Xiaodong, she rushed over happily, as if her family was reunited. Yi Meihua stood aside, awkwardly waiting for Gu Yu's introduction. In fact, she and Chun Tian were really desperate. If Gu Yu didn't take them with him, they wouldn't know where to go outside the base gate. What should be said is that a woman with a little girl would probably have difficulty surviving in the apocalypse if she did not have the ability to survive. Yi Meihua, water-based supernatural power. Gu Yu just turned around and said something to Gu Jin and the others. Then he took Zheng Jia off the tiger's back and touched the tiger's head. "Da Huang, you've worked hard." The tiger turned its head away proudly. It didn't want to be called Da Huang, but seeing that being called that by Gu Yu was not bad either. "Have you tamed it?" Yuan Yumin looked at Gu Yu in surprise. He had the ability to communicate with mutant beasts, but that would not work if he encountered a mutant beast with a higher level of ability than him. The tiger was willing to follow them at first just out of curiosity, but now that the king of the forest was willing to let Gu Yu ride it, how could this not be taming? The tiger roared in dissatisfaction. It didn't like the word tamed, although it was quite convinced by the woman. Whoever gave it meat and helped it to level up would be its boss. Not really. Da Huang will follow us from now on. Gu Yu paused and said, "We haven't found the Hummer yet. Let's rest here and then continue on our journey." Yuan Yumin is a person with spatial abilities, and Gu Yu doesn't know how big his space is. It would be even better if it could accommodate a car, but this is someone else's privacy, and it's not a good idea to ask about it before the relationship reaches a certain level. It's just a pity about her Hummer, as there was still a lot of supplies in the car. Is Zheng Jia going to level up again? Go stay in the car for a while. Gu Jin was very envious of Zheng Jia's condition. He was not far from the 2nd level, but Zheng Jia was going to level up to the 3rd level. This was really enviable. You are also at the 3rd level. Yuan Yumin looked at Gu Yu. If she was like a sharp sword at the beginning, then at this moment her brilliance is restrained, but no one dares to ignore her edge. It was luck. Gu Yu did not deny it, which was considered an admission. Fang Zi whistled and made a strange noise. "Sister Gu is still the best. I'm so impressed by you without even leaning against the wall." Gu Yu helped Zheng Jia get into the car. Gu Jin and the others didn't feel comfortable staying in the car, so they simply huddled next to the tiger to keep warm. Gu Jin even stroked its fur from time to time, under the pretext of enhancing his relationship with Da Huang. When they were alone, Gu Yu put Zheng Jia's head on her lap, and she just looked at him with her watery eyes. Gu Yu stretched out his hand to cover his eyes, making people want to do bad things to him, especially when he was so weak. Gu Yu couldn't help but pinched his little face and said, "He didn't faint this time. That's progress." "It hurts, my whole body hurts." Zheng Jia moved the corners of his lips, his voice a little hoarse. This time he used up all his supernatural powers, and his whole body was spasming in pain, as if his tendons and veins had dried up. That crystal core was like nectar flowing into his body, gradually nourishing his limbs and bones, leading him to reach the threshold of supernatural powers. He wanted to stay awake during this process and look at Guyu soberly. Fool, you shouldn't have used up all your abilities. You should have kept the last bit to protect yourself. Guyu held Zhengjia's face and told him seriously, no one's life is more important than yours. You can't do this even for me. After running out of the base, Yi Meihua told Guyu and Zhengjia intermittently about what happened to them in the shed. She did not exaggerate, but her calm narration could not conceal the indifference and selfishness of human nature. It was unknown whether those who fled had a good ending in the end, but Yi Meihua was finally glad that she stayed with Zhengjia. For you, isn't it possible? Zhengjia pursed his lips, his eyes dim. Yes. Guyu nodded affirmatively. Zhengjia's heart was too soft and kind. He always sacrificed himself for others inadvertently. She just hoped that he could protect himself when she couldn't be by his side. Zhengjia remained silent, but he did not agree with Guyu's statement in his heart. She was not someone else, but someone who was more important than his life and his heart. The two of them didn't speak, and the atmosphere was a little tense. Guyu lowered her head to glance at Zhengjia's slightly chapped lips, looked around, and saw an unopened bottle of mineral water on the car door. She took it and prepared to pour it for Zhengjia to drink. After opening the cap of the mineral water bottle, Guyu found that it was not easy for the person lying down to drink the water. Without hesitation, he took a sip himself, and then lowered his head to pass the water into Zhengjia's mouth. When the warm lips touched his, Zhengjia froze. He opened his mouth in surprise, and the saliva slid in and gurgled down his throat. Guyu fed Zhengjia a few sips of water in one breath, and felt that it was enough, but she didn't expect Zhengjia to grab her with his long arms and pull her down again. I want more. It was unclear whether he wanted water or someone in his whispered words. Guin felt so warm next to the tiger. If he wasn't worried about Zhengjia's situation, he wouldn't have gone to the car to inquire. As a result, he took a look into the car window in the dark. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked, but as soon as he looked, he wanted to cover his eyes. This is not suitable for children. Chapter 89 Enemies. Zhengjia's lips were hot. His whole body was hot. He had a high fever, but his willpower kept him from fainting, and he faced the entire upgrade process soberly. It was as if there was a demon living in my heart, and this demon wanted to jump out and destroy everything. It was full of blood and violence. But Guyu kept holding his hand, and his heart slowly calmed down without any more waves. They both stayed in the car that night. Guyu accompanied him, resting and keeping an eye on his condition. Guin and the others could only stay next to the tiger for the night. Fortunately, Dahuang was very warm, and with him around, the mutant beasts avoided them. Occasionally, some ignorant mutants would bump into them, but they would be killed instantly by Feng Zi. This woman never puts down her gun, even when she sleeps, and is extremely vigilant. Yuan Yumin took the opportunity to communicate with Dahuang, but Dahuang didn't want to pay attention to him. The person he trusted most now was Guyu. Even though they couldn't communicate as well as they did with Yuan Yumin, they could still understand each other's meaning. Yuan Yumin was also surprised when he learned that Guyu had killed a giant python. However, the big yellow thief was smart and skipped the details of how he was rescued by Guyu and ate the giant python's corpse. Anyway, he has been upgraded now, so who can do anything to him? Chuntian snuggled in Xiaodong's arms and told him what happened after he left. There were heavy casualties in the shed area. After all, they were unarmed and there was no one with special abilities. When the disaster happened, the people at the base did not send anyone to protect them and left them to fend for themselves. Yi Meihua's appearance was an accident. Now that she knew Guyu and the others were going to go up the well, she curled up at the tiger's tail with her eyes shining. She has an uncle in the capital, and she can go to see him. As for her home, she can't get back. It is too dangerous to travel alone. If she loses her life, what else can she do? Only by finding her uncle can we plan for other things. When the first ray of morning light shone through the car window, Zhengjia slowly woke up. He clenched his fists and felt his whole body filled with strength. The power of that crystal core was sufficient, but it was not easy for him to upgrade both of his dual abilities at the same time. However, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The wind-type ability was upgraded to the 3rd level, and so was the mental ability. This was probably due to the fact that he had used both abilities to exhaustion, which allowed him to continuously absorb the power of the crystal core. He had a beautiful dream. In the dream, there was a blue sea where he and Guyu were wandering freely. There must be such happy times. Without the Hummer, The supplies on everyone could only last for a few days. But they were afraid that the car would not have enough gasoline, so they had to find a place to refuel on the road. After simply eating some dry food, Guyu and his team set off. Bypassing the two mountain bases, we headed towards the capital. Black smoke could be seen rising from the base in the distance, where a fire had been burning all night. I don't know if anyone is alive. Feng Zi silently glanced in the direction of the base. Gu Jin shook his head. Even if I were alive, I wouldn't stay there anymore. Since there was only one car, Gu Jin and Zheng Jia could only ride on the Tiger, while Yimei Hua and Chun Tian took the car. Yimei Hua was still a little embarrassed, but Gu Jin comforted her. Look how comfortable they are. People in love just don't like to be played as a third wheel. Yimei Hua smiled awkwardly. She could see that Gu Yu and Zheng Jia had a special relationship, and it turned out that they were really lovers. One person is willing to sacrifice his own life to save another person. This kind of love is really something people yearn for. I don't know if she can encounter it. Da Huang is still too conspicuous. Let's see if we can get another car to store supplies. Gu Yu sat on Da Huang's back, and Zheng Jia held her and sat behind him. Although she guessed that Yuan Yumin had spatial abilities, she couldn't say it out loud. Besides, they didn't know everything about him. Even if she got the supplies, she would still feel uneasy if she left them with others. That Hummer, Zheng Jia said hesitantly. I searched around but couldn't find it. Could have been driven away by someone. When they left, they went to the parking lot again. Most of the cars had been driven away, and there were many dead gray wolves left in the parking lot. Some of the cars parked there were also damaged. It seemed that many people had fled in panic. Their Hummer is so sturdy and conspicuous, and there are supplies and gasoline stored in the trunk. Of course, it is the first choice for others to escape. Just drive it away. I'll get another suitable one later. Guyu did not have any regrets. After all, she was very familiar with driving the Hummer. Although riding Da Huang was not bad, Da Huang still had to go out to find food sometimes. Guyu had already warned it not to eat human flesh, but this guy had never eaten meat before, so he only ate mutant beasts and looked down on ordinary animals. But before they had gone far, they came across the lost Hummer at a convenience store stall at the entrance of a village. Guyu's eyes lit up immediately, and he was afraid that Da Huang would scare the people away. So he got off the tiger's back in advance, patted Da Huang, and said, "Go play by yourself." Da Huang dug the mud under his feet and felt a little aggrieved. When needed, it is Da Huang, and when not needed, just let it go to cool down. Fortunately, it is not hungry now and does not need to look for food. The giant python is enough to take care of it for a few days. Sister, our car. Gu Jin and Feng Zi had obviously also discovered the Hummer and stopped the car in advance. Everyone discussed from a distance what to do. Finally, Yimei Hua was sent to take the lead, and of course she was not the only one. She also brought Xiaodong and Chun Tian with her. This kind of combination is most likely to make people relax their vigilance, while Gu Yu and others are lying in ambush around and waiting for an opportunity to strike. The small shop at the entrance of the village had already been emptied. There were still a few mutant cats here when Zhao Hong and his men arrived. They were not able to detect them in time, and after losing one of their men, these mutant cats were also dealt with. Zhao she sat on a long bench next to the square table, eating the bread in his hand, looking into the distance somewhat absent-mindedly, not knowing whether Yang Yiming had escaped or not. Old Man Meng was unlucky and was taken away by a mountain cat when he was leaving. Liang Dong wanted to save him, but a group of jackals surrounded him. What could he do but run away? Okay, we've eaten and rested enough, but we still have to hurry on our way. Zhao Hong smoked his cigarette to the end before putting it out on the table. He was a little upset, but now that the Liangshan base was destroyed and the golden bead was nowhere to be found, he could only go somewhere else. Is the toad really gone? Otherwise, why are there so many mutant beasts in the mountain? When that guy was here, the mutant beasts all hibernated in the back mountain. Zhao Hong didn't know what had happened, but he didn't dare to go back to investigate now. After all, there were beasts running rampant in the two mountains base. Even if he was confident in his own strength, he couldn't say that he could escape unscathed in such an environment. Chapter 90 Narrow Road. When Yuan Yumin saw Zhao Hong, a deep color appeared in his dark eyes, and his whole aura was different. Gu Yu understood and turned to look at him. Do you have a grudge against him? Yes. Yuan Yumin nodded solemnly. I will avenge this grudge myself. He always felt that it was not simple for Zhao Hong to stop him, and perhaps he had other intentions, and this was also the reason why he wanted to keep this matter secret from Gu Yu and the others. Okay. Guyu shrugged, glanced at Yi Meihua and the two children, and warned, "Don't hurt your own people." "I know." Yuan Yumin nodded, turned, and entered the side path, where he could turn a long way and go around behind Zhao Hong and the others. At this time, Yi Meihua had already approached with Xiaodong and Chuntian. Their sudden appearance made Zhao Hong a little alert, but when he saw that it was a woman with two children, he immediately relaxed his vigilance. Zhao Shi glanced at Yi Meihua and said, they're the survivors of our base." She remembered Yi Meihong after meeting her once, as if she was a water-related mutant. "Miss Zhao." Yi Meihua nodded hurriedly to Zhao Shi, and then looked at Zhao Hong with fear and trepidation. She naturally knew the father and daughter, but it was normal that Zhao Hong did not remember her. After all, she was just a small water-based mutant. However, this father and daughter can run faster than anyone else. Those people in the base left them alone, and they ran here. "Dad, take her with you. She has water-related abilities, and I can't live without water," Zhao Shi said as a matter of course. She has always loved beauty and can't stand not taking a bath for several days. Zhao Hong glanced at Yi Meihua silently, and then glanced at Chuntian and Xiaodong. A water-type mutant can escape from the base with two children. This is strange no matter how you look at it. He is not stupid. Someone saved us. Chuntian couldn't help but speak, her young voice innocent. It was a very powerful brother. Zheng Jia was indeed very powerful. At that time, he fought against a group of beasts and was as mighty as a god. Yes, that person just happened to save us, and that's how we escaped from the base. Yi Meihua nodded repeatedly, and Xiaodong added, "We got in another uncle's car, but he was going another direction, so we got off there." Xiaodong said this, and pointed to a place not far away where there was a crooked tree. A deep light flashed across Zhao Hong's eyes, and he suddenly stood up and said, "You come with us, and the two children stay." Yi Meihua was stunned for a moment. Chuntian and Xiaodong looked at each other, and then Chuntian started crying sadly. But Zhao Hong's group was not soft-hearted. Even when Zhao Shi walked past them, he just called Yi Meihua, "If you don't want to die here with them, come with us." Sympathy for the disadvantaged groups had long since disappeared with the arrival of the end of the world. Fortunately, they were not short of food at the moment. Otherwise, these two children might have been used as food reserves. There are many such situations in the end times. When people are extremely hungry, they dare to eat anything. "Uncle and Aunt, please don't leave." Xiaodong's eyes flashed with a cold light. He pretended to be scared and pulled Chuntian to chase after him for a few steps. His voice was filled with tears. "Please don't ignore us." But all they got in response was the cold air and the indifferent backs of these people. Xiaodong snorted coldly. He had long known that there were no good people in the Liangshan base, and the decision to leave with Guyu and the others was the wisest. Yi Meihua was a little nervous and couldn't help looking around. She didn't know when Guyu and the others would launch an attack, and how they would start the fight. How would she hide then? Looking back, Xiaodong and Chuntian were no longer there. Squeak! There was a sound in the bushes on both sides. There are many fields in the village, and there are unharvested crops and vegetables. Although many of them have died of dryness or freezing due to the end of the world, there are still many that can be eaten if you pick them carefully. But Zhao Hong and his friends didn't even think much of the food. They just wanted to leave quickly and find a place to stay. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound was getting louder and louder. Zhao Shi stopped and looked sideways. A gray mouse had emerged from the bushes. The mouse was quite big, almost as big as a kitten. Zhao Shi felt goosebumps all over his body. When the end of the world comes, these animals mutate and become exaggeratedly large in size. But she was not afraid of a mouse. After all, she was a supernatural being. But Zhao Shi suddenly discovered that there was more than one mouse, and they kept popping their heads out of the grass. "Dad, look!" Zhao Shi couldn't help but scream. In just a moment, the rats swarmed in and surrounded them. Those gray figures were so dense that it made people's scalps numb. Yi Meihua was also a little frozen. She didn't know whether these rats would attack her later. She was afraid. Are these rats crazy? Attack! Zhao Hong was a ruthless character. He immediately launched an attack when he realized that the situation was not right. He used the gold-based supernatural powers effectively. The golden cones pierced the rats' heads one by one, killing them in one blow. Just kidding, although these guys are small and can't do much alone, they're outnumbered. If they attack in groups, I'm afraid there won't be anything left but a corpse. There were about 7 or 8 people in Zhao Hong's group. They drove 2 cars, a Hummer and a Toyota off-road vehicle. At this moment, everyone leaned against the vehicles and launched the attack. Some used guns, some used supernatural powers to attack, and some built earth walls for defense. Yimehua took the opportunity to hide behind them, trembling all over. She didn't know whether Guyu and the others would rescue her if Zhao Hong and the others were attacked by rats. She had no idea. After all, they were just chance acquaintances. What was her life worth? Damn it, it must be this woman who attracted the rats. Zhao Hong was already overwhelmed. It was true that his ability was at the 3rd level, but there were too many rats, and it was impossible for him to kill them all. Thinking of this, Zhao Hong picked up Yimehua and said, "Let's go. We can't fight any longer." As he said this, he wanted to throw Yimehua into the rat group to divert the trouble away. "Dad, don't." Zhao Shi panicked. This was her source of water. It was not easy to kill a water-based mutant. She couldn't easily lose this source of water. While Zhao Hong and his daughter were fighting for the item, Yimehua was thrown out by him. Yimehua was so frightened that her heart and liver seemed to have foreseen her fate of being mercilessly eaten by the rats. But the moment she landed, the rats actually avoided her. Yimehua was stunned at first. Then she reacted and suddenly rolled forward, quickly leaving this place of trouble. She knew that Yuan Yumin had the ability to communicate with mutant beasts, so this organized and premeditated attack must be his masterpiece. Chapter 91, Revenge. The moment Yimehua was thrown into the rat swarm, Zhaoxi couldn't help but close her eyes because she could foresee the scene of this girl being eaten by mutant beasts, which would definitely be extremely tragic. But something unexpected happened. The rats bypassed Yimehua and continued to attack them. Zhaoxi and his group were all dumbfounded. It was Zhao Hong who reacted first. "We've been tricked by someone. Let's retreat." He kicked the rat in front of him away and turned around to open the car door. Too late. Gu Jin's voice sounded in a high-pitched voice, and 2 lightning bolts were thrown over. The people who touched the car door first were electrocuted. Metal can conduct electricity, and whoever touches the car first will be unlucky. Even Zhao Hong, a 3rd-level psychic, had his hair stand on end because of the electric shock. While these people were being electrocuted, the rats swarmed over and quickly dragged away Zhao Hong's minions, leaving only Zhao Hong and Zhao Shi, father and daughter. Screams could be heard from time to time in the fields, but fortunately the bushes blocked the view and prevented people from having to face the bloody scene. "Who are you?" Zhao Shi didn't know Gu Yu and the others, and was a little surprised to see so many people. However, his eyes lit up slightly when he passed by Zheng Jia. This young man was so handsome. She has always had a fondness for good-looking members of the opposite sex. If Yang Yiming had not been relatively gentle and handsome, how could she have been attracted to him? No one answered Zhao Shi's question. At this time, Yuan Yumin also came out from the darkness. He looked at Zhao Hong with a gloomy face. "You haven't forgotten me, have you?" "It's you." Zhao Hong pointed at Yuan Yumin with a trembling hand, with surprise flashing in his eyes. "Why are you not dead?" It stands to reason that no one who is given to a toad to eat will survive. But now that Yuan Yumin is standing here intact, perhaps it means that the fool Yang Yiming has died long ago. "Dad, you know him." Zhao Shi's eyes flickered. It seemed that the person came with ill intentions, and they didn't know if they could escape. "He is." Zhao Hong gritted his teeth. Gu Jin's electric shock just now made his whole body numb. He couldn't recover yet, and couldn't concentrate on his supernatural powers. Although Zhao Shi also has supernatural powers, his fancy moves are not good enough. "I don't care what grudges you have between you. You have to return my car if you stole it." Gu didn't want to care about the grudges between Yuan Yumin and Zhao Hong at all. He directly opened the trunk to check. Their supplies were still there, and there were also a lot of reserves in the other Toyota SUV. Gu Jin checked and nodded at her. "Let's drive both cars away. I'll wait for you there." Gu Yu pointed to the crooked tree, not far away, and gestured to Yuan Yumin. Everyone got into the car quickly, including Yimehua and Xiao Dong Chunshin, who had been hiding just now. Zhao Hong's face turned pale. He never expected that he, who had been so wise all his life, would end up in this situation. "Brother, you won't really kill me and my daughter, will you? You've already stolen our car, so just let us go." Zhao Shi blinked at Yuan Yumin, trying his best to appear pitiful. Yuan Yumin has a different demeanor from that of a young boy. He is full of the charm of a mature man. He stands with an upright posture, and his movements of holding the gun look so skillful. She intuitively thinks he is a soldier. "Yuan, Colonel Yuan, I'm only following orders. Who told you not to hand over what they want?" Zhao Hong begged for mercy while concentrating on recovering his special powers. As long as he could move, he should be able to escape. Who asked you to do this? Yuan Yuman's face was gloomy. What he held in his hand was extremely important, and he would not hand it over to anyone easily. I don't know who they are. They exchanged supplies with me and said that if they couldn't find that thing, they would let you stay. I was just looking for money. Zhao Hong also wanted to pretend to be pitiful, but he was old and had an old face, plus his hair stood up like a hedgehog, so he looked like an old gangster no matter how you looked at him. He didn't know what that thing was, but the people over there left a truck full of supplies, so he just took it. A deep light flashed across Yuan Yuman's eyes. Zhao Hong didn't look like he was lying. Even a person like Zhao Hong couldn't get access to confidential information. At most, he could be given some sweet benefits. But if those people wanted to intercept him, it might be unrealistic to send such a person. Okay, I'll let you go. Yuan Yumin slowly put down the gun. Zhao Hong was delighted and turned around, pulled Zhao Shi, and left. But he didn't expect that when he turned around, he felt a chill on his back and heard a gunshot beside his ear. Zhao Hong looked down and saw blood gushing out his chest. He turned around and looked at Yuan Yumin in disbelief. Lied to me. Isn't it said that soldiers are the most genuine and won't lie? They're all liars. Zhao Hong fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up countless smoke and dust. He could not close his eyes until his death, as he still had many ambitions that had not been realized. However, if his situation was reversed with Yuan Yuman's, he would not let the enemy go. Zhao Shi screamed and covered her eyes. She didn't expect Yuan Yumin to shoot, as he said. Doesn't this man look quite upright? Didn't he say he would let them father and daughter go? The father and daughter have lost everything, and now even his father has been beaten to death. Zhao Shi hugged herself and couldn't help shivering. She never had any big ambitions and just wanted to eat, drink, and have fun all her life. But why couldn't she achieve such a simple wish? When Zhao Hong died, her world collapsed, and that was a loss that could never be made up for no matter how many men she found. He wants to kill me. I'm just taking revenge. Go away, I won't kill you. Yuan Yumin really put away the gun this time. Zhao Hong must die, no matter whether he has any contact with the people over there. Yuan Yumin is not a cruel person. He just wants revenge. Aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you? Zhao Shi's eyes were red, and he looked at Yuan Yumin with hatred. If you want revenge, just come. Yuan Yumin looked at Zhao Shi with indifferent eyes. He would not kill innocent people. If Zhao Shi wanted to avenge your father, he would follow suit. I'll remember you. Zhao Shi gritted her teeth, and suddenly a black flame appeared at her fingertips. She waved her hand, and the flame jumped onto Zhao Hong's body, quickly turning him into a pool of black water. Zhao Shi turned and left without looking back. Black fire? Yuan Yumin frowned. It was the first time he saw a supernatural being with such flames. Not far away, Guyu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, glanced casually and inadvertently saw Zhao Shi's black flames, and his eyes became more solemn. Yuan Yumin was right to kill Zhao Hong, but wasn't a bit too soft-hearted to let his daughter go. There are not many people who possess black flames in the apocalypse. She remembers that the most powerful one among them is Zhao Shi, who calls herself the Black Widow. This woman is both cruel and powerful. Could it be this woman? Chapter 92, Hiking. Guyu retrieved the Hummer and accidentally snatched a Toyota Jeep full of supplies, so the sedan was left behind. The group set out again. Yuan Yumin seemed to be worried. Even though he had gotten rid of Zhao Hong, he still felt uneasy. He felt as if someone was watching him all the way, and who knows where someone had dug a trap for him to jump into. Yuan Yumin didn't say much, and Guyu didn't ask any more questions. While waiting to cook together later, Zheng Jia cooked some hot fried egg noodles. As everyone slurped up the noodles, a smile appeared on their faces. Yi Meihua was very surprised. She didn't expect Zheng Jia to be so capable and have good cooking skills. Guyu was really lucky to be with him. Of course, such a blessing is something that others can't envy. Only when both people are strong can they support each other on the road ahead. After this section of the road, there may be roadblocks on the road tomorrow, and we won't be able to drive forward then. Yuan Yumin suddenly mentioned this, and Guyu looked at him and frowned. What about my car? She didn't want to give up the Hummer, as she would have to drive it back to Province S. This was when the importance of spatial abilities became apparent. If there was a person with spatial abilities among them, she wouldn't have to give up her car. Perhaps he was a little scared by Guyu's gaze. Yuan Yumin cleared his throat and stood up. Guyu, let's talk over here. There are some things that I want to tell Guyu that cannot be told to outsiders. Guyu didn't hesitate, stood up, and walked to the corner with Yuan Yumin. Everyone was used to it. Guyu had the decision-making power in this team, and Yuan Yumin was their employer. As long as the demands were not excessive, they should try their best to meet them and maintain a pleasant cooperative relationship. I can take your car away. After saying this, Yuan Yumin carefully observed Guyu's expression. Sure enough, there was no surprise in her eyes. Spatial ability, you're a dual ability person. Guyu talked about the matter, but he couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. Thank you very much. It seems that you're not unfamiliar with spatial abilities. Yuan Yumin's tone was somewhat tentative. Seeing that Guyu did not want to say more, he turned to talk about what happened today. Zhao Hong wants to kill me, so I can't spare his life. But his daughter doesn't know about it, so I don't want to kill innocent people. People who possess black flames are different. This Zhao, she may become a big threat to you in the future. You have to be more careful. But you stop there. In Zhao, she did not have any hatred. Of course, Yang Yiming did not die at her hands to be exact. If Zhao, she wanted to hold her responsible, then go ahead. Guyu is no pushover. Isn't she just a black widow? Didn't you see that her man is the strongest man in the apocalypse? Zheng Jia is very strong, but she is not weak either. Yuan Yumin nodded, a deep light flashed in his eyes, and after thinking for a while, he told Guyu, I have a mission this time, but maybe some people don't want me to return to the capital like this, so I'm afraid there will be twists and turns on this road. Guyu raised his eyebrows. You didn't say that at first. After a pause, he continued, if the danger increases, then the reward. The remuneration will naturally double. Yuan Yumin nodded. He was a person who valued talents. Guyu, Zheng Jia, Gu Jin, Fang Zi, even Han Salian and Ming Yi who had left, all these people had their shining points. If possible, I really want to gather all these people together and use them for him. Okay, but let me be frank with you. When the crisis really comes, saving your life is the most important thing. Other things are just external things. We can't sacrifice our own lives just to protect you. Guyu looked at Yuan Yumin deeply. She only said what she wanted to say. Yuan Yumin was a smart man, so she didn't need to say more. Guyu vaguely remembered that at the end of the world, the base in the capital was dominated by the Jiang family, because they had researched a certain gene which, if injected into a person's body, could give that person superpowers. But later on, he heard that people who were injected with this gene would have sequelae, so it was not popularized at the time, but it was still a temporary killing weapon. These are all rumors about the end of the world, and no one knows whether they are true or not. I understand. Yuan Yumin nodded. He could not force Guyu and the others to be loyal to him. But as a soldier, it was his duty to obey orders and complete his mission, even at the cost of his life. The journey on the second day was just as Yuan Yumin had said. After driving for dozens of kilometers, the car could not move forward. Some roads had roadblocks, and some roads were blocked by cars. If the army had not come to clear the roads, these roads would not have been open at all. Fortunately, Yuan Yumin waved his hand and put both cars into a space. Everyone carried a backpack of supplies and walked forward. Gu Jin and other people who had never heard of or seen this naturally showed different degrees of shock at Yuan Yumin's spatial ability. But Guyu and Zheng Jia looked calm, so they didn't want to show it too much and only whispered to each other in secret. Xiaodong and Chuntian looked on with envy. The two children walked along the way without complaining and were even whispering to each other. Brother Xiaodong, do you think we can have these superpowers too? I'm not greedy. I just want to be able to create water. It would be even better if I could put things away like Uncle Yuan. Chun Tian had a look of innocence on his face, and his eyes on his dark little face were as bright as stars. Xiao Dong chuckled. You are so greedy that you want two powers right away. I would be happy if I just had a wind power like Brother Zheng Jia. Yi Meihua listened at the side with a somewhat subtle look on her face. In addition to the wind-related abilities, Zheng Jia also had another ability that she couldn't name. As long as he glared at the mutant beasts, they would immediately fall to the ground and die. This ability was much more powerful than the wind-related abilities. So does everyone in their team know that he has dual abilities? As Yi Meihua thought about this, her eyes couldn't help but fall on Zheng Jia's back. They had been walking for a day, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone behind him, stretching his shadow long and tall like a javelin. Unfortunately, she couldn't dream of such a person. Yi Meihua shook her head. After several days of hiking, they did encounter some mutants and mutant beasts along the way, but Guyu and his men were strong enough that they could easily deal with them as long as they were not surrounded by a large wave. We should be able to see the boundary marker of the capital city after another day of walking. Yuan Yumin was also exhausted from walking. He was originally wearing military boots, but the soles of the boots had torn. When he rested at night, he took out a pair of sneakers and changed into them. Chapter 93 Meet Again. Yuan Yumin was wearing brand new Jordan sneakers, which made Guin envious. He leaned over and said, "Brother Yuan, you have so much supplies. Why don't you buy each of us a new pair of shoes?" Guin has now changed the way he addresses Yuan Yumin from Colonel Yuan to Brother Yuan, which shows the progress in their relationship. However, Yuan Yumin was not a bad person. He was generous and not petty. He was honest and had a good heart. He still had some of the passion of a soldier. He was not the kind of politician that Guyu hated who only knew how to scheme and curry favor with others. "I'm size 42. Guin pointed at the pair of black sneakers on his feet that were covered with dust and dirt, and then pointed at Fangzi and said, "She's size 37. Zheng Ji is size 43. And as for my sister, just give her a pair of handsome 36 boots." Yuan Yumin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't have that many shoes. I don't have women's shoes, but I do have your and Zheng Ji's sizes. As for clothes, shoes, and hats for the two children, he had none left." "That is fine." Guin clapped his hands and stood up. He called Zheng Jia and took Yuan Yumin to look for treasures in his space. Guyu and a few others were roasting sweet potatoes by the fire. Xiaodong shrank his feet, feeling a little embarrassed. They were all girls, and it seemed like a little boy like him was out of place. "What's the matter? Do you still want to join them?" Fangzi grabbed Xiaodong and asked, "Have you practiced your gun today?" Fangzi did not have any special powers at first, but she was studious and had a talent for guns. It was the constant practice day and night that allowed her to achieve what she has today. Even if she did not have special powers, she would not be easily defeated. "I have practiced." Xiaodong nodded seriously. He wanted to become stronger than anyone else and have the ability to survive in the apocalypse. "I see some chicken breasts in the car. Let's grill them on skewers." Yi Meihua stood up and walked toward the car. She had been getting along with Guyu and the others for some time. These people seemed careless, but they were actually very meticulous and didn't care too much about anything, especially when it came to food. This was rare in the apocalypse. But thanks to them, Yi Meihua ate a lot of delicious food along the way, which was better than her life in the base. "Sister Meihua, let me help." Upon hearing that there was meat to eat, Chuntian quickly jumped up and ran towards her with his short legs. During this period, they had a balanced diet. Both children gained some weight, and even Yi Meihua's complexion became rosy. In the eyes of others, this group of people did not look like people trying to survive in the apocalypse. They lived a very comfortable life. Guyu was holding a thumb-thick branch and roasting the sweet potatoes in the fire. Some of them were roasted so hard that they were soaked with oil and gave off a delicious aroma. "What a nice smell." Suddenly a voice sounded in the quiet night. Guyu's hair stood on end, and the black sword was unsheathed in an instant. "Who, come out?" Fangzi also immediately drew her gun, and even Xiaodong became alert. Two figures slowly walked out from behind a tree not far away, one slender and the other tall. They were obviously a man and a woman. When they got closer, he realized they were two young and beautiful faces. Guyu always felt like they looked familiar, because she saw a blue light and a red light shining from the two people. The two lights reflected each other, brilliant and dazzling. "It's you." Guyu finally remembered where she had seen them. Although she didn't see them at that time, such a pure light flashed across her eyes and left a deep impression. "Hey, you remember us?" Song Yu raised his handsome eyebrows and looked at Guyu with some surprise. After a moment, he was surprised again. "You have upgraded?" At that time, in Jie Province, Guyu had just been promoted to the 2nd level, but not long after that, this woman reached the 3rd level. Song Yu thinks he is quite strong, but when he meets Guyu, he can't help but call him strong. She is indeed very strong. Bai Ling was dressed in white, beautiful as a fairy who was not of this world. Her indifferent eyes swept across Guyu and fell on the sweet potatoes in the fire. Song Yu understood and pulled her to sit down. "Can you share some sweet potatoes with us?" He sounded quite familiar. Guyu put away her sword, but there was still some vigilance in her eyes. The strength of these two people was definitely above hers. They might have already reached the 4th level. Otherwise, they would have appeared beside them, so quietly without her knowing. "Okay." Guyu nodded expressionlessly. Fangzi looked at her inquiringly again. Seeing Guyu nod slightly, she and Xiaodong put away their guns. When Yimehua and Chuntian were turning around with the chicken skewers sprinkled with seasoning, they were startled when they suddenly saw two extra people. Chuntian just looked at them curiously. Brother and sister, you are so beautiful. One is handsome and the other is ethereal and beautiful. They really look like people who walked out of a painting. Of course. Sangyu raised his head proudly and stared at the chicken skewers in Yimehua's hand. I want to eat that too. He was very straightforward. Yimehua had an embarrassed look on her face, but when she saw that Guyu had no intention of objecting, she handed the skewers over and said, You guys grill them first, and I'll skewer some more. Otherwise, there might not be enough. There are also 3 men, Yuan Yumin, Guin, and Zhengjia, who have big appetites. Guin wouldn't let go of Yuan Yumin's space, and the 3 of them changed into new clothes from head to toe. Although there was no water to take a shower, they wiped their faces with a towel and smoothed their hair. They were still handsome guys in the apocalypse. As the aroma of food wafted out, the 3 people came back one after another. Who are they? Guin was the first to notice the strangers. The aura of these 2 people was so strong that it was difficult to be ignored once they sat there. This is brother Sangyu, and that is sister Bailing. They are fraternal twins. Chuntian is such a warm and hospitable girl. She asked all the questions that Guyu and the others couldn't say, which helped Guyu to have an idea of the identities of these 2 people, but she didn't know why they came. My sister and I are twins. Aren't twins valuable these days? They're everywhere. Guin pursed his lips and sat down. Even though Guyu didn't say anything, maybe there was nothing wrong with these 2 people. Zhengjia sat next to Guyu, took the barbecue from her, and continued grilling. Yuan Yumin looked at Sangyu and Bai Ling warily. The timing of the 2 people's appearance was too strange, and he couldn't help but feel alert. Sangyu and Bai Ling didn't even look at these men and were enjoying their meal. Sister, it's so hot. Please eat slowly. Sangyu peeled a sweet potato for Bai Ling neatly. Although he was a younger brother, he served his sister very attentively. Well, I want that one more. Bai Ling pointed at the skewers while eating. She ate in a very gentle and elegant manner, but very quickly. There were already several skewers of meat in front of her, as well as a piece of peeled sweet potato skin. Chapter 94 Battle. Guyu looked at Guin silently. Others were siblings, and they were siblings too. Why had she never enjoyed such treatment? Guin felt a chill down his spine when he saw this look. He handed the kebab that he was about to put into his mouth to Guyu in a flattering manner. Sister, you eat first. Guyu looked at the skewers in Guin's hand with disdain. The chicken was too dry, which was not her favorite part. Just at this time, Zhengjia also handed over the grilled skewers. Eat mine. Guyu curled the corners of his lips and took the skewer of meat handed to him by Zhengjia as a matter of course. Guin, please tell me how deep his inner shadow is at this moment. The dinner was quite peaceful. Sangyu touched his round belly. They had been sleeping in the open air for some time and hadn't had a delicious meal for a long time, let alone a hot meal. Thank you. Sangyu was not a freeloader and offered 2 second-level crystal cores on his own initiative. Guyu took a look and nodded, motioning Guin to put away. Okay, now that we've finished with the personal matters, let's talk about business. Bai Ling cleared her throat and glanced at Yuan Yumin with an indifferent look. Colonel Yuan, you can hand over your belongings now. Everyone present was stunned. Yuan Yumin, Feng Zi, and others subconsciously drew their guns, saying that the appearance of these 2 people was strange, and it turned out that they really had other intentions. Don't bother. You all combined can't beat us. Just hand over the things to avoid hurting the relationship. Sangyu still had a smiling look on his face, but a flame rose in his hand, and he looked like he was ready to fight at any time. Bai Ling still had a calm expression on her face, but a gust of wind blew around her, causing everyone to squint their eyes and automatically move 3 meters away from them. The superpowers of fire and wind, fire taking advantage of the wind, is like adding wings to a tiger, and the twins have completely suppressed them in terms of superpower level. Yuan Yumin's face turned pale, but there was a flash of determination in his eyes. He would never hand over such a thing even if he died. Sangyu seemed to have expected this, and looked at Yuan Yumin again. I heard that you're also a space ability user. You don't have to hand it over. I heard that if a space ability user dies, everything in his space will be exposed. You want to kill him, but I don't agree. Guyu stood up, slowly drew out his black sword, touched the ground with the tip of the sword, and looked at Sangyu calmly. She went to the capital because of Yuan Yumin's guarantee. If Yuan Yumin was gone, what would be the point of their trip? We are almost reaching the capital, and we cannot fail here. Oh, Bai Ling's lips curled up slightly. I'm afraid you have no choice but to agree. As soon as the words fell, the wind suddenly rose and pieces of wind balls flew towards him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sound like the air exploding. Zheng Jia stood beside Gu Yu with his fists clenched, looking over with a gloomy face. As they both have wind-related abilities, he can feel that the girl opposite is very strong. But as long as Gu Yu says she will not retreat, he will never admit defeat to them. So if there's another wind-type mutant. Bai Ling turned her gaze to Zheng Jia. But you can't beat me. We'll know only if we try. Zheng Jia's face was calm, but he was actually communicating with Gu Yu in his mind. In a short while just now, they had already come up with a countermeasure. The two sides were confronting each other, and others who were not qualified to join the battle stayed away. What level are they? Level 3, level 4. Gu Jin was shocked. The aura that erupted from Bai Ling and Tsang Yu just at that moment forced them back. If it weren't for him and Yi Meihua protecting the two children, that gust of wind would have knocked them down. I'm afraid it's level 4. Yuan Yuman's face was solemn. It would be great if De Huang was here at this time, but this guy usually follows the car and occasionally falls behind. Now no one knows where he has gone. Otherwise, having a level 4 mutant beast to help here would give them a better chance of winning. Yuan Yumin was very anxious. That's amazing. Fang Zi patted her chest with lingering fear. It seemed that she and Gu Jin had to quickly reach the second level. Otherwise, they would not be able to bring any help to Gu Yu and the others. Every time there was a tough battle, only Gu Yu and Zheng Jia had to go up, which made their teammates feel very depressed. Do you really want to fight? Song Yu shook his hands and looked at Gu Yu with some pity. I'm afraid my anger will burn your pretty face. Then it won't be beautiful anymore. Zheng Jia looked at Song Yu solemnly. Originally, he and Gu Yu had agreed that he would deal with Bai Ling and Gu Yu would challenge Song Yu. But this kid's words made him very unhappy. I want to fight him. Zheng Jia pointed at Song Yu. Gu Yu looked at him in surprise. Before he could say anything, Zheng Jia rushed over. Compressed wind blades flew out from his fingertips. The killing power was 10 or 100 times that of before. Song Yu, be careful. Don't confront his wind blade head-on. Bai Ling flashed and wanted to join the battle. But Gu Yu's black sword blocked her way. I'm your teammate. I've already warned you. Don't refuse a toast, and then drink a forfeit. Bai Ling glanced at Gu Yu coldly, and sparks flew in the eyes of the two women, and a fight was about to break out. Wow, so intense. Sister Gu Yu is so awesome. Chun Tian clapped her hands continuously. Although she couldn't see any specific fighting situation, even Gu Yu's figure was just a blurry black shadow, but she saw the white shadow was knocked away by the black shadow. Doesn't that mean Gu Yu is more powerful? It's true. How come my sister is so powerful? Gu Jin opened his mouth as if he had swallowed a salted duck egg. Even a 4th-level warrior could be defeated by her? This is too unbelievable. Yuan Yumin was stunned. All this was beyond his understanding. He also didn't know why Gu Yu was able to beat Bai Ling. Did she have any other tricks up her sleeve? Only Bai Ling, who was fighting with Gu Yu, felt aggrieved. Why was it that her level was obviously 1 level higher than the opponent, but she could not fully play to her advantage? Gu Yu was very fast, and his moves were neat. She could only use the wind to dodge continuously. Wind blades, wind knives, and even small tornadoes could not play to their due advantages because her attacks could not catch up with Gu Yu's speed. What is going on? Gu Yu was actually feeling happy in her heart. It turned out that her guess was correct. Her ability could not only bring enhancement to her teammates, such as Zheng Jia. If used on an enemy, it can also suppress the opponent's level. When fighting the giant python, Gu Yu unconsciously suppressed the mutant beast. Otherwise, how could she defeat the giant python with her supernatural power that had not yet reached the 2nd level? Later, she slowly came to her senses, but she did not have the chance to try it again. I didn't expect that it would also be effective on Bai Ling this time. Her special ability is really amazing. You lose. Gu Yu turned around and swung the sword, and the black sword body was firmly placed on Bai Ling's neck. The girl's pretty face turned red, and her beautiful eyes glared at her angrily. Chapter 95 Tell. Bai Ling never thought that she would lose. It should be said that since the two siblings started to carry out the mission, they have never failed thanks to the tacit understanding and skills of the twins. But why did she lose to Gu Yu, to this woman whose abilities were inferior to hers? On the other side, Zheng Jia and Song Yu were also fighting fiercely. Although Sanyu's level is high, Zheng Jia has rich combat experience. Through battles one after another, he understands more and more how to use supernatural powers to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, Zheng Jia has dual superpowers. In a critical moment, his psychic power can unexpectedly kill people, but he generally doesn't want to use it easily. Fuck it. I don't believe I can't burn you. Sanyu was pissed off. He usually could knock down his opponents easily, but this time he hit a tough nail. He could obviously suppress his opponent in terms of level, but he just couldn't cause any damage to the opponent. He was so angry. Zheng Jia, do you want me to help you? Guyu communicated with Zheng Jia in his mind. The strategy they originally planned was different from the current one, and now it's all disrupted. No need. Zheng Jia refused without thinking, and stretched his hands forward at the same time. The wind blades gathered into wind ropes that pulled Song Yu's arms apart, preventing him from concentrating on releasing the flames. The next moment, Zheng Jia had already stepped forward, pointing the black pistol at Song Yu's head. You cheated. Song Yu was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Wasn't it supposed to be a competition of supernatural powers? What the hell is this with swords and guns? Who said we can't use weapons? Winning is winning, losing is losing. The battle was over, and Feng Zi and the others dared to jump out only at this time. This battle was truly thrilling. Not only were they fighting vigorously, but it also attracted a lot of mutant beasts and mutants. If De Huang hadn't arrived in time to calm the situation and easily kicked away these guys who came to make trouble, Feng Zi, Guin, and the others would still be in a panic at this moment. Ah! Da Huang screamed, making it impossible to ignore its existence. Yuan Yumin glanced at it and thought that Da Huang had arrived in time, but there was no need for it to do anything right now. So you have a 4th level big tiger. No wonder you are so confident. Song Yu was very unconvinced, but Zheng Jia's strength also frightened him. He was obviously a 3rd level kid who didn't look much bigger than him. How could he beat him like this? You lost, so what can you give to buy your life? Gu Yucai didn't bother with the kids. She only cared about practical interests. Why should they fight her whenever they wanted? Didn't she have to work hard? Didn't her supernatural powers be consumed? What? Bai Ling looked at Gu Yu in surprise. After losing a fight, he had to pay something to redeem his life. Does this make sense? What? Don't you think it's wrong? No one asked you to fight. You came here to fight. Gu Jin stood next to Da Huang and suddenly felt more imposing. Okay, take out all the crystal cores and stuff. Zheng Jia tapped Song Yu's neck lightly with the muzzle of his gun. He was following the lead of his husband, and Gu Yu should have suppressed Bai Ling's ability just now. Otherwise, he would not have been able to achieve such a surprise victory. He had to fight harder, and in the end, it was Song Yu himself who suffered due to his lack of experience. The abilities of both of them have been consumed to varying degrees, so it is natural to use crystal cores to replenish them. Song Yu was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Although he didn't think that Gu Yu and the others would really attack them, he had come here with such high and mighty power, but now he had lost miserably. Wasn't that embarrassing? Here you go. Song Yu took out a bag and threw it to Zheng Jia. There are not only 3rd level crystal cores, but also 4th level ones in it. His heart was bleeding. But rather than losing face, it is better to lose things. Even if the crystal cores are gone, you can still earn more. You guys go. Gu Yu retracted the black sword. Bai Ling looked at her with complicated eyes, which seemed to be filled with reluctance and anger, but not hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, It's unclear why I lost today. Let's fight again someday. Okay, as long as you have the crystal core ready to redeem your life, I'll be at your service anytime. Gu Yu did not comment. The 2 children nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sister, let's go. No matter how thick-skinned Song Yu was, he couldn't stay any longer at this moment. He angrily pulled Bai Ling and turned to leave. He had already lost the battle and had no face to ask for things from others. Besides, the other party had a 4th level tiger waiting there. If they tried to rob by force, they would have no chance of winning. The 2 figures quickly disappeared into the night. Yuan Yumin then breathed a sigh of relief, and the way he looked at Gu Yu suddenly became different. If Zheng Jiaxing's move seemed a bit tricky, but Gu Yu's every move was free and easy and neat, leaving Bai Ling no room to fight back. Was she too strong, or was her opponent too weak? This was the first time that Yi Meihua witnessed such a high-level battle. The battle between the psychics was exciting and intense, as if another door had opened in front of her. However, she was a water-based psychic. Could she achieve such a level? Yi Meihua's heart was filled with excitement and excitement. After the battle, Guin and Fangzi took the initiative to come to Guyu and asked for 2 second-level crystal cores. They had a strong desire to advance and to participate in the battle. Otherwise, they could only watch from the sidelines without even an admission ticket. The two still felt very depressed. Guyu ate the crystal core to restore her superpowers. She will go to Beijing tomorrow. She is afraid that another battle may come at any time, and saving Yuan Yumin's life is particularly important. When Guyu opened her eyes, she saw Yuan Yumin squatting beside her. When he saw her looking at him, he felt a little conflicted. After a while, he said, "There are some things I think you may not know yet." Guyu tilted his head and supported his chin, looking like he was ready to listen to a story. Yuan Yumin, seeing that Guyu doesn't look very interested, should he tell it or not? The secret that Yuan Yumin kept was actually the rumor that Guyu had heard at the end of the world, that some gene could give humans superpowers, and that this gene was actually extracted from a mutant lizard. It was because he could see that Guyu and his team had no intentions regarding genes and knew nothing about this research that Yuan Yumin told him the truth. It turned out that Yuan Yumin led the team to Province J, this time to investigate whether there might be mutant lizard genes here. However, when he found the destination, the mutant lizard was gone. Instead, he discovered that the genes of this mutant lizard unexpectedly remained in the remains of another mutant human that had been cannibalized. He hurriedly collected some and prepared to send them to Beijing for research. Although this research is still ongoing and we don't know what the final results will be, if we could suppress the virus or develop antibodies to fight the virus, then wouldn't humans have an advantage in the war against mutant beasts and humans? By Ling and Tsang, you should have been ordered to steal the genes of the mutant lizard, which made Yuan Yumin very worried. The research on genetic engineering was originally a major event that benefited the country and the people, but if some people with ulterior motives used it for other purposes, it would likely be a disaster. Chapter 96, Entering the City. At night, Guyu and the others all slept in the car. Guin and Fangzi were responsible for the night guard. After obtaining the crystal core, the two of them thought about working hard to advance, and they intensified their training without rest at night. Guyu wrapped himself in a blanket and nestled in Zheng Jia's arms. In the darkness, he could see some burn marks on the end of his eyebrows. He couldn't help but reach out and touch them. It's not easy to fight Sangyu, right? Sangyu has a 4th-order fire ability, and Zheng Jia has a 3rd-order dual ability. Logically speaking, the two should be evenly matched if they fight with all their strength. But Zheng Jia doesn't want to use his mental ability easily, which can be regarded as indirectly hiding his shortcomings. So, if Zheng Jia wants to win, he really has to save his life from danger. He lacks combat experience, and I was just lucky. Zheng Jia was a little embarrassed, but seemed to have thought of something, and said, "The two siblings should have a tacit understanding. If we hadn't fought separately, it would have been even more difficult to defeat them." Of course. Guyu nodded in agreement. After the two men introduced themselves, she finally matched them up. Sangyu and Bailing are powerful twin warriors who are famous in the end times. They cooperate seamlessly and kill people all the way. Few people can stop them. However, these two people do not belong to any organization. They are paid to do their job. They are free and unrestrained and can be both good and evil. So, even if they had a fight like this, it wouldn't count as an enmity, right? Guyu thought privately. It's just that Yuan Yumin's confession to her that he had the mutant lizard gene made Guyu couldn't help but think more. The use of genes can be good or bad, and the key is where you use them. But from what she knew before, a large number of people suffered greatly from it and turned into half-human, half-beast monsters, suffering all their lives. So should she have allowed Yuan Yumin to return to the capital safely? Or maybe she should have let the twins grab the gene and leave. But if it comes at the cost of killing Yuan Yumin, that doesn't seem to be what she wants. Guyu felt a little headache. She thought of the mutant that she and Guin had killed in the communications company. That mutant was very noisy, and once said that the reason he became like this was because of the mutation he caused by swallowing a mutant lizard. Then this mutant lizard was most likely the one Yuan Yumin was looking for. In the end, the mutant's crystal core was eaten by her. Will there be any adverse consequences? What's wrong? Zheng Jia stretched out his hand and pressed it on Guyu's forehead. The cold fingers made him feel comfortable, and he slowly closed his eyes. "It's okay, I just have a headache. Let me massage you." Zheng Jia's fingers were slender and strong. He gently massaged Guyu's temples, relieving her fatigue bit by bit. Guyu slowly fell into a deep sleep. In the dark night, Zhang Jia's eyes flashed with a cold light. He heard everything Yuan Yumin and Guyu said. A psychic can radiate his mental power to the surrounding environment. If he wants, he can clearly know everything that is happening around him. Zhang Jia was just worried about Guyu, but he didn't expect to hear such shocking news. Mutant groups, whether for good or bad, such things should not exist. But if the end of the world had not come, perhaps he would not have met Guyu. At this moment, Zhang Jia was a little conflicted. Perhaps he could get the answer by going to the capital. The capital city is the center of the country. It has always been the center of political and cultural exchanges, as well as the center of military defense. After the end of the world, a strategic base was quickly established here, faster than one could imagine. It seemed that the people here had a premonition before the disaster, so the base they built was more solid, safer, and more complete. Before entering the base, Yuan Yumin took out his ID card, which was an electronic sensing device. With a swipe, all kinds of records about him would appear on it, including the registration of his supernatural powers. Guyu frowned slightly. She always felt that there was something wrong with this kind of registration, as if she was a blank sheet of paper and others would know everything just by checking her file. Naturally, she felt a little resistant. Do we have to register? Guyu glanced at Yuan Yumin. With his status and ability in the capital, is it impossible for him to bring a few ordinary people in? You should register as ordinary citizens. Yuan Yumin understood Guyu's concerns after a little thought. Their team was too powerful. Although only a few of them stood out now, there would be unlimited potential for Guin and Fangzi as they grow up. People with special abilities are too conspicuous, and Guyu doesn't want to be the special one. Anyway, after sending Yuan Yumin to the capital and taking care of everything, they will leave and don't want to cause any more trouble. So under Yuan Yumin's manipulation, Guyu and his group entered the capital's base as ordinary people. After the end of the world, the zoning mechanism of inner and outer cities was still used here. The outer city was where ordinary people lived, and the inner city was where people with special abilities, various families with power and status, and those in power lived. It was absolutely safe there and was heavily guarded. Guyu and his companions were ordinary people and should not be allowed to enter the inner city, but with Yuan Yumin around, they naturally followed them in. Although Yuan Yumin was born a soldier, he now works for his family. After returning home, he instructed the housekeeper to take Guyu and the others to settle down in the building, and he rushed to the scientific experiment building as soon as possible. You left in such a hurry. I wonder if you forgot what you promised us. Looking at Yuan Yumin's hurriedly leaving back, Guin couldn't help but complain. The capital base was different from what they had imagined. It was full of iron walls and fortifications. It seemed that they were uncomfortable wherever they went, and they were unfamiliar with the place. Let's take care of his business first. We'll wait. Guyu glanced at Guin and sat down casually on the sofa. Yi Meihua glanced at the housekeeper, thought for a moment, and then said, "Uncle, can I ask you about someone?" She originally came to the capital to look for her uncle and find a way to reunite with her family. She also told Guyu and the others about this. The butler was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with neatly combed hair and looking energetic. After hearing what Yi Meihua said, he nodded slightly and said, "If you ask, I will definitely tell you what I know. My uncle's surname is Yi, and his name is Yi Bangwen. He is in the capital and is affiliated with the 319th Corps. Have you heard of him?" As soon as Yi Meihua finished speaking, the housekeeper fell silent. He looked at her again and said, "Miss Yi, wait a moment. I will help you find out later. If there is any news, I will tell you." Well, okay. Yi Meihua was not disappointed. If she came alone, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Yuan family seemed like a big family. It would be better for her to have someone to help her than for her to grope around alone. Fangzi glanced at Guyu, and the two exchanged a knowing look. Only a rookie like Yi Meihua could not see it. It was obvious that the butler knew Yi Bangwen, but for some reason he did not tell Yi Meihua immediately. "You guys have a good rest here. Dinner will be delivered on time," the butler said politely and turned away. Chapter 97, Red Mansion. The building where Guyu and his family live should be a newly built building after the apocalypse, and the wallpaper used for decoration still has a fresh smell. The large courtyard in front is the main residence of the Yuan family. This building is behind the main residence. It is neither far nor near, as if unconsciously indicating the relationship between the people living in this building and the owner of the house. Soon after the housekeeper left, someone brought new clothes and toiletries, including those for adults and children, and the care was very thoughtful. Let's go and give you two little ones a bath. Fangzi threw the bath towel on Xiaodong's head. He took it off with a red face. I can wash myself. After that, he ran to the bathroom. Chuntian was more attached to Yi Meihua and asked to take a bath with her, to which Yi Meihua readily agreed. Fangzi rubbed her short hair and sighed. It seems that I don't have much luck with children. How about you wash my hair? Guin leaned his head over. His hair was tangled as it hadn't been washed for several days and gave off an indescribable smell. Fangzi jumped away immediately. Stop it. Let's take care of our own new lives. Guyu and Zheng Jia picked a large suite to live together. No one else had any objections. After all, they were a couple, and having a room with a bathroom would allow them to do some unspeakable things. It was a tacit understanding among the adults. Even Guin still felt a little jealous. He looked at Fangzi's back again, wondering if he should also be paired with her. But forget it, as he couldn't stand Fangzi's tomboyish personality. There had been no news for 3 days since Yuan Yumin left. Guyu was getting restless. Time was life, and she desperately wanted Yuan Yumin to fulfill his promise and not only send someone to protect her parents, but also allow them to get in touch on the phone. If her phone was not an internal line and could not connect to the outside world, she would have called home long ago. Of course, it is not just that. Communications in provinces should also be cut off. Without special means of contact, Gu's father and mother and others will not be able to contact the outside world. Let's go out for a walk. Guyu stood up. Except for Yi Meihua, who stayed here to accompany the two children, Zheng Jiagujin and Fangzi accompanied them out of the small building. This small building is only 2 stories high. Looking back, the exterior walls are painted red, which is particularly eye-catching during the day. Guyu was a little confused. This red building always gave her a bad feeling. Maybe it was already dark when they came yesterday, and they didn't notice it. Oh, the distinguished guest living in the red mansion is coming out. A sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. Guyu paused and saw a man and a woman walking towards him. The man looked to be about 25 or 26, with sleek hair combed smoothly and a thin face. There was a viciousness in his eyes when he looked at people, but a hint of mockery at the corner of his lips. The woman should be about his age. She was wearing a beige cashmere dress and looked a little slender, but when she looked at people, the corners of her eyes were raised with a sense of superiority. Fifth brother. They are third brother's friends. Third brother is not here right now, and these people are ordinary people who can live in the Red Mansion. Don't you think that third brother gives them too much priority? The man snorted and crossed his arms across his chest. It seemed to be Yuan Yumin's family. Guyu was silent and didn't want to talk to them. You want to go out? The woman walked to Guyu. Her eyes swept over Zheng Jia and Guin, and then she said slowly, I advise you not to go out. The security outside is not good, especially for ordinary people like you. If you disappear, even your body won't be found. Thank you. Guyu nodded, walked around them, and wanted to go out. The surprise in the woman's eyes flashed away, but the man stretched out his arms to block Guyu and the others, with a frivolous look in his eyes. Didn't you hear me when I told you not to go out? If anything happens, don't expect third brother to save you. Are you guys annoying? Guin took a step forward. He hated these guys who thought they were bossing people around the most. We will be responsible for our own safety, so can you please move aside now? Fangzi weighed the gun in her hand. The Desert Eagle was spinning in her hand, but there was no possibility of it slipping away from her fingers. This is her most proud pistol. Even without relying on her supernatural powers to control it, Fangzi feels that she can kill everyone with one shot. Third brother, let them go. The woman turned around and sneered. We've already warned them, but they don't know what's good for them. Don't blame us Yuan family for not collecting their bodies when the time comes. You talk too much. Guyu turned around and glanced at the woman with coldness in her eyes. She kept talking about death. If they were not Yuan Yumin's family, she would have taught these two a lesson. After all, their mouths were too foul. The Yuan family was heavily guarded, but it seemed that because Yuan Yumin had specifically instructed them to do so, they had no problem getting through. The housekeeper even prepared a car for them and said politely and considerately, my third young master is busy and can't leave at the moment, so when he leaves, I'll ask you to wait for him to come back. I'll try my best to meet any requests you have. Where do you want to go now? I've never been to Beijing, so I want to get to know the city and learn about its scenery. Let's walk around. Guin spoke, then glanced at the driver sitting in the driver's seat and winked at Guyu. Either they were worried that they wouldn't be able to find the way, so they sent someone familiar, or they were taking the opportunity to monitor them. Which one is more likely? Let's go, get in the car. Gu Yu, Zheng Jia, and Feng Zi sat in the back seat, and Gu Jin sat in the passenger seat. After all, they were ordinary people now, so it was better not to use their supernatural powers without permission. The housekeeper winked at the driver, who gave him an understanding look in return, and the car then drove out of the Yuan family's gate. The Yuan family's old house is in the inner city. Driving out, there are just the right number of people on the street, coming and going, and the roadside shops are all open for business as usual. It seems to be no different from the last days of the family. While driving, the driver introduced the situation of the capital base to Gu Yu and the others. The original 4-9 city had several gates closed. Now the two open gates are on the central axis, which is easy to attack and defend. After all, this is an extraordinary period. Otherwise, I can take you to the palace to have a look. It's okay, we just want to broaden our horizons. Gu Jin chuckled. After 3 days of staying in the Red Mansion without any news, they were very anxious. They came out for 2 reasons. One was to take a look around, and the other was to see if they could get some information. Gu Yu turned his gaze to the window, and a deep light flashed in his eyes. Yuan Yumin should be a man of his word, and she still believed him on this point. So what exactly happened that delayed him? Which test building is Colonel Yuan in? Zheng Jia suddenly asked this question. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Even the driver was startled, with surprise in his eyes. He seemed to be unable to believe that Yuan Yumin told such an important secret to an ordinary person. Chapter 98, Injured. The experimental building of the capital was built at the North Gate. Long before the end of the world, scientific experiments and research had been concentrated there, but no one knew what was being researched and what results had been achieved. At least the common people don't know about it. They can only see from afar that this tall building is brightly lit and is guarded 24 hours a day. The driver had no choice but to drive Gu Yu and the others to the test building. If he didn't do this, Gu Yu and the others would be able to find someone to ask, and he wouldn't be able to follow them all the way then. So it wouldn't be considered dereliction of duty now. The test building is heavily guarded. Ordinary people can't get in. We can only watch from afar. While talking to Gu Yu and the others, the driver paid attention to the expressions of several people. Did these people really come here to see Yuan Yumin, or did they want to smell their way in at all costs? They were just a few ordinary people. The driver didn't believe they could break through the siege, so he thought it was all in vain. The towering building is more than 30 floors high. I don't know what kind of glass the facade is made of, but it can reflect the sunlight during the day. It looks bright and shiny, like a crystal tower rising straight into the clouds. Gu Yu and his companions got out of the car and stood at the gate outside the experimental building. Is Yuan Yumin in there? Gu Yu turned his gaze to Zheng Jia. With his current mental power, he was able to explore every corner of the experimental building, so finding Yuan Yumin should be no problem. Strange, I can't feel anything. Zheng Jia's forehead was covered with sweat. He had mobilized enough mental power to cover the entire experimental building, but it was like there was a barrier blocking his exploration. He had never encountered this feeling before. Wait, just as Zheng Jia's mental power was about to retreat, he felt another mental force chasing him. That mental force was very powerful and seemed to be curious about him as well. But then this force attacked him. Pop! Zheng Jia only felt a collision in his head, and then his throat felt sweet and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Yu hurriedly supported him and quickly stuffed a crystal core into his mouth. What happened to Zheng Jia? Gu Jin and Feng Zi originally went to the guard post to ask how to enter the experimental building. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw Zheng Jia vomiting blood and falling on Gu Yu's shoulder, so he hurried back. I'm fine. Zheng Jia wiped the blood from the corner of his lips with a heavy look in his eyes. There must be someone in this experimental building whose mental power is even stronger than his. Why is he vomiting blood out of nowhere? Feng Zi and the others didn't know that Zheng Jia had a second superpower. Apart from Gu Yu, only Yimei had seen him use his psychic power, but Yimei was not clear about the circumstances. At least she had not fully understood Zheng Jia's second superpower. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Gu Yu looked at Zheng Jia with heartache. She was not aware of the battles between psychics and thought that Zheng Jia's psychic power encountered an obstacle, so he was injured. It's okay, I'll tell you later. Zheng Jia glanced at Gu Yu and shook his head slightly. Gu Jin turned his head to look at the guard, but snorted coldly. You need a pass to enter there. We can't even get close to it. If we want to see Yuan Yumin, we can only wait. Time goes by day, Isn't this making people anxious? Hey, someone came out. Fong Zi suddenly pointed towards the building. Guyu turned around and saw a group of people walking out of the building, and Yuan Yumin was among them. It's really the third young master. The driver got out of the car at some point and waved at Yuan Yumin when he saw him coming out. Yuan Yumin was covered in dust, with fatigue still in his eyes, but he quickly ran up to Guyu and the others. At this time, the security guard also opened the automatic iron door, but Guyu and the others did not step into the door. Instead, Yuan Yumin ran out by himself. Colonel Yuan, you've been gone for such a long time. Gu Jin was naturally angry when he saw Yuan Yumin. This man had been gone for 3 days, which really left them feeling disappointed. Guyu didn't say anything, but just looked at Yuan Yumin indifferently. After not seeing him for 3 days, his chin was already covered with stubble and his eyes were full of red bloodshot. It seemed that he definitely did not get a good rest in the past 3 days. I'm sorry. I arranged someone to take care of your family's affairs when I returned to the Gu family. We'll make a phone call when we get back. When Yuan Yumin said this, Guyu and Gu Jin's eyes lit up. It turned out that they had not rested for the past 3 days, and things in S province were going on. Then weren't they blaming Yuan Yumin wrongly? Gu Jin looked at his toes, then slowly moved away and stood behind Guyu. Virtue, Fong Zi smiled gently. Although Gu Jin and Guyu were the same age, their personalities were completely different. The elder sister is responsible and capable, but the younger brother, he is capable, but sometimes acts like a child. Colonel Yuan, are these your friends? A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Yuan Yumin. Guyu raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a little surprise. It was a man sitting in a wheelchair, about 40 years old, wearing a white suit and a pair of rimless glasses. He looked gentle and knowledgeable. Professor Chiu. Yuan Yumin turned around and responded with a very respectful attitude. They are indeed my friends. Chiu Huajia's eyes swept over Guyu and the others. When his gaze stopped at the bloodstain on Zhengjia's lips that had not yet been wiped clean, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his lips. Since you are friends of Colonel Yuan, you are also friends of me, Chiu. Since you have come to the capital, let me show my hospitality as a good host. This, Yuan Yumin hesitated. If it was someone else, he would have made the decision directly. After all, he still had to give face to Chiu Huajia. But the other party is Guyu and his group, and he can't be the master of Guyu. No, I have something else to do. Let's talk about it another day. Guyu refused directly without any hesitation. Chiu Huajia's face froze. In the capital, his words were still effective, but these people had just arrived and were probably not aware of his name. Professor Chiu is just being polite and giving you face. Don't be shameless. A young woman stood up behind Chiu Huajia. She was also wearing a white gown. She was tall and plump, with long wavy hair full of Western beauty. Her facial features were also very prominent, except for a pair of black eyes. She should be a mixed race. What did you say? Fong Zi instantly got furious. This woman's words were really too rude. Are you deaf? Lin Ji laughed, but her eyes were full of mockery. Fong Zi couldn't bear it. She didn't move her hands, but the pistol floated in a hidden place beside her and chose a very tricky corner to shoot the bullet. Chapter 99 Provocation. Bang! After a dull gunshot, the bullet landed at Lin Ji's feet. Her face suddenly changed. She jumped up and swung her hands forward. Swish, swish, swish. A row of black arrow feathers instantly nailed to the place where Fong Zi had just stood and made 3 holes in the ground. Fong Zi was startled. She also wanted to warn the other party, but she didn't expect the other party to fight back so fiercely. If Guyu hadn't grabbed her collar and squeezed her away in time, would she have 3 more holes on her body? Miss, you were too harsh, weren't you? Guyu looked at Lin Ji with a sullen expression. Oh, I don't think so. Lin Ji stretched out her slender fingers to fiddle with the hair that fell on her cheek. At the same time, she looked at Guyu vigilantly. She didn't see clearly when this woman made her move, but her movements were quite fast. Do you want to fight? We'll keep you company. Gu Jin glared at Lin Ji. He didn't see many femme fatale, but the one in front of him was obviously a typical one. You're quite angry. Chiu Huajia looked at Yuan Yumin with a half-smile. A layer of cold sweat had already appeared on his back. He quickly winked at Gu Jin and said to Chiu Huajia respectfully, Professor Chiu, they are just a few kids. Don't bother with them. Lin Ji is Chiu Huajia's capable subordinate. This woman has always been cruel and ruthless. The move she made just now was murderous. If Guyu hadn't taken action, Fong Zi would not be her opponent at all. The child. It is indeed a child. Qiu Huajie glanced at Gu Yu and the others, his focus still on Zheng Jia. It was indeed a young face, so energetic. Professor, they bullied me. Lin Ji called Qiu Huajie in a coquettish voice, which gave Gu Jin goosebumps. She was so fiercely attacking them just now, but in the blink of an eye she turned into a little woman. Lin Ji, who can bully you when I'm here? Qiu Huajie glanced at Lin Ji with deep meaning in his eyes. She immediately stopped talking and just stood aside obediently. So we can go now. Gu Yu looked at Qiu Huajie deeply. This Professor Qiu, sitting in a wheelchair, is not simple. She always feels that the black feather hidden weapon released by Lin Ji is somewhat familiar, and this woman is quite powerful. If these two were famous in the apocalypse, she should have heard of them. Moreover, in the capital, it would be even easier for them to become famous. Go ahead. I'll invite you guys to visit me another day. Qiu Huajie waved his hand, and Lin Ji immediately pushed him back, but she snorted as she turned around. It was obvious that she didn't care about Gu Yu and the others. They were just country bumpkins from outside. If it weren't for Yuan Yumin, they would probably have difficulty taking a single step in the capital. As soon as Qiu Huajie left, a group of his men turned around and left. Could it be that these people were his bodyguards? Gu Jin and Fang Zi were stunned. This man was so grand. Let's go back and talk. Yuan Yumin greeted in a low voice and got into the car first. Gu Yu and Zheng Jia looked at each other and got into the car. There were 5 people when they came and 6 people when they returned. Yuan Yumin acted as the driver himself, and the driver had to walk home. After all, they were all adults, and it was really inconvenient to squeeze one more person in. Of course, they couldn't let the guests walk, so the young driver had to inconvenience himself. Colonel Yuan, is that Qiu Huajie? I see you are so wary of him. Is he very powerful in Beijing? Gu Jin was so angry that he wanted to ask for a long time. That woman named Lin Ji was too arrogant. He really wanted to fight with her. Yuan Yumin glanced at Gu Jin and shook his head. He is a rising star in Beijing's scientific research community, specializing in genetic research. After the virus outbreak, he was appointed to form an expert group. Qiu Huajie is specifically in charge of this. Don't you think he is amazing? Even the genes he brought back this time were ordered to be handed over to Qiu Huajie, and in order to verify the authenticity of the genes, he was kept in the experimental building for a few days. Today, it was finally confirmed that the genes were useful, so he was released. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to being imprisoned. But Yuan Yumin didn't know the research progress of Qiu Huajie and his team. He was just following orders. Gu Yu fell silent. No wonder Yuan Yumin was somewhat in awe of Qiu Huajie. This man must be a real talent, and his research results might even affect the situation in the capital. Otherwise, who would support him so much if they held such great power? Gu Jin was shocked when he heard this. Fang Zi asked about the woman named Lin Ji again. That woman was so fierce. I didn't even see clearly whether she used a hidden weapon or her special ability. Today they have made a feud, and she doesn't know what will happen next time they meet. Fang Zi always wants to find out the other party's background, to know herself and the enemy. She's a 3rd-level psychic. I don't even know what her specific abilities are. Yuan Yumin said cautiously, but this woman is ruthless. I heard that she likes to dissect her opponents the most. Her methods are very cruel. So you'd better not leave the Yuan family and leave my sight during this period of time. So scary. Fang Zi's face turned pale. It turned out that the person she had just provoked was a 3rd-level psychic. She just wanted to test the other party's strength. She never thought that there would be such serious consequences. Would Lin Ji hold a grudge like that? Sister Gu, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Fang Zi lowered her head. She was now trying to reach the 2nd level. She also felt that she could definitely reach the 2nd level. She just needed an opportunity. It's okay. Gu Yu patted her shoulder to comfort her, then turned around and held Zheng Jia's hand. Zheng Jia's fingertips were cold, and his face was as pale as paper. He looked very uncomfortable, and his whole body was as tense as a string. Gu Yu was shocked and quickly stuffed another crystal core into Zheng Jia's mouth, motioning him to lean on her rest. Don't be stubborn. Concentrate on regulating your breathing. Yeah. Zheng Jia took a deep breath and leaned on Gu Yu's shoulder to rest. Yuan Yumin saw his appearance in the rearview mirror, and a deep light flashed in his eyes. I forgot to tell you that Professor Qiu is also a 4th-level psychic. His brain development is incomparable to ordinary people. After a slight pause, he said, he may have carried out a mental attack on Zheng Jia just now. Fuck, this guy dares to use dirty tricks? Guin was immediately furious. We didn't provoke him at all, but he actually dared to attack Zhang Jia. Guin turned to Guyu and said indignantly, "Sister, we can't tolerate this." After all, Zhang Jia is his brother-in-law in name only, his sister's official boyfriend, and he also works part-time as their top chef. Zhang Jia's position is so important. How could he be hurt so easily? I don't know why Professor Chiu attacked Zhang Jia. Yuan Yumin pursed his lips, his eyes extremely cautious, but I once saw someone who was attacked by his mental power, and that person became a fool. Chapter 100 Call. Zhang Jia was originally leaning on Guyu's shoulder to recuperate and rest, but when he heard Yuan Yumin's words, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a silver light flashed in his eyes. The light disappeared in a flash, so no one in the car saw it. Guyu just gently squeezed Zhang Jia's hand, signaling him to stay calm. Mental attack is invisible. It can destroy a person's brain. Not only can it turn a person into a fool, it can also cause direct brain death. This is the most terrifying thing about it. A psychic who has reached a high level of mental power can also tamper with the memory of others or even control another person. So the obstacle Zhang Jia encountered when he used his mental power to investigate just now was Qiu Huajie. Was a match between two psychics? No wonder Qiu Huajie's attention was always vaguely on Zhang Jia just now. He had already seen that Zhang Jia was the psychic. Guyu pursed his lips. They could no longer stay in the capital, a place of trouble, and had to leave as soon as possible. Yuan Yumin was trustworthy and called S Province as soon as he got home. Guyu and Guin followed him in the study, waiting with bated breath for the voice on the other end of the phone. "Is it Xiaoyu?" Guma's voice was trembling uncontrollably. The end of the world had come suddenly, and the couple hadn't even reacted when they were frightened out of their wits by the successive news. But what to do since the child was still outside? They were suddenly as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Then they remembered that Guyu had called them before and asked them to stock up on supplies and not go out, as if this girl had foresight. On the other end of the phone, Guyu's eyes turned red when she heard the familiar voice, and she choked up and called out, "Mom, it's me." She traveled thousands of miles and visited several cities just to bring Guin back and be with her family. Although she is in Beijing now, her heart has already flown back to Province S. Her parents' safety is her greatest comfort. After worrying for so long, she finally heard her daughter's voice. Tears started to fall from Gu's eyes, and she hurriedly told Guyu about each other's situation. "Mom, let me say a few words." Guyu hadn't said a few words when Guin was waiting anxiously by the side. In fact, Dad Gu doted on him the most. He had been wandering outside for so long and hadn't been able to go home for years. He had missed his parents for a long time. "You go." Guyu handed the microphone to Guin. He was stunned for a moment, but when he took the phone, he didn't know what to say. He stammered a few times in response to Guma's questions and handed the phone back to Guyu. Guyu is now his backbone. "Mom, where's Dad?" Guyu held the receiver, suppressing his inner excitement. He just heard from his mother that the military of Province S had sent a team of 10 people to protect them, and they were now staying at Gu's house. After hearing what Guma said, Guyu felt relieved and couldn't help but look at Yuan Yumin with gratitude. It seems that their trip to the capital was not in vain. "Your dad," Gu's mother hesitated in the microphone. Guyu couldn't help but clench the microphone and even lowered his voice a few notes. "Dad, what happened to him?" There were too many unexpected events and changes in the end of the world. In her previous life, she had always been with her parents, but in the end, without food, the three of them could not survive and had to go out to make a living. The two elders could not survive the hardships of the end of the world, which also became a pain in Guyu's heart. If she could be stronger, even stronger, would she be able to protect her parents and relatives? As Mrs. Gu spoke, she began to sob. Guyu's heart was in her throat. Her little face turned pale, and her hand holding the microphone was shaking slightly. It couldn't be what she thought. Could it be that after going around in circles, she still couldn't protect everyone? Guyu looked at Guin blankly. His brother was still by his side, but his father was gone? "I'll answer the phone." Guin's face suddenly changed when he heard it. He grabbed the phone and said, "Mom, don't cry. What happened to my dad? Your father wanted to go out to inquire about you, but he didn't expect to have his hand bitten off by those monsters. Fortunately, he found that he had acquired superpowers after he had a fever. It's only been 2 days since he woke up. Unfortunately, he went out now. When he comes back later, I will tell him that you called." Gu's mother told the story intermittently, and Guin and Guyu were relieved. "Dad has a broken arm." Guin was a little sad. Guyu said with red eyes. This is a blessing in disguise. At least Mom and Dad are still alive. Don't worry now. That team will stay at your house to protect them before you go home. Yuan Yumin took the phone handed to him by Guyu. This phone was a military-dedicated line. There were only 3 in their Yuan family. If he hadn't made a contribution this time, the old man would not have awarded him one for his exclusive use. Thank you, Colonel Yuan. Guyu nodded. If there is nothing else, we would like to leave tomorrow. She always felt that the capital was a place of trouble, especially after meeting Qiu Huajie. She felt very bad and wanted to leave quickly. You're leaving so soon. I haven't fulfilled my duty as a good host yet. Yuan Yumin looked surprised. Did I fail to entertain you well enough? Or is it because of what happened to Professor Qiu and the others today? No. Guyu waved his hand. I'm just worried about my parents and want to go home quickly. Yuan Yumin thought about it and didn't force him. He just said with regret, if you really want to leave, I won't force you to stay. But I don't know if we will have the chance to meet again in the future. It will happen. Guyu raised the corner of his lips, and Yuan Yumin also smiled. Then you guys have a good sleep. I will personally send you out of the city tomorrow. After waiting for Guyu and his brother to leave the study, the housekeeper came in to report to Yuan Yumin, and then mentioned that Yi Meihua asked him to find someone. That Yi Bangwen is from the Jiang family. What do you think we should do? Third young master. Yuan Yumin thought for a moment before saying, just tell Miss Yi that the person has been found. If she wants to go to her uncle's place, send someone to take her there. Yi Meihua has been staying in the Liangshan base, and there has been nothing wrong with her journey. I'm afraid she doesn't know the relationship between the Yuan and Jiang families, so it makes sense for her to come to the capital to seek refuge with her uncle. Yes. The butler took the order and retreated. At this time, Yuan Yumin's phone rang again. He saw that the number was from Province S. He was immediately surprised. Guyu had just talked to her parents on the phone. Was they calling again? Although he thought so, Yuan Yumin still answered the phone, but he didn't expect that the person on the phone was his former subordinate Tong Rui. Colonel, I have something to report to you. A strong voice came from the other end of the microphone. Even though Yuan Yumin hadn't seen him in person, he could imagine Tong Rui's fierce appearance through the microphone and couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect your division commander to let you go on this mission. After returning home, Yuan Yumin hurriedly gave some instructions and went out to the test building. He didn't know who was sent from Province S to carry out the task, but he felt relieved to know that it was an old acquaintance. He was assured that Tong Rui did his job properly, and he didn't mess things up for Guyu. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Yuan Yumin made himself a cup of coffee and sat in his big office chair. The soft touch of the leather wrapped around his body made him feel like he was back home. He couldn't help but let out a long breath, but Tong Rui's next words almost made him jump up from the bench.